Pokémon Treasure Detection System Chapter 101-150 Chapter 101 Celadon, Rainbow City. Then we have to thank you for your hospitality. Zhang Yuan was talking when suddenly he remembered something. By the way, I would take the liberty to ask. Erica, is your father's name Jason? Erica's expression became strange. How does Zhang Yuanjin know? Although he is a half-public figure as a Celadon, Rainbow gym trainer, his family situation belongs to privacy and is not in the scope of publication. I met Ling Zun with Professor Oak at Indigo Plateau before, and he asked me to tell you that he was alright and that you should take care of yourself. For Jason, who gave him his locomotive, Zhang Yuan had an excellent impression of him. Is it like this? Thank you, Zhang Yuanjin. Erica hurriedly bowed and thanked him. Well, since you have something to do today, we won't bother and visit Celadon, Rainbow Gym tomorrow. Seeing Jenny coming in a police car in the distance, Zhang Yuan was too lazy to stay and walk through the process, waved his hand and left with Sabrina. Erica looked at Zhang Yuan's back riding salamence away with a bow and arrow, and felt a little envious. If I could be as strong as Zhang Yuanjin, I wouldn't have to work so hard to deal with these poachers. He looked down at Vileplume, who was also raising his head beside him. We have to work harder in the future. Laffy. Saying goodbye to Erica, who was waiting to be handed over to Jenny, Zhang Yuan and Sabrina took the salamence directly to Celadon, Rainbow City. Celadon, Rainbow City is the largest city in the Kanto region after Saffron City. Unlike Saffron City, which prospered because of its easy access and location, Celadon, Rainbow is known for its fashion and thriving gaming industry. Sabrina, have you been to Celadon, Rainbow City before? With the envious eyes of the onlookers, Zhang Yuan put salamence into the Pokeball, turned his head and asked Sabrina. Some people may not believe it. Zhang Yuan's impression of Celadon, Rainbow City only stays on the Celadon, Rainbow Game Hall and Grass Gym. I've been to Celadon, Rainbow City before, and I was a lecturer at Celadon, Rainbow University. Sabrina took out her vanity mirror and tidied up her wind-blown hair. Lecturer, are you teaching? Zhang Yuan's eyes filled with disbelief. Although people in the Pokemon world are very precocious, for example, he can become an Interpol at his age, but teaching and educating people is not the same concept as Interpol. Why don't you believe it? Sabrina said. My lectures are about psychic. After all, I'm also a psychic gym trainer. Soga. Zhang Yuan understood. Sabrina has a say in psychic. It is no exaggeration to say that she is a psychic expert. She is indeed qualified to speak psychic. Then do you know any famous restaurants in Celadon, Rainbow? After so long, Zhang Yuan finally asked the question he wanted to ask. After thinking about it for a long time, she finally shook her head. The famous restaurant in Celadon, Rainbow. I only know about the Celadon, Rainbow Grand Hotel. Zhang Yuan was speechless. As a lecturer at Celadon, Rainbow University, the first thing after work, shouldn't I inquire about any delicious restaurants next to my unit? Why haven't I heard this? And I just came here to take a few classes. If you want to ask about things like finding snack, you should ask a local person like Erica. Sabrina gave Zhang Yuan a white look, said angrily. Although she has lectured at Celadon, Rainbow University, the total time spent in Celadon, Rainbow does not exceed half a month. How can she know what delicious food is available in Celadon, Rainbow? Then let go to the Celadon, Rainbow Hotel and stay there. The food at the hotel would not be too bad. The two of Zhang Yuan, who simply had lunch at the hotel, walked on the streets of Celadon, Rainbow City. Unlike the atmosphere of Saffron City, Celadon, Rainbow City is filled with the aroma of flowers and grass because the grass gym is located here, which make people feel very comfortable. Many grass-type Pokemon with docile temperament, such as Oddish and Bellsprout, are active in the green belt of the city, making the city come alive. Erica probably hasn't returned to Celadon, Rainbow Gym yet, so whether it's visiting or challenging gym, it will be put on tomorrow. Shall we go to Celadon, Rainbow Department Store or Celadon, Rainbow Arcade first? Going along the sidewalk, Zhang Yuan opened a one-star treasure next to him, got a leaf stone, and asked, the Celadon, Rainbow Department Store is not going. It's not yet the season change, and I don't really like the clothes that are trending this year. How about we go to the Celadon, Rainbow Arcade? Sabrina thought about it and turned down the offer to go to Celadon, Rainbow Department Store. Don't you girls like to go shopping? If you don't want to buy something, you don't want to go shopping. Sabrina replied lazily. Very simple and logical answer. If every woman in the world was like this, the world must be very beautiful. Then let go. Go to the Celadon, Rainbow Game Hall. I'll show you the strength of my Zhang Yuan Kanto Gambling King. Zhang Yuan took Sabrina's hand and walked towards the Celadon, Rainbow Game Hall. Giovanni said that he had prepared a gift for himself, but he killed his entire squad. Whether this gift is still in the Celadon, Rainbow Game Hall, maybe. Sabrina obviously doesn't believe Zhang Yuan. I heard that the Celadon, Rainbow Arcade has anti-psychic cheating devices. Am I the kind of person who cheat? While speaking, the two came to the the door of the Celadon Rainbow Game Hall. Although it was a working day, the Celadon Rainbow Game Hall Nord was also very popular, and there were even a lot of luxury cars parked at the door, one of which Zhang Yuan felt very familiar. Isn't that guy Gary's sports car? He's also in the Celadon Rainbow Arcade. With this thought in mind, as soon as he entered, he saw that surrounded by a group of people, Gary and his girlfriends were standing in front of a slot machine, pulling the joystick of the slot machine. The 353rd time. Really rich, a young man said enviously. What the use of having more money? A slot machine is not something you can make it succumb to if you have money. The middle-aged uncle next to him shook his head, looking like he had come over to figure out the skills of slot machine. It takes years of persistent research. The last old man made up for the night. Second update. The 11th holiday is over. Chapter 102 Celadon Rainbow Game Hall. Gary gritted his teeth while listening to the unscrupulous discussions of the people who were eating melon beside him. You guys. He directly dispersed the crowd of sarcastic words, and when he turned his head, his eyes swept across the door, and suddenly saw Zhang Yuan, who had just walked in. It's a long way to go. No, Zhang Yuan, why did you come to Celadon Rainbow City? It's the same reason as you. As soon as Zhang Yuan entered the game hall, he saw Gary surrounded by a group of girlfriends. You're here to challenge Jim too. Too bad the leader of Celadon Rainbow Jim isn't here, Gary said. So that's why you don't take your girlfriends to the mall, but come to the arcade. It really refreshes my understanding of you. Zhang Yuan hid the knife in his smile, and immediately put Gary under more than 10 knife-like gazes. The girlfriends behind Gary nodded in unison, agreeing with Zhang Yuan's word. Gary's scalp went numb for a while. If he was allowed to go shopping with his large group of girlfriends, it would be better to kill him. He quickly changed the subject. Stop talking about this. Zhang Yuan, who is the beautiful woman next to you? Your new girlfriend. Sabrina next to Zhang Yuan is too beautiful to ignore. Tis tis tis. The means of changing the subject is too low level. Zhang Yuan didn't panic at all, but Sabrina knew that he and Claudia were legitimate colleagues. Sabrina's expression didn't change as expected. Hello, my name is Sabrina, gym trainer at Saffron City Gym. Saffron City Gym trainer. Gary was shocked. He was still challenging Jim, but Zhang Yuan even got a gym trainer. Haha, you said you played slot machines more than 300 times and never won. Could it be that you were the legendary charitable gambling king? The corners of Zhang Yuan's mouth twitched, but in the end he couldn't hold back his laughter and laughed out loud. Even Sabrina looked at Gary strangely. Being laughed at by Zhang Yuan, who has always been regarded as a competitor, Gary completely lost his usual appearance when he was handsome, and blushed. What are you laughing at? You don't know how hard slot machines are. He forced himself to argue. It's just a few hundred failures. But apparently he was a little underwhelmed. Is it difficult? Zhang Yuan walked over to a BDDG slot machine and took a closer look. Is still the classic design of the joystick plus turntable, which is not different from the one on Earth. If I had to say something different, it would be that the pattern on the reels became Pokemon, and there was a device installed next to the slot machine. Zhang Yuan remembered what Sabrina said just now, and secretly said, this should be an anti-psychic cheating device. Laugh at me after you've tried it. Maybe you're worse than me. Gary continued on the side. Anyway, he definitely wouldn't admit that he was unlucky. Forget it. Let you see the strength of my Guangdong gambling king. Then he stretched out his hand. Lend me a coin. Gary heard the words with contempt. If you don't borrow it, buy it yourself if you want to play. I haven't seen you for a few days. Why have you become so stingy? You local tyrant who goes to the seaside to contract a private beach for vacation asked me to borrow game coin, and said I'd knock the door. Gary was angry, but in the end he handed Zhang Yuan a game coin. I asked you to borrow one, and you really gave me one. Zhang Yuan was quite speechless. However, one is enough. Familiarize yourself with the operation of the slot machine a little. Put in coin, reach out and pull down the joystick. Wow! Turntable is spinning rapidly, and the patterns of Magnemite, Psyduck, and Pokeball are constantly flashing, and the rotation speed is so fast that it is impossible to see at all. But who is Zhang Yuan? Seeing Sabrina and Gary staring at the screen of the slot machine next to him, Zhang Yuan smiled slightly. Does he really think Zhang Yuan is the kind of honest and good boy? 10 bets and 9 loses. How can you win without some tricks when you play a gambling game machine like a slot machine? Bullet time. The bullet time was activated. The world was slowed down. Everything in front of him became extremely slow in Zhang Yuan's eyes, and the roulette wheel of rollout on the slot machine was even more slow as a snail. The pictures of the slot machine turntable rolled in front of Zhang Yuan one by one. After looking at the rules, he made a decisive move. Click. A7 appears in the first column screen. Luck is not bad, but that's the next point. Gary didn't panic at all. He had a lot of sevens for the first time, but he wanted to win 3-7. Click. Zhang Yuan pressed again, and another 7 appeared on the screen. 2-7. Zhang Yuan, what kind of shit luck are you? Click. Before Gary could finish finished speaking, Zhang Yuan decisively pressed the third button. Dang dang. The sound of slot machines celebrating. 777. 3 bright red numbers landed on Gary, almost blinding his eyes. Hey, liar. His eyeballs popped out. He didn't even get 3 magnemites after so many times. How could Zhang Yuan win the jackpot in one go? The melon eaters who heard the sound were also surprised when they saw this scene. This little brother is so lucky. I only shook it twice a day. 777. I've been playing for so long and I've only played it dozens of times. I'm getting old, and my Celadon, Rainbow Gambling King, has shaken it hundreds of times. A group of people are bragging. One is more shameless than the other, and Tauros will be blown to the sky if they continue to blow it. Clatter. The sound of coins falling was crisp and pleasant. Zhang Yuan couldn't count them. He packed all the coins and put them in Sabrina, and threw a coin back to Gary. Here, your game coin. Gary was still in a daze, and subconsciously took the coin thrown by Zhang Yuan. How on earth did you do it, Zhang Yuan? Anyway, it wasn't a day or two that he was beaten by Zhang Yuan, and he was numb. Why don't he take the opportunity to ask for technical advice, win some game currency, and go to the prize exchange office to exchange for prizes? Wouldn't it be nice? The onlookers also pricked up their ears. They also wanted to hear about slot machine skills. How do I know what skills I have? This is my first time playing. Spreading his hand, Zhang Yuan shrugged. If you insist on telling me why I am so good. Zhang Yuan changed his serious tone and said seriously, maybe it's because I'm more handsome. As the saying goes, handsome boys are generally lucky. Quote ellipsis quote. The onlookers and Gary said that they had an MMP that they must say ... make up for yesterday's third update, followed by today's update. Chapter 103 Prize Redemption. Dang 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 dang. Next, every few minutes there will be a pleasant sound in the game hall, and the frequency of the sound may countless people in the game hall doubt light. As for whether the staff of the game hall had any doubt, Zhang Yuan used some means to cheat. Naturally, he doubted. After all, this situation is not normal. However, whether it was changing to other slot machine, or having a special person watching Zhang Yuan's operation, or even secretly lowering the winning rate, it didn't have the slightest effect. According to the general cheating method, the method of cheating is to manipulate the slot machine. No one would think that Zhang Yuan has the skill of bullet time, and the naked eye and body can perfectly grasp the probability of the slot machine roulette rollout. In Zhang Yuan's word, I play slot machines with my own eyes. Why do you say I'm cheating? Zhang Yuan, I don't have any more coins. Sabrina put on a pitiful look and ran to Zhang Yuan's side. Sabrina doesn't know how many times she has come to Zhang Yuan to get coin. Her luck seems to be worse than Gary's. At least Gary has gradually mastered the tricks of slot machines after being stimulated by Zhang Yuan, while Sabrina has been playing loose. Take it. Zhang Yuan took one out of several full coin boxes stacked beside him and stuffed it into Sabrina. Zhang Yuan is not stingy with game coin. Anyway, the entire Celadon, Rainbow Game Hall is his fish pond, and there are as many game coins as he wants. Sabrina, who took over the game currency, said that she must beat the slot machine, and then she struggled again. Damn, why didn't anyone send me game coin? Gary took out his bank card in pain, and bought another box of game coins in a heartache. Although this amount of money was nothing to him, looking at Zhang Yuan's so many coins that fell to the ground, he always felt his heart ache. Master Gary looked so pitiful. Gary's girlfriends huddled around next to each other with heartbroken expressions on their faces. Celadon, Rainbow Game Hall Prize Exchange. I want this. Sabrina points to a Pokeball in the display case. A regular red and white Pokeball with a sticker on the ball that says Jigglypuff. Zhang Yuanzheng and Sabrina harvested the spoils, but Gary didn't follow him. Although his skills and luck had improved, he was still very bad at the moment, and he lost all his coins. How many coins does this cost? Zhang Yuan asked the receptionist at the front desk. Please wait. Jigglypuff's exchange requires 3,000 coins. The receptionist said after checking the exchange list. 3,000 coins are exchanged for one Jigglypuff. If the coins are exchanged for money, the price is not known how much higher than in the black market. However, the advantage of buying from the black market is that the source is legal, and the people who exchange the prizes are all winners, so it doesn't matter if the price is higher. Change. Zhang Yuan has a lot of money, only 3,000 coins, which is a drizzle compared to the number of coins he won. Helping Sabrina exchange a Jigglypuff, Zhang Yuan also checked the exchange list. Nidoran male sign, Scyther, and Magneton. The types of Pokemon are rich and diverse, but his own Pokemon can't be cultivated. Where can I exchange these Pokemon with unknown aptitudes to cultivate? The props are really poor. Give me 100 Ultra Balls first. There is nothing to cherish in the list. Zhang Yuan usually used a lot of those common items, and now he is still eating ashes in his backpack, and there is no need to exchange them, so it is more economical to replace them with Pokeball. 100. Great Ball is 200 coins to exchange for one. Are you sure you want to exchange all of them for Great Ball? The lady in charge of the exchange was stammering. She had never seen a local tyrant who exchanged Ultra Balls in units of 120,000 coin. Here are you. There are almost 20,000 coins here. Zhang Yuan didn't even blink his eyes. It wasn't his own money anyway. Zhang Yuan handed a box full of coins to the receptionist in charge of the exchange. Quote. Looking at the stuff coin, the waiter in charge of the exchange couldn't tell because the customer was God. She could only count slowly. Glancing at about 1/3 of the coins left, he pushed them all over. Exchange the rest for me into silk as vouchers. Asking for flowers. The waiter nodded stiffly. After spending all the coin, Zhang Yuan felt very comfortable looking at the waiter who was still counting the coins in the evening sky. Sabrina, go back to the hotel first. I'm afraid it will take a while. I'll just wait here by myself. Sabrina was holding the Jigglypuff that she had just exchanged at this time, and ignoring Jigglypuff's struggles, she pinched Jigglypuff's face with her hand. Hearing that Zhang Yuan asked her to go back first, she only thought that Zhang Yuan was afraid of her waiting for a long time. In that case, I'll go back to take a shower, and then we'll meet in the hotel lobby for dinner. After playing in the arcade all afternoon, Sabrina also felt a little tired. Go, meet up later. Zhang Yuan watched Sabrina leave, and used confusion to destroy the Celadon, Rainbow Arcade and all the video data stored in the arcade. Yes, it's been counted. The number is correct. This is your Ultra Ball and vouchers. A whole basket of reduced Ultra Balls and a thick stack of vouchers. Thank you. Thanked him. Put all these things away. And then he pulled off his clothes and took out a badge. You should recognize this, he said, flashing his Viridian badge. Seeing the badge, the waiters looked at each other. Their expressions changed from a standard reception smile to a much more sincere one. I took out an instrument to test it, and after a beeping sound, several people saluted. Master Cadre. Zhang Yuan naturally wouldn't correct them. He was not a cadre of Team Rocket. He raised his head and said, I'm here to get something. You should know what it is. Understood, Captain. He has informed us. A receptionist drags a lockbox from under the counter. My lord, Boss Giovanni left a message saying that the password for this box is the date of the last time you talked. I see. Nodding with a smile, Zhang Yuan threw the Pokeball that suddenly appeared in his hand just now without warning. Deoxys, hypnosis, waved and the receptionist fell to the ground. Today's first update. Chapter 104 Challenge Celadon, Rainbow Gym. Modify their memory. Erase the paragraph just now. Deoxys' eyes lit up, and the memory of these receptionists became that after Zhang Yuan had exchanged the props and left, a man in black came here and took the password box with his badge. The reason why he weighs so many hands and feet is to support Sabrina, to destroy surveillance, and even to erase memory, mainly for the purpose of secrecy. With Giovanni, as long as no one finds out, it's fine. Even if Giovanni wants to make a fuss about it, it's just empty word. But if video files were left behind, or if his cooperation with Giovanni was exposed to the eyes of a third person, it would not be so beautiful. Zhang Yuan didn't go to see what gift Giovanni had prepared for him. He shoved the box into the inventory and left the Celadon, Rainbow Game Room. Quote 777. The restaurant recommended by Gary is very good. Both the environment and the taste are very suitable for Zhang Yuan's appetite. So Zhang Yuan spared Gary generously and didn't tell Professional Oak about his addiction to the arcade. Are you going to challenge Celadon, Rainbow Gym tomorrow? Sabrina sucked the last piece of macaroni into her mouth and rushed down the river. Do you want me to tell you a little bit about Erica? Zhang Yuan touched Sabrina's forehead, which confused Sabrina for a while. Why are you touching my head? No fever. Do you think Erica's Vileplume can beat my Salamence or my Gengar? I can't beat it. Sabrina responded, covering her face. She was stupid again. Although Sabrina is a mature performance most of the time, sometimes she is really stupid and cute. Zhang Yuan put a piece of steak into his mouth. Speaking of which, the staff in the league has been very nervous recently. Keen has asked me if I have time recently, and wants me to help. Before Zhang Yuan and Keen said that they would take a month off, but obviously Keen could not let Keen give up his support at this busy juncture. From what my dad said, the league and the Team Rocket played pretty hard on the 7 islands and the Seafoam Island, and the 4 Elite's Lance Crossing and Lorelei rushed over. Is there such a thing? Although I always heard that the Alliance and Team Rocket fought fiercely on the front line, I didn't expect the 4 Elites to roll up their sleeves and end the game in person. The 4 Elites all ended up doing it themselves, which shows how frantic Team Rockets has now reached. It is said that the Team Rockets have the idea of playing the 3 Holy Bird, but it is only a rumor, and the league has not been able to confirm it. 3 Sacred Bird. I don't really like them. Zhang Yuan wasn't interested in the 3 Sacred Bird because as a divine beast, its power was too weak, so weak that Deoxys could easily hang them one-on-one. The Alliance didn't want Team Rockets to capture the 3 Holy Birds, so the 2 sides fought. If this fight goes on, I'll have to join the fight sooner or later. Zhang Yuan saw it thoroughly. Kanto Team Rockets is too strong. So strong that the entire Kanto Alliance is unable to control the situation. In the absence of combat power, it is impossible for him to stay out of the situation. Things shouldn't develop to such a bad point. Sabrina was uncertain. Despite serving as interim prosecutor, Sabrina never imagined that Team Rockets would one day go to war with the Alliance. Zhang Yuan was noncommittal. Who can say such a thing? It's always right to plan ahead. After coming to this world for so long, Zhang Yuan has discovered that this world is not a game world, not a world of special comic, but it is not limited to animation setting. In short, he does not dare to guess the plot without ground. Pay the bill, go back to the hotel, and have nothing to say all night. The next day Zhang Yuan and Sabrina got up early and came to gym in Celadon, Rainbow City. The gym built in the botanical garden still looks like a gloom. Zhang Yuan touched his chin. It very distinctive. Walking in the botanical garden, Zhang Yuan admired the well-tended flowers and plants in front of him. It's really beautiful. It's more natural than my saffron gym. Sabrina also praised Zhang Yuan-kun. And Sabrina. Erica came out of the Taoist temple and saw Zhang Yuan and the two in the center of the venue at a glance, and then quickly greeted them. I'm sorry, I was dealing with Jim just now and didn't greet the two of you. Erica quickly apologized. It's nothing, I just visited the botanical garden. You take care of these plants much better than I thought. Zhang Yuan waved his hand and didn't care. Besides, I came to Celadon, Rainbow Gym this time, not only because of your invitation. Erica heard the words with a confused expression, not knowing what Zhang Yuan meant. Let's have a Pokemon battle, and challenge you as my rookie trainer. Zhang Yuan said, battle, or as a rookie trainer? Erica took a long time to recover and looked at Zhang Yuan in surprise. Is Zhang Yuan really a rookie trainer? I thought you were lying to that poacher before. Boss, Zhang Yuan's strength, no matter how you look at it, doesn't look like the strength that a rookie trainer can have. Which rookie trainer have you seen? Always Salaman, always melodic. Strictly speaking, the traveling rookie trainer is my true identity. Interpol is only part-time and occasionally help the league with some trouble. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, this time I came to Celadon, Rainbow City mainly to challenge Jim, so you won't mind. With his rank, to challenge Celadon, Rainbow Jim, it feels a bit bullying. How could that be? Erica shook her head when she heard the word. It is our gym trainer's duty to accept the challenges of the trainers. Since Zhang Yuanjin is here for the gym challenge, I will tell you about the Celadon, Rainbow Gym battle rules. Celadon, Rainbow Gym adopts a 0.63v3 battle mode, with 3 Pokemon on each side. Challengers can change Pokemon in battle, but gym trainers cannot. When all 3 Pokemon on one side lose their combat power, the other side win. Rules are still that of Saffron Gym, but changed from 2v2 to 3v3. I understand the rules. Start now. Erica nodded, and the two walked to the two ends of the field to stand. Referee holds the flag high. Trainer challenger Zhang Yuan from Pallet Town vs. Celadon, Rainbow Gym. Gym trainer Erica. The game starts now. Erica bowed slightly. I also asked Zhang Yuanjun for more advice. The next chapter will be updated tomorrow morning. So sleepy. Chapter 105 Charmeleon vs. Victreebel. The challenger who can make the leader bow. This is the first time I've seen it. On the stand next to the venue, a group of young girls sat around watching the fight between Zhang Yuan and Erica below. They were all gym and perfume shop staff. Unlike Saffron Gym, every time Celadon, Rainbow Gym challenges, there will be many idle gym staff to watch. Looking at the appearance of the leader, this handsome guy looked very strong. I heard from the leader that he was in Celadon, Rainbow Forest yesterday, the trainer who caught poachers with the leader. He's really handsome and has such a sense of justice. I feel like I'm already in love with him. The girls had a heated discussion about this, and the topic content was not at all polite. Sabrina even directly blocked their conversation with confusion so as not to be affected. My first Pokemon was Charmeleon. The Pokeball, Charmeleon, who had not been out for a long time, roared, looking full of fighting spirit. There is no such thing as a first right. Charmeleon can counter 13 Erica's Pokemon. Erica looked at the imposing Charmeleon with brightly colored skin. Since the opponent is Zhang Yuanjun, then I won't hold back anymore. Go, Victreebel. Throwing the Pokeball, a yellow Victreebel about several times the size of a Charmeleon appeared on the field. Green leaves grow on the sides of the body and on the top of the head. Fangs are exposed in the yellow mouth, and the eyes near the mouth are very sharp and look fierce. Its leader, as Victreebel. It seems that leader is serious this time. Normally there are rookie trainers to challenge Jim. Erica usually sends Tangela, Gloom and Weepenbell. This time, Victreebel is sent as soon as they come up. Obviously the opponent is very powerful. Charmeleon, be careful, the opponent is not easy. Zhang Yuan felt Victreebel's momentum and reminded Charmeleon next to him. Erica's eye was really strong. Comparing with the 3 Cerulean sisters who did not seek to be motivated cultivated in Cerulean City. It was a stark contrast between positive examples and negative examples. Roar. Charmeleon spewed a cloud of fire. The flames on his tail skyrocketed. The temperature around his body increased, and his fighting spirit was high. Zhang Yuanjin's Charmeleon has been cultivated very well, but I will not give up. Victreebel uses Bullet's E. Although he has a negative attribute, Erica will not easily admit defeat. Gah. The leaves on top of Victreebel's head were lifted. The seeds were spit out from his mouth, and he used Bullet's seed. Charmeleon. Flamethrower. Burn them all. Roar. Charizard spewed out a mouthful of flame, and the seeds shot in front of him were burnt to black ashes. Don't stop. Put the flames on Victreebel. Hearing Zhang Yuan's order, the flames that Charmeleon had just weakened increased again, and the raging flames burned all the way to Victreebel along the direction of the Bullet seed. Victreebel. Hyper Beam. Blocked the flamethrower. Victreebel was too big, and when Erica realized what Zhang Yuan wanted to do, it was too late to dodge, so she had to make remedial measures. Gahoo. Victreebel opened his mouth, and a yellow light condensed in the center of the dark mouth. When flamethrower was about to hit Victreebel, Hyper Beam finally finished charging. Boom. Flamethrower and Hyper Beam bombarded together, and flamethrower had an underwhelming performance. Zhang Yuan-kun, my Victreebel is much higher in level than your Charmeleon. Erica, who entered the battle, was a little out of step, especially when she gained an advantage. You're right, in terms of the power of the two moves and the level of the Pokemon on both sides, Victreebel is definitely more dominant. Zhang Yuan smiled. Seeing Zhang Yuan's smiling expression, Erica immediately felt a little bad, but before she could think of Zhang Yuan's plan, Zhang Yuan spoke again. Victreebel's Hyper Beam can completely block Charmeleon under normal circumstances, but didn't you realize that flamethrower is too close to Victreebel? No, Victreebel, get out of the way. Late. Charmeleon, detonate the flamethrower. Instead of fighting with Hyper Beam, flamethrower detonated under Charmeleon's control, and the raging flames turned into ember and exploded in the sky. The blast caused ember to float towards Victreebel, and Victreebel, who was still rigid, didn't have time to dodge just after he was released to play Hyper Beam. Blossoming ember landed on it, making it growl in pain, and there were spots of burn marks on its body. Although it was only a flame that exploded, the damage to Victreebel was still very high. Zhang Yuan's move made the girl's onlookers exclaim, how could the flamethrower still be used like this? Taking a deep breath to calm herself down, Erica looked at Zhang Yuan, who was commanding Charizard in an orderly manner, with a look of admiration in her eyes. Victreebel, ingrain, and use Magical Leaf. Magical Leaf comes with a tracking effect, which is a sure-to-hit move. There was a burst of green light on the two leaves that could barely be called hands beside Victreebel, and the two leaves drew an arc from both sides of the field to attack Charmeleon. How much damage will a high-level Victreebel do to Charmeleon? Even if the grass-type Pokemon's damage to Charmeleon is only half, Zhang Yuan doesn't intend to use Charmeleon's physical strength to try. Charmeleon, Fire Punch, burn the Magical Leaf. Roar. Charmeleon jumped up, covered the flames with both hands, and smashed the flying Magical Leaf from the air. Victreebel, charge now. Solar Beam. Seizing the chance that Charmeleon couldn't interrupt his skills in midair, Erica quickly ordered Victreebel to charge up. Mouth open, Victreebel draws the power of the sunlight from the sunlight streaming in from the skylight, then raises his head and shoots it violently at Charmeleon. Don't get hit. Use the body slam to dodge. Charmeleon changed shape and fell sharply, narrowly avoiding Solar Beam, only to be tied up by Vine Whip afterward. Hot you. Victreebel with Leaf Powder. Swallow Charmeleon, then Acid. Erica commanded skillfully. This is her most common move. In the past, opponents who were hit by this set basically had no Pokemon and could still maintain their combat effectiveness. Make up for yesterday's third update. Chapter 100 Gengar vs Vileplume. Charmeleon, use the vortex of flame to wrap yourself and block Leaf Powder. Zhang Yuan said that as long as it wasn't in the game, he had 10,000 ways to restrain Sleep Powder. Roar. The flames on Charmeleon's tail soared, wrapping around Charmeleon's body, and the Sleep Powder turned into fly ash without a chance to fall, and the flames burned to Vine Whip. Victreebel had to loosen it because of pain. Charmeleon, don't give it a chance. Charmeleon, use Fire Blast. Sound. Charmeleon took a sharp breath, causing his not-so-big belly to bulge, and it seemed that a red light could be seen faintly. Roar. Flames erupt. A large flame ripped through the air and smashed into Victreebel ahead. Victreebel, get out of the way. Erica yelled anxiously. By this level of Fire Blast, you will definitely lose your combat effectiveness. God. Victreebel, as Growl murmured. Victreebel is also very desperate. It really wants to avoid it, but you ordered me to ingrain before, and now you ask me to pull it out. How can this thing be pulled out so easily? Victreebel is struggling to get the roots out, but Fire Blast isn't waiting. Boom. The large shape flames hit Victreebel, and the effect was amazing, knocking Victreebel out of combat in an instant. Even the flame has not been extinguished, there is a tendency to spread Victreebel burn up. When did Charmeleon's skills become so strong? Zhang Yuan was surprised. Under the nervous curious eyes of the audience and Erica I. Zhang Yuan quickly released Melodic to put out the fire for Victorybell, and put an aqua ring on it by the way. This way, things didn't turn into a situation where the rookie trainer brutally killed the beautiful gym trainer Pokemon. Erica didn't know the power of Charmeleon's skills, and naturally she didn't know that her Victorybell had just turned around before the gate of hell. She just thought it was because the fire-type moves were too powerful. Victorybell loses combat ability. Charmeleon battle victory tilde. Erica put away Victorybell with a Pokeball and handed it over to the Taoist Temple staff to send it to the Pokemon Center. Zhang Yuanjin is really strong. Even I can't beat your Charmeleon with Victorybell. Proper restraint is enough. Zhang Yuan glanced at Charmeleon, who was in high spirit, but the flames on his tail were a little sluggish. And my Charmeleon's stamina is not enough. Come back, Charmeleon. Since Charmeleon is already exhausted, he will lose if he continues to fight, so substitution is very necessary. Gengar, I'll leave it to you. Gah. Gengar jumped out of the shadows with a wicked grin on his mouth. He had been squatting in the shadows watching Charmeleon fight, and he wanted to fight for a long time. Vileplume, you go. Erica, who had seen Gengar's power in previous battles, felt the pressure, and dispatched her aide. Laffy tilde. Vileplume stood on the field with a look of fighting spirit, exuding a peculiar fragrance from its body, but Gengar apparently can't smell it, because it doesn't have a nose at all. We're on. Gengar, Shadow Sneak. Vileplume, Razor Leaf. The continuous Shadow Sneak was cut by the Razor Leaf, and the Razor Leaf was annihilated by the Shadow Sneak. At the same time, there were also the Mist Shadow Sneak and Razor Leaf hitting each other. Gengar wobbled ghostly around the field, dodging every attack with precision. It's amazing. Whether it's Zhang Yuan or Leader, they're amazing. Where have the Melon Eaters seen such a high-end battle on the spot? In the past, the strongest challengers to Celadon, Rainbow Gym were only trainers of Gary's level. These days, battles at the core conference level are rare. Zhang Yuan's Gengar is far more flexible than Erica expected. Vileplume, use Sunny Day. As a gym trainer, Erica naturally has the means to deal with ghost Pokemon, and Sunny Day can have a great restrictive effect on the ghost Pokemon that Gengar is used to living in the dark. Want to change venues? Not so easy. Gengar, taunt and then stealth. Zhang Yuan knew better than Erica that Gengar didn't like sunlight. Gah. Gengar grimaced at Vileplume, twisted his butt again, and made Vileplume's eyes fire, and then Gengar didn't care about turning around and disappeared. Laffy. The disappearance of Gengar made Vileplume's anger unable to vent, and violently attacked the surrounding with Razor Leaf, losing his mind. Vileplume, Sunny Day. Erica quickly ordered, but Vileplume ignored it and still used Razor Leaf to shoot around, trying to find Gengar. This is the charm of Taunt's move. As long as it is cheap enough, arrogant enough, and able to draw hatred, the opponent will be played with applause. Quote. Take advantage of now. Lick your tongue. Another classic tactic. Gengar licked Vileplume's small body with one tongue, making Vileplume a shock. When he shivered, his mind went blank. The huge flower on the top of the head almost stood up, and Vileplume even sprayed a lot of pollen from the center of the body. Pollen, which I don't know if it was paralysis powder or sleep powder. Gengar shrank and hid in Vileplume's shadow very skillfully. Fortunately, the top flower of Vileplume is big enough and the shadow is big enough, otherwise it may not be able to hold the fatter Gengar. Vileplume, Solar Beam attacks the shadow under your feet. Laffy. Vileplume didn't move. First, it was in a state of paralysis. The second is that its small head really can't think of how to use its head to use the Solar Beam to attack the shadow under its feet. Gengar, fix it. The last Shadow Sneak. Looking at the stupid and cute Vileplume, Zhang Yuan couldn't stand it any longer, and ordered Gengar to solve the battle directly. Gah. 3 consecutive Shadow Sneak. Gengar used Shadow Sneak to knock out the paralyzed Vileplume. Vileplume is incapacitated. Gengar wins. The referee waved the flag, and Zhang Yuan took the second victory lightly. Leader's Vileplume actually lost. There was an exclamation from the stand next to the venue. Chapter 1. The temperature has dropped sharply in the past 2 days, and it is freezing cold to go out. Chapter 107. Kabuto Incubation. Erica's Vileplume is very strong, and ordinary Pokemon will be knocked down with a few basic moves, but now it is easily solved by Zhang Yuan with a Gengar who has no attribute restraint relationship. After losing 2 games in a row, Erica was also a little nervous. Sabrina sat on the sidelines and watched all this with a smile. She knew more about Zhang Yuan's strength than these audience members. Although Gengar's previous battles were wonderful, Gengar still didn't use his full strength. Then my third Pokemon. Go, Ivysaur. Erica threw the Pokeball. Ivysaur showed up on the field very nervous, and in Pokeball he saw how Vileplume was defeated. The opponent is Ivysaur. Gengar, you keep going. Zhang Yuan continued to use Gengar. Gengar didn't use much energy when fighting Vileplume, and it was more than enough to fight another one. Seeing Zhang Yuan continue to send Gengar, Erica had a bitter fate. The next third battle is nothing to say. Finally, the strongest ace Vileplume lost his fighting ability, and Ivysaur, who was sent by Erica, was not well trained. Although it can be seen that this Ivysaur is fighting hard, but compared with the cunning Gen 603 Ghost, this Ivysaur is still too young. Throughout the game, Ivysaur was played around by Gengar. Finally, in Gengar's Sucker Punch, the fight is over. Ivysaur is incapacitated. Gengar wins. Since all three Pokemon of Gym Trainer Erica are incapacitated, the winner of this challenge is Zhang Yuan from Pallet Town. Zhang Yuanjin is really strong. Away the unconscious Venusaur, Erica said sincerely. Since Salamence, who had appeared before, only a low-level Charmeleon and Gengar, she defeated her carefully cultivated Pokemon. Whether it was Charmeleon's use of attribute restraint to defeat the weak, or Gengar's cunning tactic, she was convinced to lose. This is the Celadon Rainbow Badge. Please take it. A white and tender hand stretched out, and a colorful badge lay on Erica's hand. Zhang Yuan took the badge, put it on his body, and counted it carefully, including the badge of Celadon Rainbow Gym. He already had a full 6 badges. Thanks a lot then, Erica. No, it should be me thanking Zhang Yuan-jun. I learned a lot from this battle. Erica's shook her head seriously. Well, Zhang Yuan said this kind of thing. Just follow Erica's word. In Celadon Rainbow Gym and drank Erica's tea. Then the three discussed the current alliance situation. After reaching a consensus, Zhang Yuan rejected Erica's request for lunch, and left with Sabrina. Say goodbye to Erica and return to the hotel from gym. Sitting on the hotel sofa, Zhang Yuan looked at the Pokemon eggs that were constantly shaking on the coffee table in front of him. Reason why he refused Erica's invitation to have lunch with the two of them was that Kabuto was suddenly about to hatch. Zhang Yuan, what kind of Pokemon is in this egg? Sabrina carefully looked at the Pokemon egg for a long time, and finally gave up identifying the type of Pokemon from the egg, and turned to ask Zhang Yuan. Kabuto, the fossil you gave me earlier. Zhang Yuan took out the food specially prepared for the newly hatched Pokemon, which he did not know when he got it out of the box, and set it up. Really resurrected? Sabrina asked in surprise. Kabuto has existed for 300 million years, belongs to the extinct Pokemon, and is common sense written in textbook. I extracted Kabuto's genes from fossils through the ancient Pokemon resurrection technology at Bill Professor at Bill's Lighthouse, and then resurrected BDFA it. It sounds amazing. Sabrina, who has not been exposed to this technology, is not aware of it. Pokemon eggs that had been shaking slightly on the table became violently quivering. Small cracks appeared on the surface of the Pokemon egg, and brown claws protruded from the crack. A weak growl came out of the egg, and then the cracks on the surface of the egg became bigger and bigger, and finally the whole eggshell shattered. A khaki shell with 4 short legs and 2 red Kabuto with eyes hidden under the shell appeared in front of the two. Kabuto approached Zhang Yuan, seemed a little close, and kept rubbing Zhang Yuan's hand with his carapace. After cleaning Kabuto's eggshells, Zhang Yuan put the prepared Pokemon food in front of Kabuto. Smelling the food, Kabuto moved its 4 short legs and quickly approached the food, at a speed not like a newborn Pokemon. I remember Kabuto as a rock plus water type Pokemon. Yes, as a fossil Pokemon, Kabuto is indeed a rock plus water type. Zhang Yuan tapped Kabuto's shell lightly and made a thumping sound. Kabuto shook his body dissatisfied, until Zhang Yuan stopped knocking its shell. It continued to eat the Pokemon food that Zhang Yuan prepared for it. What a smart Kabuto. It's protesting you knocking on its carapace. Sabrina covered her mouth and smiled when she saw this scene. Zhang Yuan is not surprised, but Kabuto's potential is judged as high by the appraisal technique. If he is not smart, how can he be cultivated as a combat Pokemon? You still have to take care of the newly born Pokemon, Zhang Yuan said, and took out a luxury ball from his backpack. Kabuto, who had just eaten his first meal, Kabuto was sucked into the ball without any resistance. In Zhang Yuan's opinion, the luxury ball is a very comfortable Pokemon ball, which is very suitable for cultivating Pokemon in the infancy. The truth is this, but even those wealthy families are not so extravagant, and use the luxury ball with a unit price of 200,000 plus to specially cultivate new Pokemon. Okay, let's get ready. Let's head off in the afternoon and go to the next gym. Sabrina flipped through the map. The next gym is Fuchsia Gym. The road is a bit rough. It's okay. Anyway, with Salamence around, no matter how hard the road is, it doesn't matter. Sabrina nodded. That's the benefit of having a flying type Pokemon. Make up a little bit of Calvin before. Chapter 108 Gift from Hoenn. Of course, even with flying type Pokemon, it's more interesting to take your own time when traveling. Speaking of which, Sabrina, how's your Jigglypuff? I think it's been this puffy since yesterday. Zhang Yuan looked at Jigglypuff, who was being held in Sabrina's arms, struggling constantly, but was always controlled by confusion and couldn't break free. Tilda said, I'm subduing it. Sabrina hugged Jigglypuff tightly. After all, the Pokemon exchanged from the exchange hall is not your own own Pokemon. If you want to make it recognize you completely, you have to subdue it again. That's right. So, I released it with a Pokemon ball, and now Jigglypuff is in a wild state, Sabrina said, using confusion to control Jigglypuff and pat it on the head. Stop it, you're not soothing it. Jigglypuff is about to cry. Zhang Yuan complained, but he didn't care. Judging from Jigglypuff's appearance, it was not far from being subdued by Sabrina. There is always pain in life, and Pokemon is no exception. Zhang Yuan looked at the blue light that flashed in Sabrina's eyes from time to time, and couldn't help but feel that psychic is really a good thing. Since he already has psychic, he needs to exercise for a long time. Just as Zhang Yuan was packing up and preparing to leave again, Gary suddenly sent such a message on the communicator. Do you want Zhang Yuan to challenge Celadon, Rainbow Gym together in the afternoon? Zhang Yuan didn't reply. He took a photo of his badge and sent it to Gary. Gary, who was at the Pokemon Center at this time, twitched the corner of his mouth when he saw the picture, turned around and dialed a video call with Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, when are you going to challenge Celadon, Rainbow Gym? Gary was shocked. He just found out that Celadon, Rainbow Gym opened today, and Zhang Yuan has already completed the challenge. This speed is too fast. Did Zhang Yuan stay up all night waiting for Celadon, Rainbow Gym to open the door, and stared at Celadon, Rainbow Gym all night? Morning, I got the Celadon, Rainbow badge in the morning, and I'm about to leave Celadon, Rainbow City. Zhang Yuan replied as a matter of course, and then pretended to be surprised. Gary, you didn't know that Celadon, Rainbow Gym opened. News from the museum. Quote. Zhang Yuan, can your expression be more exaggerated? Gary wants to hit people now. I advise you to go as soon as possible. Celadon, Rainbow Gym has been closed for so many days. I'm afraid there are too many trainers who want to challenge Erica now. Hearing this, Gary subconsciously looked behind him and saw at a glance that several trainers who were obviously rookie trainers hurried out of the Pokemon Center. As far as I know, the number of people who can challenge Celadon, Rainbow Gym is limited every day, and each challenger has to fill out an application form. Zhang Yuan said here with a long tone. Let's talk another day. I'll hang up first. Before Zhang Yuan could finish speaking, Gary hurried out. He didn't want to be pulled down by Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan had already set off for the next gym, so he had to set off quickly. I am really impatient. Zhang Yuan said that he hadn't finished speaking. According to Zhang Yuan's knowledge, the Pokemon that Erica usually uses to deal with challengers are Gloom, Weepinbell and Ivysaur. Apart from these three, Erica has only Victreebel, Vileplume and Tangela. Victreebel, Vileplume, and Ivysaur were defeated by Zhang Yuan, and there were only 3 Pokemon left in Erica's hand. It is foreseeable that as long as one person defeats any of Erica's Pokemon before Gary's gym challenge may be in vain. Sabrina looked at Zhang Yuan's smiling face and was speechless. She was already an Interpol man, and she bullied children every day. Well, in Sabrina's eyes, Zhang Yuan is no longer a child. No matter from his usual behavior, Zhang Yuan cannot be regarded as a child. Little did he know that Zhang Yuan, who was labeled a precocious boy by Sabrina, was putting the last piece of clothing into his inventory. At this time, he was wearing a white suit, wearing ghost observation sunglasses, and he deliberately put on a blank face, like a Union Superior prosecutor. Copying his pocket with one hand and looking in the mirror, Zhang Yuan looked at it carefully and finally came to a conclusion. I am really handsome. Sabrina just pretended not to hear Zhang Yuan's narcissistic word. Let go, have a meal in a while. Let go, Zhang Yuan said, going to the next town before dark. For flowers. Just after he finished speaking, the communication device in his hand vibrated again. This time, it was not a communication device, but the liaison device of Interpol. Again, usually no one calls him for a few days, but today suddenly there are 2 consecutive calls. What are you doing? And he told Keen before that he didn't want to take up the mission recently. How could there be any communication coming? It was a little uncomfortable, but Zhang Yuan still put the earplugs in his ears. Hey, this is Zero. Zhang Yuan threw the Pokeball in his hand while talking on the phone. Is it the Zero police officer? A girl came from the phone. I'm the correspondent of the Alliance. Do you have time now? Keen, he imagined, but the lead correspondent. You have a package sent from the Hoenn Alliance. Please go to the nearest Pokemon Center to sign for it, and we will deliver the item to it later. The Pokemon world is technologically advanced, and the Alliance has teleportation devices for Pokemon and Pokemon Prop in major Pokemon centers. Just pack things into the Pokeball and it's easy to transport. Zhang Yuan wondered. Hoenn region. I remember I didn't know anyone in Hoenn region, right? Although it is good to have express delivery, Zhang Yuan doesn't know the people from Hoenn region. What if some organization like Team Magma and Team Aqua hears about their reputation and wants to get rid of them in advance? In this package is a thank you gift from the Hoenn Cruise Group, which was specially sent to thank you for saving the St. Anne. Hoenn Cruise Group. I remembered. Okay, I'll go to the Pokemon Center later. Zhang Yuan said. It is a good thing thing for someone to give a gift. He saved the San Anu by himself before. The president of Hoenn Cruises said that he wanted to give him a big gift, but he didn't know what it was. Okay, we'll contact you when you arrive. To make up for the update, I have been thinking about the following plot all day: whether to innovate while maintaining stability, or to let myself go. This is a very serious question. Chapter 109 4 Pokeball. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Yuan shrugged at Sabrina. Let go to the Pokemon Center first. Someone sent me something. Let go. It just happened to be on the way. Sabrina hugged Jigglypuff and said, leave the hotel, walk all the way, think all the way. Zhang Yuan has been thinking about the big gift that Hoenn Cruises gave him. Pokemon, or the latest technology product developed by Hoenn. But since it's a big gift, the last item should be crossed out. So, is it a rare item or a Pokemon? Sabrina was speechless when she heard Zhang Yuan's muttering, then grabbed Jigglypuff in her arms and pinched it left and pinched again, making Jigglypuff feel very hurt. Celadon, Rainbow Pokemon Center 003. Although it's daytime, the Pokemon Center, which used to be full, doesn't have many trainers today because today is the day Celadon, Rainbow Gym reopened. Most trainers go to Celadon, Rainbow Gym to challenge Erica, so the Pokemon Center is rarely free. Thinking that Gary had to face so many competitors, Zhang Yuan observed 3 seconds of silence for Gary, and then borrowed the teleportation device from Nurse Joy. Hello, I'm here. You can send it over here. The teleportation location is the number 3 teleporter at the Pokemon Center in Celadon, Rainbow City. Zhang Yuan replayed the call just now. Zhang Yuan looked at the transmission device in front of him, and wanted to take it apart to see how it worked, but after thinking about it, he still held back the idea of making trouble. Okay, Zhang Yuan is watching. Please wait. The transmission has started. The female voice in the communicator sounded. Nourish. The teleporter in front of him suddenly shot a red light, and then a Pokeball quickly took shape. Zhang Yuan took the Pokeball and was about to open it, but saw that the teleporter glowed red again. Sitting on the sofa in the single room, Zhang Yuan lined up the 4 Pokeballs on the coffee table. Sabrina, what do you think will be in these 4 Pokeballs? Thought there was only 1 Pokeball. Received 4 at a time, which made him a little confused. I don't know. Sabrina was speechless, and she didn't know how to predict. How could she know what was in the Pokeball? She hadn't even touched the San Anu that Zhang Yuan rescued. I guess you don't know either. Zhang Yuan touched his chin and continued to stare at Pokeball. Quote. Sabrina clenched her teeth tightly. Zhang Yuan, cough. Don't be angry. Anger will make wrinkles. You will know what put them out. Zhang Yuan coughed twice and quickly changed the subject. Pick up a Pokeball and press it lightly on the button in the middle. A white light flashes, and a long silver-gray object jumps out and floats in midair. This is Beldum. Silver-gray, with a long, angular body, a spherical one-eyed at the front and sharp claws at the back. Beldum floated in front of Zhang Yuan like a surveillance probe as a whole. It turned out to be Beldum. Sabrina also looked at the Pokemon in surprise. That Hoenn Cruise group is really generous. As the leader of Psychic Gym, Sabrina is naturally a Pokemon who understands this Steel plus Psychic, and its final evolution type Metagross, as the main Pokemon of Hoenn region champion Steven, is famous throughout the league. Beldum is extremely rare, and the catch rate is horribly low. It is the most difficult to catch Pokemon among all quasi-gods. Now it has been given as a gift by the Hoenn Cruise group. This is just Beldum, as word. Then, Zhang Yuan opened the other 3 Pokeballs in turn. After 3 white light, the 4 Beldum floated in the air. Seeing the rest of the companion, the previous Beldum leaned over and communicated in Beldum's unique way. Big money. Zhang Yuan clicked his tongue. It's really a big deal, and I can take out 4 Beldums in one breath. Sabrina admired. 4 Beldum. Metang needs 2 Beldum combined evolution. Metagross needs 2 Metang combined evolution. 4 Beldum just make up the number of 4 in one evolution to Metagross. It is certain that the other party's gift to Zhang Yuan was carefully considered. Dratini and Kanto. Just how much courage does it take to give them as gift? After all, others don't have the same system as him to open rare Pokemon. The rare Pokemon like Beldum can be said to be 1 less than 1. First put the 4 Beldums back into the Pokeball. Zhang Yuan touched his chin and pondered the reason why the other party gave him such a precious gift. If it was said that the other party sent such a precious gift of thanks just because he saved the San Anu, Zhang Yuan would definitely not believe it. Although the kindness for saving the San Anu was great, it was not so great. If we had to quantify it, the value of 1 Beldum was enough, but the other party sent 4. He thought about it carefully. There was only one possibility, that is, the other party saw his potential and wanted to invest in advance. So I'm really my future star of the league. Zhang Yuan was used to being called, and he acquiesced to this title. As an excellent young man who has just become a trainer and climbed to the position of the police inspector of Interpol, Zhang Yuan has a promising promising future. Particular, behind him are the league professional Oak and Bill Professor, who are also appreciated by Kanto 4 elite Agatha and Land Crossing. If there is no accident, it will definitely become a high-level Interpol or become an alliance champion in the future, and it makes sense to invest in advance. This is the charm of power. Zhang Yuan smiled to himself. 4. As for the 4 beldams this time, Zhang Yuan will naturally not refuse the Hoenn Cruise Group who came to send benefit. Anyway, beldam was handed over to him through the hands of the alliance, and it was not a bribe, plus it was a thank you gift. Zhang Yuan took it with a sense of peace of mind. Sabrina, let go, called Sabrina neck to him. Let go early, and get to the neck town before sunset. And there is time to study on Beldam Road, not in a hurry. The pokeball around his waist, Zhang Yuan and Sabrina pushed open the door, greeted Nurse Joy, and headed away from Celadon, Rainbow City. Update, ask for a full order. Chapter 110 Gringi City. The next stop after Celadon, Rainbow City is Beauty Street, but after replenishing the Beauty Street full of killers, the two did not intend to stop at all, and set off directly to the next stop. Zhang Yuan didn't plan to find any breeders here, because it was unnecessary for him to find a Pokemon breeder. Rushingly letting others meddle in the cultivation of his own Pokemon will only disrupt the rhythm of his own cultivation of Pokemon. What's more, Zhang Yuan possesses the magical skills of identification, so he can completely adjust himself if there is a problem in the training. Take a light bulb breeder on the road. How can you enjoy the world of 2 with Sabrina? The journey is actually a bit boring, but Zhang Yuan naturally has a way to spend his time. Nothing to take advantage of Sabrina training the newly hatched Kabuto and 4 beldam. Zhang Yuan's trip is very fulfilling. All the way over mountains and mountains, the two finally met the city after nearly a week of travel. Gringi City. This is a city known for its heavy industry, with many factories, large factory buildings and tall chimneys everywhere. Like other heavy industrial cities, Gringi City also adopt the development method of sacrificing the environment for economic development in the process of development, so the whole city is shrouded in Gringi all the year round, and it is difficult to see the sun even on sunny days. Gringi City, which has caused too much damage to the environment, has not had time to transform, and now it has fallen into decline. The environment of this place is really bad enough. Quote, whether it was the breath coming from the drainage ditch next to the street or the air with unknown dust, it would never make Zhang Yuan feel good about the city. Gengar, on the other hand, liked the environment very much, poking his head out of the shadows from time to time. The gloomy environment and the poisonous gas in the air, if coupled with some negative energy, will definitely be very suitable for Gengar to survive. Gringi City was the largest industrial city in the Kanto Alliance before. However, due to the Alliance's promotion of environmental protection, development of new energy and new industries in recent years, a large number of high-polluting enterprises have been shut down, so Gringi City has gradually declined. Sabrina is familiar with the city of Gringi, and she wears a mask on her face to keep out the dust in the air. Why are you so familiar with this place? Because I came here for a mission before, and I stayed for about half a month. Said for half a month. Sabrina's brows also frowned, obviously having bad memory. Half a month. Zhang Yuan sniffed the choking air. It's really good that Sabrina can stay here for half a month. No one thought about managing the environment in Gringi City. It stands to reason that the Alliance should find a way. The Alliance is busy dealing with Team Rocket, but I heard that Sylph has considered investing in governance. But first, the cost is too high, and the governance environment is a long-term project, and it is difficult to get benefits in the short term. Governance. Quote, Sabrina's words reminded Zhang Yuan of President Sylph's smiling old fox. Said that the old fox will not ask for anything in return, and is enthusiastic about the public welfare cause helping Hand Alliance to govern the environment of an entire city. Zhang Yuan didn't believe it. He felt that Sylph's show was far more important than public welfare. Come on, go to the Pokemon Center first. Nurse Joy of Gringi City Pokemon Center is a little lazy, maybe knowing that there is no future in a declining city like Gringi City. She is far less motivated and slack than Joy in other places. Yan. Joy called Yan. I'm sorry you two. I was disturbed by the noise from the factory next to me yesterday, and I didn't rest well. Do you two need helping hand? Zhang Yuan didn't care that she was so lazy. My Pokemon needs to recover. Can you help us arrange accommodation by the way? In fact, after daring for so long, he is also very sleepy now, and he understands Joy's current feeling of strong fighting spirit and still working. He spoke. He took out Charmeleon and Kabuto's Pokeball. No problem. Please wait a moment. Seeing the Pokemon ball, Joy took a casual and serious attitude. The Pokeball to Joy. Turning around, Zhang Yuan suddenly found Sabrina studying a poster by the wall. Sabrina, what are you looking at? Zhang Yuan leaned over. The poster on the wall was exaggerated. It had the word recruitment written next to Grimer. The poster was a little old and seemed to have been posted for a long time. grime. Look, the content is roughly that the power plant in this city is often troubled by the grimer in the sea. I hope that there are powerful trainers who can help solve the grimer in the sea, but the bonus is only a pitiful 200,000 yuan. No wonder no one took the mission for so long. Quote. Grimer. Speaking of this kind of Pokemon, one has to feel the magic of nature. Pokemon can be bred even in a polluted environment. Zhang Yuan, are you going to take action? I'm not interested. If I have the time to spare, I might as well find a keen and sign up to go to the front line to deal with Team Rocket. The contribution to the society is much greater than driving a few grimers away. He polluted the environment like this, causing grimer to multiply, which can be said to be self-inflicted. Zhang Yuan has no time to wipe the butt of these people, and most importantly, grimer really stink. You dislike grimer for being too stinky. Sabrina directly pierced Zhang Yuan's thought. Haha, report this matter to the league and let the league send someone to handle it. Zhang Yuan didn't deny it, and returned the matter to the league. He went to the side to contact Professor Oak. Professor Oak. Quote. Ah, it's Zhang Yuan. Seeing the figure on the screen, Professor Oak was pleasantly surprised. Long time no see. How's your trip recently? Zhang Yuan can even see the messy interior of the research institute through the screen, but strangely, Professor Oak didn't eat instant noodles today. The trip has been going well recently. As for the badges, Zhang Yuan showed his badges to Professional Oak. There are already 6, and the last 2 will be collected. Haha, you are the fastest among this group of rookies. Even Gary has only collected 4. He is still challenging Celadon, Rainbow Gym in Celadon, Rainbow City. Professor Oak said something that surprised Zhang Yuan. Update Chapter 111 Smelly. What? Gary is still challenging Celadon, Rainbow Gym. It's been a week, and Gary hasn't left Celadon, Rainbow, much beyond his expectation. Yeah, I heard him say there are too many people challenging Celadon, Rainbow Gym. He's been lining up there, and Ash is about to catch up. Quote. Quote. What a pity. If Ash catches up with the progress, the expression on Gary's face must be very exciting. But Zhang Yuan is even more regrettable that he can't see his expression. Cough twice to hide his schadenfreude, and he put the matter aside. Professor Oak, how's Lilith doing? Lilith, she is preparing for her final exam recently, and she spends all day reviewing her homework at home. Speaking of Lilith, Professor Oak also smiled. Yellow, she has been with Lilith lately, and they get along very well. Quote. In Zhang Yuan's mind, Lilith was holding a book, beating her little head with her hand, and reading hard. Well, when I get the remaining 2 badges, I will go back. Be careful out there. Interpol recently got into a fight with Team Rocket, and you have to take care of yourself, Professor Oak advised. Don't worry, don't you know my strength, Professional Oak. Zhang Yuan patted the Pokeball on his waist and hung up the phone. 970. Just as he turned his head to speak to Sabrina, a foul smell came from his nose, and it became more and more intense. What? It dang. What does it smell? Who is farting? Go out and let it go. The strong stench permeated the entire Pokemon Center. Whether it was the trainers or Pokemon who lived in the Pokemon Center, they covered their noses and looked like they were going to stink to death. It seems that not only did he smell it, Zhang Yuan looked at Sabrina, who frowned beside him. Sabrina. Zhang Yuan pulled Sabrina, who was using Psychic to drive away the smell, and took out the diving equipment he had purchased in Vermilion City from the inventory. Amidst a group of trainers staring at them with envy, jealousy and hatred, Zhang Yuan took out 2 respirators and connected them to the oxygen cylinder, and he and Sabrina inhaled the oxygen happily. How can someone travel around with diving equipment? It's not fair, said a big man with red eyes. Person next to him nodded in agreement. With a look of grief and indignation, he took a deep breath subconsciously, and was dizzy by the smell. Hey, boy, BDEC, hand over the oxygen bottle. Everyone is putting up with the stench. Are you embarrassed to use the oxygen bottle alone? Yes, did you hear what our boss said? Hurry up and hand over the oxygen bottle to get out. There are always some self-righteous idiots in this world. A guy who looks like a beastly clan shouted loudly, and there was a younger brother next to him. When did someone dare to make trouble at the Pokemon Center? Zhang Yuan was indifferent. He carried the oxygen cylinder on his back, and he was fine. What else did he do? Bastard, do you really look down on us? Seeing that Zhang Yuan was still standing there, he didn't move, and he threw the Pokeball out of anger. After the white light, a grumpy Voltorb appeared in the Pokemon Hall, and after smelling the stench, it became even more grumpy, with a faint red light emitting from its body. Hey, put Pokemon out at the Pokemon Center, or Voltorb, are you crazy? The trainer next to him groaned and shouted. The other trainers also hurriedly avoided. Run, then Voltorb is going to blow up. The experienced trainer screamed when he saw Voltorb's appearance. Get out of the way. Everyone calm down. There were dozens of people in the hall. You pushed me and I squeezed you, making a mess. Joy, who had just come out of the consultation room, couldn't dissuade him. Hey, you are afraid. You are afraid. Hand over the oxygen cylinder. I'm afraid you're not out of your mind. Zhang Yuan really didn't know where to jump out of such a strange creature. Didn't you see your boss's face being angry with you. Those who make trouble at the Pokemon Center will be permanently blacklisted by the Alliance. But Zhang Yuan just stared at the Voltorb calmly and snapped his fingers. Gengar, get rid of them. Quack. There was a strange growl in the air. A purple Gengar suddenly appeared behind Voltorb, and a Shadow Sneak pressed against Voltorb's head. Voltorb was hit by Shadow Sneak, and he didn't say a word. This is not over, because Zhang Yuan's order is to solve them. Gengar was instantly divided into two parts in midair. One was the main body and the other was the substitute. The two Gengars circled behind the two beasts and gave them a tongue-in-cheek move. Hey, so numb. The onlookers took a deep breath when they saw this. Then three were fainted by the inhaled scent. I'm Interpol 0. This is my police ID. Nurse Joy, you bring someone to tie them up and tell Jenny to deal with the assault police. Sabrina, you're here to protect the Pokemon Center. I'll go out and see what's going on. Showing the police officer ID of Interpol, Zhang Yuan stepped out of the Pokemon door under the shocked eyes of a trainer. It Interpol. Passers-by acclaim. No wonder I carry an oxygen bottle with me. It turns out to be Interpol, said a girl nympho. But, is there any necessary connection between Interpol and the oxygen bottle? When he walked outside the door, Zhang Yuan already had a rough guess about what was causing the stench. Gringy City. Think. These two keywords combined. The goal is only one thing. Looking up. Sure enough, on the street outside the Pokemon Center, there are a lot of Grimer and Muck. Not one or two, but a large group. Zhang Yuan saw nearly 100 of them. A group of Muck kept breathing stench and then searched for food on the streets of Gringy City. Why did this group of Muck suddenly appear? Do I have a passive that attract hatred? Zhang Yuan had a black question mark on his face, and said normally, shouldn't these Grimers wait until Ash arrives in Gringy City before rioting? I'm at least half a month faster than Ash. Why is it breaking out now? But when things came to an end, it was definitely impossible to shirk, and the only way to get rid of these Grimers was to find a way to get rid of them. Zhang Yuan threw the Pokeball, and there are not many Pokemon he can send out in the current situation. Deoxys can't be exposed. The huge Dragonite is released and Gringy City will be destroyed. Melodic S-word. It better to kill her than to release her. So, Renew. Chapter 112 Muck Battle. And cut the two stinkers who were rushing towards him in half with a knife in the air. Zhang Yuan threw the Pokeball into the air. Come out, Salaman. Roar. Salaman spreads his wings into the air. Stepping on Salaman's back, Zhang Yuan looked down at the entire city below from the height of Gringy City. Grimers appearing on the streets along the coast, and at the same time, Grimers kept crawling from the sea to the shore. Are these Muck crazy? So many Grimers have landed, although the number is not as good as the last Tentacool riot in Rampart, but Grimer 1 is much more difficult to deal with than Tentacool, and even if the number is small, it is still an unstoppable number for ordinary trainers. To deal with the poison-type Muck, it is best to use the ground-type or psychic Pokemon. 1-to-1 inverse attribute can still be played, but now 1-to-many can use Attribute Restraint or Attribute Restraint. Let's organize trainers to work together. Rather than struggling to resist everything, it is better to mobilize the power of the masses. As a glorious Union police officer, how can you be out of touch with the masses? To come from the masses to the masses is to go. Let Salamence lower the height. Zhang Yuan jumped to the ground, and then entered the Pokemon Center. Seeing Zhang Yuan come back, Sabrina's spirit is lifted. How's the situation outside? Sabrina asked. The rest of the trainers also covered their noses and listened carefully, which was related to their personal safety. It's full of Grimer and Muck outside. The whole street, maybe a few thousand. Zhang Yuan wrote lightly, listening to the trainers taking another breath of air. Well, after a few more sting, and being dragged down by joy, there are always people who don't have a long memory. What should I do? Notify the Alliance to send reinforcements. Sabrina's heart was also shocked when she heard the number of thousand. It takes time for the Alliance to come to support, and we told the Alliance before that it is called a rainy day. If we go to inform the Alliance to send people now, it can only show that I am incompetent, and I am not qualified for the position of the police. Zhang Yuan said to Sabrina. But Sabrina wanted to say something, but saw Zhang Yuan smiled and shook his head. And the Tentacool riots I faced in Ramparty before. These Mucks are little more than spectacle. The overwhelming Tentacool. These Muck are far behind in numbers. Saying that, Zhang Yuan walked to the front of the crowd and waved to make the crowd quiet down. Everyone should have heard what I said just now. So for the safety of Pokemon, for the sake of Gringy City, and for everyone's safety, Zhang Yuan looked around. Please do your part. Finally, he added, if anyone doesn't want to join us, they can say it. After listening to Zhang Yuan's word, the trainers at the Pokemon Center looked at each other. Everyone is a person who wants to save face. At this juncture, who has the nerve to say that they want to quit? And when Zhang Yuan went out just now, the Pokemon Center was also attacked by Grimer. Those who can come out to be trainers are all unwilling to be ordinary, and the wildness in their hearts also urged them to agree. Okay, trainers with psychic or ground-type Pokemon please go to the left, and other Pokemon to the right. Simply divide the people into two groups. Zhang Yuan and Sabrina lead the group to the door of the Pokemon Center. At this time, there was a burning feeling outside, and the air was dense with the smell of burning. In front, Zhang Yuan's salamence hovered in the sky, spewing flamethrower from time to time to burn the Grimer below. Many of the Grimers and Muck were roasted and incapacitated from the sticky slush state. Salaman. All the trainers saw Salaman. Their originally nervous heart suddenly calmed down. This is a quasi-god, and the enemy in front of him is nothing but a bunch of Muck. They have nearly 100 trainers in Salaman's raiding formation. How could they lose? Go! Suliba, use confusion. Pidgeotto, kill these Muck. Charmander, use flamethrower. Razor Leaf, Weepinbell, question mark. For flowers. A wave of Pokemon appeared on the street, and the Grimer and Muck were suddenly attacked on such a large scale that they suffered heavy damage for a while. When they reacted and used the sludge bomb to counterattack under Muck's command, they had already lost hundreds of Grimers. Roar. Salamence roared in the sky, and a flamethrower eliminated a piece of Grimer, then fluttered its wings and flew into the Grimer group, stomping on the ground with both feet. Boom. The stone brick floor cracked a huge gap, and the ground shook, but it was Salamence who launched the earthquake trick. One move, the effect was outstanding, and it was terrifying to kill all the Grimers within 100 meters of Hoenn. It's amazing. The trainers who saw this exclaimed. Ellipsis. The Battle of Salamence gave the trainers a good idea, and the ground-type Pokemon switched to Earthquake, a powerful move which, together with other Pokemon's thick point clearing, caused great damage to the Muck. The battle lasted for half an hour. Under the attack of the trainer with the Pokemon Center as logistic, Muck was continuously suppressed, and the rate of loss was fast. Perhaps beaten by the trainers and losing too many companions, the Muck started to retreat. Muck is gone. We won. But why is it still so stinky? The trainers cheered, and when they recalled the past together, they were a little like a dream. It is almost impossible to imagine that I personally shot back such a terrifying Muck group. Thank you for your help. I will report this matter to the Alliance, and please register your name with Joy, and rewards will be distributed later. Zhang Yuan laughed. Really? And a reward? Everyone was incredulous. Before they took action, they only thought it was a free help, and they never thought that there would be such a thing as a reward. Of course, Zhang Yuan didn't feel bad about taking other people's money to give gifts. He didn't intend to save money for the Alliance. This time he dealt with another big trouble for the Alliance, and the Alliance had to express something. As soon as the neck is tilted, the cervical spine clicked. Chapter 113 on the connection between Muck and Sylph Company. Zhang Yuan first organized a group of trainers with grass-type Pokemon to use the sweet scent to purify the air around the Pokemon Center, and also used confusion to invite the cluttered environment. In this way, the Pokemon Center is finally no longer filled with that stench, and he can also remove the oxygen cylinder. Nurse Joy, please help me to count the list. After walking to the service desk and handing over the list of statisticians to Nurse Joy, Zhang Yuan took the initiative to contact Keen for the first time in the past few weeks. A few weeks later, Keen is still looking weak, and his cough has gotten worse. Cough 0. Long time no see. Long time no see. Keen, I have something important to report to you this time. Zhang Yuan went straight to the topic. Keen 117 stared at the dark circles and flipped through the document. You talk, I'm listening. There was a Pokemon attack on humans just now in Gringy City. About several thousand Muck landed from the bottom of the sea and attacked the coastal street factory. At present, the trainers at the Pokemon Center and I have been repelled, and the casualties have not yet been counted. Zhang Yuan told him this matter in simple language. Is there really something wrong with Muck in Gringy? Keen asked, looking up. After listening to Zhang Yuan's report, Keen was unexpectedly not too surprised, but asked with a certain question. Feels like I knew early on that this was going to happen. So you already knew about this? Zhang Yuan asked Keen strangely. Normally, Keen should not know. I can't say that I already knew it. After the incident of Lamperkey, the Alliance launched a census of the entire Kanto region. The object of the census was the impact of human development on Pokemon in various places. Keen did not hide Zhang Yuan. The Alliance was really frightened by Lamperkey's huge tentacruel. Gringy, being the most polluted city in the Union and the focus of the census, we also found a large accumulation of muck under the seabed next to Gringy, which has been listed as a pending matter. Zhang Yuan frowned. Since it has been listed as a pending matter, why is no one to deal with it? Although the efficiency of the Alliance is not high, normally speaking, no matter how low the efficiency is for such a long time, it is time to solve the matter of Gringy City, and it is impossible to drag him to do it. It's still because of lack of manpower. Team Rocket suddenly attacked the three holy birds. The main force of the Alliance is busy guarding against Team Rocket, and our Interpol people can't get away. Thanks to you, otherwise this will have a bad impact again. A major event. Keen felt a little emotional. If every Interpol under him could be like Zhang Yuan, why would he be so tired? Then what is the Alliance going to do? The muck riot in Gringy is not that simple from my point of view. Not easy, you mean? Keen asked. It's been decades since Grindy City became what it is now, and these muck have lived here for decades, and they have been peaceful for more than 10 years. But when the Team Rockets and the Alliance started a war, a large number of muck attacked Grindy City. I'm going to say it's not related. Do you believe it? Zhang Yuan asked Keen back. If the small group of muck in the power plant in the animation clogged the generator can be explained by coincidence, but the muck riot of this scale cannot be explained by accident. Don't believe it. Keen was lost in thought, and finally shook his head heavily. Muck and human beings have been at peace for more than 10 years, but he chose to attack humans at this time. How could it be so coincidental? When the coincidence is too coincidental, it may not be a coincidence, or maybe, according to muck, their food is toxin from various factories in Grindy, which I think should be the reason. Zhang Yuan paused and continued. Before I came, I heard that Grindy City was doing environmental protection project recently, so I guess that it was the environmental protection project in Grindy City that caused Muck, who lived in the sewage pipe, to lose his food source. Muck, who had no food, had to go into Grindy to find food, which is why Muck attacked Grindy. Quote, things are easy to understand. The environmental protection project cost Muck food. Muck can only go ashore to find food. For Muck, this is just a simple settlement relocation, but it is a disaster for Grindy City. Although Zhang Yuan did not mention Sylph Company, Keen, who has a certain understanding of Grindy City, knows that Sylph Company is currently doing environmental protection project in Grindy City. It is also after the investigation by Sylph that the original large-scale governance plan was changed to today's small-scale pilot governance. If they want to do something, Sylph also has several high-polluting factories in Grindy, and it's not hard to do it. Is that so? I see. I will send someone to investigate in the next 2 days. Keen felt that he was too relaxed before. Zhang Yuan's investigation into Sylph Company in Saffron City last time was ambiguous, and now that such a thing broke out, Keen felt that it was necessary for him to report 12 points of vigilance to this unknown Sylph Company. Zhang Yuan nodded. Whether this was done by Sylph Company, he was just guessing, and there was no evidence. If it wasn't for Sylph, it would be fine. Keen's investigation should only be regarded as a routine investigation. It is really done by Sylph. Some of them will suffer. It can be regarded as these odors contaminated by himself. Revenge went back. By the way, I told these trainers before that as a thank you for their help in the work of the Alliance in 3.7, the Alliance will give them reward. Please report this for me. Things rewarded by trainers are small things. A trainer is rewarded with tens of thousands of dollars, which is a small amount of money, and Keen does not take it to heart. Before you leave, hand over this matter to Jenny from Grindy City. I will let Jenny from Grindy City take over the aftermath, and the list of awards will also be handed over to Jenny. We will advance the follow-up funds and go directly to our Interpol account. Good. Zhang Yuan nodded. The Grindy City incident is over. Neither he nor Keen can do much in this regard. Renew. Chapter 114 Traveling. Grindy City didn't have anything worthy of Zhang Yuan's day. On the contrary, Muck's stench left an extremely bad impression on him. As a city, even in Grindy City, he has not found a few treasures, and the quality is not high. The only thing that is still useful may be the anti-electricity protection device that Zhang Yuan opened from the Grindy City power plant, which is said to be capable of protecting 1 million volt suits. So after handing over the aftermath to Jenny, Zhang Yuan decisively pulled Sabrina away. A city like Grindy should be hidden in history. Although it's a bit desolate, it really suits me more like a forest with fresh air. Zhang Yuan reiterated that a place like Grindy is really not a place for people to stay. Sitting on a clearing in the forest with a picnic cloth on the ground, Zhang Yuanzheng and Sabrina enjoyed a leisurely afternoon. Dense wood, fruit trees full of fruit, sparkling lake, and a green sky. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, Zhang Yuan felt refreshed. Bully Jigglypuff squinted his eyes into an arc, and took a small bite while holding a tree fruit. Seeing 13 Jigglypuff, Zhang Yuan suddenly found that it was now being held in Sabrina's arms, and he no longer struggled. Sabrina, have you captured it yet? Jigglypuff's face with his fingers, until Jigglypuff pouted. Zhang Yuan stopped and asked. Yeah, when I met Muck in Grindy City before, because it couldn't stand the smell, it got into the Pokeball on its own, and I was subdued after that. Having said this, Sabrina smiled knowingly. When Jigglypuff heard his dark history, he covered his face and looked like he could not love. PFF, that's how it is. At Jigglypuff, I didn't expect that this guy had been stubbornly refusing to give in, and finally collapse under the stench. Stuffed Jigglypuff with the Pokeblock he had just made in his hand, and in its happy eyes, Zhang Yuan looked at the Pokemon who were huddled around after dinner. Salamence took a nap on the grass. Gengar chased Kabuto up and down. The Ford Beldum and Charmeleon huddled together, not knowing what to say. Melodic was cruising in the lake, wagging his tail leisurely, and a stream of water was constantly deforming around his body under its control, and he was about to be played with flowers. hours. Zhang Yuan, don't you train them? Sabrina asked. Training needs to be a combination of work and rest. The training intensity of these 2 days is already very high. If you train again, it will be too much. Although he has been on his way these days, Zhang Yuan has not relaxed his training on his Pokemon. He personally trained with Beldum using Psychic, and Kabuto gave Charmeleon and Gengar to give Kabuto basic training. As for the actual combat, there are many. Along the way, I don't know how many wild Pokemon and trainers have become Beldum and Kabuto's experience point. For this reason, Zhang Yuan did not hesitate to attack the boy in shorts and the young insect catcher, once again refreshing Sabrina's understanding of his lower limit. Also, Charmeleon and Kabuto are about to evolve. Zhang Yuan checked with the identification technique, except for Beldum whose evolution was extremely slow. Charmeleon and Kabuto were approaching the critical point of evolution, and it was better to relax at this time. Sabrina understand. While speaking, there was a sudden roar of the car's motor in the distance, followed by a chaotic rumbling sound so loud that Salaman, who was taking a nap, was disturbed. How can there be a car in a mountain like this? Sabrina asked in confusion. Well, I heard that a dam is being built here recently. Patting Salaman's wings to reassure it, Zhang Yuan looked at the map and looked forward again. Building a dam in the mountain? Sabrina asked in disbelief. Didn't the ranger organization come to trouble them? It's not very clear. When it comes to the dam, he only vaguely remembers that the animation seems to be related to a group of Diglett, but he can't remember the specific plot clearly. Come on, let's go and have a look. There might be something wrong with the construction of the dam making such a big noise. The sound just now is obviously not the sound that can be produced by normal construction of dam. More importantly, if this sound is not resolved, he will not be able to enjoy a good afternoon here. Put away the Pokemon, leaving only Gengar and Salamence outside. Let go and see. Who? Salamence roared and fluttered, eager to see who dared to disturb his nap. This is a temporarily opened road. The reason why it is said to be a temporary road is because the road has no solid foundation and is not covered with asphalt. Damn Diglett, why keep staring at my reservoir? In the chaotic convoy, a middle-aged man wearing a helmet knelt down and hammered the ground heavily with his hand. Next to him are countless trucks with their wheels stuck in potholes and building materials scattered on the ground. A look of helplessness flashed across the faces of the people dressed as workers. The most feared thing in the construction industry in the Pokemon world is encountering Pokemon to make trouble. 487. Just when someone wanted to comfort the middle-aged man, someone suddenly opened his mouth. Heaven, look at the sky. Others looked confused. What is in the sky? With this thought in mind, looking up at the sky, I saw Salamence descended from the sky with a fierce aura all over him. It's Salaman. Everyone was terrified and shuddered. This is the instinctive performance of weak creatures when they encounter predators at the top of the food chain. Just now, is the sound you made disturbing my lunch break? Zhang Yuan asked, looking at the convoy below and the dam that had already laid its foundation. Pooh, Salamence growled. It has no good temper when it is woken up. Gulu. Everyone swallowed and shook their head. They only have one idea in their heart, and they can't say it even if they are killed. Haha, just kidding. Seeing that these people were frightened, Zhang Yuan laughed and Sabrina jumped off Salamence and said, are you in trouble? Maybe I can help you. But with Salamence by his side, no one believed him, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Update, I caught a cold and had a sore throat, so I went to bed early today, and I will make up that chapter tomorrow. Chapter 115. Diglett and unlicensed construction. There was silence at the scene, but Zhang Yuan didn't care at all. Anyway, he just didn't feel embarrassed. He jumped off Salamance's back and was about to walk towards the crowd when suddenly his expression changed and he turned towards the truck that was stuck in the pit. What is he doing? Everyone couldn't figure out what Zhang Yuan was going to do, and his face was confused. Zhang Yuan didn't care about other people's opinions. He was listening to the prompts in his head. Trigger the limited time 2-star rescue treasure. Save Diglett. Please go to the target location to open it. Close black lens bracket. Rescued treasure. Although it is only 2 stars, it is a treasure type that has never appeared before. Rescued treasure is a treasure that is triggered immediately. A treasure that is opened by rescuing wild Pokemon and travelers. The system gives an explanation in due course. According to the map, Zhang Yuan walked to the side of a truck, and while everyone was done, he lifted the truck whose tires were stuck in the pit with one hand with confusion on his arm. Turning over the soil on the ground, a clear hole can be seen in the pit. Sure enough, traces of Diglett's activity. As he lifted the tires of his car, a small brown head popped out of the hole in front of him. Grumbling, maybe Zhang Yuan is very friendly. This Diglett came over and cupped Zhang Yuan's hand with his head. Lost an identification technique and checked Diglett's situation. Is it because I didn't have time to evacuate with everyone before, so my head hurt? Seeing that there was a scratch on Diglett's head, Zhang Yuan directly took out potion and smeared it. Zhang Yuan applied potion. The prompt sounded in his head again. again. 2-star rescue treasure triggered. Opening. Congratulations to the host for getting it. Press share. Close black lens bracket. He was surprised by what was opened by the rescue treasure. Zhang Yuan put a press share in his arm. This thing is quite useful. Maybe it can be used to cultivate beldam, which is very slow to upgrade. As for Diglett, Zhang Yuan looked at the little guy in front of him, and some dusty memories came alive. In the plot in my memory, if this reservoir is built, the Pokemon living in this mountain will probably be displaced. Facts have proved that Zhang Yuan has a good memory. At least he can remember the plots he did not know how many years ago. At this time, a man in a suit with a briefcase walked out of the convoy. He saw Zhang Yuan and walked quickly to Zhang Yuan's side. Are you the trainer invited by the minimized team? Come and help solve this group of Diglett. The Diglett disaster here is really unbearable. Man in the suit had a cold expression and frowned, as if it was because of Diglett's trouble. Diglett was startled when he saw the man in the suit, and hurried dig away. I'm not a trainer invited by the minimized team. Zhang Yuan stood up and said calmly, it doesn't matter if it's not. I'm the person in charge of this construction site. If you can help me solve this group of Diglett, I'll give you a 4-day, 3-night hospitality coupon for the most famous hot spring nearby. The remuneration you give is completely disproportionate to the labor I have to pay. Zhang Yuan clapped the dirt on his hand. 4 days and 3 nights of hospitality vouchers as a reward. That's not enough for a meal in Salaman. Isn't the 4 days and 3 nights of hospitality coupons enough for Hot Spring Township? If I go to town to invite trainers, I'll get a lot of trainers at this price. The man in the suit was very dissatisfied. He thought that Zhang Yuan was talking to the lion, but he didn't know that Zhang Yuan didn't want to help him in the first place. Zhang Yuan has learned from Professor Okus to be kind to Pokemon, and to make humans and Pokemon live in harmony. So he decided to keep his own business. I don't care how many trainers you can hire. Zhang Yuan took out his police officer card. I'm Interpol 0, and now there are some things that need your cooperation. Seeing Zhang Yuan's police certificate, the man in the suit froze. Interpol? What is Interpol doing here? Seeing Zhang Yuan's credentials, the man in the suit was suppressed and stuttered. It will never be a happy thing to be approached by Interpol to ask for cooperation. And those who are engaged in construction, who can guarantee that they are up to the standard in all aspects? I have seen you blasting mountains with explosives before. Please show your construction qualification certificate. Explosives holding qualification certificate, Alliance approved reservoir construction certificate, forest land development permit, and consent letter from the Pokemon Forest Rangers Association. Zhang Yuan said a lot of document, basically all the documents needed to build a reservoir in the forest. Quote. Practicing qualification certificate and explosives possession qualifications we have. What about the woodland development permit, and the consent form of the Forest Rangers Association? Facing Zhang Yuan's aggressiveness, the suit finally couldn't bear it anymore and moved out of his backstage. This project is a project of Sylph Company. Sylph can't scare me. Zhang Yuan interrupted him directly. Although he was a little surprised when he heard the name of Sylph Company, he didn't openly and secretly criticize Sylph Company once or twice, and he was almost used to it. What right do you Interpol have to manage this project? The man in the suit asked from another angle. I have a few friends at the Pokemon Ranger Association. Would you like me to call them? If Zhang Yuan remembered correctly, Erica seemed to know a lot of high-level Pokemon Rangers. Zhang Yuan raised his brows and said, besides, you are already breaking the law. By Zhao Zhao. No need. Although he hates Zhang Yuan's meddling, the man in the suit is not too brainless to fight with an Interpol. Development without a license is really courageous. Now that the Alliance is focusing on environmental protection work, there are still people who dare to do it. Zhang Yuan admires their courage, but this saves Zhang Yuan a lot of trouble, and he doesn't need to stab this matter into the Alliance. Quote. Quote. The man in the suit could only respond silently. Zhang Yuan looked back and glanced at the reservoir where the pedestal had been erected. I'm very curious that the Forest Rangers Association has not come to trouble you for so long. Zhang Yuan guessed that Sylph should use its network. Otherwise, how could the Forest Rangers Association, which regards protecting the environment as its life, sit back and watch the environment be destroyed? Make up. Chapter 116 Express. Share. This. Officer Zero, can you give our Sylph group a face? Hearing that Zhang Yuan is both an Alliance member and a member of the Pokemon Ranger Association, the man in the suit asked bitterly, completely different from the previous arrogant. But will Zhang Yuan take care of him? How much damage does a reservoir in a mountain do to the ecological environment of a place? The first is that Pokemon living in the mountains will be displaced or even submerged in reservoir. The second is the impact on the mountain. For example, this reservoir was built in a place where there was no water, and the erosion of water on the mountain is huge. There is no need to build a reservoir in such a place where there is neither water shortage nor backward economic development. The purpose can only be economic benefit. Sylph, who sat sacrifice countless Pokemon for economic benefit worthy of sympathy, especially when his documents are not complete. Regarding Zhang Yuan's sudden attack, the man in the suit said that he could no longer handle the matter, and trotted all the way to inform his boss. Judging from his appearance, it seems that he intends to use the senior management of Sylph Company and use the alliance relationship to solve the problem. Officer of Interpol, he officially knows Professor O, Lance Crossing and Agatha, and secretly is a collaborator of Giovanni. Not every cat and dog can step on him foot, and he is also contacting people, but he is contacting Erica and the Pokemon Ranger Association behind her. Zhang Yuan-kun, what the matter? Rhythm of Erica's speech is still very comfortable, giving people a feeling of floral comfort. Erica, I have something to ask you. Did you know there's a reservoir under construction in the mountains next to Gringy? Something bad seems to be happening here. Zhang Yuan went straight to the point and told Erica about it directly. If you can, help me contact the people from the Forest Rangers Association. Not only is the construction of the reservoir here not registered with the Alliance, but it is very likely to endanger countless Pokemon life. Quote from Zhang Yuan's account, Erica, I also felt the seriousness of this incident and said seriously, I will contact the people from the Forest Rangers Association, and also ask Zhang Yuanjun to wait there for a while. The staff will arrive soon, and I will definitely respond to you. Those guys are severely punished. Then wait for your good news. Thank you, Zhang Yuanjun. Thanks to your notification this time, the Forest Rangers Association was able to find out about this. In Erica's solemn thanks, Zhang Yuan hung up the phone. The construction workers below, organized by men in suits, used mechanical equipment to lift the car out of the pit. Diglett watched from a distance, seemingly determined to defend his home. Zhang Yuan, Sabrina, and Salamence landed on the high ground beside the blocked road. Salamence lay beside him. Sabrina and Zhang Yuan leaned on Salamence's back side by side. He was not in a hurry, and just waited for the forest ranger to arrive here. Anyway, it was impossible for the reservoir to start construction with him watching. Zhang Yuan was fiddling with the express share he just got. Express share looked like a helmet, but it wasn't. The entire express share consists of a main control core and two robotic arms next to it. The ends of the robotic arms are many patches. According to the instructions, when using express share, as long as these patches are placed close to the Pokemon, they will automatically fit, and then simulate the battle environment to allow the Pokemon to gain experience. Zhang Yuan, what are you holding? Sabrina looked at the express share in Zhang Yuan's hand and wondered. This one, express share, what is that? Sabrina asked. Hearing Sabrina say this, Zhang Yuan, BDFF, was refreshed again. You don't know. Sabrina is a little weird. Should I know? Looking at Sabrina's cute and confused expression, Zhang Yuan found that he seemed to have found another item that only treasures can open, but not in the Pokemon world. Regions in this world don't have express share, but he hasn't seen Sabrina's expression in the Kanto region so far. Zhang Yuan introduced to Sabrina with express share. This is a special device that allows Pokemon to gain combat experience and evolution experience even if they are not fighting. Is there still such a prop? Sabrina found that Zhang Yuan was always able to come up with some strange thing. Of course, the potential of technology is unlimited. Zhang Yuan stretched out his hand. Sabrina, lend me your Jigglypuff. Sabrina subconsciously handed Jigglypuff to Zhang Yuan, and then saw Zhang Yuan put express share directly on Jigglypuff's head. The huge head has an express share on it, which made Jigglypuff look ridiculous. Fully, Jigglypuff touched the express share on his head in confusion, feeling very novel, and jumped up staggeringly. Salamence, use Ember on the Firo next to you, who has been bullying Oddish next to him. Zhang Yuan ordered. Firo, who made him bully so weak? Salamence rolled his eyes, but still carried out Zhang Yuan's order well. Roar. Ember rained down on Firo in front of him, burning a good Firo into a bald-tailed bird. Firo screamed and spread his wings to fly. How could Salamence let such a weak opponent run away? Salamence should not lose faith. One paw pressed Firo to the ground and stunned, and the next second, a light appeared on express share. Bully. Jigglypuff let out a cry, and suddenly danced, and when it returned to normal, it was slightly different than before. A wave of his short hand. Jigglypuff seemed to wonder what was going on. It's amazing, Sabrina exclaimed, her confusion being able to tell that Jigglypuff was indeed getting stronger just now. In fact, it's not that easy to become stronger normally, but who made this Jigglypuff's level too low? At this moment, a large group of off-road vehicles painted in gray-green suddenly formed a convoy heading here in the distance. Get up, it looks like someone from the Pokemon Ranger is here. The first chapter is updated. There are still 2 chapters left. Chapter 117, Pokemon Ranger. Pokemon Rangers are very unfamiliar to ordinary people living in the Pokemon world because Because they live in cities and towns all the year round, it is difficult to come into contact with this group of people who spend their whole days in the mountains and forests, dedicating their life to protecting wild Pokemon. But for poachers and those who intend to destroy the natural ecological environment, this group of people has been following them like shadows and nightmares, and then brought them to justice one by one. From the materials issued by Interpol. Hello, Zhangyuan police officer. I am the Lucky Village of the Forest Rangers Association. A middle-aged man in the lead got out of the car and stretched out his strong arm. Hello, I'm Zhangyuan, and next to me is Sabrina. The two shook hands, and Sabrina nodded to Yukimura. Zhangyuan looked behind the middle-aged man. There were 5 cars in the convoy, and there were many people from the Forest Ranger Association this time. Thank you very much, but if you hadn't informed Erica, we probably wouldn't have gotten this news. Some people in the alliance have gone too far. Yukimura bowed deeply. He was very indignant, and it was obvious that he was dissatisfied with the people in the league covering the Sylph Company. Talk too much, especially in front of strangers. Zhangyuan did not express his opinion. Erica must have introduced you to the general situation here. Miss Erica has already told me in general, but I don't know much about the details. Yukimura told the truth. Then let me talk to you. Seeing Yukimura nodding, Zhangyuan pointed to the man in the suit below in the center of the crowd. This dam was built by Sylph, and that man should be the person in charge of this project. The middle-aged man with a hard hat next to him is the contractor of this project. Whoever violated the law, and what regulations were violated, still needs your Forest Rangers Association to distinguish. I see. Yukimura frowned as he looked at the felled trees and the dam in front of him. Has this forest been destroyed like this? Well, the main reason why I called you here is that there is a group of diglets living in the valley behind the dam. If the dam is built, Zhangyuan didn't finish his word, but the serious consequences are self-evident. Once the reservoir is built, it can be said to be a disaster for the wild Pokemon living here. I see, but is there Diglett here? Yukimura and the rangers behind him lit up when they heard Diglett. That's right, the Diglets did those truck tires you see going underground. Is there anything weird about it? I forgot that Zhangyuan's police officer said that you are not a forest ranger, so I don't know that. Yukimura slapped his head embarrassedly when he heard Zhangyuan's question. Diglets are a gift from God. They are good at planting trees, and they are our best friends for us Pokemon Rangers. So it is. Zhangyuan nodded. In fact, he didn't care about these. Let go over. The people below are watching us, Zhangyuan said with a glance at the crowd below. Yukimura naturally had no objection. Alright, just so I can go and learn about the environment here. The man in the suit below has long discovered the convoy of Pokemon Rangers above. But what can he do? He is also very desperate. Before calling the boss for help, the boss told him to hold on until the last moment. So even if the forest ranger was in front of him, the man in the suit could only bite the bullet and direct the manpower to work. Now that the Pokemon Ranger has arrived, he hasn't waited for the assistance that his boss said. What should he do? Standing on the base of the dam, Zhangyuan stepped on the extremely strong base of the dam. First of all, the reservoir project can't continue. I suggest to impose a fine on Sylph Company first, and then use the fine to demolish the built reservoir. The source of this incident is Sylph Company, and no fine is not enough to serve as a warning effect. Then hand over the restoration of the woodland to Diglett and Dugtrio. Yukimura nodded. After that, the work of protecting wild Pokemon here will be handed over to your rangers. I don't have time to take care of this place, so I can only ask you. For flowers. No problem. We will continue to pay attention to this region. This is also our job. After saying this, Zhangyuan had nothing to say, smiled and said, I don't have anything else to say. I'm going on a trip next. I've stayed here for a long time today, so I won't stay here any longer. We will have a plan in the future. After speaking, Zhangyuan and Sabrina rode Salamence away, leaving only a group of forest rangers surveying the extent of environmental damage and the surrounding environment, and men in suits with ugly expression. Waiting for the man in the suit will be a lawsuit for destroying the natural ecological environment. 0. Zhangyuan. Flying in the sky. Sabrina looked at Zhangyuan suspiciously. What wrong? Zhangyuan, who was directing Beldam to form a formation in the sky, asked suspiciously. It's nothing. I'm just wondering why you didn't deal with the people before, but ask the Pokemon Ranger to deal with it. It doesn't take too much time to deal with this kind of thing. Sabrina seemed to be puzzled by Zhangyuan's approach. It turned out to be this. Zhangyuan replied with a smile. Because it's not necessary. No need. Sabrina was even more confused. As an Interpol, I have already overstepped my role in this matter. If I continue to manage this matter, I am afraid that I will suffer a lot of criticism. Zhangyuan explained. And I have always believed in professional things to professional people to do. No matter how good I am, I will not be better than a Pokemon Ranger in handling conflict between humans and wild Pokemon. Rather than crossing the river by feeling the stone, it's better to let someone who is familiar with this aspect come. So entrusting this matter to the Pokemon Rangers will not only save me time, but also do a better job. Isn't it a good thing for both parties? That's too easy for me to think. Sabrina said she understood. Please subscribe. I'm afraid I won't be able to write the next chapter so late. Don't wait, let's read the next chapter tomorrow. Chapter 118 Fuchsia Gym. In the dense fog, two figures could be vaguely seen crouching in the water. The famous hot spring town is really good. Zhang Yuan leaned beside him and relaxed. Although there are no free hospitality coupons, Zhang Yuan is not the kind of trainer who needs to save money when he travels, and he can't spend much money on a hot spring in his wallet. It's really comfortable. After becoming a gym trainer, I haven't soaked in the hot spring for a long time. This feeling is really nostalgic. Sabrina was opposite Zhang Yuan, with an expression of enjoyment on her face. Bully Jigglypuff floated on his back on the surface of the hot spring, with two small arms paddling the water in a backstroke posture. Helmet Kabuto looked at the hot spring with a look of longing, and tentatively put his claws into the hot spring, but was scalded by the hot spring, and quickly moved away from the hot spring where the steam was rising, and ran to find Salamence and the others. Zhang Yuan took a look at Jigglypuff, and became very playful. His mental power controlled the water surface and turned it into a slap, and slapped Jigglypuff, who was practicing swimming, at Sabrina like a balloon. Sabrina was caught off guard, and was drenched by the splash of Jigglypuff's landing. The water rippled, revealing the spring light under the water. You bastard, you're acting like a hooligan again. Sabrina quickly covered her chest and said angrily, it's obviously Jigglypuff's fault. Zhang Yuan spread his hands innocently. Look at me being so far away from you. No matter how you look at it, I won't hit you. Bully. Being framed by Zhang Yuan, Jigglypuff was very angry. His whole body swelled up, and he pouted. But the way Jigglypuff does not only make people feel threatened, but also make people feel cute. Do you take me for a fool? Hide the confusion wave next time you lie. Sabrina was so angry that she couldn't speak. She looked around. Then she grabbed Jigglypuff with confusion and threw it at Zhang Yuan. Bully. A scream. Jigglypuff smashed into Zhang Yuan in the air. Zhang Yuan easily dodged. Hey, since that's the case, I'll let you see my outwing sir. The hot spring was flashing and spring was shining, but the unlucky Jigglypuff was caught between the two. Dizzy. After spending 3 days and 3 nights playing in Hot Spring Township, the two of them left unfinished. Fuchsia Gym. A ninja gym hidden in the hidden jungle, claims to be the most difficult to find gym in the Alliance Gym after Cinnabar Gym. According to statistics, among the trainers who set off every year, an average of 30% of the trainers choose to challenge Fuchsia Gym, and half of the 30% of the trainers are lost in the vast forest. Zhang Yuan has now come to the forest where Fuchsia Gym is located. Since the road on the ground is too difficult to walk, he chooses to advance from the air. From high altitude, the location of Fuchsia Gym is not difficult to find. Such a large building costs a lot of money every year just to maintain it. From Salamance's back, Zhang Yuan said that this is the largest gym among the Taoist temples he has ever seen. Even the previous gym in Giovanni Viridian was smaller in size than Fuchsia Gym. As a former gym trainer, Sabrina has more contact in this regard. Leader Kobo of Fuchsia Gym is a representative of the ancient ninja genre of the Kanto League. The league spends a lot of money every year to protect the inheritance of this ninja. But when it comes to protecting the ninja heritage, why didn't he know that the Alliance would still do such a thing? Is this the so-called intangible cultural heritage protection? Zhang Yuan found something he didn't understand. Intangible cultural heritage. It's not bad to say that. There are many things that are protected by the union's funding, such as the traditional Pokemon ball-making craftsmanship, the ethnic minorities represented by the private grazing area, and the ninja genre represented by Fuchsia Gym as the object of Alliance protection. Quote, it's not just Fuchsia Gym's ninja genre that is protected in the league, Sabrina said. I see, but then again, Sabrina, your relationship with Saffron Gym and Fuchsia Gym must be very bad. Why do you say that? Zhang Yuan touched his chin. Ninjas' words should be restrained by psychic, just like poison and fighting are restrained by psychic. The ninjas in the Pokemon world obviously don't use those strange escape techniques, and they don't have those messy bloodstain boundaries. It is inevitable that they will be restrained by psychic when they use physical techniques and poison. Sabrina pondered for a while. Well, listening to you, I found that there are indeed some that little girl from Fuchsia Gym always seemed to have a lot of opinions on our Saffron Gym during the gym leader meeting. Is it because of this reason? As ninjas who take the revival of the ninja genre as their lifelong philosophy, it is always uncomfortable to be restrained in all aspects. Zhang Yuan commanded Salamence to land while speaking. Salamence fell from the sky, facing the gate of the complex ahead. Zhang Yuan's Salamence has stayed in the sky for so long room. Koga, the gym leader, should have discovered it long ago. Taking a closer look around the door, Zhang Yuan didn't find any notice of closing. What the situation? Looking at the silent fuchsia gym, Zhang Yuan said that it was the first time he had encountered such a situation where the gym was open but no one was there. Maybe gym leader went shopping. Sabrina guessed. Quote, ... Don't substitute yourself into others, Zhang Yuan complained. Gym leader left gym to go shopping in the mall on weekdays. Saffron City Gym was not reported by the trainer. It is really thanks to the 2.8 trainers who raised their hands. Sabrina blushed a little, then let go in and see. The door of Fuchsia Gym is so wide open. Since it has already come, it will be a little unwilling to leave because there is no one there. Going to see it of course. As Interpol, when something goes wrong at the local gym, I feel like I need to look into it. As he spoke, Zhang Yuan stepped into Fuchsia Gym. Quote, ... You have to find a reason to break into a house without permission. This is just to prevent an embarrassing scene in case of encountering someone for a while, Zhang Yuan explained solemnly, and then kicked Voltorb, who fell from the ceiling, into the air. Makeup. Chapter 119. Janine and Koga. Boom. The airwaves generated by Voltorb's self-destruct made Zhang Yuan's clothes rattle. The scorching hot air rushed toward the face, making it uncomfortable. What the hell? A Voltorb suddenly fell from the ceiling. Zhang Yuan's mood was fucked. Although I know that the Fuchsia Ninja Gym is all over the facility, what is it that I greet myself with Voltorb as soon as I come in? Zhang Yuan, are you alright? Sabrina saw an explosion in front of her and quickly stepped forward to check Zhang Yuan's condition. It's okay, it's just a Voltorb, it can't hurt me. But he was very upset. Fortunately, the one who met Voltorb this time was an excellent young trainer with max of his reflexes and psychic, otherwise he would be 100% bombed by other weak challengers. What should I do? Continue walking. There is still a long passage. Sabrina pointed to the passage that was at least 30 or 40 meters. No. Zhang Yuan shook his head. Under Sabrina's puzzled eyes, he took out a speaker from his backpack and adjusted the volume. Sabrina, plug your ears. Put your ears up. 13 inches. Although Sabrina didn't know what Zhang Yuan was going to do, Sabrina believed that Zhang Yuan must have his reasons for letting her do it, so she plugged her ears with Jigglypuff's two little hands. Fully, Jigglypuff's face was full of question marks. Seeing Sabrina do as he did, Zhang Yuan took a deep breath, pointed the loudspeaker at the passage ahead, and shouted the words out with the loudest voice he had ever heard in his life. Is anyone there? The sound wave almost condensed into substance. The wooden building made an overwhelmed creaking sound under Zhang Yuan's voice. Many Voltorb hidden on the ceiling couldn't stand the sound wave being directly detonated. Not so sturdy buildings make things worse. There was a burst of echoes, and according to the time when the echoes returned to his ears, Zhang Yuan simply judged that his voice had spread to at least several surrounding hills. The reverberation lingered around the beam until the sound completely dissipated. Zhang Yuan waited for a while, after confirming that there was no movement. Looks like there's no one left, so Melodic, the high-pressure hydro pump, clear the traps in this passage. Melodic responded, raising his slender neck to use the high-pressure hydro pump. Wait a minute. I saw a pale-faced girl in tights suddenly sprang from the front, leaning on the wall and pushing the door open, crawling out from the wall against the wall, shouting with a crying voice, please don't use the trick. If you continue to attack, the house will collapse. Melodic turned back and asked Zhang Yuan in confusion. Okay, no need to fight. Come back to Melodic first. Putting Melodic away, Zhang Yuan looked at the girl in front of him. It turns out that Fuchsia Gym belongs to someone. I thought no one. Sorry for disturbing you guys. Although he was saying an apology, the words that came out of Zhang Yuan's mouth seemed to have no sincerity. Relieved by the shock of the sound wave that destroyed the world just now, and rubbed her ears. Why are you yelling for nothing? People who use Voltorb to ambush guests at home are not qualified to teach me a lesson, Zhang Yuan said with a smile. Ninja girl gritted her teeth. For a guy like you who trespassed in a house, isn't this a gym? When did it become a private residence? Zhang Yuan interrupted. Quote. Taking a few deep breaths, he recited a few ninja words. Anyway, this is Fuchsia Gym. The intruder. Report your name. At this time, she raised her head and looked at the two intruders seriously. A handsome guy who looked good, dresses tastefully and speak venomously, and a Saffron Gym leader. How come the leader of Saffron Gym came to Fuchsia Gym? Are you here to play the gym? I haven't seen you for such a long time. You are still so reckless and haven't learned the slightest bit of prudence from your brother. Sabrina smiled and moved Jigglypuff's small arm away from her ear, then said, after pulling the incapacitated Jigglypuff back into the Pokeball, Ninja girl Janine has already made a fighting stand. Shut up. You are here to kick the gym. She has already decided that Sabrina and Zhang Yuan are not good people. If you insist on playing in the gym, I am the trainer who started this year to challenge Koga, the trainer of Fuchsia City Gym. Zhang Yuan threw the Pokeball in his hand and said, "Is it just a normal gym challenge?" Janine sighed with relief, and then seemed to not want to show weakness in front of others, so she raised her face again. "Go back. Fuchsia Gym is not open recently. I didn't see a sign at the door saying that gym was closed," Zhang Yuan said with his arms crossed. Janine just wanted to throw the shuriken in her hand and deal with the guy in front of her. Just when she was thinking about whether she nailed Zhang Yuan to the wall with a shuriken or nailed it to the wall, boom, a cloud of white smoke rose, and a person suddenly appeared beside Janine. S920. "Okay Janine, back off. Brother, you've lost your mind just because of your opponent's language. You've lost the sense of normalcy you should have as a ninja. Your practice isn't at home yet." Koga, who was wearing a purple ninja suit, said without looking back. Janine got down on one knee. "I see, brother." Educating Janine, Koga turned to look at Sabrina and Zhang Yuan ahead, especially Zhang Yuan. "Are you here to challenge my fuchsia gym trainer?" Koga's expression was solemn, with a faint intention of targeting Zhang Yuan. "This is normal and can't be more normal. If someone wakes you up with a high-powered speaker while you are taking a nap, and then almost demolishes your house, what would you do to him?" "That's right." Zhang Yuan's face was calm, and he didn't care whether Koga was targeting him or not. "Follow me then. The challenge venue is here. Fuchsia City Gym's challenge rule is 2-on-2. Koga took the lead. Zhang Yuan and Sabrina used psychic to float in the air to prevent Fuchsia Gym's trap, and the three came all the way to the center of the complex, a training ground surrounded by houses. Renew. Chapter 120. Wheezing. How many years has he not felt the trembling feeling all over his body? Koga can't remember anymore, but today, in his sight Fuchsia Gym, when the phrase, "Is anyone there?" sounded, he experienced this feeling of trembling every hair, and this time, it was stronger than ever before. In this battle, the challenger Zhang Yuan from Pallet Town will face the gym trainer Koga from Fuchsia Gym. The rules of the game are 2-on-2. Gym trainers are not allowed to change Pokemon in the middle of the battle. Please be prepared for both sides of the battle. Ninja girl Janine stood on the edge of the field and acted as the referee for this battle. She turned to look at Sabrina, who was also standing on the edge of the field, as if to see a worried look on her face, but all she saw was a smile. HMPH, you can still laugh after watching the elder brother teach that vicious bastard a lesson. As Zhang Yuan said before, the people of Fuchsia Gym are always hostile to Saffron Gym. As a gym trainer, I'll send Pokemon first in this match. Koga took out a Pokeball from his waist, white like a ninja, tapped his finger, and threw it into the sky. "My first Pokemon." Wheezing. "Sure enough, it's a ninja, so shameless." Zhang Yuan raised his brows when he felt the fierce aura on Wheezing in front of him. Wheezing in front of him is obviously Koga's main Pokemon, not a weak chicken used to test rookie trainers. To deal with rookie trainers, they all use their main Pokemon. It seems that Koga is losing face in order to regain his position. Sabrina commented on the sideline. HMPH, the ninja's creed is to go all out to deal with the enemy. Xing raised her head and defended. Sabrina just covered her mouth and smiled. "Since your Pokemon is Wheezing, then tilde." Zhang Yuan touched Charmeleon's Pokeball. "Go, Charmeleon, kill that Wheezing. This is supposed to be your Earl Dervish Pokemon, right?" Koga said. "Charmeleon, let's attack first." Flamethrower. Zhang Yuan ordered directly. Charmeleon opened his mouth and a flamethrower sprayed out very fast. Wheezing, dodge, use Sludge Bomb. Wheezing, fluttering left and right in the air to avoid Charmeleon's flamethrower, then spit out the Sludge Bomb to throw at Charmeleon's location. Charmeleon is being teased by Gengar every day. How could he get hit by a mere Sludge Bomb? Turned over to dodge, and returned Wheezing a piece of ember by the way. Gas. Wheezing was still in pain after being rubbed by ember. Charmeleon, who responded very well. "I can see that you have cultivated well." Seeing Charmeleon deftly dodging Sludge Bomb, Koga praised, and without hesitation, Wheezing ordered. "Wheezing, use the cloudy mist. Drown the enemy with the poisonous mist." Gas. Wheezing heard the word, and the two heads spewed a purple-black mist in the direction of Charmeleon. Poisonous mist spreads in the direction of Charmeleon, constantly compressing Charmeleon's activity space. Koga's goal is very clear. Your Charmeleon is flexible, and I will compress your action space and not give you a chance to use it. Use the vortex of flame to burn these poisonous mists away. Zhang Yuan's response was simple and rude. He directly ordered Charmeleon to burn the poisonous mist with a vortex of flame. If it poisonous, burn it and it won't be poisonous. This is Zhang Yuan's idea. The flames on Charmeleon's tail rose high, and when he flicked his tail, a flame was thrown out, forming a huge flame vortex in front of him. At the same time, the flames on his tail kept adding to the flame vortex. The suction force generated by the flame vortex swept all the poisonous mist in the field. During the high temperature burning of the flame, the poisonous mist was continuously wiped out. Even with the poisonous mist as fuel, the flame vortex had a growing trend. "Stop him, Wheezing. Use Thunderbolt to break the vortex of fire." Seeing that Weezing's hard work for such a long time will be burned up by the flame whirlpool. Of course, Koga will stop it. Crackling, the yellow spark glared. Charmeleon, Dragon Rage Block Thunderbolt. He was already on guard against Koga. How could he be given a chance? A wave of his hand, Charmeleon opened his mouth and spat out a yellow beam that cancelled out the thunderbolt. Explosion made both sides not very rational. In short, Weezing was more aggressive. The flame vortex continued to exert its strength, and the poisonous mist on the field became less and less. Weezing, Smokescreen, and Takedown. Smokescreen. The smokescreen covered 2 Pokemon, and Weezing disappeared for a long time. Charmeleon, calm down, feel the changes in the airflow, and look for the traces of Weezing. Charmeleon narrowed his eyes, his paws laid in front of him. Suddenly, in the smokescreen to the right of Charmeleon, the smoke rolled, and the black shadow slammed into Charmeleon. Avoid. No, the enemy is on the left. To order Charmeleon to avoid it, suddenly found that the shadow on the right was just a stone, and the left was the exact direction of Weezing's attack. Seeing that Weezing's body is about to hit the fire fear bullet time, Charmeleon's reaction speed was still not fast enough, so Zhang Yuan directly opened the bullet time. Use Brick Break. Seeing Weezing's actions clearly, Zhang Yuan was overjoyed. Roar. Charmeleon roared, and the white light's claws, the king smashed Weezing's head with a smashing sound. Gasp. Weezing screamed and flew back upside down. At this time, Koga knew that Zhang Yuan was not easy. Although his gas eggs are average among his main Pokemon, they are not something that a rookie trainer can suppress. Before he could finish thinking, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared in the smokescreen in front of him. This is the light of evolution. Koga was done, and this face can be manipulated. Finally, evolution. Zhang Yuan said that he finally trained Charmeleon to evolve. Charmeleon, who had signs of evolution at Celadon, Rainbow Gym, finally has evolution. Roar. Charizard fluttered his wings a little, blowing the smoke away from him. Update. Please collect. Chapter 121. Shameless. Non-existent. Evolution is finally here. Zhang Yuan smiled and was very happy in his heart. Celadon, Rainbow Gym defeated Weepinbell last time. He found out that Charmeleon has signs of evolution, and now he has finally accumulated enough experience evolution in the battle with Koga. Weezing. Zhang Yuan is quite satisfied with this evolution speed. It has an orange body, wings that are yellow on the outside and green on the inside, and a flaming flame on its thick tail. Roar. Charizard screamed to the sky, his eyes after evolution filled with excitement. I vaguely remember that when the young Charmander was looking up at Salamence, he was facing the flying covet. Charizard, lift off. Call. For Charizard, flying is an instinct etched in its gene, and it flies into the sky with a flap of its wing. Koga's face became dignified. The opponent was already able to match his Weezing in Charmeleon, and now evolution has become Charizard. Weezing. Continuous Sludge Bomb. Charizard had easily blown away the smoke screen before, proving that the previous trick of drowning the opponent with poison gas was useless, so Koga decisively changed his attack method. Gas. Weezing's tube connected to his body surged, spitting out Sludge Bomb from his 2 heads. I don't know where it got so much sludge. Was it hidden in the stomach before? Although Charizard has just graduated from evolution, he has been training with Salamence for a long time, and he is no stranger to flying. A few Sludge Bomb. It never got hit again. Body shuttle in the middle of Sludge Bomb, dodging Sludge Bomb with ease, and Weezing with Flamethrower by the way. Keep the momentum. Use the Flamethrower to kill its stamina at a distance. Seeing Weezing being rubbed by the flame, Zhang Yuan smiled happily. Do you think this tactic can deal with my Weezing? Although Charizard evolution has become stronger, it also has a weakness. Koga also smiled and waved. Weezing, use Thunder. Although Weezing is not an electric Pokemon, it can learn to thunder. Maybe because it and Naughty Egg are both balls. Charizard, dig. Wah, te. However, there was a problem with the execution of the order. It wasn't that Weezing couldn't make a Thunderbolt trick, but it couldn't find an opponent. Hey, this is too shameless. Janine, the referee on the sideline, shouted with wide eyes. Charizard actually uses Dig's move. That's right. Zhang Yuan used Dig to get out of the battlefield in the face of Weezing, who was about to make a Thunderbolt. As for whether Charizard can do this kind of move, there is no reason why you can use the move in the Charmander stage and forget it if you evolve into Charizard. Next to Janine, Sabrina is also a little speechless, not to mention Koga as the opponent. This Jane is as disgusting as eating shit. Can you imagine that a Charizard who was performing textbook-like evasive actions in the sky just now will dig hide in the ground the next second? But today they saw it. Because the target was lost, Weezing was very confused in the sky and didn't know what to do. Zhang Yuan will not give up such a good opportunity. Charizard, fire blast on that Weezing. Roar. In a muffled roar, a flame shot out of the hole, and then expanded into a large character halfway, hitting Weezing. Weezing, protect. It's too late to hide, and now we can only hope that Weezing's protect can can withstand this wave of attack. But, is it possible? Although the power of Charizard's Fire Blast is unclear, Charmeleon's Fire Blast directly killed Weepinbell, the main Pokemon of Erica. Boom! The Fire Blast slammed into Weezing and the entire Fire Blast exploded. Piping hot, searing, scorching, rolling heat even twisted the hair of Koga, who was close to coughing. Weezing is incapacitated. Finally Janine stammered the result. Charizard crawled out of the ground, shook his wings to shake the dirt away, and then roared and blew out flames in celebration. The nearly baked Weezing into the Pokeball. The smile on Koga's face continued. What a great young man, Koga complimented. I think so too, Zhang Yuantian shamelessly admitted. Hearing Zhang Yuan's shameless word, Koga almost broke the state of mind that he had kept as calm as water all these years. Will business blow each other up? Can we all have fun together? Hehe. Humility is the most important thing for young people. Thanks for the compliment. I also think I've always been humble. Koga found that he really had nothing to say to the guy in front of him who was thicker than Snorlax's belly, because he can always kill the guy with a simple sentence, and at the same time can make people feel very uncomfortable. My next Pokemon, go, Crobat. As soon as Koga threw the Pokeball, a purple four-winged bat appeared in the sky, then swiftly avoided Charizard's obtrusive flamethrower. Roar! Charizard shook his tail angrily. Zhang Yuan's expression remained the same. Compared with the skilled Gengar, Charizard's sneak attack was obviously not at home. If Gengar were to fight Crobat, he would first use a Dark Pulse to stun, and then throw multiple Shadow Sneak when the opponent didn't react. On the other hand, Koga was attacked by Zhang Yuan's Charizard, and he was not angry, but his eyes lit up. Let the Pokemon attack when the opponent switches between Pokemon. This kind of courage to break the rules. You have the potential to be a ninja. Looking at the expression on his face, he was just about to say, young man, come and learn how to be a ninja with me. Can Shuriken beat Pokemon? Zhang Yuan asked back. Haha. Koga almost forgot what character the guy on the opposite side was. Crobat, ultrasound. Sound waves enveloped the audience, and invisible sound waves hit Charizard. I went to see Shy Iron Fist in the afternoon, and it felt pretty good. Ha ha ha. Chapter 122 Crobat and Charizard. Ultrasound has always been Zhang Yuan's headache type of attack, but he is very confident in Charizard's will. Charizard, bide. Use flamethrower. Charizard, who was shrouded in ultrasonic wave, clearly showed a painful expression, but he was tortured by Gengar for many years, and his willpower was comparable to Orbiter. Crobat's speed was beyond Zhang Yuan's imagination. The four wings seemed to be equipped with small electric motors, and they flew out dozens of meters when they were vibrated. It looked very difficult to deal with. Zhang Yuan touched his chin and said, does it mean that two pairs of wings will definitely fly faster than one pair of wings? Tilde. You actually let your brother use Crobat. Now you are sure to lose. The girl ninja Xing next to her was very excited. Hey, girl, keep your voice down. Have you fed Growlithe all your ninja mentality training? Zhang_Yuan had a headache from the noise. Xing clenched her fist, and the veins on her fist were showing. Zhang Yuan just said such a sentence, and ignored her. His eyes were fixed on the sky. Charizard and Crobat are fighting there. Two sides come and go. Charizard's advantage is that he is large in size. As long as he hit Crobat with moves like Takedown or Steel Wing, it will definitely cause huge damage to Crobat. Crobat was inferior to Charizard in terms of strength and volume. He was better at being flexible. He could dodge around in a small field. Zhang Yuan could only see a group of purple shadows surrounding Charizard with continuous probing attack. The orange Charizard and the purple Crobat collided in the sky. If the field were more open, Charizard wouldn't be at such a disadvantage. Yes, Charizard is indeed more dominant in open-air combat, but now it's a gym challenge, and learning how to win in the rules is also an important part of being a great trainer. Koga adds to himself again. It's true that Crobat's flexibility is very advantageous in small field. Zhang Yuan did not refute Koga's word, but a comeback from a disadvantage can make this battle more interesting, right? I'm looking forward to your comeback. Koga choked for so long, and finally found a chance to choke back. Zhang Yuan ignored him. Charizard, the vortex of flame. Slash hit. Air slash. Just as Charizard's flame vortex was formed, it was split into two segments by Crobat's air slash. The flames dissipated in the air, but before the flames completely disappeared, Koga's Crobat suddenly rushed over under the cover of the flame, followed by Koga's shout. Cross poison. Roar. Unpredictable. Charizard was slashed in the face, leaving a scar on his stomach that was faintly black and purple. How are you, Charizard? Roar. Charizard spewed two flamethrower to force Crobat back, wagging his tail to indicate that he was fine, throwing an identification technique on Charizard and making sure that Charizard was not poisoned. Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. If he was poisoned, the battle would be difficult, but now the situation is also very bad. Charizard has no advantage over Crobat, and now he is injured again. At this time, if you want to deal with Crobat, you can only use a wide range of attacks, so Charizard, use Heat Wave. Zhang Yuan thought about it for a long time, and finally found such a trick suitable for dealing with a highly agile Pokemon like Crobat. Call. The hot Heat Wave blew through. The hotness here is not an exaggerated word used to modify, but this wind is really hot. Thanks to Charizard's fiery fire feature, when his stamina decreases, the power of his fire-type moves increases. The air twists, the water evaporates, and the air becomes extraordinarily dry. A fiery gale swept through the arena. Crobat fell into a scorching hell, and the feeling of being scorched by the heat made Crobat very painful. Use Rain Dance. Koga responded immediately. Sunny day. Zhang Yuan is not slow. Sunny day and rain dance collide, and a strange sight appears in the sky at this time. For a while, the clouds were dense, and the sky was clear. For a while, the two sides were at a stalemate, until in the end it seemed that a compromise had been reached, and the sky turned into a cloudy sky that was neither sunny nor rainy. Asking for flowers. Looks like I won this matchup. Koga laughed. Although it seems that the two sides are evenly matched, judging from the impact on the current battle situation, the coolness of the cloudy day dispels the scorching heat brought by Heat Wave to Crobat. It was cracked. Zhang Yuan was a little upset. Charizard, overheat, and then use Aerial Ace. Zhang Yuan decided to use a combination of punches. Impossible. With Charizard's eyes, how can he use Aerial Ace in such a small place? Janine exclaimed aside. Not necessarily, but Zhang Yuan is a person who can make the impossible possible, Sabrina said with a smile. Roar. When the two were talking, Charizard was already moving, and with a roar, his body glowed red, like a fully loaded steam turbine, and the whole dragon jumped out. Aerial Ace has seen Salamence use it too many times, and now it's his turn to use it. Charizard has full confidence in himself. The wings vibrated, and the speed was extremely fast in a short distance. Charizard's indomitable momentum was so pressing that Crobat, who wanted to give Charizard a trick of air slash, subconsciously avoided it. Rapid flips even pulled sonic booms in the air, and Charizard flipped his body in the air at an extremely tricky angle, hitting Crobat with his back exposed. Get out of the way. It's too late. Zhang Yuan laughed. Just like a prophecy. As soon as Zhang Yuan's voice fell, Charizard's wings hit Crobat, who wanted to flutter his wings hard. Boom, boom. Crobat was hit by Charizard's steel wing like a cannonball and hit the ground, smashing the training ground into a big hole. There was a spider web-like crack in the pit, and Crobat was unconscious in the pit, killing him in one move, enough to see the power of this combo. Crobat lost his ability to fight. Charizard win. The final winner is Zhang Yuan from Pallet Town. In the end, even if Janine was not reconciled, she could only tell the result obediently. Update. Please collect. Chapter 123 Pokemon Wild Wilderness. Janine's word put an end to the gym challenge. Zhang Yuan bucked the trend as he told him. There were many factors, but the most important thing was that Charizard's last set of punches was too fast and unexpected. At that time, whether it was Charizard or Crobat's state, based on Koga's experience, it was far from the time to decide the winner. Charizard suddenly desperately tried to catch him off guard and became confused, and was finally overturned by Zhang Yuan's disadvantage. Of course, with Koga's conceit, it's not enough to find reasons for himself after losing. If you lose, you lose, and there is no excuse. First use overheating to increase attack power, then use Aerial Ace to increase speed, and finally use Steel Wing to increase attack. Such a close connection is definitely not the 973 that a rookie trainer can do. Koga retracted Crobat and looked at Zhang Yuan, said what he had been pressing in his heart. It's not surprising to have such doubt. It's only a little over half a year since the new trainer started out, and it took a little more than half a year to cultivate this kind of Charizard. Koga said, you're not kidding me. With this Charizard alone, Zhang Yuan's strength is completely worthy of a gym trainer like him. Even if Zhang Yuan hadn't followed Sabrina by his side, Koga might have regarded him as a member of the evil organization who came to ask for trouble. I'm a rookie trainer who is fake certified by the Alliance. Zhang Yuan reiterated his identity as a rookie trainer, and then took out his weapon of pretend. This Pokédex is presented to Zhang Yuan, a rookie trainer from Pallet Town. Professor O's voice was still so energetic. Quote. Koga said that he has a sentence. MMP does not know what to say or not to say. Koga, who was in a very bad mood, didn't talk to Zhang Yuan. He threw his badge at Zhang Yuan, and the next second Koga threw Voltorb, and then escaped in the explosion of Voltorb. It's too embarrassing to be beaten like this by a rookie trainer, and Koga also wants to save face. Zhang Yuan has no self-consciousness to hurt the self-esteem of others. Koga, as a ninja and gym trainer, is not the kind of weak guy. Showing off the badge at Sabrina, he gave Janine a disgusting smile. I haven't had a rest since I arrived at gym. Why don't you treat us to a cup of tea? Zhang Yuan said. Speaking of tea, he felt a little thirsty too, and Charizard tired, as previous heat wave made him a little dry. I don't have time. I have to go and fix the house. A bang and a puff of white smoke. Janine disappeared like his brother. Tis, it's really stingy. Zhang Yuan looked at the empty training ground and could only take out a drink from the inventory by himself. Sabrina rolled her eyes. Next to you. You almost demolished someone else's house, and you blamed someone else. Roar. Charizard roared from the side, defeated the strong enemy in one fight and two, and achieved the evolution to become Charizard. He felt that today was the peak of his life since he was born. Come on, let me treat your wound. Called Charizard to his side, applied potion to the wound on his stomach, and put a large band-aid on him. Perfect. With Sabrina's speechless expression, Zhang Yuan took Charizard back to the Pokeball and left Fuchsia Gym. Observing Zhang Yuan's brother and sister in secret, he let out a sigh of relief when he saw Zhang Yuan leave. Brother, do you think he's really a rookie trainer? Janine asked, standing behind Koga. It's hard to say such a thing. Koga looked at the monitor in front of him and the two Pokemon next to him who were being treated. I'll check to see if there are any talented trainers in the league recently, Koga said. If it is really a rookie trainer, it can only be explained by genius. Pallet Town. I remember, Janine said silently. Gary, who arrived at Fuchsia Gym one day later than Zhang Yuan, and Ash, who was 3 or 4 days later than Gary, was dealt with by Janine. Zhang Yuan has just left Fuchsia City and stepped into the legendary Pokemon Wilderness area. Zhang Yuan, did you feel that the density of Pokemon has suddenly increased a lot since you entered this forest? Watching Jigglypuff bully a Rattata blocking the road, Sabrina asked Zhang Yuan. Indeed, we should have arrived at the Wild Reserve, Zhang Yuan said after looking at the map. On the map in his mind, there are 6 or 7 treasures scattered throughout the protected area. This density can be said to be very high, second only to Saffron City. Congratulations to the host for discovering the 2-star treasure. The treasure is opening. The treasure has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a god-level funny cat stick. Calmly took this god-level cat funny stick into his arm. Although this thing doesn't feel very reliable, maybe when will it be used? While putting it away, Zhang Yuan also deliberately put together the catnip stick and the catnip he had drawn before. I don't feel like there is anything good lately. Looking at the meteorite fragment, the single-person flying device, the Pokemon restraint device and other things that he opened, Zhang Yuan felt very painful for a while. Go this way next. After seeing the location of the last treasure, Zhang Yuan pointed in one direction. Zhang Yuan, are you sure you're pointing the right way? Why do I feel like we've been going in circles? Sabrina asked in confusion. Are we lost? It doesn't exist. How can I get lost if I guide the way? Zhang Yuan vehemently denied. Look at that mountain. Don't you think we're closer to it? But I remember that the mountain is where Fuchsia Gym is located, Sabrina said suspiciously. Ha, you must have misremembered. My direction can't be wrong. The end. Even though Sabrina suspected that Zhang Yuan was pointing the wrong way several times, he was suppressed by Zhang Yuan with absolute authority. The two walked all the way, and then suddenly saw a sign on the door of a house with the words Pokemon Wilderness Area in the middle of a dense forest. I told you we didn't get lost. Okay. Zhang Yuan patted the wooden door when he walked to the house. Hello, anyone. Updates may be late but never absent. Chapter 124 Suffocated Caesar. The Pokemon Wild Area is an area specially established by the Alliance to protect endangered Pokemon. Here, the Pokemon live a life of indifference, peace and harmony, eating, drinking and sleeping, which perfectly embodies the spirit of harmony between humans and Pokemon, and has been awarded by the Alliance for many years. The above are all cliches. The facts are the exact opposite of what was announced to the public. According to incomplete statistics of irresponsible non-official organizations, in the past 10 years, the Pokemon Wilderness has been attacked hundreds of times by large and small poaching groups. This number means that, including holidays, a poaching group will attack the Pokemon Wilderness Area almost every month. Jenny to help maintain order in the Wilderness Area in addition to the original Pokemon Wilderness Administrator. So you know how important I am as the caretaker of the Wild Wilderness Area. Untie me soon. On the floor in the house, 13 Caesar, the administrator of the Wild Field Area, shouted to Zhang Yuan with a look of anger and righteous words. He looked a bit funny at this time. His arms and legs were tied tightly by a rope, struggling like a wriggling bug. While guarding the forest is honorable, that's not why you threatened me with a gun. Zhang Yuan glanced at him and said aloud, no one is in a good mood after being threatened with a gun as soon as they knocked on the door. You were threatening me with your brother Lei Ming just now, so let me let you go now. Zhang Yuan put his fingers through the trigger of the revolver in his hand, and let the pistol spin in a circle in his hand. When Caesar knocked on Zhang Yuan's door, door before. He didn't know what medicine he took wrong, but he even intended to use the method to deal with Ash in the animation to deter Zhang Yuan with a pistol. But Zhang Yuan is not Ash. The moment he sensed the danger, Gengar had already used a tongue-licking trick on Caesar, so the current situation came about. You should be glad you just drew your gun and didn't try to aim at me or turn on the hammer, or my Gengar will show you what cruelty is. What do you want? Caesar said solemnly. For him, it was a very humiliating thing to be planted in the hands of a kid. How about it? How about we play a game? Zhang Yuan pushed away the drum of the revolver with a smile, and took out 3 bullets from the 6 magazine. Now there are 3 bullets in this gun. I will put it turn around. Rapid spin. S-drum with your thumb to open the hammer. Have you ever heard of Russian roulette? That is. Okay, don't scare people. Sabrina stopped Zhang Yuan's next move at the right time. Caesar's forehead was already sweating, and he was really frightened by Zhang Yuan's actions just now. Tis, you're lucky. Hearing Sabrina's dissuasion, Zhang Yuan took the gun back. He wasn't going to actually shoot. He just wanted to teach the guy who was scaring people around with a pistol a lesson. When Caesar let out a sigh of relief, thinking he had escaped, Zhang Yuan smiled and took out his police certificate. I'm Interpol 0. All your actions have been recorded on video. I reserve the right to prosecute you for attacking Alliance officials and for attacking Interpol. The ignorant kid suddenly turned into an Interpol. Caesar's face was very exciting. He couldn't see how the ruthless kid in front of him looked like an Interpol. But Interpol's police officer certificate cannot be fake. The facts are in front of him, and he has to believe it if he doesn't believe it. At this point, Caesar can only admit defeat. What do you want? The Wilderness Area Administrator is under the management of the Alliance Forest Ranger Association. It is within the system that Caesar knows how powerful Interpol is. What do you want? Zhang Yuan shook his head. No. I think you may have misunderstood something. There is nothing I want in the Pokemon Wilderness Area. Then, just passing by, I stopped by to see if there is a safari ball to pick up. I didn't expect it to give me such a big surprise. Zhang Yuan reloaded the 3 Huang Chungchung bullets and put them in his arm. This should be regarded as an apology to me. No objection. What else can Caesar say? After living for so long, he knew that he was completely planted this time. Do what you want. Although his heart hurts his brother Thunderbolt, it's nothing compared to losing the job he's been doing for decades. I am a very tolerant person. Since I received your gift, I will forgive you. Zhang Yuan patted Caesar on the shoulder and untied the rope on him. The private affairs are over, and the following is the public affair. Now, as a police officer of the Interpol branch of the Kanto region, Mr. Caesar Administrator, I am prosecuting you for the crime of endangering public safety. Your firearms certificate is now officially revoked, and you cannot apply again. Zhang Yuan said sternly. At the same time, I hope you will come back to the Fuchsia City Rangers Association for the Administrator Qualification Examination within 3 months. With Caesar's aggrieved expression, Zhang Yuan walked to the counter 627. So, the field administrator, can you give me a safari ball for 2? Caesar's incident can only be regarded as a small episode. Guns are not used to show off and threaten others. Zhang Yuan said that it is necessary to remind him. Pokemon in the Pokemon Wilderness Area can be captured without defeating them. Sabrina asked, holding a camouflaged safari ball in her hand. Theoretically, this is the case, but I haven't tried it in detail. Do you want to try it? Zhang Yuan said. As he spoke, his eyes were already on a scyther beside him. The emerald green angular carapace, the high-frequency vibrating wings behind it, and the 2 sharp sickles at first glance are bullying a Nidoran male sign who is grazing quietly. It's up to you. Zhang Yuan lightly threw the safari ball in his hand. Under the influence of confusion, the safari ball turned into a green phantom, and hit Scyther, who stretched out his sinful butcher knife to Nidoran male sign, in a graceful arc in the air. Separation line What is the difference between people who live without asking for subscriptions and salted fish? So, please subscribe. Chapter 125 Psychic Pokemon in the Wilderness. Scyther, who was already confused, had no ability to resist, and was easily subdued by Zhang Yuan. This is your test. Sabrina saw all this and asked with a face full of question. That, haha, I used a little more force. Zhang Yuan smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect that he could knock Scyther unconscious all of a sudden. Was it because he was too strong? Or do you blame the Scyther for being stupid? Smashing Pokemon with a ball and then subduing it. Zhang Yuan himself felt very strained. Out a safari ball again. Zhang Yuan simply used his own strength to throw it at Nidoran male sign who was bullied by Scyther just now. Boom. There was no accident this time. Nidoran male sign was directly subdued. With Zhang Yuan's trainer level, it was easy to deter such a weak chicken. Picking up 2 2 safari balls from the ground. Zhang Yuan directly released Nidoran male sign. Seeing Sabrina's puzzled expression, Zhang Yuan explained, Nidoran male sign just now was too timid. After being bullied, he didn't even dare to run away. It doesn't match my philosophy of cultivating Pokemon. It's better to release it directly than to stay. Other hand, Scyther, although the level is lower, seems to have some training value. But the reason Zhang Yuan didn't release it was because he hadn't caught any Pokemon since the trip and sent it to the Institute in Professor O. This Scyther was sent over, and Professor O, who was also saved, talked in his ear every day how many Pokemon Gary had captured and how many Pokemon Ash had captured. While taking out the drink from the inventory and handing it to Sabrina, Zhang Yuan asked, do you have any Pokemon you'd like to capture? It is hard to come to a wild wilderness area, and you can't come back empty-handed. Although the quality of the Pokemon here is not particularly high, but the base is here. There will always be some Pokemon with outstanding qualifications. Otherwise why would those poachers frequent this place? My word, I want to capture a Mr. Mime. I don't know if there is any in the Pokemon wilderness area. Sabrina hesitated. Can't you find out if you can't find it? There's no time limit anyway, so it's good to stroll around here. Zhang Yuan looked at the location of the treasure on the map, and it didn't look very far from here. It's the Tauros screw. Let's talk about it when they go there first. The smoke and dust were rolling in front, and the khaki Tauros were running wild on the grassland. Although the appearance of dozens of Tauros running together was not as spectacular as the Tentacruel and Muck incident, it was also different. Would you like to catch a Tauros? If there are Tauros, it will be much easier to travel in the future. Interpol riding a bull. Zhang Yuan shook his head like a rattle after imagining this scene. Really not. You think, with Tauros, you won't have to press hard when you're on the road, and you won't have to use psychic to float in the sky when your feet hurt. Well said. Why don't you grab one? My number of Pokemon has already exceeded the standard. Quote. Sabrina stopped talking. Although she had been encouraging Zhang Yuan to catch Pokemon, but she really wanted her to be a cow-riding girl, but she still refused in her heart. Fortunately, the empathetic Tauros quickly ran away and disappeared without a trace, and the embarrassment disappeared before it even started. The two moved forward along Zhang Yuan's direction. In addition to the Tauros group, they also saw the group led by Nidoking and Nidoqueen, the Kangaskhan group with babies in their stomach, and Pidgeot and Fearow who were fighting daily. In short, the daily life of wild Pokemon in the wild wilderness area is really rich. I feel it. It's over there. Sabrina's eyes lit up as she was on her way, and a faint blue light flashed, pointing to a forest by the lake in the distance. Is it there? Zhang Yuan looked at the location of the treasure in his mind. Although it wasn't the direction Sabrina pointed, it wasn't too far away. That's right, it's the psychic wave. I can't feel wrong. Zhang Yuan believed in Sabrina's judgment as an expert in psychic. Then what do we do next? Walk over. Or, you can't go up recklessly, and you have to be very cautious with psychic Pokemon. Sabrina said, every psychic Pokemon is very timid. They are very vigilant about everything in the outside world. Quote. How to do it then? Do it with me. Inhale, exhale. Finally get your confusion under control and let it wrap you around. Zhang Yuan did as he did, so the two of them drifted toward the woods like ghosts. The strange thing was that no Pokemon noticed Zhang Yuan and Sabrina. The idea of asking Sabrina what the reason is. Zhang Yuan looked at the forest, and the psychic Pokemon inside were too rich. Abra, Kadabra, Sulap, and Mr. Mime. Seeing the group of psychic Pokemon in front of him, Zhang Yuan was shocked. Are all the psychic Pokemon in the wilderness area running over? Surprise won't make him feel confused, but it will speed up his reaction. In the first moment, is it okay? Zhang Yuan used his confusion to cover the audience, interrupting the teleport that many Pokemon were preparing. Of course, it's not that there are no Pokemon running out. The fast-moving ones such as Kadabra and Abra have already fled in the chaos, and Sulap is secretly preparing to leave. Only Mr. Mime is played by Sabrina, and finally succumbed to under Sabrina's confusion. Psychic people visiting the wilderness area really has a big advantage. Zhang Yuan said that although Pokemon cannot be used in the wilderness area, psychic people themselves have the same bugs as Pokemon. Just like Sabrina, confusion alone is no match for psychic Pokemon. Dividing line Update Go to bed first. I have important things to do tomorrow. Chapter 126 Leaving the team. Sabrina's Alakazam vs. Mr. Mime in the wilderness. This is destined to be a one-sided battle, and the two sides are quickly divided. Needless to say, Alakazam won with ease. Subdued Mr. Mime. Seeing Sabrina happily picking up the safari ball with Mr. Mime on the ground, Zhang Yuan couldn't imagine what it would be to be so happy to catch a Pokemon like Mr. Mime, who had to be handsome and unpretentious. Could it be that it's just because it's a psychic Pokemon? To think of a reason, Zhang Yuan could only attribute this to two things. Women's thoughts are unpredictable, and psychic people's thoughts are incomprehensible. At this point, the number of Pokemon that Sabrina carries with her has changed from 2 to 3. Jigglypuff, Alakazam, and Mr. Mime. Ignoring Jigglypuff, who was bullying Mr. Mime, Sabrina looked at her surroundings and seemed to be fine. Let's spend the night here tonight. There shouldn't be any dangerous Pokemon around. The afterglow of the setting sun spills over the earth, dyeing the streams and forests the color of dust, which is very beautiful. 513. It should be because there are psychic Pokemon inhabiting here, although we drove them away, but just in case. Zhang Yuan took out the Pokeball. Go, Salamence, take a look around. Get rid of the large Pokemon and harmful Pokemon. Roar. Salamence fluttered high, and the dragon's might was released, scaring countless wild Pokemon to flee quickly. Don't be so careful. Sabrina felt that Zhang Yuan made a fuss. This is not outside. Who knows what kind of strange Pokemon the Alliance has raised in the wild wilderness area. It's always right to be careful. Zhang Yuan still maintains a vigilant heart when it comes to camping in the wild. After setting up the camp, Zhang Yuan looked at the sky. I'll go pick up some firewood. You'll get the tent ready first. Zhang Yuan walked to the place where the treasure was, and took the opportunity of picking up firewood to open the treasure. After a not-so-fierce battle, there were more than a dozen Pinsir lying on the ground. All of them lost their ability to fight, and these were all wild Pokemon around the treasure chest. Back Gengar. Zhang Yuan reached out to an ancient tree. Congratulations to the host for discovering a 2-star special treasure. The treasure is opening. The opening is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 2-star special treasure Pokemon Detection Module. Clam. Pokemon Detection Module. Zhang Yuan raised a long thumb-shaped device in his hand and looked at the sky carefully. What's the use of this thing? I flipped through the manual, and there were only a few pages in the manual. The first is to explain that this module is developed based on Sylph glasses, but it is not limited to Sylph glasses. If you want to use it, you just need to connect it to any terminal with a screen. The function is, if you give the corresponding Pokemon information, you can monitor the location of the Pokemon at any time. Zhang Yuan said aloud, given the Pokemon information, you can detect the location of the Pokemon. Black technology. Zhang Yuan raised his brows. Is he really so amazing? According to the installation method on the manual, Zhang Yuan installed the device on the Sylph glasses. Let me see. Detect all the dragon-type Pokemon around. Zhang Yuan fiddled a few times and gave the order. Although there is already a huge Dragonite, he is still very interested in the Dratini and Dragonair here, especially Lilith is about to turn 10. Please give a sample of the dragon type. These words appeared on the screen, BDEH, of the glasses. Quote. Thankfully, he still thinks that this module is omnipotent. It turns out that data and samples must be entered before they can be detected based on the data. Of course, Zhang Yuan thought that this was normal. If he could conduct a sampleless detection, when he drew the Master Ball and Deoxys was in his hand, wouldn't he just grab the Divine Beast or something? Explore with this Pokemon as a sample. Zhang Yuan took out a Pokeball, which contained a Dragonite with a bubbling nose and a big belly, who was sleeping soundly. Sample entry. Start exploring. The speed was very fast, and after more than 10 seconds, 2 light spots appeared on the map. This should be the location of the Dratini and the Dragonair. Zhang Yuan secretly said, can we navigate? Go along the creek for 700 meters, turn left and enter the tree-lined path to continue. Stop. Quickly close the Sylph glasses. He has to go back to the fire to cook now, and if he goes to Dratini, it will be a matter of tomorrow. Zhang Yuan, I have something good to tell you. Sabrina and Zhang Yuan sat by the bonfire and chatted with their leg crossed. Poke the fire more vigorously with a branch. Zhang Yuan turned his head. What good thing? I was informed just now that I have been transferred to become the official prosecutor of the league. Zhang Yuan looked confused. Why did you suddenly get promoted? We stopped a poacher team in Celadon, Rainbow, stopped a muck attack in Gringy, and protected the local ecosystem in Diglett Forest. Altogether, it's enough for me to be a full-fledged prosecutor. Yes, Sabrina was very happy, with a big smile on her face. Unconsciously, have I done so many great things that benefit the country and the people? Zhang Yuan touched his chin and put a potato chip in his mouth. But why didn't I get promoted? You are already a police officer. A police officer at your age is 10 years younger than the previous league record. How do you want to be promoted? Put it in a more common way. This sentence is, why didn't you promote yourself? Didn't you have a point in your heart? After complaining, Sabrina showed a hesitant look on her face again. But because the Pokemon inspector is going to join the Indigo Plateau, he may be away for a while recently. Ah, you are leaving. Zhang Yuan was taken aback by the news. Chapter 1 Update. Today is a good day. Chapter 127 Meet the Poachers again. Sabrina was leaving. Zhang Yuan felt very uncomfortable when he heard the news. Used to having Sabrina by my side. When Sabrina suddenly said that she was going to leave for a while, it was normal for him to feel uncomfortable. Do you have to go to the Indigo Plateau? When I became an official Interpol, the police officer certificate issued directly above. Zhang Yuan wondered, does the Alliance prosecutor have special regulations? He still hoped to travel with Sabrina. Traveling with a girl is 10,000 times better than traveling alone. He doesn't want to be a single dog, even if it's just a little bit of time. You are the one who has special treatment. Sabrina was speechless. All important positions in the Alliance have to go to the Indigo Plateau for inauguration. I don't have the kind of treatment you have, and I can become an official criminal police officer while traveling. Suga, is that so? Zhang Yuan clapped his hand. Only then did he realize that he had always been a privileged class. Although I hate privileges, why does it feel a little dark when this kind of thing falls on me? As for where this privilege came from, Zhang Yuan felt that part of it should come from professional oak, and on the other hand, it should be Keen, and he was able to be promoted so smoothly, and the care of Keen also accounted for a large proportion of it. I've been blaming Keen all the time. I felt a little guilt thinking that I kept rejecting Keen's task, then stopped complaining about his hairline, compensating to Keen secretly in his heart. Zhang Yuan asked Sabrina, then when are you going? Sabrina counted the time. The flight to Indigo Plateau arranged by the Alliance is the day after tomorrow. It will take a while to get to Fuchsia City Airport from here. I'm afraid I have to leave tomorrow. Zhang Yuan smiled when he heard the word. Then don't worry, you go to a place with me tomorrow, and then I will use Salamence to send you to Fuchsia City. I promise not to delay. Nodding, Sabrina was very curious. Where are we going then? You'll know when you go. Can a surprise be considered a surprise if it is known in advance? It's appetizing again. Sabrina was very dissatisfied, but she was also a little tired after walking for a day, so she obediently went to rest. Zhang Yuan entrusted Salamence with the task of vigilance, and he himself also lay in the tent. The night, Gengar climbed out of Zhang Yuan's shadow, dangling in the night, astonished a lot of Pidgeotto in his sleep, thinking about leaving in the forest. Salamence just glanced up at it and ignored it. Gengar didn't go out for a walk once or twice at night. It was used to it. Meanwhile, another part of the Pokemon Wilderness area, a group of people in black with sick Pokeballs pinned to their waists walk quietly in the dark. Boss, is there really a Dratini here? One of the men in black couldn't help asking the sturdy man in black in front of him. The leading strong man slashed the bushes with a knife. Of course there are. Back then, the Pokemon Wilderness area was full of uproar because of the Dratini incident, but it wasn't without wind and wave. But after so many years, the men behind him hesitated. This Pokemon Wilderness area has declined, but its administrator, Caesar, has been persevering here for so many years. Doesn't that mean anything? What do you mean? The quick-witted subordinate asked. Glance back at the man. Idiot. Caesar was the first to discover Dratini. He has been here for so many years. It must be because Dratini is still here. If you catch Dratini, it can definitely sell for a sky-high price on the black market. These Kanto people who worship Dratini as a god will definitely pay a lot of money to buy it. Speaking of the big price, the poacher gang showed obvious longing and greed on the face. Heard the strong man continue. Also, even if we didn't catch Dratini here, it just happened to catch up with Jenny's rotation in the wild field area recently. If we catch other Pokemon enough, we will make a fortune. This trip make sure you don't lose. The boss is still wise. His subordinates immediately flattered. It's good to know. Keep up with it. You have to pass through this forest at night, and during the day, the movement will be big. The Dragon Valley where the legendary Dratini appeared. However, the few people who were busy on their way did not notice that in the distant jungle they did not notice there was a figure with a wicked smile watching their every move. When Zhang Yuan was called up, the genius was just dawning, and the most important thing was that it wasn't Sabrina's soft little hands that woke him up, but the cool air blown by Gengar. Gengar, what are you calling me up so early for? Zhang Yuan didn't blame Gengar. He was just curious. Gengar usually doesn't bother himself. Quack. Gengar shouted and gestured with his hand, then drew a few pictures on the ground. Ellipsis. You mean someone broke into the wild wilderness area, going in that direction? Zhang Yuan said, looking at Gengar's gestures and the map drawn by the disaster contact. It is also thanks to Zhang Yuan that he has a little understanding of the appreciation of abstract work so that he can see what it is painting. Quack. Gengar nodded sharply. Looking up at the direction pointed by Gengar, Zhang Yuan raised his brows. Someone broke into the wild wilderness area at night, and the direction happened to be where Dratini was. Even if you told me that it was not a poacher, I would not believe it. However, in Zhang Yuan's eyes. The poachers are bringing vegetables. Zhang Yuan woke up Sabrina next to him, and handed her a wet towel when she was sleepy. Sabrina, hurry up and follow me. Gengar just found the poachers. How about we catch them together while they're not prepared? In Zhang Yuan's eyes, poachers are just like the food delivered to the door. It just so happens that Sabrina is going to become an alliance prosecutor. With this achievement, her resume will definitely look much better. Hearing what Zhang Yuan said, Sabrina didn't stay in bed anymore. Her eyes widened. Poacher. Well, there are still a lot of people, at least a dozen. Let's go and see. Handing the breakfast sandwich to Sabrina, Zhang Yuan Dao dividing line Chapter 2 Update. Chapter 128 Melee. The sky was bright, and the forest was filled with the mist of early morning. The Pokemon who got up early had already started a new day. Zhang Yuan and Sabrina were hiding on the mountain walls on both sides of the valley, watching the scene in the lake in the valley. At this time, in the valley, a group of poachers held a huge special cable. One end penetrated into the bottom of the lake in the valley, and the other side was connected to a power generation device composed of 3 naughty eggs and 2 magnetons. What are they trying to do? Sabrina looked confused when she saw the scene in the valley. The corners of Zhang Yuan's mouth twitched. He already knew what these poachers wanted to do. They wanted electric fish. Normally speaking, if you want to get from a lake as big as Dragon Valley, due to the complex terrain and numerous jungles in the wild wilderness area, large-scale machinery and equipment cannot enter the wild wilderness area. Unexpectedly, this group of poachers 687 would find another way to force Dratini out. We have to do it. Zhang Yuan turned his head and said, can't really let these poachers done Dratini. In Zhang Yuan's opinion, Dratini has already been reserved by him. Sabrina nodded silently, releasing Alakazam behind her. Turn on the switch. The brawny leader waved his hand, and several electrical-type Pokemon used Thunderbolt with all their might. A poacher was about to turn on the switch, only to hear a light drink from above the valley. Salaman, Hyper Beam, destroy that device. Raiden, block it. Raiden with a rough body, like a real rock, appeared on the path of Hyper Beam along with a white light. Seeing the oncoming Hyper Beam, Raiden skillfully crossed his arms, blocking it with the horny armor on his arm. Boom! The Hyper Beam bombarded Raiden's arm, and a violent explosion occurred. Raiden received a huge impact and kept retreating. When the Hyper Beam disappeared and the smoke from the explosion dissipated, I saw that although Raiden's arm was charred black, there was not much pain in his eyes. After being blocked for a while, the poacher had already pressed the switch. Thunderbolt is converted by a transformer, and it becomes a high-voltage strong current of unknown tens of thousands of volts into the lake. Crackling, a yellow spark flashed on the lake, and then spread from one point to the entire lake in an instant. Grumpy, the lake water is bubbling, and the lake water has boiled where the current is dense. The mosquito-repellent incense frog was stunned by a strong electric current and floated on the water. Soon, all kinds such as Goldeen, Magikarp, Krabby and even Horsey were floating on the water one after another. Hey, Boss Henkun, we've made a fortune, and there's even a Horsey, shouted the poaching gang, who is always paying attention to the water. Horsey is a cherished dragon-type Pokemon that is worth a fortune on the black market. However, their Henkun boss didn't have time to pay attention to them at this time, because Zhang Yuan's Salamence had already landed in the valley. Who are you to own Salaman? In this world, a trainer who can have the final form of a quasi-god is definitely not an unknown person, but Yokomura has no impression of the trainer in front of him. Zhang Yuan threw the Pokeball and said, well, since you have sincerely asked for advice, I will tell you with great mercy that I am Interpol Zero, and now I have recorded the facts of your crime, and now I will enforce the law against you according to law. Arrest. But the poachers below have no fear at all. Interpol. There are more than 1 or 2 Interpols planted in our hand, just the 2 of you. Henkun sneered. It seems that you can only be knocked out before arresting you. A wave of his hand, Zhang Yuan released Charizard as well, so he didn't need to say any rules to deal with poachers. Salamence and Charizard hovered in the sky, full of deterrent. Yokomura didn't panic. The enemy is the flight type, fire type and dragon type. Go to the electric type, water type and ice type group. After making arrangement, the electric type Pokemon who were still on the generator just now did not hesitate, and at the same time Cloyster, Twinub, and Walrein were released, specifically targeting Salaman. Immediately, the scene was chaotic. The 2 sides fell into a melee. Lightning flash, hail filled the sky, and flames were roaring. I am afraid I'll catch a big fish this time. Different Pokemons from each region mix below. Zhang Yuan can basically be sure that this is a cross-regional poaching organization. Moreover, this group of poachers is different from the group of weak chickens he encountered before. These people cooperate tacitly, have strong execution, and make good use of attribute restraint. The strong ones are not like poaching organizations, even stronger than the elite team of Team Rocket. Not a lot, of course, with Salamence as the main trump card. Although a group of poachers have a numerical advantage, they have no way to take Zhang Yuan. Although facing the dense electricity system, Charizard did not dare to inflate. He could only pull up the height and attack with Flamethrower and Swift. But Salamence was not afraid at all, slamming a Dragon Rage into the Pokemon below, making a group of Ice-type Pokemon unable to parry, and even showing Charizard a taunt expression in his spare time, which made Charizard very annoyed. The poachers on the opposite side seem to have experienced a lot of battle. Although they are at a disadvantage, they are not panic at all. They are organizing counterattacks in an orderly manner, releasing Pokemon from time to time to join the battlefield to harass them from the side, and they are gradually pulling back their disadvantage. Alakazam, wide range of psychic. Sabrina also shot. The two spoons in Alakazam's hand beside her vibrated with high frequency, and waves of confusion pressed against the local Pokemon in the arena. The timing of her shot this time was very precise, and it was when 2.4 Salamence and the following Pokemon were fighting with Hyper Beam. Due to the elusiveness of Psychic's trick, many poachers' Pokemon were attacked unsuspectingly, and then were solved by Salamence, who was patrolling in the sky. Seeing that his subordinates were killed by a sneak attack, Yokomura couldn't sit still. Night Giant killed at Alakazam and its trainer. Garmary, you go and deal with that Salamence. Garmary waved his steel-cast wing straight into the sky, and another Cyclops with red eyes rubbed a Shadow Sneak with both hands, and strode towards Zhang Yuan and Sabrina's position. Update. There are a lot of things in the past 2 days, so there is one chapter missing in the update, and it should be finished tomorrow. Chapter 129 Melee 2. Since he stood up, Zhang Yuan has been paying attention to this poacher leader called Henkun. His Raiden resistance against Salamence Hyper Beam was only slightly injured, which made Zhang Yuan dare not underestimate his rank. So seeing that he released the Pokemon, Zhang Yuan reacted. Gengar! Zhang Yuan shouted. In fact, without Zhang Yuan to speak, Gengar has long been eyeing this opponent. Jumping out of the shadow, with two weird laughs, Gengar stopped in front of the Night Giant, facing the opposite Night Giant with a trick of Shadow Sneak 12 burst. The Night Giant, who had never seen 12 bursts of Shadow Sneak, was done. When Shadow Sneak approached, the Night Giant reacted and hurriedly dodged, but because the reminder was too large, there were still a few hits, and the Night Giant was beaten. The mutual restraint of the ghost was originally double damage. The Night Giant lost burst and lost a lot of physical strength, which made Henkun's face gloomy all of a sudden. Trouble brat. He glanced at his subordinates who were cleaning up the Pokemon floating on the water. I can't let you mess up my plan easily. 13. Zhang Yuan sneered. Looking at your appearance, you have been a poacher for a while. Don't you know that it's the most stupid to shoot guns in battle? A wave of Zhang Yuan's hand. Salamence in the sky understands. Sideways dodges Garmary, steel wing, and a dragon breath bursts out. Thought Salamence was going to deal with Garmary, who knew it would turn around and attack below. Cloyster. A poacher yelled. A Cloyster didn't have time to dodge, and was blown straight by the dragon breath, paralyzing his body, and the next second, he was sprayed with Charizard's flamethrower and roasted half rare. Damn Salamence. He lost another ice-type Pokemon, and Yokomura was extremely annoyed. Judging from the strength of this Salamence, Garmary alone couldn't deal with it. Hengmura knew very well that if he wanted to deal with Salamence, he had to rely on the attributes of ice-type Pokemon to restrain him. You can't lose like this. Night Giant, hold on to that Alakazam and Gengar. Then, Yokomura ordered. Garmary, agility, then aerial ace. Of course, Yokomura didn't expect Garmary to kill Salamence. He only hoped that Garmary could hinder Salamence's movement, and then the ice-type Pokemon below would teach this Interpol kid the power of restraint. Can you do it and I won't? Salamence, we also use aerial ace. One silver and one blue. The two figures crossed a graceful arc in the sky, then turned back and staggered. Boom. Garmary was knocked out without question. Although Skarmory is an Orberg body, the Salamence level is higher and the ability value is stronger. And in terms of weight, Salamence is heavier. The crush on tonnage gave Salamence an easy victory. Electric type and ice type technique followed, but they were easily dispelled by Salamence with Dragon Rage. Garmary regroups and tries to harass Salamence with Swift, but is entangled by Charizard, who has long been eyeing it. Two sides divided the labor and cooperated. Charizard dealt with Garmary, and Salamence continued to kill the mobs and beat the trainers below. Yokomura understood that if he continued to fight for the quality of Pokemon, he would not be able to fight that Interpol kid, but he has an absolute advantage in numbers, using numbers to kill powerful enemies. This is something he has often done in the past 10 years. If you are skilled, you can't be more skilled. Grass group, use paralysis powder. Flying group, use hurricane. Paralyze that Interpol kid and his Salamence together. Fire group, take out that Gengar. Yes, boss, the subordinate responded. Following the order of the poacher leader Henkun, another batch of Pokemon appeared on the field. Pokemon such as Victreebel and Ivysaur used paralysis powder one after another, and then Fearow, Swellow and other Pokemon gusted up the wind and blew toward Zhongyuan. The yellow paralysis powder covered the sky, forming a paralysis cloud covering Zhongyuan and Sabrina. Then, there are countless Razor Leaf, Magical Leaf and other trick to Salamence, Magmar and Magcargo attack Gengar and Alakazam. Tis, you have to force me to kill. Seeing that this group of poachers dared to besiege him, Zhongyuan felt that it would be better to get rid of them as soon as possible so as to save the trouble of making a fool of himself. Salamence, pull up, roar. Salamence leapt into the sky. Zhongyuan's order followed. Use the largest Draco Meteor. Hearing the 3 words of Draco Meteor, Yokomura's expression changed wildly, and he shouted loudly, avoid. I saw Salamence roared and sprayed a yellow beam of energy into the sky. In the next second, countless meteorite fell from the sky with tail flames and smashed into the Dragon Valley. Rumbling, rumbling, as if the end had come. The spiky rocks on both sides of the valley were smashed to shreds. Poachers hurried like ants on a hot pot, and some Pokemon that were too late to retrieve the Pokeball were directly smashed and incapacitated. Can't wait to die here. Henkun gritted his teeth, put away his Pokemon, and jumped directly into the lake. It is better to have water as a buffer than to wait for death on it. Jump into the lake. Jump into the lake. The rest of the poachers saw the boss's actions and quickly followed suit. At one time, more than a dozen poachers jumped into the lake like dumplings. Seeing this, Salamence flashed disdain in his eyes, and slightly controlled the direction of Draco Meteor's descent. Boom boom boom. The surface of the water exploded with water columns, and the calm lake was turbulent. Fortunately, all the Pokemon in the water were caught before. Wait, Dratini and Dragonair seem to be in the water too. Zhongyuan suddenly remembered this question. Looking at the tumbling water, Zhongyuan quickly stopped. Salamence. Salamence stopped Draco Meteor when he heard the word, and then looked at the Dragon Valley again. The Dragon Valley, which was originally rocky and unique, has now become the surface of the moon. There were meteorites smashing on the ground, mud kicking up, and Pokemon incapacitated. Dividing line Please subscribe. I really want to write another chapter, but tomorrow is a crucial day, and I will resume the third watch after tomorrow. Chapter 130 Dragonair and Dratini. The steam rises on the turbid lake, and many ordinary fish in the water are boiled and turn their stomach. Especially the 2 extremely precious Pokemon Dratini and Dragonair are also floating on the water with their belly turned over, and there are several people in black floating corpses floating the same. Watching Dragonair and Dratini. Looks like you accidentally injured an allied army. Zhongyuan was a little embarrassed, and let out a haha, but this saves him having to subdue Dragonair and Dratini, and threw 2 Ultra Balls to subdue them. 2 Pokeballs landed on the shore, and the warning lights only flashed twice symbolically. Just when Zhongyuan was about to go down to pick up the Pokeball, a hand suddenly came out of the water and grabbed the Pokeball on the shore. Zhongyuan raised his brows. You're not too timid. You still dare to grab something from me at this time. Quickly activate confusion, only to see a blue light flashing in Zhongyuan's eyes. The arm that stretched out of the water suddenly clicked, and bent at a strange angle from the middle. Arm broken. Ah, let go. A head struggled out of the lake, screaming and shedding tears. You still want to eat chicken when you're a water ghost? Have you ever died? Zhongyuan directly used confusion to lift the poachers out of the water, and took the Pokeball with Dratini and Dragonair back into his hand. The poacher hanging in the air struggled fiercely. Every time he struggled, the broken arm brought him heart-piercing pain. Let me go. I will never dare. Zhongyuan dismissed this. If an apology is useful, what do the police still need in the world? Moreover, how can Interpol catch a poacher, but let it go? However, the poacher reminded him that in addition to the few poachers floating on the water, there must be poachers hiding at the bottom of the lake, and they must be found out. Then he tossed the Pokeball and released Melodic. Melodic, use Twister to get me all those water ghosts hiding under the lake. Key. A light cry. Melodic tail stirred, and a Twister suddenly appeared on the lake. The lake was stirred, and the entire lake turned into a giant mixer. Melodic wiggled wildly. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The water is spinning faster and faster, forming a huge vortex. Although it failed to participate in the battle just now, Melodic also showed a very strong ability at this time. Under the stirring of the huge whirlpool, poachers who were hiding at the bottom of the lake couldn't hold it and came out. Gollum, stop it. Gollum, stop it. Gollum, bastard, are you going to kill us? The poachers in the water yelled at Zhongyuan for his inhumanity. Sorry, being strong means you can do whatever you want. Zhongyuan admired the poachers below himself in the whirlpool. It was not until their stomachs were filled with water that Zhongyuan fished them up. The poachers who were put in the air by Zhongyuan saw the miserable appearance of many accomplices, including their boss, and suddenly felt that it was not all a bad thing to break their arm. 10 minutes later, there were a group of men in black with their stomachs as bloated as those of pregnant women in 6 or 7 months of pregnancy, and some water-type Pokemon who lost their ability to fight. One by one, Alakazam and Gengar were giving them simple drainage and then hypnotizing them to make sure they would neither die nor resist. This, won't the Alliance be held accountable for destroying the wild wilderness area like this? Sabrina looked at the Dragon Valley, which had changed beyond recognition, and was a little nervous. Such examples have not been unheard of before. Sabrina once heard that an Alliance prosecutor accidentally used fire skills to set a large forest on fire when he was attacking Team Rocket. Although the League did not hold the prosecutor legally accountable, the Rangers Association put all the cost of replanting on the prosecutor, so that he now has a large environmental debt on his shoulders. It's all right, it's just a valley. What about the Rangers Association? Zhang Yuan didn't panic at all. There was nothing in the Dragon Valley, except that the stones were water. Although it looks a little ugly now, the stones are still there and the water is there. Isn't that enough? And, melodic, use tsunami. Zhang Yuan said that he has a special means of destroying evidence. Melodic, the lake water, which was not yet completely calm, set off huge waves, and the waves more than 10 meters high submerged the entire valley. A large amount of lake water has washed away, except that the lake water is slightly turbid. The entire Dragon Valley has been refreshed, but the appearance of the valley has changed from the original wonderful flower to more wonderful. Together, let's take these poachers to Fuchsia City, and then take you to the airport, Zhang Yuan said. Sabrina wondered, what about Dragonair and Dratini? Zhang Yuan patted his head. I almost forgot. In Sabrina's unexplained eye, Zhang Yuan released the unconscious Dragonair and poured the full recovery medicine into Dragonair. The wounds on Dragonair recovered quickly and healed quickly. Even the X-shakers on his horns from his early years disappeared. Refreshed. Put the still unconscious Dragonair back into the Ultra Ball. This Dragonair will be handed over to you. It should wake up on its own after a while. Zhang Yuan didn't plan to keep Dragonair on his own. Good jows. He now has too many Pokemon. Kabuto and Beldum have just started training, and training another Dragonair has to exhaust him. Sabrina was done, but she wanted to say that this Dragonair wasn't from the wild area, but was interrupted by Zhang Yuan. It's nothing to worry about. It's already caught in the Pokeball. Can it be released? I already have a Dragonite, and this Dragonair is just for you. Zhang Yuan shoved Dragonair into Sabrina's hand. I wish you a smooth promotion to Indigo Plateau. Sabrina stared blankly at the Pokeball in her hand, rushed forward and hugged Zhang Yuan, then kissed it affectionately. The two flew toward Fuchsia City on Salaman. Dividing line Ask for a subscription. Chapter 131 Lost Team Rocket. Zhang Yuan was woken up by the vibrating communication device on his wrist. Opening the curtain, Zhang Yuan stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window in his pajamas, looking at the newborn morning sun. Hello, this is Interpol Zero. What the matter? To fight the poachers yesterday. Early again, using psychic again, and now he still feels a little tired. It's me, Keen. Keen's voice came from the earphone, but in Zhang Yuan's ears, Keen's voice lost the calmness that controlled everything compared to usual. Keen, why are you contacting me now? What happened? Called early in the morning, and something that can still make Keen so anxious. Must have something happened to Team Rocket. Sure enough, the next second Keen asked, where are you now? Zero. How far are you from the Seafoam Island? If I'm in Fuchsia City, Seafoam Island, it's not too far. He is not far from Seafoam Islands now. If Salamence flies at full speed, it only take half a day to reach this distance. Could it be that something happened to the Seafoam Island? Zhang Yuan asked. Isn't the Seafoam Islands exactly where Moltres and Articuno are? Could it be that the Alliance can't hold on? No, didn't you hear that Land Crossing and Lorelei were there before? This collapses too fast. There is an urgent mission now. Lorelei, who played against Team Rockets in Seafoam Island, was besieged. Now the Alliance is unable to recruit people. I hope you can fight back Team Rocket. Isn't there Land Crossing? How could Lorelei be tied up in the Seafoam Island? Land Crossing was temporarily transferred to the power plant to take care of the situation on Zapdos' side. We thought Lorelei alone could stop the Team Rockets of the Seafoam Island, but who would have thought that they had been suppressing their strength before, and this time they suddenly shot. Zhang Yuan was very curious. So many of you were repelled by Team Rocket. How many people did Team Rockets dispatch? 4 elites are not extremely unstable existences like Gym Leader. As the high-end power of the Alliance, 4 elites can deal with hundreds of Team Rocket's members alone, and it is not a problem at all, not to mention the cooperation of the following people. To trap Lorelei is absolutely terrifying. Having said that, Zhang Yuan found that he hadn't contacted Giovanni for a long time. I don't know what they are doing recently. They even started to slap the 4 elite, and I haven't had time to check the gift he gave him last time. It's Athena of Team Rocket. She suddenly attacked Lorelai with the elite power of a large number of Team Rocket. Keen interrupted Zhang Yuan's random thought. The 4 generals of Team Rocket. Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows, which was interesting. I remember they weren't still active in the Johto region a few days ago. How did they come back? Keen is obviously not very clear. It should be to capture the 3 holy birds, and I specially transferred it back. Let's not talk about this. I hope you can follow this mission. Keen's tone became serious. In this situation with no one available, he could only count on Zhang Yuan. For your sake, I have to do this too. These are not those insignificant tasks, and Zhang Yuan has no reason to refuse. And he is going to the next gym, Cinnabar Gym, and he also has to pass through the Seafoam Island. If he saves Lorelai, he can get the Cinnabar badge on the way. Keen was overjoyed. Then I'll leave it all to you. From Keen's word, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt that he had an important responsibility on his shoulders, shaking his head to put the feeling behind him. Where are the Lorelai and the others in the Seafoam Island? It should be on Iceland in the Seafoam Island. I don't know the exact location. Claudia is there too. You can contact her directly after you go there. Keen said he didn't know either. Lorelai also asked for help. Didn't tell him clearly. The terrain of the Seafoam Islands is complex, and it is normal to have no specific location. Just contact Claudia at that time. I see. That's it. I'll get there as soon as possible. Hearing that Claudia was also trapped on the Seafoam Island, Zhang Yuan felt that he had to take this matter seriously. Hanging up the communication, Zhang Yuan lay on the bed thinking about it. Asking for flowers. Claudia is also trapped in the Seafoam Island. I have to think of a surefire way to rescue my little assistant. Zhang Yuan touched his chin and said, speaking completely ignoring the fact that Claudia is actually older than him. In the case of Athena, although I have never fought, but since I can lead people to surround Lorelai, I should not be a generalist. If you use a huge dragonite to attack, but in this way, Team Rockets have suffered heavy casualties, which is a bit embarrassing for Giovanni. It is certain to be able to fight, but the question now is how to fight so that neither side suffers too much loss. It's really a headache. Is it easy for me? Zhang Yuan felt tired for a while. Both of you are fighting to death. I have to persuade me to fight. It's a headache. Ellipsis. After thinking about it for a while, Zhang Yuan simply ignored it. If Team Rockets is really difficult, just kill them all. Anyway, he is a policeman, and Team Rockets is an illegal organization. Zhang Yuan didn't plan to contact Giovanni on his own initiative. Since he had already taken over this mission, he was on the opposite side of Team Rockets in this operation, so he still had some integrity. Anyway, Giovanni didn't say hello to him before doing things, and it's not his fault that he was messed with. Having set the tone of helping the Alliance play Team Rocket, he thought about the abnormal behavior of Team Rockets during this period. What is the purpose of Team Rocket? Zhang Yuan began to ponder the plot in his memory. At this point in time, suddenly he thought of a very important thing. This time seems to be the time when Mewtwo was born. Then, Zhang Yuan had a bold idea. Team Rockets is catching the 3 holy birds on the bright side to cover the birth of Mewtwo in the dark. Zhang Yuan was taken aback by his own idea, but then he felt it made sense. This idea can perfectly explain why Team Rockets has been crazy about the Alliance recently, just like losing their mind. Dividing line Ask for a subscription. Chapter 132 Seafoam Island. All of the above are Zhang Yuan's speculation without any factual basis. Maybe Team Rockets just wanted to catch the 3 holy birds to participate in the Kanto Bird Pokemon Appreciation Contest. Let's see what Giovanni sent me before we go. Open the safe. A key lies quietly in the box, and there is an envelope next to it. The envelope contained a letter and an instruction booklet. Instruction manual says, Submarines for Pokemon, manufactured by Team Rocket's Equipment R&D Department. Shock. He even sent him a submarine. The feeling for Zhang Yuan. How to say, Zhang Yuan was shocked anyway, but he didn't understand the reason why Giovanni gave him the submarine. Is it to let him go to Kyogre? No, Team Rocket can't reach the Hoenn region yet. Picking up the letter and reading the contents of the letter. 187. Zhang Yuan raised his brows. I still don't understand. Giovanni didn't mention the reason why he sent this gift to Zhang Yuan in the letter, but only mentioned between the lines that the submarine was docked in a secret shipyard of Team Rockets in Kashima, and attached a map. Forget it. I'm too lazy to think so much. Some people don't want to send a submarine for nothing. Given Giovanni's IQ, of course, he wouldn't think that Zhang Yuan would die for Zhang Yuan if he gave something to Zhang Yuan, so Zhang Yuan had no psychological burden to accept the submarine. Zhang Yuan put this matter aside, and now the first thing he has to do is to rescue Lorelai and Claudia, who were trapped in the Seafoam Island. Ride the Salamence through the air, heading straight to the Seafoam Island. Seafoam Island. Islands located in the sea before Cinnabar Island and Fuchsia City. Legend has it that the two sacred birds, Moltres and Articuno, live on the Seafoam Island. So the Seafoam Islands have always been a little mysterious in the eyes of the world, and they are also one of the tourist attractions that many tourists like. In an Icelandic cave on one of the Seafoam Island, a group of people wrapping themselves up forms a ball. This group of people includes Interpol, union prosecutors, and more ordinary police officers. They are surrounding a tall woman with glasses. How long will it take for the Alliance reinforcements to arrive? The woman surrounded by the center, Lorelei, asked with a tired face. She was ambushed by high-tech weapons in the previous battle against Team Rocket, and her Pokemon were basically injured in varying degrees. In addition, Athena, one of the 4 generals of Team Rocket, led people to chase and intercept them, and they were in very bad condition. The Alliance replied that they can't recruit people. Let's hold on for a while, and it's better to escape on our own. A prosecutor in white said. When the people next to him heard his word, their expressions changed. Doesn't this mean that we have been abandoned? Calm down, Lorelei's cold voice called, as if possessing a special magic power. As soon as Lorelei opened his mouth, everyone's anxious emotions calmed down. Claudia, how do you reply from Interpol? Hearing Lorelei's word, everyone turned their hopeful eyes on Claudia again. Our commander said that Interpol can't tell anyone to come to the rescue right now. Claudia's words chilled everyone's heart, but Claudia was obviously taught by Zhang Yuan and gasped for breath. Just listen to her continue. But the Sir still found someone to support us. Feelings of ups and downs, coupled with the mental pressure that they had been under before, everyone was sincerely tired. Who is coming? This time Claudia didn't sell anything. It's Zero. Who is Zero? The enemy that Lord Lorelei can't solve. Isn't he alone? One of the prosecutors frowned and said that not everyone knew Zhang Yuan very well. Zero, the legendary man who single-handedly foiled the Team Rocket's annual conspiracy and saved the entire city in Lamperchi. A policeman was surprised and said that there are still people who know Zhang Yuan's deed. Lorelei next to her was relieved when she heard the name Zero. Her authority was enough for her to understand what happened in Lamperchi at that time, and she also knew very well how Zhang Yuan solved the crisis in Lamperchi. As long as the giant Dragonite is released, all problems will be solved. Claudia nodded. I served him as an assistant for a while, and with his strength, it would not be a problem to fight off Team Rocket. Well, habit is a very scary thing, and now Claudia has no shame at all about being Zhang Yuan's subordinate. I've seen him, and I've also learned about the Ramper incident. With Zero's strength, it's not difficult to save us. Lorelei praised Zhang Yuan. With the corroboration of his colleague Claudia's explanation, and Lorelei's approval, Zhang Yuan immediately became the savior and spiritual belief of everyone trapped in the ice cave. Can't wait for them to look forward to Zhang Yuan's assistant. The sound of dense footsteps came. At this time, there could be footsteps on this scale in the cave, and there could be no one other than Team Rocket. Lorelei has no fighting ability for the time being, and Zhang Yuan will obviously take a while to arrive. During this time, they can only try their best to avoid the search of Team Rocket. Jink, use Psybeam. Seal this passage. Lorelei led the people in one direction. Jink sealed the hole as ordered, and stopped the pursuer. In a makeshift tent on the Seafoam Island. Using confusion to stun everyone in this place. Move it and hang it on a tree. Zhang Yuan clapped his hand. He just came to the Seafoam Island, and he didn't expect to meet a group of Team Rocket's members when he landed. It should be said that he was lucky, or the people of Team Rocket's were unlucky, and they became the first victims in Zhang Yuan's hands in this battle. Zhang Yuan flipped through the documents on the table and found no information. 5.5 He can basically be sure that there is no important information here. This is just a reconnaissance team used to monitor the movements of the island, but their observation records of the Seafoam Islands have aroused Zhang Yuan's interest. In a notebook, this observational record explains in detail the climatic anomalies around the Seafoam Islands in terms of periodic changes in the island's climate and connections between Moltres Articuno. So there's another scientist in here. Zhang Yuan looked around, but didn't find any scientist among the people who fainted. Call Claudia first. I don't know how they are now. Pulling out the earphone from the communication device on his wrist, Zhang Yuan dialed Claudia's number. Dividing line Ask for a subscription. Chapter 133 Athena. Hey, Claudia, where are you now? Zhang Yuan said to the opposite side of the communicator as he flipped through something recorded in the observation record with one hand. Ice Island. Cave. 3rd floor. The sound coming from the headphones was choppy. Whether it was was due to poor signal in the cave, or the result of Team Rocket's interference shielding. Okay, it's the third basement floor, I know. After speaking, he hung up the communication regardless of whether Claudia heard clearly or not. Zhang Yuan pulled out a map from a pile of documents. Let me see. Where is the entrance to the cave in the ice island? How is it? Have you contacted Zero? In the underground cave of Ice Island, a group of people stared at Claudia, making her, who always prides herself on being informal, also a little nervous. We got in touch, but in the middle, there seems to be something wrong. Claudia was a little confused. Lorelei also looked at her. What going on? I told him that Team Rockets were on the third floor of the cave, but 13 had a bad signal just now. Zero, he probably thought we were on the third floor. Claudia is embarrassed to say this. Zero should be able to deal with those Team Rocket. Quote. The rest were speechless and could only pray that this Zero was strong enough to single out Team Rockets led by Athena. The third floor of the underground cave. Team Rockets gather in front of an ice wall and send out Pokemon to destroy the ice wall in front of them. Wheezing, takedown, gas, bang, a dull tackle sound, and the ice surface was unscathed, but Wheezing was stumbled by the counter impact, and his body swayed from side to side in the air as if he was drunk. Raticate killed the front teeth. The big yellow mouse kicked on its foreleg, and Spark leapt out like a fire, and its two front teeth slammed into the hard ice. Raticate, the big yellow mouse screamed, and two proud front teeth were broken by the anti-shock force, and it flew back upside down. On the ice wall in front of him, there was just a dent the size of a grain of rice. Who has a fire-type Pokemon? A Team Rocket boss asked. Everyone was speechless. They did have a team dedicated to using fire-type Pokemon, but they all went to search for Articuno, not here. The scene was embarrassing for a while. They couldn't break the ice wall made by Lorelei for a long time, so they could only run to Athena. Lord Athena, please take action. Wearing a white custom Team Rocket's uniform and fiery red hair, Athena frowned. She was very dissatisfied with this group of men. Because of the temporary transfer, all of her capable subordinates are still in Johto. These are all temporarily seconded, and there will inevitably be problems with coordination. A bunch of trash. Get out of the way for me. The scolded Team Rocket's members bowed their heads and did not dare to refute, and spent half a day unable to open an ice wall. They are indeed a bit of a weight. Athena throws Pokeball. Arbic. Acid. Strong acid. Acid was sprayed on the ice surface, and with a chee-chee sound, the ice cube gradually melted due to the heat released by the strong acid. Hyper Beam. In the next second, a yellow energy beam spewed out of Arbok's mouth, smashing through the ice wall melted by acid. He gestured to the team member of Team Rockets next to him. His subordinates understood and threw the Pokeball in his hand. Voltorb. Explosion. Boom. The entire ice wall was blown to pieces, and the power was controlled just right. It only shattered the ice wall and did not blast the passage. Go ahead, find Lorelei and catch her. Athena cherishes words like gold. Yes, Lord Athena. Team Rockets didn't feel resentful because of Athena's indifference. Instead, their morale was even higher. Maybe this is the legendary shaking M. Just as they were about to set off, a strange voice suddenly came from behind. Excuse me, are you Team Rocket? Is this Lady Athena? Team Rockets gathered in the cave in front of him. A little bit of tongue. What a coincidence. He rushed to the third floor of the cave according to the map left by Team Rocket. He searched the third floor and couldn't find Lorelei and the others, but he did not expect to encounter Team Rocket. Should this be considered unlucky for them, or is my character outburst? Who is it? Team Rockets do business. Idle people wait to retreat. The two little guys who looked like the first cannon fodder rushed up, raised their hands and released Team Rocket's signature Pokemon combination, Wheezing and Arbic. It's so unfriendly. A wave of Zhang Yuan's hand. 12 Shadow Sneak flew out of the shadows, perfectly hitting these two Pokemon who only knew how to rush forward. Boom. By Shadow Sneak, the two Pokemon flew back upside down and fell to the ground to lose their combat effectiveness, startling the rest of the Team Rocket. Who is he? Even Team Rockets had never seen someone who could unleash an attack with a wave of his hand. What was that just now? Like Shadow Sneak, or the well-informed. Seeing Zhang Yuan deal with his subordinate, Athena, who was standing in the middle of the crowd, showed an inquiring expression on her face. Calm down. Don't be deceived by him. 500. It's a ghost-type Pokemon hiding in his shadow. Hearing Athena's word, the commotion of Team Rocket stopped. Fake guy. Arbic. Poison Sting. No matter who came, it will definitely not be your own anyway. Since it is not your own, let's arrest it first. Zhang Yuan didn't know what Athena was thinking, otherwise he would have to complain. From a certain point of view, he was indeed his own. Not only my own people, but also have a good relationship with your boss. Gengar. Psychic. Zhang Yuan's confusion and Gengar are in tune, enhancing the original Gengar's weak psychic. The invisible confusion swept past. Not only swept Poison Sting to the ground, but even had enough power to attack Arbic. Facts have proved that there is also a gap in strength between Arbic and Arbic. When attacked attacked by Psychic. Arbok does not panic at all, twisting his body to unload in the air. Psychic's little power that fell on Arbok was weakened by more than half, and the damage caused was minimal. Go ahead. Use the acid bomb. A chapter that was supposed to be posted at 7 o'clock, but because it was not saved, half of the chapters are gone, and all have to be recoded. The next chapter will be recoded after sleeping. Chapter 134. The Era of Skinny spit out a cloud of acid from his mouth with a pungent smell, and smashed at Zhang Yuan. If ordinary trainers encounter this kind of attack, I am afraid they will be in a hurry, but Zhang Yuan's heart does not fluctuate at all. Gengar, sucker punch. Zhang Yuan pulled out the Sanryu Zongjin behind him, flashed twice in the air, and the acid liquid group exploded in the air. Chi-chi. The blasted acid sputtered on the ground, corroding the ground to a screeching sound, and black smoke emanated, slashing an acid bomb with a knife. Athena was shocked. There are not many people in the Alliance who can fight against Pokemon by themselves. Team Rockets has collected information on this aspect. Fighting Elite Bruno, Saffron City's gym leader Sabrina, Fuchsia Gym's Koga. These are all included in them, but there is no information on this person in front of him, and there is never any mention of a sword master who can fight against Pokemon. While Athena was thinking about it, Gengar had quickly approached Arbok. Two Shadow Sneak condensed on both hands. One left and one right blocked the space for Arbok to move and dodge. Gengar grabbed Arbok's body with one claw. The Shadow Claw grabbed it with the power of Black Shadow, as if to split Arbok into two pieces with one claw. Athena's Arbok is obviously not a weak she. Seeing that he can't dodge the attack, he simply slams his body against a Shadow Sneak and then bites Gengar with his Fire Fang. My Arbok is not so easy to deal with. Athena swept the hair on the side of her face and smiled. Gengar, double-edged, bumped the Arbok away. Zhang Yuan definitely wouldn't let Gengar be bitten by Arbok. Looking at the previous battle, he knew that Athena's Arbok level was very high, and it was never a good idea to resist the attack. At this time, the importance of the trainer's command was reflected. When Gengar had difficulty deciding what to do next, Zhang Yuan directly made the choice for him, and did not miss the best time to dodge. Quack! Hearing this, Gengar kicked his two short legs, dodged to miss Arbok's Fire Fang, and slammed into the pattern on its chest. Chaba! Arbok screamed and was knocked out, his tail curled up, obviously not lightly injured. Athena has a wealth of combat experience, and she did not panic when she saw the failure of the attack. Resist the pain and attack the opponent directly with Hyper Beam. Chabaku! Arbok let out a cry, his tail circling under him. As a support, his mouth condensed a large group of energy, and the yellow Hyper Beam continued to condense. It's really overturning the table if you don't agree. Seeing that this was obviously a move towards him, Zhang Yuan also became cautious. It would be embarrassing if someone took him away with Hyper Beam. Zhang Yuan tapped the icons of several Pokemon in the inventory, and 4 Ultra Balls were thrown between his fingers. Boom! Use light green. 4 Beldums are arranged in 4-point divisions of a triangular pyramid. 4 Beldum's eyes turned blue, and confusion was used to create a light wall to form a triangular pyramid, protecting Zhang Yuan. As soon as the triangular pyramid was formed, it hit Arbok's Hyper Beam head-on, causing a violent explosion. Boom! The rays of light were dazzling and the gravel splashed. After the explosion, everyone looked at Zhang Yuan's direction. How can nothing happen? Is that the light green? It actually resisted Athena-sama's Hyper Beam head-on. The Team Rockets were stunned and felt like they were watching gods fight. The formation formed by Beldum perfectly protected Zhang Yuan. I said, you are also a Team Rocket cadre after all. Don't you feel ashamed to do such a shameless thing as a sneak attack on a trainer? The vertebral body floated in the air, and Zhang Yuan, who was in it, said in the sky, hee, we're Team Rocket. Athena scoffed, tis, our Team Rocket so thickened. Zhang Yuan selectively forgot what he had done before against Sabrina and Koga. Who the hell are you? At this time, Athena was very curious about Zhang Yuan's identity. If she read it right, surrounding the opponent's body is the extremely rare quasi-god of Hoenn region, Beldum, able to have 4 Beldum. The meaning behind this means that the identity of the other party is not simple. Could it be someone from the Stone family? She first thought of the Stone family in the Hoenn region. However, Zhang Yuan's face was hidden under the hood, so she couldn't see it clearly and it was hard to judge. Who are you asking me? Zhang Yuan lifted his hood just when Athena's attention was drawn. A strange smile appeared on the corner of Zhang Yuan's mouth, and he ordered abruptly, Gengar, hypnosis. Gengar sprang from the shadow in front of Audiobook and released Hypnosis. Audiobook, who was slightly tired from releasing Hyper Beam just now, was directly hit. Without waiting for Athena's words to come out, Zhang Yuan smiled and gave the order. Gengar, Dream Eater, get rid of Audiobook. Psychic's trick to deal with Audiobook of the poison system. The effect can only be described as outstanding. After only 3 seconds, Audiobook was completely incapacitated. Gengar first used Substitute after Athena's attention was attracted, and then hid the substitute in the shadows until Zhang Yuan ordered to use Hypnosis plus Dream Eater to solve Audiobook directly. Damn it. Athena didn't know she was being tricked. The future star of the Alliance, the police of Interpol, is Zero. Seeing her face, she finally figured out Zhang Yuan's identity, although the price paid was a bit high. Jiao Jiao Jiao. Murkrow, Vileplume. Athena directly dispatched her other 2 ace Pokemon, Salamence, Charizard, Melodic. 3 of you. Zhang Yuan also threw out 3 Pokeballs. In group battles, Zhang Yuan has never been afraid of anyone. Team Rocket, who had been eating melons for a long time, released Pokemon and joined the siege of Zhang Yuan. Raticate, Thero, Audiobook, Weezing. The difference between this group of elites and ordinary Team Rockets is that most of their Pokemon are in their final form. But even a Pokemon in its final form is still only a one-trick thing when faced with the combination of Gengar plus Melodic plus Salamence plus Charizard. Ask for a subscription. Chapter 135 Big Melee. Thero, use Hurricane. Weezing, don't stand still. Use the Sludge Bomb. Audiobook, don't be afraid. Sacrifice your life to join Iron Tail. Go up. In the chaotic cave, Team Rocket pulled their Pokemon up to their death, but even so, they were still unable to attack for a long time. There are only 4 Pokemon on Zhang Yuan's side, but the quality of Pokemon is far from what Team Rocket, which basically rely on grabbing, can compare to this group of Pokemon. Salamence and Melodic can take multiple Pokemon with every move. As for accuracy, in the face of the swarming Pokemon, you don't even need to aim. As long as you unleash a trick anywhere in the field, you will never fail. Salamence spread his wings, roared up to the sky, and put a mouthful of fire blast in the center of the Team Rocket, scorching several Pokemon. On the flank, Melodic used Light Green to fend off numerous attacks, while using Psybeam to control the field. The field was frozen, and the Pokemon who used the ground as a foothold were unstable against the smooth ground, which greatly slowed the rhythm of Team Rocket attack. The Pokemon in the sky tried to get entangled with Salamence, but Salamence didn't play tricks with them at all, relying on its huge body, and drove the Steel Wing to rampage in the sky, making Pokemon such as Thero and Weezing not dare to get close and can only go far. 853 Cheng attack. Zhang Yuan looked at the chaotic battlefield and smacked his lip. If you are fighting outside and unleash a huge Dragonite, you can kill these guys in one move, but now you can only use Salamence and them to slowly solve the opponent. On the other side, Charizard and Gengar concentrate on dealing with Athena's 2 main forces. Murkrow played against Charizard, Vileplume and Gengar 2-on-1, and had a lot of fun on the field. Athena's Murkrow level is very high, although there is no evolution as Honchkrow, but the strength is not inferior at all. Charizard suffered from the loss of youth, and was not inferior to Murkrow in strength and size, and was frequently kited by Murkrow, resulting in a constant disadvantage in battle. However, after a few rounds of battle, Charizard also found Murkrow's weakness. It continued to release Flame Vortex to deal with Murkrow with large-scale attack, forcing it to dare not approach. Even if it could not cause damage to Murkrow, it could also assist Salamence and Melodic to deal with the rest of the Team Rocket. Gengar's side is a little easier, because Gengar has played against Erika's Vileplume before, so it knows what tactics to take against Vileplume. Gengar cleverly used his ability to hide in the shadows to shuttle in the shadows of many Pokemon in the field, just like a slippery loach, so that Vileplume could not catch or hit, but kept harassing Vileplume with Shadow Sneak. Vileplume has power but can't take Gengar. The expression on his face is distorted, the petals on the top of his head are bloodshot, the color is more and more bright, rage is extreme. To use the solar beam to kill the nasty guy Gengar. But where does the sun come from in the cave? Before being guided by Gengar to hit the Team Rocket crowd a few times with Energy Ball without hurting Gengar at all, now it dares not even throw large-scale moves indiscriminately. This guy. Athena looked at the chaotic situation in the field and was very depressed. Her elite troops with hundreds of people were actually dragged by one person. Even if Team Rockets now has the initiative, hundreds of people are fighting against one person. If they can't win it in a short time, in her opinion, opinion, this is a failure. At this time, she couldn't help but think of the comment from the boss of Giovanni when she was checking the Zero information. Avoid as much as possible. Among all the Alliance trainers that Giovanni annotated, Zhang Yuan was the only one who was annotated by Giovanni with such an evaluation except the 4 elite. Of course, Athena didn't know that Giovanni was trying to avoid it because Zhang Yuan and Giovanni were cooperating. She made up her mind to avoid as much as possible. In addition, there were hundreds of Team Rocket Superior that could not be attacked for a long time, so she wanted to retreat. But now that he has the upper hand, if he retreat, he will be unwilling. Just when she was hesitating, the communicator on her way suddenly vibrated, and a text message above made her make up her mind. We have to retreat. Sent out to find Articuno before has sent back a message that Articuno has been restrained by the restraint device and asked her to deal with it as soon as possible. Everyone retreat. Mobile group. Cover retreat. Although the team members of Team Rockets did not know why they had to retreat after hearing the word, it was definitely not wrong to listen to the commander. Wheezing, smoke green, naughty egg, explosion. The personnel in the rear of the hall directed the Pokemon to cover and retreat, and the black smoke filled the cave. With the explosion of naughty egg as cover, Team Rocket quickly disappeared into the smoke screen. It's really fast. Zhang Yuan clicked his tongue in amazement, but did not chase after him. The explosion has stopped. On the 4th floor of the underground cave, the Alliance troops who were about to rush to the 3rd floor to support Zhang Yuan slowed down. Is it a failure? Someone said pessimistically. It's really not enough to deal with hundreds of pursuers alone. What should I do? There is no support. Will I be captured by Team Rocket's neck? The team was filled with pessimism. Keep quiet and don't jump to conclusions without seeing it with your own eye. Lorelei said coldly that although she has no bottom in her heart, she must stop this pessimistic atmosphere from spreading in the team. No matter what the result is, we'll find out when we go to see it. Someone said, but if Team Rockets are there? And Interpol retorted vigorously, do you want to watch our colleagues be captured by Team Rocket? Instead of hiding in this cave, it is better to fight hard. The team was divided into 2 factions. One faction advocated continuing to hide and waiting for reinforcement. The other faction advocated taking the initiative to fight against Team Rocket. Claudia also advocated going up to fight Team Rocket. If anyone here is most concerned about Zhang Yuan's comfort, then she must be her. When the 2 sides were at a stalemate, they both turned their attention to Lorelei, hoping that she would make a decision. Let's take a look. My cloister is mostly recovered, and I have a chance against Team Rocket. Lorelei decided. Yes. Dividing line Update tilde. Chapter 136 Me. This is, whether it was an ordinary police officer, a coalition prosecutor, or an Interpol, they were all stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. In front of them was a cave that had been bombed beyond recognition. Hockey ground, remnants of Pokemon tricks like Venom, Vine, and Pokemon that were incapacitated too late to get their Pokemon balls back. In the entire cave, which is comparable in size to a gymnasium, almost no part is intact, and there are traces of battle everywhere, which make people intuitively feel the brutality of the previous battle. A battle of this magnitude. What kind of battle can create such a large-scale battlefield? Pokemon that fell on the ground. There are at least dozens of them, and there are many kind. Fearow, Wheezing, and the most naughty egg. After using explosion, they are not recycled, and their eyes become a circle on the ground. Roll out. Looking further ahead, they don't see Team Rocket. You are finally here. A voice grabbed everyone's attention. In front, a young man in a black trench coat was sitting on a huge stone, with a dagger inserted beside him, and a salamence licking his wounds prostrate under him. Although the youth did not make any threatening action, everyone could feel the murderous aura coming from the front. What a terrifying aura. The timid man couldn't help trembling, and the daring heart also murmured, is this the future star of the league? They had thought about what a scene it would be like. Maybe Zero was caught and tortured by Team Rocket, and the more pessimistic Zero has been killed by the previous explosion. But they never thought Team Rockets would run away. This TM run away. You are Team Rocket. You were just beaten away by one person. This make them, the Team Rocket, who have been chasing and blocking the elite faces of the Alliance for several days. When Claudia saw the person on the stone hanging in her heart finally fell to the ground, and the joy on her face could not be restrained. Zero, it's great that you're okay. Then he stepped forward quickly. Salamance's neck to Zhang Yuan turned his head humanely, not looking at these 2 guys. To make Claudia show this expression, an Alliance inspector was taken aback. Claudia was always honest when facing them. An Interpol lit a cigarette. Hey, who do you think Mr. Zero is? He is the youngest Interpol police officer in the history of the Alliance, and Claudia is said to be the leader of Mr. Zero. Quote, at this time, Claudia had already walked in front of Zhang Yuan, and she didn't feel anything at all about Zhang Yuan's aura. Claudia Claudia choked lightly. 0. I remember telling you many times. Call me sir after we meet. Zhang Yuan tapped Claudia on the head with the scabbard. Quote. The corner of Claudia's eyes twitched. Her previous joy was gone. It's hard to see each other. Can you let me cry and break the atmosphere? I have to say, Zhang Yuan's ability to destroy the atmosphere is really matched. Zhang. 0. This should be the second time we meet. Lorelei also stepped forward at this time. She gave Zhang Yuan a deep look. Although she had met once at the Pokemon Academy before, it was because she had met before that she told Zhang Yuan that he was able to repel Team Rocket. Shocked, Zhang Yuan turned over and jumped off the stone. Ms. Lorelei, long time no see. It has been more than half a year since the two met, and it can indeed be said that they have not seen each other for a long time. Lorelei Elite met Master Zero before. The Melon Eaters next to him said how did they never know about this. On the other hand, a few people from Interpol vaguely recalled the scene when Zhang Yuan joined Interpol, and they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Thanks to your help this time, or I'd be the first Quad Elite ever caught by Team Rockets in the league. It's serious. Even if I don't come, it's only a matter of time before you make it through the sea. Question mark. As for flowers. 0. The bridal sedan chairs are being carried by everyone. At this time, a wave of business exchanges can not only create a harmonious and friendly atmosphere, but also gain Lorelei's favor. Lorelei giggled twice. Since someone gave her the stares, she didn't have to hold back. Where are the Team Rocket? Gabbard pointed to a hole. Run over there. They walked in a hurry. Something must have happened. How? Lorelei wondered. Put the shining Sanriazon close to the sheet. Before, I was at a deadlock with them, and then Athena answered a call, and they immediately withdrew. Even the incompetent Pokemon was not taken away. You mean, Athena was also in the battle just now? Lorelei caught a message, and everyone behind him was in an uproar. 0. I thought that Zhang Yuan was just one person who dealt with hundreds of Team Rocket's elite, but I didn't expect that there was also a strong senior Team Rocket cadre. This time it is even more terrifying, dealing with hundreds of elite trainers and senior cadres of Team Rockets with one person, even in the heyday of Alliance 4 elite like Lorelei. Facing a look of awe, Zhang Yuan smiled and said nothing. Sometimes you don't have to talk when you pretend to be forceful, and the effect of silence is better. Tilda. Just when everyone was still surprised, a scream came from nowhere and echoed around the cave for a long time. No, Articuno has an accident. As an ice-washing elite, Lorelei is of course very familiar with Articuno's growl, and she immediately reflected on this screen. 0. I need your helping hand. Salaman, who had almost recovered from his injuries, into the Pokeball. I am happy to help. Alright, let go. Lorelei was resolute, taking the lead, and everyone moved in the direction from growl. Dividing line The previous hyper beam has been modified. Ask for a subscription. Chapter 137. Articuno. Growl beside his ear is getting bigger and bigger. Tell me what happened these days. Why are you suddenly blocked in the cave by Team Rocket? Zhang Yuan asked Claudia next to him in the team. He glanced at the Alliance's team just now. Apart from the ordinary police officers, the remaining one-third were Interpol and Alliance prosecutors. Interpol and the Alliance prosecutor are not comparable to the so-called superior of Team Rocket, let alone Lorelei, but even this luxurious lineup is chased all over the island, which is really difficult for him to understand. Are you asking about this? That's right, with your number and strength, you shouldn't be stuck in the cave. Claudia shook her head. Team Rocket's used equipment that has never been seen before. 970. Lorelei's ice-type Pokemon has been greatly restrained, plus they are led by Athena, and the number of people the advantage when we didn't react directly defeated a ... Everyone rushed to the outside of the cave along the sound, and at a glance there was a group of black-clothed Team Rockets surrounding an ice sculpture in the distance. Articuno. Quote, with just one glance, you can see that there is a blue and crystal clear bird that is frozen in ice. Is it because the Articuno Team Rockets were trapped that they retreated? Zhang Yuan understood. He said how the Team Rockets were so decisive at the time. After all, it was really hard to say who would win and who would lose if he didn't use Deoxys and the giant Dragonite. When Zhang Yuan and the others left the cave, around the ice block, several Team Rockets were violently breaking the ice with engineering equipment, and they waved chainsaws and fell to the ice block. The sharp chainsaw fell on the surface of the ice, which was not even, and wiped the ice balls all over the sky. The effect of violently breaking the ice with a chainsaw was not good, but Team Rockets had already prepared. As soon as Athena waved, the Team Rocket pushed up a machine with the R-shaped Team Rocket's logo. That's it, Claudia said to Zhang Yuan from the side. This machine emits infrasound waves and can destroy ice. It seems that Team Rockets has mastered the Anti-4 Elite technology. Zhang Yuan expressed his amazement at Team Rocket's ability to invent and create. There are devices specially used to deal with with Go-type Pokemon, and there are devices used to restrain Ice-type Pokemon. It's just about the equipment to restrain Dragon-type Pokemon and Fighting-type Pokemon. We have to get rid of that device. Zhang Yuan pointed out what they were going to do now. Let go. Lorelei didn't say much. She showed her attitude with her action. Boom. The Pokeball opened, and after a flash of white light, a cloister with a blue-black carapace appeared in front. By cannon. The attack aimed directly at the giant instrument. In the Team Rocket crowd, smiled lightly when she saw this, waved her hand, and Murkrow, who was parked on her shoulder, flew out, using Steel Wing to smash the flying spikes into the air. Have you been a mouse in a hole for so long? Finally stopped hiding. Athena tugged the hairnet to her ear and put on a charming expression. Although the smile is very charming, the alliance is the backbone of the alliance that has been tried and tested, and their hearts are not shaken at all. Let go together. Seeing that Lorelei did not solve the device, the elites of the alliance behind them also released their own Pokemon, but it's really bad enough. Zhang Yuan looked at almost all the injured Pokemon who were barely able to fight, and doubted whether they could hold out for 3 minutes under the firepower of Team Rocket. Go! Salamence, Charizard, Melodic. Zhang Yuan knew that if he didn't take action, the elites of these alliances would go to deliver food. Sure enough, you still have to rely on me. Zhang Yuan sighed. He spoke in a low voice, but he was clearly heard by Claudia beside him. Quote. Claudia turned her head in shame, not wanting to look at Zhang Yuan again. Salamence, Fire Blast. When he started using Fire Blast, Zhang Yuan didn't have any psychological burden. Top priority is not to let Team Rocket capture Articuno. Zhang Yuan doesn't want to fight Team Rockets with Articuno. Even if he has the strength to deal with Articuno, he doesn't want to expose it so early. Zhang Yuan stood on Salamence, very dashing. Murkrow, Shadow Sneak, plus Psychic. Athena commanded Murkrow to block. Team Rockets who used water-type Pokemon also shot. The Mosquito Coil Frog uses the water gun. Gyarados, high-pressure Hydro Pump. The sound of Chi-Chi evaporating. Fire Blast was finally blocked in front of that device. The defense is really tight. Zhang Yuan had the intention to use Draco Meteor to clear the field, but the Pokemon on the Alliance side had already scuffled with the Pokemon from Team Rocket, and the reputation of accidentally hurting his partner was not good. Charizard, Melodic, Free Attack, Gengar Destruction. That device. After conveying his order, Zhang Yuan rode Salamence in the sky to slaughter the Pokemon of Team Rockets below. Zhang Yuan directed Salamence to throw a fire blast out of all the targets he was targeting. Naughty Guy, who was using Thunderbolt recklessly on the court, was bombarded by Fire Blast and directly reported himself. Another Fearow was ignited, rushed to the peak of his life, and experienced the feeling of a Moltres. After a dozen times like this, none of the powerful trainers in Team Rockets dared to take the lead, and all of them were too weak for 1.6 for fear that Zhang Yuan would follow in the footsteps of their predecessors. Fighting is something that can't be cowardly. If Team Rockets is cowardly, the Alliance will be unreasonable. Team Rockets lost momentum, and the Alliance took the initiative in an instant. Although all Pokemon were injured, the use of potion and restorative moves such as Recover and Mega Absorb, coupled with Zhang Yuan's boost of morale, gradually turned the situation around. Return, and Gengar's side kept harassing Team Rocket so that the Icebreaker could not be activated, and the balance of victory fell to the Alliance side. Lorelei, who was controlling Jinx and Cloyster to fight Athena, also had a smile on his face. Dividing line Ask for a subscription. Chapter 138. Do whatever you want. Team Rocket. Psychic Team. Get rid of that Gengar. Athena looked at the situation on the field, and her appearance of winning the game became serious, and a trace of anxiety could be vaguely seen in her eyes. Gengar's harassment tactics made her uncomfortable. Without the device's helping hand, Athena not only couldn't break the ice shield protecting Articuno, but also gave Lorelei an opportunity. Alakazam, Mr. Mime. More than a dozen Pokemon common in the Kanto region left the battlefield, surrounded Gengar from all sides with blue eyes, ready to trap Gengar. Team Rocket, a Pokemon criminal organization, has been in the business of kidnapping Pokemon all the year round. Although psychic Pokemon is rare, Team Rockets has always been in short supply. Gah! Gengar couldn't help laughing. Seeing so many psychic Pokemon, even Gengar is a little cowardly. If it's one-on-one, one-on-two, it's naturally true, but it's okay to play 10-1 at a time. So maybe you can see a fat Gengar chased by a group of psychic Pokemon everywhere. 13. Zhang Yuan also noticed this scene in the sky. His own Pokemon was besieged. How could he stand by as the master? Salamence. Someone bullied Gengar. Fuck me. Roar. Salamence swung his wings and swooped down, whipping the wind into the battlefield, blowing both sides to and fro. Zhang Yuan launched confusion. His eyes flashed with blue cold light, and he slashed the hydro pump that was attacking him. Torrent brushed his body and passed by. Zhang Yuan Yuan's eyes did not change at all. Dragon tail swings its tail, and the high-speed flying blood wings fly the dragon tail. It swings in the air and sweep towards the battle group below. At this time, the move does not need to be too strong. With the blessing of such a terrifying speed, even the weakest hackle can play the effect of brick break. The tail blew the air and flew all the way in the direction of Athena. Salamence plowed out a blank passage in the battlefield, and the passage was full of fallen Pokemon. Murkrow, sucker punch! Athena exclaimed, and the next second Murkrow abandoned his opponent Cloyster and attacked Zhang Yuan. Charizard, return to defend! Zhang Yuan shouted. Charizard also abandoned his opponent, and with a spark turned into an orange streamer just in front of Murkrow. Charizard's claws and Murkrow's beaks collided, wiping out bits of ember, both backing away at the same time. The following Team Rocket saw that Athena's attack failed, and with the mentality of solving problems for the leader, they directed the Pokemon to attack Zhang Yuan one after another. Venusaur's Magical Leaf, Magmar's Flaming Vortex, and Gyarados Hyper Beam, and Mosquito Frog's Eye Beam. Are you addicted to hitting people? Zhang Yuan felt very unhappy when he saw the attack that greeted him again. He didn't fight back. Did he really think he was incapable of fighting back? By the ignorant guys like Team Rocket, Zhang Yuan simply took back the surrounded Gengar and let Salamence rise back into the sky. Various attacks collided in the sky. Psybeam and Hyper Beam collided together to blast the ice crystals in the sky. Flamethrower met Razor Leaf and made the sky rain with fire. Giggle, we are Team Rocket's Tilda. Athena covered her mouth and smiled when she was satisfied with the results achieved by her subordinate. Does your boss Giovanni know that you're doing it like this? Our Team Rockets have always done whatever they want. Athena smiled and turned to the Team Rocket's technician behind and said, Gengar has been forced to retreat. Your technical team start the machine. In her opinion, as long as this machine is activated, the ice layer that Articuno uses to protect himself and Lorelai's Pokemon are dealt with incidentally, Zhang Yuan will definitely not be able to withstand the siege of hundreds of them. Yes, the technical team hurried forward to debug the machine. It can be seen from Athena's thoughts that she obviously does not know what kind of enemies she has annoyed, and what it means for Zhang Yuan to take back Gengar. Gengar, use the strongest Thunderbolt. Charizard, Earthquake, Melodic, Tsunami, Salamence, Draco Meteor. Command 4 Pokemon to attack in one go. Crackling, the explosion of electricity pierced through the air was numb, and the mesh of Thunderbolt hit the Team Rockets below from the sky. Charizard swooped down from the sky. His claws clenched his fists and hit the ground with all his strength, cracking the ground hundreds of meters from Hoenn. Melodic raised his head and whimpered softly, and his elegant posture was right in front of the Alliance team, causing the lake water on the island to set off a tsunami. Salamence spit out yellow energy, turned into a meteor in the air, and smashed into the battlefield. The attacks of the 4 Pokemon in the battlefield are very terrifying. Earthquake, Tsunami, Meteorite, which are all natural disasters that humans are very afraid of. She was taken aback by Zhang Yuan's sudden outburst, but Athena was still very good at commanding. Light Wall blocked the attack. A dozen psychic Pokemon joined forces to create a giant light green in the sky. Earthquake and the tsunami have been neglected, and the most important thing now is not to let this extremely terrifying meteorite fall down. Grass-type Pokemon stood at the front of the team and formed a human wall to break the tsunami. Although the ground-type Pokemon 793 was restrained, he used the rock imprisoned behind him to make rock to block the tsunami. Boom! The tsunami arrived on schedule. The turbulent waves crashed on the raised rocks and directly smashed the rocks away. The momentum was pushed by the slightly obstructed tsunami, and a large group of Pokemon were swept away by the seawater. It was followed by Draco Meteor. The falling meteor collided with the light green in the sky, making a sour creaking sound, squeezing, deforming, and shattering, and the light green instantly exploded into pieces. The meteorite smashed into the field that had become water, splashing the sky, and the shock wave stunned many Pokemon that had been washed away by the water. Under such a large-scale attack, no one can escape. Fortunately, although Zhang Yuan was upset, he did not lose his mind to carry out indiscriminate attack. All attacks avoided Alliance members as much as possible. As for being hurt, how could Zhang Yuan manage so much? Anyway, casualties are inevitable in war, and the Alliance will remember your contribution to the Alliance. Dividing line That yesterday's update was indeed a bit too much. Self-examination. There will be an update in a while. Chapter 139. The Fear of Team Rocket. Thunderbolt grabs attention. Earthquake and the tsunami destroy the Team Rocket formation, and finally Draco Meteor delivers the fatal blow. The superiors of Team Rockets are far less tenacious than they think, and they usually use Pokemon as a tool, but when Draco Meteor falls on their head, they realize that Pokemon is not something they can play with. Cough cough. Dodged Draco Meteor's blow, coughed to let Murkrow disperse the dust, and the battlefield was a mess. About 1/3 of the so-called Team Rocket Superior were injured in this round, and it was because of the light green that blocked the front-end Draco meteor. Damn, this terrifying dragon-type move reminded Athena of her fear of being dominated by the strongest elite land crossing in Kanto when she was weak. In her opinion, Zhang Yuan is not inferior to land crossing now, as the Kanto League going to release another elite. The eyes of Athena, who is not aware of the complicated relationship between Zhang Yuan and Team Rocket. This is definitely bad news for Team Rocket, but the priority is not to control this guy called Zero, but to capture Articuno. So strong. The Alliance side was stunned when they saw Zhang Yuan's victory. There are many people who know what Zhang Yuan has done in Lamper, but witnessing such a powerful picture with their own eyes is another experience. Witnessing all this, they have a feeling of Zero is so strong. In the Alliance team, only Claudia had a natural expression on her face. As someone who had seen Zhang Yuan order the giant Dragonite with her own eyes, her heart was very calm. Team Rockets looked even more frightened at the scene around them, and the lucky ones who didn't get hit were thanking God for blessing. They grabbed the Pokeball in their hand, and only Pokeball could give them some comfort at this time. This level of attack can already be called a natural disaster. Faced with a natural disaster-like attack, as ordinary people, they could only silently pray that the disaster would not befall them. Everyone was amazed at Zhang Yuan's strength. Only he himself was very dissatisfied with this attack. The main goal has not been solved. Zhang Yuan could see that next to Athena, although the mechanical device was swayed by earthquake and tilted at an angle, it was not hit by Draco Meteor's meteor, and it didn't seem to be damaged. Trouble. He had a headache. Although he caused a lot of damage to Team Rocket, the main goal of destroying equipment was a complete failure. Soon, Athena organized the remaining Team Rocket's members to defend around the device, instructing Machamp to quickly straighten the machine, power it with Magnemite, and soon the machine was back in operation. The buzzing sound came out of the machine, and Athena signaled the technical engineer of Team Rockets to increase the power. Soon, the ice cubes around Articuno's body on the side quickly disintegrated. The ice shattered into small pieces, which in turn became ice crystals, and Articuno, with pale blue feathers and a long azure tail, was exposed to the air. Articuno raised his neck and Growl raised his voice. Instead of the joy of freedom, his voice was full of pain. Articuno is injured. Zhang Yuan's eyes were good, and at a glance, he saw a deep wound on Articuno's left wing. Wound was originally sealed with ice to stop the bleeding, but under the Team Rocket's machine, the ice crystals were shattering and blood was seeping again. So that's how you dare to fight in the wild. Zhang Yuan also figured out why Team Rockets weren't afraid that Articuno would fly away. No, Articuno is in danger. A prosecutor exclaimed that he too saw Articuno exposed to the air, but before him, Lorelei has used her actual actions to save Articuno. Cloister, Spike Cannon, Jinx, Psychic, destroy that instrument. Lorelei, who had suffered a loss, chose to target the machine for the first time, and obviously suffered a lot from it before. Under the interference of that machine, all the ice-type tricks can't be used. Spike Cannon and Psychic are the most attacking moves of Cloister and Jinx now. Zhang Yuan is not to be outdone. We also go. Charizard, Salamence, use Hyper Beam. A wave of his hand, two bright yellow Hyper Beam aiming instruments blasted past. Stop them for me. Athena shouted to her subordinate. She was directing Pokemon to besiege Articuno, and she had no time to clone. Alakazam, use the light screen to block that Hyper Beam. Raiden, use Protect. Don't be afraid of Spike Cannon. The members of Team Rockets cheer on their Pokemon, but also themselves. In other words, it can also be said that they are hypnotizing themselves, trying to forget the psychological shadow Zhang Yuan brought to them. But Zhang Yuan was standing in front of them, wanting to forget Zhang Yuan in person. This kind of thing is not realistic at all. Trying to forget a person in front of a person. This kind of thing does not exist at all. Alakazam and Sula, who blocked Salamence and Charizard's Hyper Beam from left to right, both used Light Green. Salamence, use Dragon Rage. Charizard, use Flamethrower with all your strength. Break the Light Green. Seeing that Hyper Beam was blocked, Zhang Yuan immediately changed his move. Flamethrower and Dragon Rage have learned from the previous lesson. The two attacks are not only extremely powerful, but they also chose a very tricky Li Deshao angle, making it difficult to defend. Boom! Dragon Rage detonated first, blasting Alakazam out, and the Jet Rocket was blocked due to better defense. Kill 1. Salamence, you and Charizard flank around 2. Kill that Sula. Hearing Zhang Yuan's order, let's not talk about what Zhang Yuan did. Just say that Sula trainer heard Zhang Yuan's order and was so frightened that he hurried Sulap to avoid it. 2-on-2 is already enough courage for him, and now 1-on-2, isn't it fatal to rush up? Anyway, he has done his best. The enemy is too strong. He can't do anything. Dividing line It's a little sleepy to ask for a subscription. I dozed off when I typed, and the code was intermittent. The update has been gradually resumed in the past few days. Chapter 140 SAP. Seeing that Alakazam was taken back from the Pokeball, Zhang Yuan didn't chase after him. He didn't bother to waste time on a guy who looked like a small character. Salamence, Charizard, rush up to me. Zhang Yuan held up the Sanryozong near. The blade fell, and the blade pointed directly at Athena. Roar. One left and one right. One yellow and one blue. Two Pokemon at the top of the food chain pounce on Athena. Articuno in the sky was being beaten by Team Rocket, and when he saw reinforcement, he cried out with joy, and used Hurricane to assist from the side with all his strength. Articuno's Hurricane was several times stronger than a normal hurricane, and Team Rockets were caught off guard and blown away. Salamence and Charizard grabbed each other's chaotic moment and crashed into the fray with their flaming cart. All of a sudden, Team Rocket, who was caught off guard, hurriedly dodged. Murkrow, Vileplume. When Athena saw the scene, she could only let her Pokemon try to block it, and there was no better solution. Articuno is already at the end of the battle. She can only hope that her Pokemon will withstand the pressure from Zhang Yuan's side first, wait for her to catch Articuno and then retreat directly. 153. Naive. Zhang Yuan raised his mouth. Gengar, Melodic, go and help Salamence them. Zhang Yuan has been besieged all the time today, but Zhang Yuan is very unhappy. Now that he has such a good opportunity, if revenge does not come back, he will not be named Zhang. Athens sighed in her chest. She, who had always done what she wanted, was now being done what she wanted. This contrast made her feel uncomfortable. By four Pokemon that are no less powerful than them, Murkrow and Vileplume are overwhelmed, and Gengar quickly seizes the opportunity to hit Shadow Sneak a few times. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Salamence abruptly escaped from the battle group and rushed towards the robotic device guarded in the center by Team Rocket. Murkrow and Vileplume, who were struggling to support them, wanted to stop them, but they couldn't break through Gengar's line of defense at all, and they were stared to death. Without Murkrow and Vileplume, there is no Pokemon in Team Rockets to be a match for Salamence, spreading its wings across the low sky, Hyper Beam smearing in the crowd, turning people on their back like no one. Be sure to destroy that device. The Alliance trainer's eyes were all focused on the Bloodwing flying BDED dragon, with hope in his eyes. Team Rockets also kept an eye on it, hoping that some organizational master would stop that goddamn Salamence. Boom! The flames rose, and after a deafening loud noise, the machine was blown up to the sky. The flames shot up 6 or 7 meters. Oh! Alliance trainers cheered. Team Rocket's morale fell to the bottom, and they didn't want to fight. Who had regained his fighting power, grinned wickedly. A Psybeam froze the iron-armored terror that had been inseparable from it before into a lump of ice, and a smile appeared on Lorelei's face. Cloister, Jing, full use of Blizzard. Beating the Reservoir Dogs is the Lorelei at this time. Other side, Articuno felt that the annoying sound wave finally disappeared. Growl became more high-pitched than ever before, and spit out a Psybeam from his mouth, which suddenly froze a large piece of Team Rocket Pokemon. Damn! Athena knew that their operation this time was a complete failure. Not only did they get rid of the 4 elite Lorelei, but Articuno, who had been guaranteed, was also liberated. Come back, Murkrow, Vileplume. Retreat must be retreated, but the main force that I have cultivated over the years cannot be left here. Murkrow and Vileplume wanted to retreat, but they were guarded by Gengar. How could they escape so easily? The end. Relying on the tacit understanding of the two Pokemon, Vileplume used the Petal Dance against Charizard's flamethrower to force Melodic and Gengar back. Murkrow seized the Vileplume that was about to be baked, and took this opportunity to turn into a black shadow. Go back to Athena. Back the Vileplume. Athena turned her head and stared at Zhang Yuan carefully, not daring to stay for a long time and fly directly to the sea. The rest of the Team Rockets do the same, throwing Pokemon like Naughty Egg, Weezing, and Forretress and disappearing into the sea or sky in a blast. Tis tis. Zhang Yuan knew that Athena wanted revenge to come back, but he was not afraid that Athena would remember him. Giovanni knew exactly how strong Deoxys was, and unless Giovanni lost his mind, there was absolutely no way Athena would be allowed to find him revenge. I have to say it again here. If you have the strength, you can really do whatever you want. On the other side, Articuno saw the Team Rockets retreating and was about to pursue, and Salamence suddenly opened his mouth behind it and fired it a fire blast. Articuno, who was already scarred, didn't expect a sap from behind. He was caught off guard and added double damage to ice from fire. Articuno was knocked unconscious and put into the Pokeball. Witnessing everything, the people in the Alliance were stunned, and they didn't understand at all that Zhang Yuan was still saving Articuno just now. Why did he suddenly subdue Articuno again? Zhang Yuan picked up the Ultra Ball with Articuno, looked at Claudia and Lorelei with question marks on their faces, and gave a rare explanation. I haven't been back to Pallet Town for a long time. Thanks to the care of Professor Oak during this period of time, I have to bring him some souvenirs. Zhang Yuan was thinking of finding something to do for Professor Oak early in the morning so as to save his old urge to catch Pokemon by himself, so it was just a whim that caught Articuno. Claudia and Lorelei wanted to curse after hearing this. God TM souvenirs. However, the reasoning given by Zhang Yuan is very legitimate. Articuno is caught for research. Precedent for researching divine beasts in the Alliance, but after the Hoenn Alliance had an accident due to researching Rayquaza, this kind of thing became a default taboo. But the default is to default, and the prohibition of capturing divine beasts is not written in the Alliance constitution. Addition, Zhang Yuan's capture of Articuno is not illegal poaching. The whole process is reasonable and legal, at least in terms of legal theory. People can't pick out the slightest mistake. Forget it. Report this matter to the Alliance, and let those members of the Alliance have a headache. Among the Interpols present, Zhang Yuan had the highest official rank. Lorelei and Zhang Yuan belonged to different systems, and they could not control Zhang Yuan, so the fact that Articuno was carried into his pocket by Zhang Yuan was acquiesced. Dividing line As for collection, as for subscription. Chapter 141. After the war, 1/3. Clean up the battlefield, rescue the wounded, take control of the Pokemon left by Team Rocket, and arrest some hapless people who don't have time to escape. Lorelei, who was orderly commanding the staff, Zhang Yuan felt that he would never be able to become a person like Lorelei in his life without him, because he is too lazy to do such troublesome things. Zhang Yuan felt that the character design of Lance Crossing was very suitable for him. He could get his salary if he had nothing to do with his poses. He was very hurt by fighting and killing people all day long. It was what he pursued. As for the commander, Zhang Yuan looked around, and finally set his eyes on Claudia Tilda. You have to work hard to be like Lorelei. Zhang Yuan patted her shoulder and said, Claudia. Claudia, who was patted on the shoulder, was full of question mark. Why is this speech so endless? But, listening to this should be encouraging _yourself. Thinking so, she nodded with a smile on her face. I will. The confused Claudia had no idea that she had been booked by Zhang Yuan as a coolie to help him with chores in the future. This time, Zhang Yuan can be said to have overfulfilled the task Keen gave him, not only helping Lorelei, but also solving Articuno's affair. Lorelei elite, the matter on Articuno's side has been resolved. I wonder if Moltres next to me wants me to help with the helping hand. Zhang Yuan was very sincere. Lorelei looked at Zhang Yuan with a sincere face, not knowing whether he really planned to help or was going for Moltres. Shaking his head, no, we had a fight with Team Rockets around Moltres before when Lance Crossing was there. Moltres has flown to the 7 islands after that time, and it's safe for the time being. Since the trouble has been resolved, then Lorelei elite, if there is nothing else, I will leave. Anyway, it's fine to stay. It's better to go and get the Cinnabar badge as soon as possible. Just call me Lorelei. There's only the final finishing work left. I'll handle it myself. Thank you this time. An intellectual smile appeared on Lorelai's face. Zhang Yuan happily accepted Lorelai's thanks, and after counting, he found that he actually knew 3 of the 4 elite. One Lance Crossing had fought against him, and both Agatha and Lorelei owed him favors. Looking at it this way, I am in the league, and I am well connected. Professor Oak, Bill Professor, Lorelei, Agatha, Lance Crossing, Keen, Erica from the Rangers Association, and current girlfriend Sabrina. He was startled by the numbers, and before he knew it, he had become a force to be reckoned with in the league. Ellipsis. It's time to get the last badge. Cinnabar Gym on Cinnabar Island is the last stop of Zhang Yuan's trip. He is now in Seafoam Island, and it only takes a few hours to get to Cinnabar Island. Captivate beside Claudia and said, would you like to go to Cinnabar Island with me? There is a hot spring. Tilda. Claudia's eyes lit up when she heard it, and her random eyes became vicious again. I don't have the kind of treatment you have. After the things here are dealt with, there are other tasks on the Keen side. I don't know anymore. How long have I not been on vacation? At most 1.5 months. Zhang Yuan said mercilessly. Last time we were on vacation at the seaside in Lamperkey. Claudia, can't you give me a chance to complain? Forget it. I won't talk nonsense with you. I will also count the number of battle losses and prisoners and report them to Keen. Claudia said angrily. It's a pity. If there is anything, call me. Don't be surrounded by people like this time. Zhang Yuan said with a smile. The dignified Interpol was blocked in the cave by Team Rockets and ran around. This incident can definitely be called Claudia's dark history. Claudia was stabbed in the sore spot by Zhang Yuan and turned her head away. Zhang Yuan didn't care either. Remember to come to me during the court conference. A wave, he rode Salamence and flew towards Cinnabar Island under the awe-inspiring eyes of the Alliance trainer. A huge freighter at sea. In the captain's room, several crew members and the captain captain were tied by rope and left aside, and the members of the Team Rockets who escaped from the Seafoam Island stood in front of the console instead. The ship is currently occupied by Team Rockets as their temporary outpost at sea. Boss Giovanni? For flowers. Using the ship video calling equipment, Athena contacted Giovanni, who was hiding somewhere. It's Athena. How is it? Did the mission succeed? Giovanni was sitting on the sofa, still in that unfathomable look, and Persian was pacing beside him, giving people a very high-level feeling. I'm sorry, Boss Giovanni. This mission failed. Athena looked ashamed. Tell me why. Giovanni said calmly. I remember this should be the first failed mission since you became a senior cadre of our Team Rocket. For Athena's ability, Giovanni is very recognized, otherwise she would not let her perform the task of capturing Articuno. Ellipsis. Our mission to capture Articuno encountered reinforcements sent by the Alliance. Interpol 0. Fortunately, we retreated in time, and there was not much loss of manpower. Interpol 0. I know. Giovanni understood the code name 0, let alone Zhang Yuan's work again. Although it has long been known that Zhang Yuan is affiliated with Interpol and will soon be involved in the battle between Team Rockets and the Alliance, he did not expect it to come so quickly. How is Articuno's information collected? According to your instructions, the feathers and the rest of the body data have been collected, and the rest of the blood has not been collected. Taking blood, especially the blood of divine beasts, is not that simple. Take Articuno as an example. Although Articuno's wings were injured and bleeding, Articuno's blood dripped on the ground and evaporated in a few seconds, and Team Rockets apparently did not develop the technology to take blood from the living beast. Boss Giovanni, do you want to continue capturing Articuno? This mission ends here. Bring the people back, said Giovanni, knocking on the handrail. Giovanni's interest to go to war with Zhang Yuan. Anyway, the loss of manpower was not serious, but Athena was still a little unwilling. That it dividing line Resuming the third watch today. Chapter 142. Cinnabar Island, 2/3. Cinnabar Island is very prosperous. The streets are either various snacks with fancy signs or hot spring hotels with different decoration. As a hot spring resort, Cinnabar Island is full of tourists from all over the Union all year round, and this time is no exception, and the island is crowded. Normally, there is no room to book in this peak tourist season, and most people choose to temporarily live in the Pokemon Center. However, Zhang Yuan was well connected, and after just a few phone calls, he found a hot spring hotel on Cinnabar Island that was not open to the public and only received VIP. Buzz _ The phone vibrated, awakening Zhang Yuan, who was relaxing in the hot spring. Giovanni. Zhang Yuan frowned when he saw the call notification. Since the last Lavender Town incident, although Zhang Yuan and Giovanni did not say 160 inches, their relationship has not been as seamless as it used to be. Leaning against the hot spring pool, he answered the phone. It's really rare, Giovanni, you actually contact me. Lying comfortably in the hot spring, Zhang Yuan raised his head to talk to Giovanni. Giovanni took the initiative to call him, which was really rare. I already know about the Seafoam Island. Giovanni's voice could hear the anger. It certainly wouldn't be happy anyway. Although the loss of Team Rockets is not serious this time, it has also damaged so many people and Pokemon, not to mention the machine with very high technology content at first glance. Giovanni can be happy. I'm sorry about the Seafoam Island. You know I'm not the boss of Interpol, and I can't refuse the order from above. Zhang Yuan is very proficient at such things as dumping the pot. In one sentence, he put the matter on Keen's head, and did not mention that Keen used a negotiating tone when he assigned him a task at that time. Kabuto, who had accidentally dropped into the water and was bubbling in the hot spring, ashore, and wiped the water droplets on his carapace for him. Of course I know, so I'm looking for you for something else this time. Giovanni has no choice but to take Zhang Yuan. The cooperation between him and Zhang Yuan is dominated by Zhang Yuan, not to mention the loss of some manpower. That is, Zhang Yuan directly left Athena on the Seafoam Island, and Giovanni really dared to cooperate with him while Zhang Yuan, who holds Deoxys, go to war. Giovanni continued, I'm calling this time to ask if you can get something. What? Zhang Yuan thought of Articuno subconsciously. If there was anything Giovanni desperately needed on his hand, it was Articuno's blood. Giovanni said, as Zhang Yuan expected. In his opinion, Giovanni should have learned from some sources that Articuno was intercepted by Zhang Yuan, so he came here specially. Articuno's blood. It's a bit difficult. Zhang Yuan deliberately made a look of embarrassment, and then took a sip of juice. Although drawing a tube of blood to Giovanni was not a big deal, Zhang Yuan had to figure out the cause and effect. Who knew what Giovanni wanted Articuno's blood for? During this period of time, Team Rockets was engaged in wind and rain, fighting the 4 elite, and catching the 3 holy birds, which made the alliance mess up, and made Zhang Yuan, who wanted to travel quietly, very unhappy. If Team Rockets make things worse, he'll probably be forced to be drafted to the front by Keen. Giovanni frowned when he heard this. He obviously didn't expect Zhang Yuan to answer him like this. He had received news from Team Rocket, undercover agent in the alliance before that Zhang Yuan had kept Articuno in his own hand, and now he was acting stupid with him. But Zhang Yuan pretended to be stupid, and Giovanni had no choice. The cooperation between the two sides was led by Zhang Yuan, but he was forced to cooperate by Zhang Yuan at the time. Holding Articuno in his hand means that the initiative is also in Zhang Yuan's hand. Even if he wants to get Articuno's blood, Giovanni can't fall out with him. Tell me what conditions you want. What do you want Articuno's blood for? Well, why don't I give it a try and give you an answer in a few days? Zhang Yuan's face has been practiced to the point of talking nonsense with his eyes open. Articuno was in his hand, and he and Giovanni knew it. He had said a few days to give Giovanni an answer, but he was asking Giovanni what you were doing with Articuno's blood. The meaning of the words is that if Giovanni doesn't give him a clear answer, he won't want to see Articuno's blood in a few days. If it's more difficult, then forget it. Giovanni obviously didn't intend to reveal the news. Thinking about it too, he managed to attract the attention of the alliance by fighting 4 elites everywhere. If he get through with Zhang Yuan, and if Zhang Yuan sells him, where will he cry? So be it. The conversation got to the point where it could be said that the negotiations broke down, and Giovanni didn't want to say that he was definitely not going to send Articuno's blood to his door. Both parties hung up. Interesting. This should be considered an unhappy breakup. Seeing that Giovanni would rather not use Articuno's blood than reveal the purpose of Articuno's blood, Zhang Yuan felt that there might be a big secret. Team Rockets at this time. He's almost certain that what Team Rockets are plotting is the birth of Mewtwo. Mewtwo, the Pokeball with Deoxys in his hand. Zhang Yuan was looking forward to the birth of Mewtwo. Giovanni, who hung up the phone, was in a bad mood. He didn't get Articuno's blood from Zhang Yuan this time, and the development progress was probably delayed a lot. I took my men to a research institute full of various instruments. Have the gene structures of Moltres and Zapdos been analyzed? 1.0. On the big screen in front, 3D models of Moltres and Zapdos were projected, with dense data flashing on them. The analysis has been basically completed, and we have found many gene fragments that can be applied to Mewtwo just to fill in the missing genes in Mew's eyelashes. A researcher report. But if you add the genetic structure of Articuno, the progress should be a third faster. Giovanni walked over to the computer and looked at a 3-meter-tall incubator on the screen. The two hugged each other, filled with culture medium, and a strangely shaped Pokemon curled up in it. Separation line Update 2/3 Chapter 143 Blaine the First. Articuno, I can only provide you with feathers and combat information. I want a specific time for Mewtwo to be manufactured, and when will it be completed? Giovanni is very concerned about the progress of the Mewtwo because it is an important part of his plan. Hearing Giovanni's word, the researcher was obviously a little embarrassed. We can only estimate the approximate time between 1 month and 2 months. Only Blaine knows the specific time. After all, he has been conducting the research, and if Blaine was still around, the time to manufacture could be compressed to less than a month. Quote, Blaine. Giovanni came up with the image of the old man with the dark glasses and the two-way beard. Before Mewtwo's research was led by Blaine, but in a previous study, Mewtwo rioted and Blaine took the opportunity to escape. Have you found Blaine? This sentence Giovanni asked as the men behind him. Head. The person below came back and said that he demolished the gym on Cinnabar Island, and we can't find any trace of him for the time being. Keep an eye on Cinnabar Island and find Blaine for me. Cinnabar Island is the root of Blaine. Leaving there, Blaine is equivalent to losing the foundation. Giovanni believes that Blaine must still be on Cinnabar Island. In order to acquire the genes of the 3 holy birds and attract the attention of the Alliance, Team Rockets has lost a large number of backbones these days, and it has also caused a rebound from the Alliance that has always been very moderate. Now Team Rockets has a very difficult life. Giovanni has put his bet on Mewtwo to dominate the Kanto Johto and even the Hoenn region. If they lose, I am afraid that Team Rocket power in Kanto will be compressed to the extreme. Lose clothes. Zhang Yuan stopped and walked along Cinnabar Island. Congratulations to the host for discovering a 1-star treasure. The treasure is opening. The treasure is open. Congratulations to the host for getting the flame stone one. It's a flame stone again. Even if Cinnabar Island is located on a volcano, the treasures can't be all flame stone. Zhang Yuan threw the flame stone into his backpack. This was the 13th flame stone he had opened. If you count the evolutionary evolutionary stone, ite that he opened one after another during the trip before. Open an evolutionary stone, ite store is also more than enough. I casually stuffed the last octopus ball I bought from the street into my mouth and wiped the oil stains on the corner of my mouth. Enough to eat and drink. Next is to challenge Jim. Zhang Yuan, who was full of energy, was rarely full of fighting spirit. Next to quack, Gengar danced with a prajna mask he got from somewhere on his face. Young people today are really full of energy. Suddenly a voice sounded beside Zhang Yuan. Bing bing head. Blaine. Looking at the old man with sunglasses, Zhang Yuan raised his brows and called out his name. Ka ka. Blaine, who was halfway through the riddle, heard Zhang Yuan say his name, and was choked and coughed for a long time. I'm not Blaine. You've identified the wrong person. How dare Blaine, who is being hunted by Team Rocket, admit his identity in public? Cinnabar Jim's former leader is called Blaine. Yes, but he has a bald head. Look at me. Blaine pointed to his hair. I am a hot spring hotel owner with lush, long hair. He spoke. He muttered in his heart. Are all young people now monsters? Can I even recognize me when I dress up like this? Oh, aren't you Blaine? That's right. I'm Interpol Zero. I'm currently investigating the issue of Cinnabar Jim's unaccused closure. I want to know something from you. Zhang Yuan smiled and took out his police officer ID. Cinnabar Jim has been closed for half a year for no reason. Leader Blaine is missing. This should be true. That's right. Blaine was taken aback by the police officer ID that Zhang Yuan suddenly took out, and nodded subconsciously. Thank you for your cooperation. Presumably a gym that has been closed for a long time has caused a lot of trouble for you, Cinnabar Island resident. I recently officially reported to the Alliance that Cinnabar Jim's gym qualification has been revoked. Quote exclamation mark. Blaine's scalp was tingling. This kid is so sinister. Do young people nowadays not respect the old and love the young? Follow me. After hearing what Zhang Yuan said, Blaine's hunched body instantly straightened up, bursting out with a force that made Zhang Yuan's tongue twitch, dragging Zhang Yuan all the way to his hotel. This is a small hot spring hotel with a capacity of no more than 10 people. Looking left and right to see that no one was following, Blaine stopped covering it up and took off the wig on her head, revealing her original face. Boy, you hurt me. What do you mean by hurting you? You are a dignified Cinnabar gym leader, but you dismantled your gym and hid it on the island to be the owner of a hot spring hotel, which has refreshed my understanding of gym leader. Zhang Yuan picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea, not treating himself as an outsider at all. Blaine is the most low gym leader Zhang Yuan has ever seen. He dismantled his own gym, which is even lower than the 3 Cerulean sisters in Cerulean City. Forget it. You don't even know what I told you. Blaine hesitated, thinking for a while, showing a suspicious look. But the Alliance will specifically investigate my gym. Don't lie to me, kid. The more he thinks about it, the more wrong it is. With his connections in the Alliance, if the Alliance initiates an investigation on him, it is impossible for him to not get any news in advance. Then there is only one truth. That is, this little Wang Zhao child is lying. The tea is good. It's just a little cold. Zhang Yuan avoided answering, being a beautiful man drinking tea quietly. You kid. How could Blaine not know that he was cheated by him? He said gloomily. Boy, impersonating an Interpol is going to go to jail. Blaine is very angry, thinking that he has been in the Alliance for decades, and he has never seen any storm, but today he was played around by a kid. Interpol's Kanto region police officer is right. Zero. The real thing. Zhang Yuan grinned and lit up the whole thing, making Blaine's teeth itch with hatred. Separation line Mewtwo here adopt the combined settings of the special chapter and the theatrical version. The professor in the theatrical version threw himself on the street without even leaking his face, and he really had no sense of existence. Chapter 144 Jim challenged second. Zhang Yuan said the purpose of his coming here. I'm here to challenge Cinnabar Jim. Do you think I'll accept your challenge? Blaine smiled kindly. If you don't accept it, I'll report you. Zhang Yuan also responded with a kind smile. Zhang Yuan drank tea and Blaine glared. The two stared at each other for 10 seconds, and finally Blaine fell back. Boy, you won. Follow me. Situation was pressing, and Blaine felt that if he were 10 years younger, he would definitely teach Zhang Yuan how to respect his seniors, but he is now being hunted by Team Rockets at a critical period, and he must not lose his identity as a gym trainer. Blaine took the lead. Zhang Yuan put the teacup on the table, and the two went through the door one after the other, all the way down to the underground gym. The heat wave is blowing towards the face, and when people breathe, the whole lungs are hot. 4 iron chains are fixed at the 4 corners of the top of the cave, and the huge metal field hangs above the magma, which made people feel scared from the bottom of their heart. The idea of gym construction is very good. This should be the most distinctive gym in Kanto. Did you come up with it? First of all, Zhang Yuan first praised the design of gym. Without waiting for Blaine to brag a few words. Zhang Yuan continued. Although it is very distinctive, the battlefield built on magma. Blaine, aren't you afraid to slap the challenger's 283 Pokemon into the magma to get a lawsuit? Zhang Yuan asked curiously. It's fine if you don't talk. Blaine was tired and uncomfortable. However, he was afraid that Zhang Yuan would make trouble again, and Blaine explained, this gym is not open to the public at ordinary times. It's just my personal training ground. You are the first challenger of this gym. Soga. Zhang Yuan stood in the challenger's position and looked at Blaine. The battle between the two sides was about to break out. Cinnabar Island, site of the former Cinnabar gym. How is it? Is there any news? Several men in black met next to the ruin. Although there is no R logo on the clothes, but from their movements and clothes style, it can be seen at a glance that they are Team Rocket. No news. Blaine is hiding deep. No one on the island knows where he has gone. The trainers here say that they haven't seen Blaine for half a year. So that's right, said another Team Rocket. I heard some news on the street. The last Team Rocket hesitated when the little leader looked disappointed. There is news. Come and listen. Several people came over. I saw two people arguing on the street today, and I noticed it out of curiosity. Maybe a trainer grabbed an old man and called him Blaine. Are you sure he's talking about Blaine? It should be right. I still remember what the old man looked like. He took out his pen and drew a sketch, which was similar to the appearance of Blaine in disguise. The drawing is good. I didn't expect you to have such a hand. The leader took over the sketch with a smile. The Team Rockets laughed white. Before I joined the organization, my dream was to be an artist. How about it, Captain? Is it Blaine? There was some anticipation in his eyes. If it was Blaine, he would have to be promoted and raised as an intelligence provider. Well, it doesn't look like much. The squad leader frowned as he compared Blaine's photo with the sketch. But it's still a bit similar. There is no other information now. Let's check it first. The team leader turned around. He was shrewd. If he went back now, he would definitely be scolded by Giovanni. Let's go and see where the old man lives. Cinnabar Gym Underground Training Ground. The battle rules are 3-on-3. When all Pokemon on one side lose their ability to fight, the other side wins. Do you have any question? Blaine asked, standing on one side of the field. Yes. Zhang Yuan raised his hand and pointed to the side of the field. Don't you have a referee here? No, boy, you think my gym is burned, so there's still money to pay the referee, Blaine said with a dark face. Burning gym was a last resort at first, but now Blaine feels distressed when she thinks about it, and the boy on the other side is ignorant to expose his scars, so it's strange that Blaine has a good faith. If you don't have it, you won't have it. It's okay to do it for a while, Zhang Yuan said reluctantly. Go, Ninetales, teach this kid a lesson. Blaine decided to educate Zhang Yuan in the battle. The first Pokemon to play was, as Zhang Yuan expected, his Ninetales. Zhang Yuan put his hand to his waist and thought for a moment. Kabuto decided it was you. Fire-type Ninetales against Shunshui and Rock-based Kabuto. According to the attribute restraint, the damage is only 1/4 of the original. This Ninetales does not seem to be of low level. Kabuto also has the power to fight due to the advantages of attribute. And Zhang Yuan looked at the results of Kabuto's appraisal just now. Evolution is coming soon. Just right. The delicate and small Kabuto is in stark contrast to the large and elegant Ninetales, but if anyone judges Kabuto's strength based on size alone, he is guaranteed to lose badly. Kabuto, this kind of ancient Pokemon, is uncommon. Blaine was also taken aback when he saw Kabuto. He had been working on Pokemon for many years, and he knew how much Kabuto cherished. But boy, if you think that you can defeat me by relying on attribute restraint, you are wrong. Confident in his own strength, plus the venue is also his home, Blaine is very expansive. Is it because there are no challengers to challenge all the year round and become chatty? Zhang Yuan's muttering clearly entered Blaine's ears, making him froze as he was chattering endlessly. Ninetales. On the field, with a wave of Blaine's hand, Ninetales waving his Ninetales behind him, spewing a crimson flamethrower from his mouth. Kabuto, show the fox opposite your power. Hydro Pump by Melodic himself, and the level of Kabuto being piled up to a very terrifying level by Zhang Yuan with a lot of battles. Kabuto has mastered the high pressure Hydro Pump in Earl Dervish form. Dividing line Second more. Chapter 145 Kabutov's Ninetales. Third more. Water vapor evaporated, and under the blessing of the high temperature of the magma, the power of the flamethrower increased by more than 1.5 stars. After all, Sunny Day can enhance the power of fire Titric. Ninetales has a superior level and a favorable location. Kabuto is also not low in level and has attribute restraint. The high pressure Hydro Pump and flamethrower are deadlocked in the air to win or lose. You can actually block the flamethrower of Ninetales. It seems that you still have some strength, Blaine said. My strength is far beyond your imagination. Zhang Yuan chuckled. Blaine is noncommittal. He doesn't believe how accomplished Zhang Yuan is in Pokemon training at his age. Even the most talented land crossing he has ever seen, relying on his Dragonite, is also in the 1780s. He only made his name in the league when he was young. Of course, he obviously didn't notice Zhang Yuan's previous statement that his official rank was police, and it was also related to the fact that he had been squatting at home in order to avoid Team Rockets and didn't know the latest league news. Kabuto, rock imprison. As soon as Zhang Yuan's order arrived, Kabuto made a special move, and 4 rock fell from the sky. The target was Ninetales, who was waving his tail gracefully. Don't panic, use Iron Tail to break the stone. Blaine felt that he had regained his confidence as the Cinnabar gym leader in battle. Boy, against the fire-type Ninetales, instead of using the water-type moves that are extremely effective, use the rock-type moves instead. It seems that your commanding skills are not at home. Do you really use the rock imprison to attack Ninetales? Zhang Yuan had a weird smile on his face. He never said that rock imprison's goal was Ninetales. What do you mean? Did Kabuto's rock imprison mean anything else? Blaine had a bad feeling. Boom boom boom. Hitting Ninetales as expected, the 4 rocks slammed into the field where they were suspended in the air by sling. Ninetales' Iron Tail missed, stagnated in the air for about 2 seconds, and landed on the shaking field. The violent shaking caused the entire field to shake above the magma. Ninetales just fell to the ground and stood unsteadily, but Kabuto clung to the ground with his short claws and remained motionless. Ow tilde. Looking at the lava bubbling under his feet, Ninetales is also a little cowardly. Although there is a legend that Ninetales can withstand the high temperature of 5,000 degrees, whether this is true or false, no one has done experiment. Water pulse. While you're dying, while Ninetales is unsteady, Kabuto uses the water pulse decisively. A stream of water vibrating with a specific frequency hits the Ninetales directly, causing a lot of damage to the Ninetales. More serious is that Ninetales seems to have entered a state of chaos after being killed. Flamethrower indiscriminately around. Ninetales has lost his mind. Ninetales, calm down, Blaine yelled, his voice bringing a little sanity to the confused Ninetales. Don't give him a chance. Use the water gun. Never give your opponent a chance in battle. Pew. Without giving Ninetales any time to recover, Kabuto shot Ninetales with a water gun while dodging Ninetales' attack under Zhang Yuan's order. By Kabuto like this, Ninetales, who had regained his composure, became frantic again. Ninetales, use calm mind. Blaine doesn't give up. He's been a Pokemon trainer for decades, and Ninetales, while not his Earl Dervish Pokemon, is familiar enough with Ninetales. If you want to calm down Ninetales, you can only use the power of move. Although Calm Mind's main function is to improve special attack, it can also make Pokemon calm down. A flash of light flashed from his jewel-like eyes, and Ninetales shielded his body with his tail, blocking the incoming attack, and his body glowed blue. After a while, after a few water guns from Kabuto, it finally returned to normal. Just that Ninetales' guard appearance indicates that his stamina is under the warning line compared to Kabuto, who is calm and relaxed. Blaine frowned upon seeing this. He underestimated Zhang Yuan. Ninetales, can you hold on? Tilde. Ninetales raised his head and screamed, the fighting spirit in his eyes undiminished. Okay, let's keep fighting. I can't give you a chance. Before Blaine ordered a counterattack, Zhang Yuan snapped his fingers. Asking for flowers. Snap. Kabuto's body on the field shoots a dazzling white light. This is evolution. Blaine didn't expect Zhang Yuan's Kabuto to be here for evolution. Outside Blaine's spa hotel, Team Rocket, which had secretly gathered at the Cinnabar gym site before, had finally locked on Blaine's residence after much inquiry. Is this the old man's hotel? The Team Rocket captain whispered, hiding behind the wall. According to the information I have heard, it should be right. Captain, are we going to touch it? Asked the subordinate. Although this is just an ordinary hotel, it is very likely that the extremely dangerous Cinnabar gym leader Blaine lives in it. The Team Rocket captain hesitated for a moment, then he suddenly thought that if the opponent was really Blaine, with their strength they probably wouldn't be Blaine's opponent, and if he went directly in, he would be killing himself. When Blaine was in Team Rocket, although he was only a researcher and rarely shot, but only a few shots, he showed great strength. Reason told him that he should leave and report the news, but the Team Rocket's team leader thought of the previous order of the boss Giovanni. Whoever can grasp the actual whereabouts of Blaine can be promoted to Team Rocket cadre by exception. Let's touch in. Desire for promotion triumphed over reason. Seeking fortune in danger, wanting to gain the appreciation of Giovanni's boss and be promoted to a cadre. How can you do it without taking some risk? With that in mind, he took the lead and approached the hotel. As far as I can see, there is only a cup of tea that is half drunk. Where are the people? The members of Team Rockets were confused. The information they had heard earlier was clearly that the inn owner and a young man entered the inn, so why did they disappear in a blink of an eye? Go, do a search. If he's really Blaine, there should be some traces in the house. The Team Rocket captain said shrewdly. dividing line The third update. There is one chapter left. Chapter 146 Raiden on the Street. Kabutops made by Kabuto Evolution is very powerful. Streamlined carapace with high coverage. 2 gray-white but extremely sharp arms. Although Kabutops is hunched over, the 2 knife arms stand in front of him, highlighting its threat. Field. Ninetales dodged left and right in Kabutops' attack, but it was obviously unable to avoid Kabuto's attack due to lack of physical strength. Brick Break. X-Scissor. High pressure hydro pump. Skull Bash. Give the combat autonomy to the Kabutops of the new evolution and let it go after Ninetales. Blaine is very weak. Kabutops' attack rhythm is very good, so that he can hardly find any flaws, and Ninetales' physical strength is bottomed out, and he can only fall to the ground helplessly. It seems that I won the first game. Zhang Yuan was in a good mood. Of challenges, no one can guarantee victory every time. Zhang Yuan enjoys every victory and believes that he will continue to win. Blaine felt that he couldn't hold on to his faith. Before, he said that he wanted to educate others, but now he was defeated by Zhang Yuan. Fortunately, he had been in the league for so many years and had cultivated a cheeky face, otherwise he would have been ashamed to death. Go on, Raiden. Blaine dispatched his heavyweight Pokemon again. Ninetales has already proved with actual actions that fire-type Pokemon cannot have a decisive effect in the face of the weakness of Kabutops of Water plus Rock dual type, even if the trick is hit. Water type S moves can deal quadruple damage to Raiden of the Ground plus Rock type. Blaine, are you sure? This time, Zhang Yuan doesn't understand Blaine's idea. The damage is quadruple, that is to say, the water gun can even cause damage to the hydro pump when hitting Raiden. Isn't using Raiden against Kabutops with water attribute to kill himself? Blaine didn't say a word. Of course he knew about the issue of stat restraint, but most of the Pokemon in his hand were fire type, and this Raiden was the only one that could damage Kabutops. Roar. Raiden roared, and a fierce aura came over him. Kabutops, come back. In Blaine's strange eyes, Zhang Yuan took back Kabutops. Melodic, you go. Although Zhang Yuan didn't know Blaine's plan, to be safe, Zhang Yuan replaced Pokemon with Melodic, who was not restrained by Raiden and was stronger at the same time. Base. Melodic raised his head and whimpered softly, showing a very human expression of discomfort. Is really uncomfortable for Melodic, who lives in the water all the year round, so Melodic has attached a layer of water film to the body's surface as always to keep the body's surface moist. Blaine. He looked at the slender Melodic with a naturally elegant body in front of him, and there were 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past in his heart. He's now thinking about Raiden being quadrupled by water-type Pokemon. Melodic, use Scald. Although the water-type Pokemon is limited by the environment in the volcano, it is not without some benefit. For example, Scald Esric. Under the blessing of high temperature, the power has increased by dozens of percentages on the original basis. Raiden, stay out of the way, and use Thunderbolt. Fortunately, Raiden is not completely incapable of resistance. Scald S-Torrent rubbed Raiden's arm and shot to the ground, making Blaine and Raiden's heart skip a beat, eyes filled with joy. The unicorn rapid spin at the tip of the nose. In the high-speed friction, the crackling electric current converges on the unicorn, turning into a yellow lightning strike to Melodic on the other side of the field. Light screen, block it. The transparent light green blocks the path of Thunderbolt, and the electric current hits the light green, which bursts into fine tiny currents that disperse in the air and are easily blocked. As the level of Melodic is higher than the previous Ninetales, the Thunderbolt used by Raiden can't pose a threat to Melodic at all. Although the electricity type trick can restrain the water type Pokemon, it doesn't make any sense if the move can't hit. Zhang Yuan said something he didn't know who he heard from. Boy, you're really strong. Blaine's mind had calmed down. He realized that the kid in front of him, who had already become an Interpol after reading the scriptures, was definitely not inferior to him in terms of strength. Melodic made a lot of moves, and Raiden knew he was huge and bulky, so he just ducked a little, and then stopped. Like a heavily armored tank, Raiden uses Endure to sprint towards Melodic while constantly using Thunderbolt to limit Melodic's movement. The hydro pump slammed on Raiden's body. Raiden showed pain, but due to the effect of Endure, he still did not fall down and continued to move forward. Raiden, make a hell roll. Captain, I didn't find it. I don't have it here either. The Team Rockets turned the hotel upside down, only to find some daily necessities, and nothing to prove Blaine's identity was found. Captain, I found something strange here. A loud shout called out Team Rockets and all the team members. The hot spring emitting dense steam is simply divided into two hot spring pools for men and women. Hot spring. What's so weird about that? Team Rockets felt like he was being teased. In addition to tourists, Cinnabar Island has the most hot spring. If this can also become suspicious, doesn't it mean that the hotels in the entire Cinnabar Island have to be investigated? Not Captain. Look at that nozzle. The team pointed to the hot spring nozzle carved by Gyarados. Sprinkler. The Team Rocket Rocket's team leader was reminded and found something wrong. This 2.0 sculpture, so exquisite. If this kind of sculpture is placed in those high-end hot spring hotels on the island, there will be no violation, but it is placed here. The squad leader looked around, and the sculpture was completely out of tune with the surrounding environment. Go and see. Instructing one of the team members to come forward to check, he put his hand on the pokeball around his waist and was on guard. Then the team member who was named looked bitter, walked forward, stretched out his hand and touched the sculpture of Gyarados for a while, and then only heard a click. Cave equals dividing line equals I am already a salted fish in the update world. First more. Chapter 147. The atmosphere is dead. Captain. The team members of Team Rockets turned their attention to their captain, and this was obviously the door. So what should they do next? To go down or not to go down? The Team Rockets captain is also hesitant, and there is a good chance of finding Blaine if they go down, but they may not be able to deal with Blaine. But if they don't go on, they can't find out whether the owner of the cave is Blaine, and reporting wrong information to Boss Giovanni is far more serious than the consequences of inaction. Thinking about it, he made a compromise decision and clicked on the team member who opened the mechanism just now. You stay here. If we don't come back after we go down, you will report the matter here to Boss Giovanni. Of course, this is not because the Team Rocket team leader is selfless. The reason why he keep people on it is mainly to leave a way out for himself. If there is really any danger below, and these people are trapped, the organization can still follow the news. Come to support. Yes, Captain. Let go down. 14. A waterfall-like flow of water flowed down from the battlefield, and it fell on the magma to make a chi-chi sound. The water vapor rose, and the magma on the surface was condensed and turned into dark brown volcanic rock. The field was covered with a lot of stagnant water. Raiden was lying in the puddle. His huge body twitched from time to time. His eyes were dull and he lost consciousness. Raiden's hell roll is very strong, Zhang Yuan exclaimed sincerely. Zhang Yuan was taken aback by Raiden's life-threatening attack just now. The hell roll and brick break instantly cut into melodic side, giving Zhang Yuan the illusion of challenging a fighting gym instead of a flame-type gym. But unfortunately, Raiden's attribute disadvantage has reached an irreversible situation. Under the quadruple damage, although Raiden used Endure to survive the first wave of high-pressure hydro pump, in the fight with Melodic close combat, he was shot to the ground by Melodic's Aqua Tail, and finally ended the fight with Sir. Blaine was silent for a few seconds. Your Melodic is very strong, but the next match will be as easy as these two. Blaine's face turned serious, and he was beaten by a near overwhelming advantage in 2 consecutive games, which made the blood that had cooled in his heart boil again. The hearts of fire-type Pokemon trainers are mostly as hot as fire. Although Blaine is the owner of a hot spring hotel incognito, it is obvious that the fire in his heart has never been extinguished. Come out, my old friend. With a wave of his arm, a fiery red figure like a burning flame jumped out of the magma, flashed high, and finally landed on the field. The body exudes high temperature, and the flame-like pattern on the body twists and beats as if it is burning in the twisted air. The lava on the body drips on the field, and the field that has become wet due to Melodic quickly evaporate, and the steam surrounds the cave, as if the sense of sight in front of him made Zhang Yuan blurt out, "Steam in a sauna." Blaine, who was in the concave shape, stumbled upon hearing the words and almost fell into the lava, with black lines all over his head. The serious, tense, and ready battle atmosphere just now was completely destroyed. The atmosphere destroyer Zhang Yuan once again showed his ability to destroy the atmosphere. But Blaine is Blaine. He showed good mental quality and stabilized his mentality. A deep breath. Magmar. This time the opponent is very strong. Magmar responded. As Blaine's earliest Pokemon, a tacit understanding has been formed between them after decades of getting along, and it goes without saying that Magmar is already on guard. But Zhang Yuan's actions again exceeded Blaine's expectations. Come back, Melodic. In Blaine's strange eyes, Zhang Yuan withdrew Melodic. What the matter, boy? You didn't send out Melodic, who has the advantage in the formality attribute. Do you have any stronger water-type Pokemon? Or only so many Kanto region water-type Pokemon? But maybe Gyarados can barely count as one that is stronger than Zhang Yuan's Melodic just now. But also consider Johto, Hoenn, and the water-type Pokemon at Sinnoh. After all, Zhang Yuan can have Melodic. Who knows if he will pull out other water-type Pokemon? But Zhang Yuan is obviously not good at calculating all the time, and he sometimes likes the feeling of fighting against the strong. In Melodic's word, wouldn't this fight be too boring? So, Zhang Yuan rubbed the Ultra Ball in his hand. Go, Salamence. Roar. As soon as Salamence appeared, he raised his neck and roared, looking at Magmar, who was obviously of a high level. The Salamence of the Hoenn region, plus the Melodic before. Are you from Hoenn? Blaine recognized recognize the Pokemon in front of her at a glance. Zhang Yuan shook his head in denial. No, I am a native of Kanto. Blaine just asked casually. His attention was always on Salamence, and although he wasn't restrained by his attribute, he didn't dare to relax in the slightest. From the perspective of momentum, the fierce and aggressive Salamence is much more difficult to deal with than the quiet and elegant melodic. Moreover, attacking Salamence, who has flight attribute, is a big challenge for Magmar, who can't fly 393. Salamence spread his wings, wagged his tail, and taunt-roared at Magmar. Magmar stood still, his eyes fixed on Salamence, trying to figure out where it was going. Just as the two sides confronted each other, a voice that did not belong to the two sides rang. Captain, where the hell is this place? It's killing me. Atmosphere suddenly stiffened, and both Magmar and Salamence looked in the direction of the voice. Conversation didn't stop. It's hot. Was this door baked in the stove? Which idiot designed it? Shut up and open the door. That old Blaine must be here. Zhang Yuan heard this and looked at Blaine, only to see a look of embarrassment on Blaine's face, and of course rage. Click. The metal door was pushed open. Two Pokemon, 4 pairs of 8 eyes fell on the group of people at the door. A few Team Rockets looked at the scene in front of them in shock, like duck strangled by their throat, opening their mouth but couldn't speak. Dividing line Update. Continue coding to the next chapter. Chapter 148. Raw Rose Firo. Morita felt that his luck was really back to the extreme today. First, he was assigned by the boss Giovanni to participate in the 5-star task of searching for Blaine. After searching Cinnabar Island for a day, he finally got some clues from his subordinates and followed up. Looking for it now. I found it, but Morita felt that it would be better if he didn't find Blaine. By Salamence and Magmar, the timid guy was already shaking his leg, and the faint urge to urinate came from his crotch. It looks like a mouse has slipped in. Blaine. Zhang Yuan looked at the guys who were obviously Team Rockets with interest, with an expression of watching the show. A little trouble. Blaine secretly thought that he was chased home by Team Rocket, and he would make such a low-level mistake one day. What troubled him even more was that this incident was seen by Zhang Yuan, who was in Interpol. It was not a glorious thing to have served in Team Rocket. Team Rockets in the future, but also be held accountable by the Alliance. Is today my unlucky day? Thinking that he was just walking around the street today, he brought back the trouble of Zhang Yuan and went home with a group of Team Rocket. Blaine has no hair. If he had hair, he would grab a handful of hair. No matter what, let's deal with Team Rocket first. Zhang Yuan's problem will be discussed later. He is behind the relationship in the Alliance, and there is still room for this matter to be turned around. Want my help? Seemingly seeing Blaine's entanglement, Zhang Yuan extended a helping hand, and Salamence flapped his wings twice, increasing his sense of presence. Thank you, I can handle it. Blaine declined politely, but anyone could see his expression of fear of Zhang Yuan's trouble. Okay then. Zhang Yuan looked regretful, as if feeling sorry for not being able to help Blaine. As for what kind of thoughts are in his heart, only Zhang Yuan himself knows. Magmar. Flamethrower tilde. Blaine directed Magmar. Magmar jumped hard on both legs and jumped from the battle arena to the gate, right in front of the Team Rocket. Open your mouth. Facing Arbok and wheezing in front of you is a flamethrower. The raging flames were dark red, and the air temperature rose sharply. Before the flamethrower hit, Arbok's skin was already making a sizzling sound, and it fell into the effect of burn. Involuntarily backing away, Arbok screamed in pain, twisting and curling up. Arbok's trainer was startled when he saw this scene. Get out of the way. Coughing saw that his companion was burnt by the high temperature. Not afraid of the high temperature, he used a mud bomb to attack Magmar and planned to provide cover for Arbok. Magmar did not bother to hide and completely ignored Coughing's attack. Boom. It turns out that flamethrower moves much faster than Arbok. Misses the best time to dodge when Magmar moved, and Arbok's end is doomed. Roaring flames burned, and Coughing's mud bombs turned into mud bombs before they got close. When blown by the flame, they turned into mud and dust, which fascinated the eyes of the Team Rocket players. Cough. Hurry away. My eyes. Function was done. There were 7 people in a team, except for the one who stayed behind. 4 of the remaining 6 were stunned. Arbok did the same, and then it was filled with another flamethrower by Magmar. This is a built-in sand attack effect. Zhang Yuan touched his chin and analyzed, but it's slightly weaker than sand attack. Converting your opponent's moves into your own attack is a great way to snatch the rhythm of the fight in battle. As for the dirt floating on his side, this level of sediment could not even break through the confusion barrier on the outermost layer of his body. Firo. Hurricane. As a fully configured Team Rocket quad, flying Pokemon is a must-have Pokemon species. Firo's 2 wings whipped up a gust of wind, blowing the sand out of the air. However, you, Re so brave. Magmar is still watching. Zhang Yuan complained as he watched a group of Team Rockets unguardedly release Firo to clear the battlefield. Blind-eyed to the obviously strong Magmar, Zhang Yuan didn't know whether to lament meant their stupidity or their stupidity. Just as Zhang Yuan had expected, Magmar stepped on the ground, flames erupted from his two fists, and jumped up into the sky. Fire punch. A fist hit Wheezing, twisting the seemingly solid Wheezing into shape. Quote dot tilde ga tilde. Wheezing fainted decisively, in one go, without a single pause. Firo, who had just used Hurricane, screamed when he saw that this Magmar dared to hurt his accomplice right under his nose. The mouth lit up with white light, and the long, pointed beak pecked at Magmar's eyes, and the team members of the Team Rocket's neck to him released a joint attack of the water-type wartortle. Facing the pinch, Magmar opened his mouth skillfully. Flamethrower and hydro pump counteract each other's evaporation and even reflect to suppress wartortle, and for Firo, who was pecked over, Magmar directly reached out his hand and accurately grasped the pecked beak. Sure, the bones that make up the sharp mouth emit blue smoke, and Firo screams and wants to break free, and is approached by Magmar, which can survive in the magma. Its mouth has become charred black, and even brittle into black debris powder in some places. Okay, the heat even twisted Firo's feathers, giving off a smell of burning feathers. Firo, who was about to turn into a roasted bird, was about to be killed by Magmar, but Firo was not willing to go on the street like this. The yellow light condensed in the mouth, and there was light seeping through the gap at the corner of the mouth. At the same time, Firo's eyes flashed with madness, and his mouth was trembling, which made Magmar feel a little unable to hold it. Vibration became more and more intense, as if he felt some danger. Magmar threw his hand and threw Firo directly. Seeing that Firo was thrown into the sky and still in the air, a yellow light shot out from Firo's mouth. Then came the explosion. Big explosion. Boom. Separation line Update tilde. Chapter 140 Rocket Flutter. As a universal, effective and powerful move, Hyper Beam is deeply loved by the majority of Pokemon trainers. However, while Hyper Beam is powerful, it also has a big disadvantage, that is, because the power of this move is too high. Sometimes even the Pokemon that releases this move is difficult to control the Hyper Beam. This is particularly evident in the Pokemon of Team Rocket, because most of the Pokemon in their hands are obtained through illegal means and have basically not undergone systematic training. Firo's use of Hyper Beam to escape from Magmar's clutches was a helpless move. Although he escaped from Magmar's hands as he wished, Firo found himself out of control of Hyper Beam as soon as he regained his freedom. The yellow energy detonated in Firo's mouth. Seeing the effect of the Hyper Beam blasting, Zhang Yuan felt a bit of a toothache. Magmar wasn't feeling well either. It was like throwing a grenade and holding the grenade for too long. It was blown away by Firo's explosion. Good chance. Go. Squad leader Morita saw the opportunity to throw his 3 Essence 817 Spirit Ball, Beedrill, Golem, and a Machamp, 3 Pokemon attacking Magmar from 3 directions. As for the bald-billed Ferronecked, it with its mouth blown. Of course Team Rockets doesn't care about its life or death. Maybe its trainer will feel a little distressed, but that is also distress for the cost of treating Firo after the battle, rather than distressed about its injury. Magmar shouted, shook his head, looked at the 3 Pokemon rushing over, didn't panic at all, opened his mouth slowly, and a vortex of flames formed in the air. At this time, Golem took the lead in rushing into the vortex of flame, and used his feet to use Sandstorm in the vortex of flame. There was sand and dust in the field, but unlike being caught off guard by Magmar's sand attack before, this time Team Rockets were well prepared, all with windscreen goggles on. Woot tilde. Magmar was hit by the fine sand, and his body was very uncomfortable, but it still maintained a vortex of flame. Golem is also very uncomfortable to be wrapped in flame vortex. It has the genus of Rock BDCJ, but Rock is not immune to fire damage. Seeing Magmar's flaws, Machamp let out a strange cry, raised his forearms, and lunged at him from the side. Brick break. Beedrill is not as reckless as Machamp. It is afraid of high temperature and only dares to release Poison Sting at a distance. Blaine, do you really need my help? Your Magmar is not good, Zhang Yuan said beside him. Surrounded by 3 Pokemon, Magmar is already showing signs of fatigue, and his fists are no match for 8 hands. Although Magmar is strong, he lacks the ability to clone himself, and he will suffer a lot. Salamence, who was beside him with a fierce look, and his heart was beating, of oppressive power. 10 Magmars are no match for Salamence, who secretly exert dragon power. Blaine knows this. Crap, can't he see that Magmar is at a disadvantage? One-on-one, Blaine believes that none of the 3 Pokemon in front of him are Magmar's opponent, but 3-on-1. Magmar's level isn't high enough for 1-on-3 from Johto, but Blaine opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say the word for help. It's not that he has a good faith, but that there are new changes in the field. Magmar, who took a brick break from Machamp, stepped back several meters, with a look of pain on his face. Beedrill Poison Sting shot at it like a machine gun, and inserted a lot of Poison Sting on it. Fortunately, the high temperature on Magmar's S body burned the venom and poison sting to ashes, which saved Magmar from being poisoned. Machamp had the upper hand and continued to pursue, with Beedrill cooperating. Woo! The face of Beedrill and Machamp's attack. Magmar resolutely admitted his counsel, jumped over, thump, and jumped into the lava with his back, flashing the lava wave. Ow! Magmar withdrew, which was a pain for Machamp in the charge, and it hit Beedrill's poison sting directly and was stabbed into a hedgehog. Golem, who had been trapped in the vortex of flame, was freed by it after the vortex of flame lost Magmar's flame maintenance. Is there such an operation? Seeing Magmar jumping into the lava, the uninitiated Team Rockets were stunned. Wouldn't it really not be baked into ashes? But as it turns out, their worries were clearly superfluous, and Magmar is doing well, very well. Grunt. Magmar emerged from the magma, refreshed, and after taking a magma bath, the lost physical strength actually recovered a lot. It was almost the same as opening. With a dark face, Morita felt that he should run away quickly. Such a long time, Magmar could not be solved, and Salamence had been eyeing him all the time. It was not a wise choice to stay here. He decided to go back and notify the boss Giovanni and mobilize the real superior. Of course, this kind of youthful thinking is also based on the fact that he did not know that Zhang Yuan had just beaten the so-called superior in his head in Seafoam Islands not long ago. Quietly made 2 gestures to his subordinate and quietly moved his foot step back. Hey, are you going to leave like this for interrupting my gym challenge? At this time, Zhang Yuan, who had been silent next to him, suddenly spoke up, and with a single sentence, Team Rocket, who were about to retreat, stiffened. Salamence finally waited for Zhang Yuan's order, raised his head and roared, his wings fluttered, and saw a red and blue shadow whizzing past, and then the door they entered was blocked by Salamence. This road is dead. Zhang Yuan laughed a little badly. In order to cooperate with Zhang Yuan's words, Salamence also slapped Golem, who was rushing up to force a breakthrough, and slapped it out like a ball. The unlucky Golem almost rolled into the lava. I'm arresting you now on charges of trespassing in houses, illegally using Pokemon, and gathering a crowd to cause trouble. Zhang Yuan just showed off his police officer's card, and did not report his name when dealing with such criminals. Morita and his subordinates looked desperate. How come there is still a policeman in this TM? The third more. Rest went and stayed up all night. Chapter 150 Cinnabar Badge. Team Rocket threw a dozen Pokeballs, and cooperated with the leaders Machamp and Beedrill to try to break through Salamence's defense, but they were hit by a Dragon Rage from Salamence, and they didn't have the slightest temper. Salamence is used to seeing that kind of big battle in the Seafoam Island. What is the siege of a dozen Pokemon now? Zhang Yuan's action completely cut off the last hope of Morita and other Team Rocket players. Run away. Non-existent. So what exactly are you here for? Zhang Yuan asked, throwing the Pokeball in his hand. Several Team Rockets were tied with rope, sitting in a row in the corner. Very honest. Zhang Yuan knew the advisor. These guys are definitely not here to find themselves, since the goal is not themselves. Who else can be here? We're just tourists here by mistake. Confessing that he had to sit through a wide prison, Morita did not enter the palace. As soon as he entered the palace, facing Zhang Yuan's interrogation, he could bear his temper. No matter how ridiculous this reason is, Morita will kill himself as a tourist. No matter Zhang Yuan believes it or not, no matter how he threatens Morita, he will always insist that he is a tourist who entered this cave by mistake. As long as he hides the identity of Team Rocket, their previous behavior will be the best. It will be closed for a few more days, and you will be fine. The idea is good, but the reality is cruel. Apparently other Team Rocket's members did not have such rich experience as he was, and was scared to death by the Gengar released by Zhang Yuan. Perhaps the integrity of being a member of a criminal organization is still there. Although these people are cowardly, none of them betrayed the organization. Zhang Yuan is not in a hurry. He has 10,000 ways to get them to speak. Let Salamence use long way to oppress their nerve. Gengar takes advantage of the situation to use hypnosis so that the members of Team Rockets who have lost their inner defense line can't parry, and the purpose of this Team Rockets is exposed. After an indescribable interrogation, Blaine, they're here to get you. Didn't expect you to be on Team Rocket. Zhang Yuan pretended to be surprised. The exaggerated expression made Blaine unable to complain. That's right, was out there, and it was useless to cover it up, Blaine simply admitted. In the current environment where the Alliance and Team Rockets are fighting to the death, even if he once joined Team Rocket, he will at most lose some of the trust of the Alliance and be questioned by the Alliance. The big guys in the Quantung Alliance are not stupid. They will not push Blaine to become a scientific researcher, and Flint will be an important gym trainer to Team Rocket, and they will only choose to stabilize him. Moreover, there are also many trainers and scientists who have defected from Team Rockets in the Alliance, and they can all be whitewashed. Would you like to continue the fight then? Magmar leapt into the field, assuming a fighting stance. Blaine, obsessed with the unfinished battle before, asked Zhang Yuan tentatively. From the point of view of a normal trainer, Blaine, who once joined Team Rocket, is undoubtedly not a good person, and challenging such a gym will likely have a negative impact on them even if they get a badge. But Zhang Yuan had a smile on his face. As a police officer of Interpol, he had left the stage of looking at people's faces and acting. Of course, he who maintained a cooperative relationship with Giovanni would not care whether Blaine had been in Team Rockets before. Come on, let's continue. Jim's challenge to this serious thing can't be abandoned halfway. Zhang Yuan's fighting spirit continued. Salamence landed on the battle arena, with Magmar occupying the other side of the field. Flamethrower and Hyper Beam collided, Ember exploded, energy sputtered, and the battle was fierce. The flesh collided, and the flames intertwined. Magmar and Salamence face off against each other and are on fire. You fire a fire blast, I fire a Hyper Beam, and both sides attack the bomber battlefield, making the chains hanging on the field rattle. Team Rocket, who were tied up in the corner, saw their mouth dry. They had never seen such a fierce battle before. As the team leader, Morita was a bit higher level than his subordinate. He could vaguely judge the relationship between the two. This Salamence definitely has the strength of the Alliance elite. No wonder our full squad is only responsible for intelligence collection. He sounded the warning given to him by the branch cadres before he took on the task. They can't deal with an enemy of this level at all. Fortunately, I left someone to go back to report the news. The reinforcements should arrive soon. Morita thought silently, a little fortunate. The battle finally came to an end. Magmar, who was incapacitated, fell to the ground, and Salamence, whose body was slightly charred, was also a little tired. You win, Blaine said. Magmar is incapacitated. Counting the previous two games, all the three Pokemon he sent are incapacitated, and this gym challenge is a complete defeat. If Zhang Yuan had an attribute advantage in the first two games and used attribute to suppress his Pokemon, but in the third game both sides really depended on their strength. After a battle, Blaine thought he had done his best, but he was still one step behind Zhang Yuan's Salamence, and he was convinced that he lost. This is the badge of Cinnabar Gym. You deserve it. He took out the badge and threw it to Zhang Yuan. Blaine glanced at it quickly, adding the badge of Cinnabar, and found no more than 12 badges on Zhang Yuan's body. You should be attending this year's court conference, Blaine said. The deadlock must be broken, and the boring atmosphere must be broken. Blaine continued to chat with Zhang Yuan on this point. Zhang Yuan nodded. Yes, the badges have been collected. Isn't this an obvious thing? In the Kanto region, apart from those weird trainers and self-defeating guys, which one doesn't aim to participate in the core tournament? Seeming to realize that her question was not good enough, Blaine laughed awkwardly. With your strength, there must be no problem with a quartz championship. I mourned for the Pokemon trainer who was at the same time as Zhang Yuan. It was a bunch of unlucky guys to meet such a monster. Zhang Yuan smiled modestly. I hope to qualify for the competition. Don't stop at the group stage. So humble that Blaine wanted to hit someone. Group matches. If you can't make it through the group stage, I'll eat shit. Okay. Pokemon Treasure Detection System Chapter 151-200. Chapter 151 Missing Blaine. Sitting on the flight to Pallet Town, Zhang Yuan looked out the window and was in a good mood. Gym badges several months faster than a normal trainer, well before the opening of the court conference, and the intervening months were completely free for him to arrange. I don't know how Lilith has been doing this time. The communication ring in his hand vibrated, causing Zhang Yuan's nostalgic expression to freeze. Every time you come to call, you deliberately count the time. Annoyed to answer the phone. I'm 0. I'm on the plane now and it's inconvenient to answer the phone. Hang up when you're done. 0. Wait a second. Keen's voice sounded. Zhang Yuan raised his brows. You're a waste of life. I don't dare to joke about the lives of the 077 passengers on the plane. No, what I want to say is that the league has solved this technical problem a long time ago. Keen's voice reached Zhang Yuan's ear. What the matter? Zhang Yuan found out that the guy Keen started choking after learning from him when he spoke. You challenged Blaine at Cinnabar Gym at Cinnabar Island before, and you also caught a few Team Rocket trying to break in at Cinnabar Gym. Right, that's right. What's wrong with those Team Rocket? Zhang Yuan is confident that under Gengar's hypnosis, no one can hide the secret. In fact, they did not hide any secret, and some things were just not asked by Zhang Yuan. Keen answered Zhang Yuan's doubt. I got news just now that those Team Rocket's members have escaped from the police station on Cinnabar Island. At the same time, someone saw that Cinnabar Gym's Blaine was attacked on the street, and his whereabouts are currently unknown. What? Blaine was kidnapped? Zhang Yuan raised his brows. No, I remember Blaine's rank. Halfway through the word, Zhang Yuan was embarrassed to find that the strongest Pokemon in Blaine's hands seemed to have been brought down by him. It seems that Blaine's arrest also has something to do with me, Zhang Yuan thought. Then he shook his head violently. He would never take the blame for this kind of thing. I can't say anything about Blaine, but everyone who entered the police station escaped. What are the police on Cinnabar Island doing? Zhang Yuan changed the subject rudely as always. Don't blame them, because Team Rockets caused a riot on Cinnabar Island and most of the police were called in to maintain law and order, which gave Team Rockets an opportunity. Then what do you want me to do? If it's just these things, then Keen can send an investigator directly over there, and it's not worth calling him. Can you get in touch with Blaine? You want to find the missing Blaine. Shouldn't the kidnapping of the gym trainer be a matter of the Alliance? When will our Interpol have this kind of business? Zhang Yuan had exchanged contact information with Blaine before, and the contact can be reached of. Keen was silent for 2 seconds, as if to organize the language. The thing is, according to our investigation, Team Rockets is secretly researching a very destructive weapon, and Blaine is the key person in this research. We have been investigating Blaine's trail before. Originally, you found Blaine this time. We were preparing to subpoena him for questioning, but Team Rockets was one step ahead of us. Blaine is missing now. We need to find him and find out where Team Rockets is. Doing what? Weapon. Zhang Yuan thought of Mewtwo subconsciously. Blaine, Team Rocket, weapon. When these three keywords are put out, the result is not Mewtwo or what? Now that the matter involves Mewtwo, Zhang Yuan's attitude is also a little more correct. He can ignore the three holy bird, because Deoxys can solve them with one move without pressure, but Mewtwo's power is enough to threaten him. I have Blaine's phone number. Tell me, what do you want me to do? It's no secret that he's done challenging 12 gyms, and he doesn't expect Keen to keep him idle forever. Contact Blaine and find him. Just 8 simple words. Zhang Yuan's teeth hurt a lot. Find Blaine. It would be better if Blaine was hiding in one place, and if it was already in the hands of Team Rocket, could he contact Giovanni to get Blaine back? Even in the past, when he and Giovanni had a tacit understanding of cooperation, his relationship was not that good, let alone now that they broke up. I try my best. As soon as possible. I am waiting for your good news. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Yuan stood up and stretched. Work has started. Under the puzzled eyes of the flight attendant, Zhang Yuan showed his police officer card. I'm Zero from Interpol. Borrow the microphone. Without waiting for a reply, Zhang Yuan took off the Bluetooth microphone and hung it by his ear. Everyone, I'm Zero from Interpol. This flight is about to be hit by a storm. Please wear your oxygen mask and fasten your seatbelt. Parents with children, please grab your children. The passengers didn't know why, but since they were Interpol, they followed suit, and there were some who disagreed, and Zhang Yuan ignored them. Seeing that all the passengers did the same, Zhang Yuan put the Bluetooth headset on the flight attendant again, and pressed them to the empty seat to fasten their seatbelt. After doing all this, Zhang Yuan walked to the cabin door empty-handed. Under the horrified eyes of all the passengers, he pushed open the cabin door. The howling winds poured into the cabin. The air pressure difference plus the airflow caused by the speed the wind swept the entire cabin. Ah! The timid passenger screamed and grabbed the handle. Courageous, but also pale. This is 10,000 meters in the sky. What if it really falls? Invariably, all the passengers recalled the air crash cases deep in their memory and showed despair on their faces. Zhang Yuan is very calm. Maybe this is the boldness of art masters. Thank you for your cooperation. 1.4 said with a slight smile to many passengers, jumped up and jumped from the cabin. He even closed the door. The cabin was silent again. Well, he just jumped off like this. It won't happen. Right. Some people remembered that Zhang Yuan jumped directly without carrying a parachute. What Interpol? He's a lunatic. A woman dressed in gaudy scolded. It's better to be dead. She didn't wear a seat belt because she ignored Zhang Yuan's words before, and the sharp growl was her biggest just now. It's just that as soon as she finished speaking, a red and blue figure rose into the sky outside. Dividing line Make up for yesterday's update. It's morning before 1 o'clock. Probably. Chapter 152 Skydive. Huge salamence spread its wings and swept past the plane, startling the woman who was wearing just now. Her face turned pale, and she was very guilty. Won't be heard. Although she knew it was impossible, the middle-aged woman was still worried. Zhang Yuan's previous self-introduction was in her ear. Interpol, it's not a small person anywhere. The middle-aged woman who was afraid that Zhang Yuan would hit revenge. Zhang Yuan rode salamence to Cinnabar Island. This plane is really fast. Turning on the GPS, Zhang Yuan found that he had arrived at Celadon, Rainbow City. How long has it been? No wonder there are so many flying Pokemon, and the plane has not been replaced. Now it seems that the plane is better in terms of comfort and efficiency, but since it's so far away, we can't use the usual way of rushing. rushing. Zhang Yuan asked Salamence to stop in the cloud. If Salamence is used to fly back, it will take about a day and a half to 2 days, without mentioning that Blaine would not know where he was, and Zhang Yuan would not have been able to sleep in the sky for 2 days. Throwing the Pokeball in the sky, a white light flashed, and the Deoki-14 his, whose uniquely shaped arms were entangled with 2 tentacles, appeared in the sky. By wrapping your body in confusion, then retract Salamence. It's time for Deoxys to step in. Deoxys, take me to Cinnabar Island. As for how to get there, it's natural to use teleport, which is no problem for Deoxys, who is a mythical beast. Deoxys nodded and put his arm on Zhang Yuan's shoulder, and the next second their figures disappeared from the sky in an instant. Long distance teleport. Zhang Yuan, how do you feel about it? It's like being hit with a stick in the back of the head. This is still in the case that Zhang Yuan himself is a psychic person who has confusion. It is conceivable that those who do not have confusion experience what kind of teleport it is, and it may even cause damage to the body. No wonder few people use such a convenient way to travel. Zhang Yuan rubbed his confused head. At this point he had arrived at Cinnabar Island, where he appeared at Blaine's gym in the volcano. Theory: Deoxys can go to any place Zhang Yuan has been, but in order not to shock the world, Zhang Yuan still chooses the underground gym, which is not crowded. Different from when Zhang Yuan came to challenge before, it was a mess, like a thief. The gate made of Warburg was gouged through by heavy machinery, breaking a large hole. 2 of the thick steel cables hanging from the battlefield were broken, and a section of the field was smashed into the magma. A bit miserable. Just looking at this one can imagine how many people Team Rockets have dispatched to hunt down Blaine. But unexpectedly, it was turned off. Trouble. Things were going in the worst direction Zhang Yuan expected. Blaine was really kidnapped by Team Rocket, and his personal freedom was also restricted. His mission is to find Blaine's whereabouts, and as things stand, he'll have to make a trip to Team Rocket, and the upcoming Mewtwo also needs him to check out Team Rocket. Find out where Blaine went first. Zhang Yuan took out the phantom see-through glasses that he hadn't used for a long time, and plugged in the tracking chip. Analyze the wavelength of this wig, Zhang Yuan said, pulling out Blaine's wig from the room. Although the tracking chip is used to analyze Pokemon, humans and Pokemon are also very different to some extent, but it can still be analyzed by forced analysis, but the accuracy is not so high. Scanning the wig, Zhang Yuan personally described some information about Blaine, such as the bald head, sunglasses and other information. The phantom perspective eyes finally gave Blaine's orientation. The direction is this way. The analyzed orientation is very unstable, but the approximate direction is the southwest of Cinnabar Island. The southwest of Cinnabar Island is an island reef. Because of its remote location, small area, and no specialties, it is basically unmanned. But where are so many islands and reefs? Zhang Yuan couldn't search one by one, and the directions given by the phantom perspective glasses were very vague, and it was completely impossible to use them to find Blaine's location. I need a guide. Just as he was thinking about it, a voice of conversation suddenly came from the door. Damn, why did they send us to clean up the scene for what they did? The group of people in the demolition team is simply deceiving, said a sharp voice. Come on, we are so small as peoples live. Anyway, it's not difficult. After cleaning up the scene, I'll invite you to a big meal and a hot spring. Another person was quite open. Hot spring? Where did you get the money? The grant from the last mission to the Seafoam Island. Forgot that your level is already a superior player, but that's the money you made with your life, so you spend it like that. What do you keep the money for? People live to enjoy. The Team Rocket's member, called Superior, has no self-consciousness of superior. Speaking of Seafoam Island, the Interpol Zero on the Alliance side is really powerful. With Lord Athena unable to fight back, a 707 person suppress hundreds of us. It's really that powerful. What did I lie to you for? Let me tell you, our defeat was all caused by the Interpol Zero. I heard that after the incident, Lord Athena asked Boss Giovanni for instructions, but the boss didn't let them revenge. The sound was getting closer and closer. Zhang Yuan stood at the door without avoiding it, listening to someone bragging about how powerful he was, with a playful smile on his face. Here, start from this gate. The Team Rocket Superior raised his head. His expression froze for the next second. What's wrong with you? Another person followed and looked forward. Someone. He reacted quickly and reached out to grab the Pokeball around his waist, but his hand was tightly grasped by the companion next to him. Don't move. He's Zero. When he spoke, Superior's body was already shaking. Zero. Him. Stop being funny. How could Zero be so young? His face was full of disbelief when he spoke. But he's Zero. The Superior next to him looked at Zhang Yuan Yuan's half-smile expression, and was about to cry. Separation line Late update. Chapter 153 Kang's Stealth Method has a series of titles in the Kanto region such as Enemy of Villain and The Future Star of the Alliance, which are countless times more than his own code name. However, contrary to his name, his appearance and detailed information flow are not wide, and almost no one knows his appearance except for Zero and the high-level executives of some large organizations who have met before. This led to the fact that sometimes Zhang Yuan was already standing in front, and some of the little ones rushed up to die for unknown reason. Here is a living example. Gollum. Team Rockets who were clamoring just now were silent, not because he believed his companion, but because behind him, a Gengar was floating behind him, blowing cold air into his clothes. Q. What does it feel like to be blown away by a ghost-type Pokemon? Answer. The Hunshin is stiff and dare not move. This Team Rocket player turned his eyes to his companion next to him for help, but found that his companion had raised his hands in a throwing gesture. Officer Zero, I surrender. The decisiveness of his throw made Zhang Yuan look down on him. Such an unscrupulous guy can even become a Team Rocket superior team member. Zhang Yuan felt that he had to remind Giovanni that there was a serious problem with their Team Rocket talent selection system. Takeda, you bastard. Team Rocket, who was subdued by Gengar, was also shocked by the shamelessness of his companion. How can you be so shameless? Remind me of your surrender anyway. Let's surrender together. Gengar, hypnosis. It was enough to have a guide. Zhang Yuan directly asked Gengar to hypnotize him, and then looked at Takeda next to him. Since you chose to surrender, I think you should be enlightened. Zhang Yuan brought an oppressive force when he spoke, making Takeda, who had some regrets in his heart to simply surrender, instantly dispel the thought of going back. The big guy in front of him killed hundreds of Pokemon on the Seafoam Island, but without blinking. Athena, one of the four generals, was beaten back with a wave of his hand. He gritted his teeth. His heart sank. As long as you ask, as long as I know, I will definitely explain diaresis. I like a happy person like you. Don't be nervous. I just want to know where the owner of the place you kidnapped went to. Zhang Yuan smiled kindly. Is it here? Zhang Yuanchang asked Takeda beside him. Takeda was very nervous. Although it was against his professional ethics as a member of an evil organization to betray the organization, he had nothing to fear if he surrendered. Silently comforting himself in his heart, he wanted to become a good person, and nodded. Yes, it's here. He is also willing to go out and sell the organization. Maybe Team Rockets will not let him go, but if he doesn't do what Zhang Yuan said, Zhang Yuan will not let him go now, so it is better to cooperate with Zhang Yuan. Maybe he can get a little protection from the Alliance. I told you not to be nervous. Anyway, apart from your companions, doesn't everyone know that you betrayed the organization? Zhang Yuan smiled brightly, with a bewitching tone. I won't talk to you either. The boss said that you have betrayed the organization. You can continue to be Team Rockets in the future. Persuaded people to continue to be Team Rockets. Estimated that Zhang Yuan was the only one in the entire Pokemon world. Takeda heard the words as if suddenly enlightened. Yeah, no one knows that I betrayed the organization. I can continue to go back to be my superior team member. This is the effect of hypnosis. Not to mention Takeda, who planned to intimidate and threaten his comrades to keep secrets for him. Zhang Yuan squinted and looked at the situation on the island. Do you use light green to make a protective cover? I seem to have seen this kind of defense method somewhere. Under the observation of the phantom perspective glasses, there is a layer of light green above the island, forming a bowl-shaped shield to buckle the entire island inside. The advantage of this defense is that no one can break in without alerting the people inside. The disadvantage is that it requires a lot of psychic Pokemon to maintain the light green without interruption. Okay, I don't need you here. Without waiting for Takeda to breathe a sigh of relief, Zhang Yuan stunned Takeda and threw it onto a nearby reef. Deoxys, take me in. Light green is indeed perfect as a means of defense and alert, but its defense object do not include Pokemon at the level of Divine Beast, especially Psychic Divine Beast. Deoxys teleport can perfectly crack the shield made of light green, disappeared from the reef, and then appeared in a forest on the target island. The forest was lush and lush, but it was very disturbing to see the seriousness of the river. It should be an artificial forest. Zhang Yuan touched the soil on the ground to make a judgment. Since it is an artificial forest, it proves that he is not in the wrong place. Deoxys, destroy the monitoring device in the forest and find the research institute on the island. The video data must not be left behind. Otherwise, how will Giovanni blame him when he finds himself in the future? As for looking for a research institute, this is Zhang Yuan's own speculation. After all, Giovanni's arrest of Blaine is definitely not for ransom, so there There must be a research institute on the island, and maybe Mewtwo can be found. Maybe. Let Deoxys rearrange a light green in the sky, which is several times stronger than the previous light green, completely isolating the island from the outside world. Zhang Yuan used Connor's sneaking method to approach the institute all the way. Just when Zhang Yuan was having a good time in the research institute on the island, King Zhao's the Team Rockets in black were already busy doing a group. A high-energy confusion reaction was detected on the island. A new light green appeared in the sky. Ask the psychic team for details. The surveillance cameras in Area A3, Area A4, Area B1, and Area B2 are damaged, and there is an enemy invasion. Please notify the War Department. The surveillance of A2, A1 area has also been destroyed. The target is approaching the research institute. Are the people in the War Department eating shit? Let them go to meet the enemy. One piece of bad news came one after another, causing them to be in a hurry, and at this time, another piece of news sent their heart to the bottom. All members of the combat department lost contact, and only 5 seconds have passed since the time of contact with the enemy. Separation line Filu uploaded today. I don't know when this chapter will be sent out. Chapter 154. Enter the base. How strong is the power of the beast? There are different opinions on the answer to this question. Some people say that divine beast can shake continental plate to reshape the world, while others say that divine beast can travel through time and space to tamper with the past and present. However, so far, there is no clear record that there are examples of divine beast being recovered by humans using Pokeballs, so most of the above are conjectures. But according to the descriptions of some people who have fought side by side with divine beasts, there is one fact that everyone agrees with, that is, holding divine beasts in hand, you can really do whatever you want. Boom. The huge Raiden, with a height of more than 3 meters and nearly 4 meters, was easily thrown away by confusion and fell to the ground, stiff and unable to fight. In front of Raiden, Deoxys floated in the air, blue light representing confusion. Iron. Raiden, how are you? The little guys from Team Rockets had a look of fear in their eyes. Under the absolute power of Deoxys, the victim is not only a Raiden. Of course, there are countless powerful Pokemon such as Gyarados and Nidoking on the ground. 903. Zhang Yuan, who holds Deoxys in his hand, is invincible. It's really desperate. Giovanni's brainwashing is really powerful. Looking at the Pokemon and Team Rocket's members who fell to the ground, Zhang Yuan smacked his tongue. This is already the third wave of resistance that Zhang Yuan has encountered, and there are hundreds of people who are looking for trouble before and after. God knows how can there be so many Team Rockets hidden on such a small island. But for Zhang Yuan, even if there are 10,000 more enemies of this level, he is still delivering food. With Deoxys in his hand, he can do whatever he wants. The memory of this group of people should also be washed away. After all, it is best not to expose the existence of Deoxys. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan's gaze towards Team Rockets became dangerous. The Team Rockets fanatic threw Deoxys and washing their memories away, Zhang Yuan moves on. Judging from the reactions of those Team Rockets just now, they should be the last resistance force on the island. Stepping on all the Pokemon and Team Rockets all the way forward, Zhang Yuan soon came to a cave. In order to prevent being observed by flying Pokemon, Team Rocket base on this island was purposely built underground. The man is here. Although the cameras were all blown up by Deoxys, the microphones that transmitted the sound were still there, and the Team Rockets in the base could clearly hear the footsteps of Zhang Yuan's leather shoes on the ground. He shouldn't be able to open the door of the research institute. Another voice said cautiously, this is a high-strength alloy door that can withstand the hyper beam head-on without being seriously damaged. When the gate made of high-strength alloy stood in front of Zhang Yuan paused. It's absolutely impossible to break it. Boss Giovanni did the experiment himself. This door is absolutely impossible to break easily. The previous voice answered with great certainty, and then in the next second his voice fell. Bang! A muffled sound came from the door. It sounded like a sledgehammer hitting the wall, but it was more muffled. What is this sound? The members of the Team Rockets in the Research Institute were taken aback, but the members of the Team Rockets in the monitoring room suddenly changed. Looking at the entrance of the Research Institute, the door made of alloy was knocked out by a huge force. Go to the secret communication. The person in charge of the base shouted loudly, and the organizers retreated. Boom! Before I finished speaking, I heard a deafening loud noise. The huge metal door standing at the entrance of the cave was like a football being hit by a 10-ton heavy truck, and it shut into the passage. I don't know how many things were damaged along the way. West. Team Rockets who used their arms as vehicles were hit by the iron gate and flew away. Although they didn't die, they were seriously injured. Zhang Yuan and Deoxys walked in through the broken door, leaving the rest of the Team Rockets with chills all over their body. What Pokemon is that? Looking at Deoxys beside Zhang Yuan, Team Team Rockets acclaimed in their heart. Deoxys, hypnosis. Deoxys cleared the field himself, and no matter how determined their will was, they couldn't survive hypnosis for a second. Team Rocket's face in leather boot, and the other party didn't respond at all. Let me find where Blaine is. Zhang Yuan took Deoxys back to the Pokeball and wandered around the institute. The interior of Rocket Hideout is different from the dark tones Zhang Yuan imagined, with plenty of light, very bright and clean. Even in the dark, do you yearn for the light? After complaining, Zhang Yuan studied the layout of the institute. The base is divided into 5 floors, 2 floors above ground and 3 floors below ground. The above ground part is the living area and the office area, and the underground part is the research area. The facilities here are complete, and various instruments that Zhang Yuan can't name are endless. You can see the local tyrants of Team Rocket. Zhang Yuan has always been very willing to do things like fighting local tyrant, and he happily scoured Rocket Hideout because he wanted to save some face for Giovanni. Zhang Yuan didn't move those large-scale precision equipment. Of course, he was not interested. He found a lot of interesting things in the base of Team Rocket, a few rare tree fruits and their seeds, some information on mythical beasts, and a few Pokeballs under development, and finally found them in the laboratory on the 3rd underground floor. Blaine passed out. There's no Mewtwo. After searching the entire base, he couldn't find the location of Mewtwo, which made Zhang Yuan a little regretful. In fact, according to his original intention, looking for Blaine was just an incidental matter. He wanted to see Mewtwo, but unfortunately Mewtwo was not in this base. Blaine, who was still in a drowsiness, Zhang Yuan knew that if he didn't do anything special, Blaine would at least have to sleep for a few more days. Gengar, wake up Blaine. Gengar giggled, a mischievous smile on his face, and a layer of eerie black light shrouded his short arms and touched Blaine's shiny forehead. Nightmares are just as effective as waking people up from their sleep. Ah, then, just hearing a scream from Blaine, the whole person straightened up instantly and woke up from the state of coma. Dividing line Update Chapter 155 Back to Pallet Town. Aren't you guys ready to let me go? The first sentence Blaine looked around when she woke up turned out to be this. I said, what exactly is your nightmare? I feel like I've become a villain. Zhang Yuan was very upset. He seemed to have played some disgraceful role in Blaine's dream. Zhang Yuan was unhappy, and Gengar was naturally unhappy, and then saw that Gengar avoided Blaine's sight and turned into a shadow sneaking behind Blaine. Away. Haha. At this time, Blaine's mind also came to his senses. Looking at the fallen Team Rockets around him, he roughly guessed the cause and effect. Sorry, He could finish speaking. He saw a shadow suddenly lick from behind Blaine's bright bald head. Blaine shivered, stiffened, and fell to the ground. So numb. Gengar's shadow can't even hold Erica's Vileplume, let alone Blaine, who is a human. Blaine, who was collapsed on the ground. Zhang Yuan didn't help him, just released a beldam to hold Blaine up with confusion. You're making me so sad. Blaine, how you treat me like this when I came to Norman from Celadon, Rainbow to save you from Cinnabar Island. So sad. Zhang Yuan looked lamented, and Blaine wondered if there was really something wrong with his attitude. But the next second he dismissed the idea because Gengar next to him watched him recover from his paralysis and gave him another shadow lick. Zhang Yuan glared at Gengar and put it back into the Pokeball. He didn't say a word, and walked out of the base with Blaine. Along the way, Blaine became more and more shocked. In Rocket Hideout, there was no one standing except Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan came all the way in, especially seeing the door that was dented in horror. Blaine had a whole new understanding of Zhang Yuan's rank. Blaine wasn't stupid. He knew exactly what he was kidnapped by Team Rockets as a researcher this time, and knew that Giovanni would never let this news leak out, so he could see how he would be hunted after he left here. But after seeing Zhang Yuan's rank, he felt that he might try to join the Interpol represented by Zhang Yuan. For Team Rocket, what he wants is to spend his old age in the sun. From the current point of view, taking refuge in Interpol and accepting Zhang Yuan's protection is a shortcut to achieve this goal. Ahem, don't you want to know what Team Rockets is looking for me for? For Zhang Yuan's sake, he decided to tell Zhang Yuan about Team Rocket's secret plan. I don't want to. Zhang Yuan used 2 words to block Blaine's words in his throat. Blaine had a toothache and asked again, you really don't want to? I really don't want to. Zhang Yuan reiterated, aren't today's young people curious? For the first time, Blaine felt really old, left behind by the time. Come on, tell the Alliance about this kind of thing. I'm going on vacation, and I don't have time to deal with Team Rocket. Mewtwo was not found here. Zhang Yuan is not in a hurry. According to the plot, after Giovanni created Mewtwo, Mewtwo will stay in Viridian Gym for a while, and Zhang Yuan didn't believe that Giovanni would be able to hold back and not come to him to find his way back. Since he wasn't interested, Blaine kept his mouth shut. All he had in mind were secrets, so he couldn't say it easily. The two of them had their own thoughts and returned to Cinnabar Island. People are very forgetful, and just a few days after the Team Rocket's attack, Cinnabar Island is back to business as usual. Team Rockets had already attacked Cinnabar Island anyway, so they wouldn't want to attack it again. Therefore, the food stalls and hot spring hotels in the streets and alleys have reopened, and even in order to eliminate the bad influence caused by the previous Team Rocket, they have also launched a brand of price reduction. Cinnabar Island Metropolitan Police Department. How about Blaine? Have you decided where to go next? Zhang Yuan asked after drinking a sip of black tea brought by a police officer. At present, the safest place on Cinnabar Island is the Metropolitan Police Department. After the last prisoner escaped, the Cinnabar Island Metropolitan Police Department strengthened its alertness, and even the main force of Team Rockets did not dare to be presumptuous here. I'm planning to go to the Alliance headquarters in Indigo Plateau. Agatha and I had some friendship when we were young. It's not bad to be a scientist in the Alliance these days. Blaine was counseled, asking for flowers, but there is no shame in admitting counsel to Team Rocket. What about your gym? I plan to temporarily close and wait for the gust of wind to pass before reopening gym. Blaine broke the jar, and gym has been out of business for half a year, not less than the past few months. Anyway, the Alliance that knows the inside story will never force Cinnabar Gym to close. This year's rookie trainers are really pitiful. Pewter Gym and Saffron Gym have been replaced by veteran trainers, and Cinnabar Gym has closed again. Zhang Yuan clicked his tongue twice, but no matter how he looked at it, there was a sense of schadenfreude in it. The fewer competitors, the better. Zhang Yuan wanted to see Ash. After landing on the island, he found the wonderful expression of Cinnabar Gym after closing. Subsequent events generally have nothing to do with Zhang Yuan. Keen personally took a special plane to Cinnabar Island to pick up Blaine. Zhang Yuan didn't know exactly what PY transactions the two had, and he didn't want to know. He just took a plane back to Pallet Town. Professor Oak, pushed the door and walked into Professor Oak's Research Institute. Professor Oak was still eating instant noodles. Zhang Yuan, Zhang Yuan, why are you back? Professor Oak turned his head and suddenly saw Zhang Yuan, almost squirting the instant noodles out of his mouth. I came back naturally after my trip. Professor Oak is a specialty of Cinnabar Island. Put a box of Cinnabar Island specialty volcanic instant noodles on the table. Also, I brought you a mysterious gift. Zhang Yuan's mysterious appearance aroused the interest of Professor Oak. What? Looking around, Zhang Yuan pretended to be mysterious and said in a very small voice, mythical beast. Mythical beast. Professor Oak jumped up immediately. The matter of Zhang Yuan's greed for ink. Articuno was covered up by the Alliance, so he still didn't know that Zhang Yuan had the divine beasts in his hand. Separation line Renew. Chapter 156 Lilith. The cold air emanating from Articuno covered the entire Wa Garden with a layer of hoarfrost. The Pokemon in Wa Garden felt the pressure and cold air from Articuno, and they hid in the house one after another. Professor Oak couldn't help shivering. It was too cold, but still very happy. Articuno. The illusory Ho-Oh and Lugia. The legend of the three holy birds in the Kanto Alliance is widely spread, and they are also inextricably linked with the Alliance. In power plant all the year round. Moltres, the provider of the torch of the core conference. But Professor Oak said it was the first time he had come this close to Articuno. Think about it. Even if the relationship between the Divine Beast and the Quantung Alliance is closer, it is impossible for May 3 inches to use himself for others to do research. Whoa! By Professor Oak's gaze, Articuno spread his wings, and the surrounding temperature plummeted again. Zhang Yuan definitely wouldn't hurt Professional Oak, so he waved his hand and placed a confusion barrier in front of him to isolate Articuno's low temperature freezing air. Calm down, Articuno. Zhang Yuan shouted to Articuno. Hearing this voice, Articuno shivered. This voice was all too familiar to him. This voice had been engraved in the depth of his soul, and it was simply his nightmare. Articuno subconsciously remembered the days when Zhang Yuan directed Deoxys to convince it. The wings were frozen in midair, and Blizzard, who was going to use it, still didn't dare to use it. His head to show his submission. Zhang Yuan touched Articuno's head in the shocked eyes of Professor Oak. I specially brought Articuno back to cooperate with Professor Oak for your research. Well, the time is about a month. After that, Articuno will be released. Is this period of time enough? Zhang Yuan asked Professor Oak, who was also in the Ask Articuno for advice. Without waiting for Professor Oak to speak, Articuno nodded hurriedly, and now it just wants to leave Zhang Yuan quickly. 1 month is enough. I'm not a mad scientist. I just have some problems that I need to cooperate with Articuno and record the information of Articuno. By the way, Professor Oak said that there is more than enough enough time. That good. I'll say goodbye first. I haven't been home for so long, so I have to go see Lilith. Go, listen to Yujiya. Lilith has been talking about why you haven't gone back and surprised the little guy. Professor Oak knew what Zhang Yuan was leaving for, so he didn't keep Zhang Yuan. When I got home, I took out the key and opened the door. The layout of the house was exactly the same as before, without any change. Back in his room, Zhang Yuan found that both the desk and the bookshelf were spotless. Apparently someone cleaned it every day. Is Lilith still cleaning by Yujiya? Glancing across the bookshelf, Zhang Yuan suddenly reached out and picked up a piece of silver hair from the bookshelf, already knowing the answer in his heart. Just as I was thinking, there were two conversations, one big and one small. Sister Yujiya, when did your brother come back? Last time he called me and said he would come back after collecting the badges, but he hasn't come back yet. Lilith pouted, a little unhappy. Maybe it has something to do with work. Yujiya knew some things, such as Zhang Yuan's massacre on Cinnabar Island in the Seafoam Island, but she couldn't tell Lilith about these things, so she could only comfort him. I believe Zhang Yuan-kun will be back soon. I hope my brother will come back soon. I've trained my ponyta very well these days. Lilith opened the door and was stunned when she saw the shoes on the ground. Then she trotted into the house with a happy smile on her face. Brother. Our Lilith has gotten fat these days. Before the dining table, Zhang Yuan squeezed Lilith's little face and smiled. Lilith's physique is now more balanced and healthier than her previous slightly thinner physique. Miss Yujiya, thank you for your hard work. Thanks to your care for Lilith these days. Zhang Yuan thanked him earnestly. Yujiya from the Joy family can match such a reasonable diet. Yujiya blushed and waved her hand quickly. Where? I also feel very happy with Lilith. Anyway, thank you very much. Brother, will you go out after you come back this time? Lilith asked nervously beside her. She was really worried that her brother had just returned home and was going to leave. She didn't like the days without her brother at all. No, I will stay at home with Lilith before the court conference starts. Zhang Yuan rubbed Lilith's little head and said. Lilith showed a happy expression, and looked at Yuka to her with envy. By the way, Lilith, I brought you a gift this time. Suddenly remembering that the gift for Lilith hadn't been brought out yet, Zhang Yuan quickly opened the inventory. A flip of his hand, an ultra ball appeared in Zhang Yuan's hand and shook it at Lilith. Guess what's in here? Lilith bit her fingers, thought about it seriously, and then shook her head. Put the Pokeball in Lilith's hand. Lilith, open it. Press the button in the middle of the ultra ball. After a white light, in Lilith's happy eyes and Yujiya's shocked eyes, a Dratini with a light blue body, a white belly, round spots on the top of his head, and a cute white nose appeared in the two. In front of people, Zhang Yuan should be the first trainer who can give Dratini to children, except for the Yulong family where the 4 elite land crossing are located. Dratini, who had just been released from the Pokeball, still had some confusion about 4.5 Chu's situation, and cried out in confusion with his head tilted. So cute. Lilith was captured at once. Brother, can I touch it? Of course, it will be your Pokemon in the future. Zhang Yuan said. Let's get to know each other. Dratini, my name is Lilith. Lilith stretched out her hand. Dratini also reacted at this time. Looking at the little girl in front of him, he could feel the full kindness from her. Chirp tilde. Dratini blinked and rubbed Lilith's palm with his nose. Giggle, it's so itchy. Chirp tilde. Dividing line As for collection, as for subscription. Chapter 157 Tacit Agreement. Dratini and Lilith get along very well, and as a kind-hearted Pokemon, it is easy to be attracted to Lilith, who has the same qualities as it. Yuka, who was on the side, looked at Lilith and Dratini happily getting along and was very envious. Owning a Dratini as a Pokemon is the dream of many people as a child and even now, but Lilith can easily achieve this wish now. Yujiya said why she didn't have such a brother. Thank you, brother. Lilith's eyes were already crescent moon. The popularity of Dratini in Kanto means how rare they are. Presumably my brother must have spent a lot of effort for this Dratini. Thinking so, Lilith turned around and brought Dratini into Zhang Yuan's arms. Good. Take good care of Dratini. He touched Lilith's little head. And Lilith closed her eyes comfortably. Looking at the cute Lilith and Dratini, Zhang 14 Yuan felt that his heart was purified. Team Rocket's Institute. The response speed of Team Rockets is not unpleasant. It only took half a day from getting the news of the attack on the Research Institute, losing contact, and sending a large number of troops to the Research Institute to support of Team Rocket Superior, wearing black clothes, holding various high-tech weapons, and wearing Pokeballs around their waist, surrounded the entire island where the Institute was located, and began to search from the edge to the island. Giovanni himself led the team, assisted by Athena and Archer of the 4 generals, and the 3 formed a near-perfect siege to catch the daring people who dared to attack their Team Rocket. Boss Giovanni found the fainted defense units of the Institute. They all collapsed to the ground. According to their feedback, the enemy only used one face to knock them down. There is no chance to see the enemy's appearance. Thread the message back into Giovanni's hand. Also, all the cameras along the road were burned, and no image data of the enemy was recorded. This is already the third wave of defense forces that have fallen to the ground, and they still haven't been able to get the slightest information about the enemy, which makes Giovanni, who has always been indifferent to his anger, a little annoyed. Continue. Speed up the search in the direction of the Research Institute. Giovanni calmed down. The war with the Alliance has involved a lot of energy these days, making Giovanni, who has always been calm like a machine, a little anxious. Although it is said that he is a ruthless, unpretentious and omnipotent hero both inside and outside of Team Rocket, only he himself knows how difficult it is to support such a huge dark organization as Team Rocket. Alliance squeeze on the living space of Team Rocket comes from the overt or secret struggle of major families in Kanto. Team Rocket seems to have expanded its strength over the years, and even the Alliance is afraid of 3 Point, but in fact it has come to a very dangerous situation. When a dark organization is exposed to the sun, what awaits it is either unprecedented splendor or complete sinking. Sylph, the old fox of Sylph Company, also saw this and began to gradually reduce the weight on Team Rocket because he was afraid that if Team Rockets lost, they would be buried with Team Rocket. This war will determine whether Team Rockets will continue to dominate in the future or sink in and continue to live in the shadow of the Alliance. No matter what, the Mewtwo plan is not to be missed. Giovanni had put the outcome of the war on Mewtwo's plan. The troop finally advanced to the Research Institute. Giovanni ignored the fallen researcher and went all the way to the bottom. He turned on the computer and saw the detailed research data. Carefully copying the data to the hard drive, Giovanni's suppressed expression loosened slightly. The experimental data is finally correct, and with the support of these data, Mewtwo should be able to be manufactured soon. He had vaguely guessed that the attack on this base was Zhang Yuan's handwriting, and now it should be closely related. If it is the main force of the Alliance, there is no reason to keep the experimental data to him after the attack on the base. Destroy all experimental data. Take the wounded away. Seal this base, Giovanni ordered. And what about Blaine? One of the men asked. Blaine, who had worked so hard to find him, ran away, and the people below did not know whether to continue the pursuit or give up temporarily, so they sought Giovanni's order. Leave him alone for the time being. The League will definitely protect him and let him involve part of the League's energy. Since Zhang Yuan didn't destroy his experimental data, Giovanni also reciprocated to Zhang Yuan's face not to go to Blaine's trouble. Giovanni thought that this might be the tacit understanding between the two, but of course he didn't know that it was just Zhang Yuan's desire to get to know Mewtwo as soon as possible and deliberately did not destroy the data. Yes, Boss Giovanni, the subordinate respectfully said, conveying the order to Archer and Athena. I thought I was going to destroy this base directly. Archer pinched the Pokeball with a very boring look. Don't be kidding. Athena put on lipstick next to her. The cost of a base can't be compensated even if you sell it. Even Giovanni would be reluctant to destroy such a high-tech research base that cost billions of dollars. Although they are the 4 generals of Team Rocket, they really don't have that much money. It is the best practice to temporarily archive it and wait for a chance to re-enable it later. Cut. Archer curled his lip, not arguing with Athena. In this case, you can take someone to process the data, and I will organize the evacuation. After finishing speaking, he did not wait for Athena to reply, and walked away with his subordinate. After being swept away by Athena, he could not expect him to have any good look. 3D Dragon, you go to destroy the research material. Athena didn't care at all, and threw the 3D Dragon. In this special operation, Giovanni specially assigned Athena a 3D Dragon who was very good at data recovery and destruction. The Cinnabar Island incident ended up being an extremely delicate balance under the restraint of both the Alliance and Team Rocket. Under the seemingly calm situation, hidden is a more terrifying storm, even enough to destroy everything. Zhang Yuan, who can survive this storm in the entire Kanto region, is preparing to go out for a picnic with his sister. Dividing line Now 2 to 3 times a day. Please collect and subscribe. Chapter 158. Grandpa Canyon. Salamence was dozing aside. Zhang Yuan was sitting on the grass, eating cookies that Lilith baked by herself, and talking to Gary. Picnic is probably like this. Eating is second, mainly to enjoy the process. You mean a new fossil production area was discovered around Fuchsia City? Zhang Yuan said after taking a sip of juice. That's right, it's Grandpa Canyon in Fuchsia City. Gary boasted. I got this news from a lot of inquiry. How about you? Do you want to dig some fossils here together? Zhang Yuan's attention was not on the fossil at all. His angle was a bit tricky. Grandpa Canyon, I feel that this name suits you very well. Hey, Zhang Yuan, you bastard. Gary Gary jumped with anger on the phone, but he had nothing to do with Zhang Yuan. This guy is so vicious, he can be half dead with anger every time. Zhang Yuan laughed white. Okay, I'll go to see your face, but why don't you call your grandfather? It stands to reason that the opportunity to study the development history of Pokemon is very rare to find fossils, and it has to be handed into professional law. My grandfather's main research direction is not this, Gary said nonchalantly, and after a while, the Alliance will send someone to investigate, and my grandfather must have a share of the fossils harvested. Zhang Yuan thinks about it too. As one of the few professors in the Alliance, any research materials in the Alliance will basically be open to them. As for the ancient Pokemon that have survived to this day in Grandpa Canyon, I can't chew too much. He hasn't finished researching the Articuno that he gave him. The ancient Pokemon in Grandpa Canyon are not in a hurry, so let's put them away first. Made the decision for professional law. So who else are you there? Before you go, find out who Gary is digging for fossils with. Zhang Yuan would have to think about it if he had that group of girlfriend. He didn't want to be a light bulb of Zhang Yuan's thought. Gary said, I only have myself here. Where are your girlfriend? Zhang Yuan was shocked. This is not the Gary Oak he knew. How could the Gary Oak he knew leave his girlfriend alone and go on the road alone? It's too slow to travel with them, so I left them in Fuchsia City. You guys have all collected gym badges. I don't want to be thrown too far by you. Gary's tone was full of fighting intent. Zhang Yuan smiled and shook his head. Looks like you forgot how you lost before. Speaking of Gary and Zhang Yuan's fight several times, it was really worse every time. Don't compare the me before with the me now, but I went through all the hardship to win the fuchsia badge from the hands of Koga, who did my best. Gary said, when you come to Grandpa Canyon, I will definitely surprise you. Haha, I see, it's amazing. Zhang Yuan praised with a smirk. He didn't mention to Gary the fact that he was rubbing Koga on the ground for fear that it would dampen the confidence Gary had managed to develop. Hearing Zhang Yuan's compliment, Gary was all frillish. After being beaten by Zhang Yuan for so long, he finally showed off in front of Zhang Yuan. Okay, I'll go with Lilith in 2 days. Remember to drive your sport car to meet us at the airport. Unhappy Lilith. Zhang Yuan hung up the phone. Lilith, do you want to go on a trip with me? Yes. Before Zhang Yuan could say where to go, Lilith hurriedly raised her hand. As expected, Zhang Yuan smiled. Well, I'll ask your teacher to ask for a leave for you later. Miss Yuka, Lilith and I are going out for a short trip. It will take about half a month. You have been working hard these days, so take this time to relax. You can't just go to Grandpa Canyon when you go out. It just so happens that Lilith will be 10 years old next year and will be old enough to travel, so she took this opportunity to take her to the wild to get used to it. Yuka, who was on the side, had a look of joy on her face when she heard the vacation. Although it was easy and pleasant to get along with Lilith, she had no time to do her own business. Half a month vacation, plus the high salary for taking care of Lilith during this time, is enough for her to go shopping at the mall in Saffron City, or go to Celadon, Rainbow City to buy a few perfume. From this point of view, the job is much better than a job at a Pokemon Center. Zhang Yuan. Getting off the plane, before leaving the boarding gate, I saw Gary, the sassy guy, holding a big sign and shouting at him at the boarding gate. Holding Lilith's little hand, Zhang Yuan patted Gary's shoulder. I haven't seen you for a while. Your head shape is even more weird. He pointed to Gary's spiky head shape. Gary's spiky head was more prominent than when he had seen him before. What do you know? That's my specialty. Gary rolled his eyes, proud of his spiky head. Of course, this is indeed a kind of proud capital. After all, in this era when the hairline is rising day by day, it is a kind of capital to make the hair stand up and look so dense. Lilith, do you think my head is handsome? Gary turned to ask Lilith's opinion. Okay, don't distort my family's Lilith aesthetic. Aren't you going to take me to Grandpa Canyon? Hurry up. Zhang Yuan couldn't bear Gary's narcissism. What the hurry? Go to the hotel to change your clothes first. You can't wear this suit to dig fossils, Gary said. He pointed to what Zhang Yuan and Lilith were wearing. Zhang Yuan was wearing a black trench coat, while Lilith was wearing a white dress. Wearing this, okay, to dig for fossils, she would turn into a clay figurine within 10 minutes. As you say, after half an hour. Lilith, brother. Standing in front of the hotel, Lilith was wearing a miniature mountaineering adventure outfit, with a small yellow helmet on her head, all her silver hair wrapped in it, and a small pickaxe on her back. So cute. Our Lilith is so cute. Zhang Yuan, dressed in an adventure outfit, squatted in front of Lilith and helped her organize her clothes with a smile. But what about Gary? Zhang Yuan looked around, but did not find Gary. This guy said he was going to take us to Grandpa Canyon. Why did he disappear? Separation line Update tilde. There will be updates next. Please collect. Please subscribe. Chapter 159. 9 Grandpa Canyon 2. Gary is in trouble, and of course this trouble is not the usual trouble but a troublesome person. Why are you here? Za, the god of leather, met his old enemy in life. Gary is a thriller. When did the progress of his travels get caught up by this guy Ash? Gary, who suddenly found that his level was already low to the same level as Ash, quickly shook his head and put the thought behind him. Why are you stupid here? On the street, the Gary and Ash trio meet again and again. Who are you calling an idiot? Ash was angry. The consequences were not serious at all. Gary, I'm going to challenge you. This guy. Che, you guys' challenge is not difficult for me at all. Gary scoffed at Ash. As challenge request. When Zhang Yuan followed the sound, he saw two people staring at each other, especially the way Gary looked at Ash. He had an inexplicable sense of sight. Then he reacted. Isn't this scene exactly the same as when he despised Gary? Gary, this guy is really 450 can be used now. After thinking about it carefully, Zhang Yuan suddenly realized that the relationship between himself, Gary and Ash did not know when it became a chain of contempt. At the top of the food chain among the three, he despised Gary unscrupulously. Gary can't beat himself, but he can beat the badge because of charity, and the battle depends on Za, who explodes E, but he and Ash get along very harmoniously. This is about to form a complete ecosystem. Zhang Yuan complained. Zhang Yuan and Lilith. At this time, Ash found Zhang Yuan's figure and waved in surprise. Ash. Zhang Yuan waved his hand in response, and Gary also turned his head. Have you changed your clothes? If you're done, hurry up and leave. Looking at the sky, although it was still morning, Gary, who had stepped on Grandpa Canyon ahead of time, said that if he didn't set out again, there would be a long queue. Team up. Let go. Where are you going? What are you all going to do with your clothes? Ash asked while scratching his head while looking at the three Zhang Yuan who were dressed in very similar style. The three of them were all wearing BFCD yellow mountaineering suit, helmets and pickaxes, so they definitely wouldn't be going to dinner. Ash's curiosity is quite wrong. Of course, this may be an advantage for a trainer. You don't know. The fossils of ancient Pokemon were found in the nearby Grandpa Canyon. We are going to dig the fossils. Gary looked at the alien expression. The news had spread in several cities around Grandpa Canyon, but Ash didn't even know about it. However, he looked at Ash who was confused and Misty Brock who shook his head, sighed helplessly, and introduced the situation of Grandpa Canyon in the most concise language. Then Gary began to tell story, like some lucky person who dug up a fossil and became rich overnight, and how a research institute achieved great research result by studying a fossil. In short, Gary didn't know what he heard. True and false news all at once to Ash. When I heard it, I didn't know the story. I picked up from a local magazine. The hot-blooded idiot Ash was so excited that he rolled up his sleeves and went to Grandpa Canyon to dig for fossils. Whether it is Zhang Yuan or Brock Misty, seeing Ash's appearance, there is only one thought. This guy is so stupid that there is no way to save it. However, digging up fossils is not a bad thing, so Brock and Misty just lied about Ash, an idiot, and they also had a little idea of going to Grandpa Canyon to see it. Although I'd love to take you there, but I've been overloaded recently, and my car can't hold so many people. There are only 3 of me, Zhang Yuan, and Lilith, so we'll leave first. Saying that, Gary waved at the 3 of Ash, ignoring Ash's resentful eyes. Let go first. See you at Grandpa Canyon. At this time, Grandpa Canyon can be called a sea of people. The local police station dispatched personnel to organize and maintain order here. Although people consciously obeyed the order, the scene was still very chaotic. Don't push me. Who pushed you? Don't touch my leg. Selling the distribution locations of fossils to ensure that 100% of the fossils are dug up. Zhang Yuan listened to the noisy voice and looked at the dense crowd below. His scalp was numb, and he really didn't want to waste dozens of minutes queuing up, so he decided to use his power for personal gain. I'm Zero of Interpol, let me in. Zhang Yuan was extremely skilled in using power for personal gain. He walked to the cordon that was holed up next to him. Zhang Yuan showed the police officer ID of Interpol, and Shiren took Gary and Lilith to set up the cordon and walked in. Hey, why can he go in? He even brought people in. A tattooed punk motorcycle man said how the other party could enter directly, but he had to line up here. Huh, it's Mr. Zero. Who are you? A policeman next to him said angrily when he saw that it was a barbarian. This group of behemoths often causes trouble for them in the vicinity. Don't expect him to have a good impression of a beastly. When the person next to him heard that it was Zero, the original dissatisfaction on his face disappeared immediately. After several months of fermentation, even ordinary people now know about Zero as various achievements, and their faces only have admiration. Walking into Grandpa Canyon, although there are not as many people outside, the excavation work in the valley is already in full swing. Zhang Yuan swept away confusion, and suddenly found a huge cave tens of meters below the ground, with a very threatening aura faintly emitting from it. This should be the ancient Pokemon below Grandpa Canyon. Zhang Yuan didn't directly use Confusion or Salaman's hyper beam to blast a big hole in the ground. To be honest, he already has Kabutops and isn't particularly interested in those ancient Pokemon below. So Zhang Yuan accompanied Lilith the whole time. Come on, Lilith, let's dig over there. Using confusion to cheat, Zhang Yuan and Lilith gained not much. Helix fossil, dome fossil, and some fossils of trees and plants were dug up one by the two, which made Lilith cheer. Dividing line Ask for subscription ask for collection ask for reward Chapter 160 Master Core Technology. Zhang Yuan and Lilith kept digging in Grandpa Canyon. They didn't wield huge pickaxes like the others. They just dug out the fossils with the small pickaxe in Lilith's hand. Slap. There was another sound of rock breaking. A stone was smashed by Lilith with a pickaxe. Lilith used her small hand to remove the stone fragments and dug out a gray-white stone from it. There are obvious leaf textures engraved on the fossils, which are undoubtedly plant fossils. It should be a leaf fossil. Zhang Yuan took out a magnifying glass and looked over it over and over again, and finally confirmed, our Lilith is really amazing. Under the envious gazes of countless people, Zhang Yuan grabbed the fossil with one hand and patted Lilith's little head wearing a helmet with the other, saying that, put the fossils into the bag full of plant fossils behind you. Gary looked at the various fossils in Zhang Yuan's side that were already filling the bag, and looked at the fossils of ancient Pokemon stool in his own hand. A huge gap occurred in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he decided to turn to Zhang Yuan. Ask for tips on digging fossil. Zhang Yuan, do you have any skills in excavating fossils? Gary asked in a low voice, leaning over to Zhang Yuan and Lilith. This low voice is relative. With Gary's loud voice, even the low voice can be heard clearly by the people next to him. They heard Gary's question, and although they didn't come around, they all quietly pricked up their ears. They also want to know about the skills of excavating fossils. Zhang Yuan's bag of fossils is really enviable. If it wasn't for the identity of the Interpol, I'm afraid someone with dirty hands and feet would have come up for extortion by now. This skill. Zhang Yuan looked at Gary's serious listening, touched his chin and said, this thing has no skill. Maybe it's because of luck. Good luck to God. Gary looked at the bag in Zhang Yuan's hand and the fossilized tool in his hand. Can this thing be explained by luck? You have to know that the world itself is unequal. There will always be Europeans, Africans and so on. Europeans can dig up fossils at will, and Africans can only dig up tools with great effort. Isn't this a very normal thing? European, African. Although this is the first time Gary has come across these terms, but from Zhang Yuan's tone, he roughly understands 7 or 8 points. Don't you mean my face is black? It's really annoying to have to beat around the bush. He was so angry, but he had to admit that he was unlucky. Gary felt like he was about to suffocate his internal injury. However, it's not that there is no trick, but this trick has a prerequisite. Zhang Yuan stretched out his hand when Gary was about to despair and gave him hope again. What the trick? What preconditions are there? Hearing that there was a trick, Gary and the melon-eating crowd next to him swept away the suffocation just now and were shocked. As for the prerequisite, Gary completely ignored, thinking that his Gary-O talent is super talented and young. What conditions can't be met? There is only one trick. If you have psychic, it is very possible to detect the location of the fossil. As he said, his eyes emitted a faint blue light, and the special effect almost blinded the eyes of the onlookers. PFF. Gary was shocked. How did he not know when Zhang Yuan had psychic? And it's a foul to use psychic to search for fossil location. Zhang Yuan, are you sure this is a skill, not a hang-up? Gary's face was full of black line, and the people next to him nodded in unison. Tis, you can also awaken psychic. Zhang Yuan was indifferent. How could he say that the psychic he had drawn by his ability was an open call? Quote. Is psychic such a good awakening? As the villain who is always with him, regardless of rain or shine, Team Rockets also came to Grandpa Canyon this time, and it seems to be one step ahead of Ash. Are we really going to have this idea? That Interpol repaired us badly last time. Meowth Tilda. On the edge of the cliff, the trio of Team Rocket, Jesse, James, and Meowth dressed in disguise, can't even move on the ground. Their goal is the fossil of Grandpa Canyon. As a member of Team Rockets with strength and dream, the idiot police officers below are not in their eyes at all, but Zhang Yuan is a big trouble for them. Asking for flowers. Especially the appearance of Zhang Yuan reminded them of that somewhat bad memory. This Interpol. I know of course we were miserable last time, but he blew up my precious hair, and I've always kept that in my mind. Jesse said, slapped Meowth on the head and said, the first half of the sentence is normal, but the second half of the sentence is completely deviated. What the hell is a hairstyle? When did this thing become a reason for revenge? And how vengeful you are. It's been half a year. I still remember this. He made me lose the bottle caps I had collected for a long time. James said with anger, because the bottle cap. James is even more reliable. Collecting all the bottle cap can be exchanged for a year's drink from the merchant. The collection was interrupted because of Zhang Yuan. It is indeed a matter that requires revenge. Isn't it just a drink? Is it necessary to ascend to such height? We must let him know how good our Team Rockets are this time. The two of them said in unison, we're going to beat him to the ground, take away his Pokemon and Grandpa Canyon's fossils, and be promoted to a higher salary as a cadre. Quote, Meowth looked at the two people who were on fire inexplicably, and it was not good to pour cold water on them, and sighed, I hope you can beat him. Meow. Meowth, who once served as Giovanni's boss pet and experienced cat life, decisively sensed something was wrong, but couldn't tell what was wrong. He could only watch Jessie and James go further and further on the road to death. Let's do this first, and then do this. The two of them didn't see Meowth's worries, and began to study the so-called very sophisticated plan with great interest. Seeing this, their impression of Zhang Yuan was obviously still at the Pewter City Pokemon Center, and they didn't know anything about Zhang Yuan's work on Athena in the Seafoam Island. When dealing with an enemy, even the most basic information collection was not done well, so one can imagine how sophisticated their precise plan is. Dividing line Update. Ask for subscription. Ask for collection. Chapter 161 Unscrupulous Skin God. Not to mention what the Team Rocket trio was planning in the distance. Zhang Yuan was sitting on a rock in Grandpa Canyon and instructing Gary to dig fossils. To the southeast, go forward 13 meters. There is a fossil dug down half a meter. Hearing this, Gary dug into the ground with a pickaxe. It took a long time to dig out the underground fossil. Zhang Yuan continued. Southwest, about 3 meters, 30 centimeters underground, there is also a fossil. Gary didn't even have time to rest, and immediately rushed to the place. Zhang Yuan said, sweating profusely, you guys don't help me dig together. Why don't you speak slowly? For fear of being preempted by the passers-by who have been paying attention to them, Gary immediately waved his hoe and dug down. I'm doing mental work. I'm doing psychic. You're doing physical work. That's called cooperation. Zhang Yuan said with a smile while drinking tea. You bastard. Gary's face turned green. As a rich second generation, this sentence should have been his line. How did you become the exploited class yourself? Gary thought about it for a while, but still couldn't find the answer. Come on, 15, don't worry about so much. Let's dig for fossils. However, although he is miserable now, thinking of Ash who hasn't come over yet, he feels a sense of superiority in his heart. That guy Ash hasn't come over yet. He has already got several fossils. Isn't that the gap? Gary, brother Zhang Yuan. Ash's voice came from a distance. While Gary was out of breath and sweating profusely, the Ash trio squeezed in through the entrance with exhausted faces. Ash, you are finally here. Zhang Yuan said. Finally here. I almost died of exhaustion on the road. When Ash came over, his whole body was slumped to the stone like a puddle of mud. From Fuchsia City to Grandpa Canyon, they don't have Gary's luxury sport car. They travel by bus all the way, climbing mountains and crossing forests, and their bones are falling apart. Pikachu nodded. He didn't even have the strength to speak. He patted it on the stone and spread it out into a mouse cake, revealing his soft belly. The warm sun on his belly made Pikachu look like he was enjoying it. It's Pikachu. Lilith's eyes lit up when she saw Pikachu, and she stretched out two little hands to raise the cute Pishin high. Pishin was about to use Thunder Shock subconsciously, but when he saw Zhang Yuan, who was smiling with blue eyes next to him, he still didn't dare to make a move. Confusion warning. Gintilda. Pikachu screamed helplessly, kicked his legs and found that he couldn't break free, so he let Lilith hold it. Come on, this is the Pokeblocks I made myself to restore my stamina. Lilith rummaged through her bag and found a box of Pokeblock to feed to the skin god. Hi Tilda. Taking a small bite, Pikachu closed his eyes with happiness. The face of tempting Pokeblock. Pishin acted cutely in front of Lilith without any discipline, which was completely different from before. Misty and Brock aren't much better either. Ash, you bastard, just take care of yourself. Pushing Ash aside, Misty sat down on the rock, his weary body relaxed. Please give me a seat too. Brock's stamina can't stand it. Isn't he? It's so exaggerated. Gary pouted at the side, and he didn't feel too tired after being dug up by Zhang Yuan for an afternoon of fossils. After only half a day of digging, his harvest was very good. Zhang Yuan gave him several fossils. Thinking of this, Gary didn't notice that his mentality had changed quietly. Hey, Ash, look at the fossil I dug up. The fossil in his hand flashed in front of Ash's eyes. Fossil. Ash's eyes lit up when he saw the fossil in Gary's hand. Is your fossil dug here? Of course. This is the fossil of an ancient Pokemon, Gary said, and then seemed to feel that there was no authority, and added, Zhang Yuan has identified it. For a rich second generation like Gary, there is no more suitable collection than this, and it was dug by him himself, which has a greater commemorative significance. Then I'll come too. The blood surged up, and Ash, who was slightly out of breath, immediately revived. As a terrifying figure who could send 1,000 postcards for a commemorative hat, attack. The ancient Pokemon fossil attracted Ash. Gary handed the pickaxe from the side just in time. Instantly transformed into a miner, Ash picked up the pickaxe and dug with a bang. It's alive. Brock and Misty, who had traveled with Ash for nearly half a year, couldn't help but marvel at Ash's vitality when they watched Ash struggling to swing the pickaxe. Gary looked at Ash, who was constantly wielding his hoe, and smiled very happily. Feel the despair of being an African. Gary is very skilled. Look at Jessie. The little devil's head is also here. Meowth looked down with the telescope, and the telescope was facing Pikachu, who was held up by Lilith. Pikachu is also here. Are we really going to start? Meow. Being beaten 483 times by Pikachu and defeated so many times, it is a lie to say that there is no shadow in my heart. What about Pikachu? Are you scared? Meow. Jessie looked at Meowth suspiciously. How is that possible? Meow. Meowth put on a nonchalant expression and waved his arm. I'm just reminding you. That good. I've put our entire month funding on this batch of explosives. Jessie dumped a box of explosives on the ground. Since the kid is coming, just detonate the valley with explosive while they are panicking. Kidnap Pikachu too. Promotion and salary increase are waiting for us. Yes, I have already calculated that the amount of these explosives is just enough to blow up the Grandpa Canyon side. By then, whether it is the fossils or the Pokemon of the trainers below, it will be enough for us to level up and become cadre. Having said that, James connected the detonator and the explosive, and took out 3 sets of insulating suit for electricians from the side. This is the equipment left over from the last time Giovanni Boss organized the power plant operation. With this, it will not be a problem to deal with Pikachu at all. Hearing this, Meowth put his heart down. Separation line Update. Ask for subscription. Ask for full subscription. Chapter 162. Ash vs Gary. The Team Rocket trio were secretly setting up explosives on the edge of Grandpa Canyon while Zhang Yuan was very busy. Ash, Brock, Misty, and even Pikachu all picked up their pickaxes and started digging up fossils, looking like they were addicted to digging, especially Pikachu, wielding the little hand pickaxe that Lilith lent it, and digging extremely hard. Ash, who was busy with his pickaxe, seemed to be very lucky today. He had already dug up 2 or 3 fossils in a short while, making Gary, who had finally dug a few fossils under Zhang Yuan's guidance, doubt his life. At this moment, Gary was standing beside him, looking at Ash motionless. His eyes were strange, and Ash's scalp was numb. Gary, what are you doing looking at me all the time? Finally unable to bear Gary's weird look, Ash threw the pick and said to Gary, but Gary didn't speak, just stared at him blankly, which made him feel a little terrified. Hee, don't pay attention to him, it's just being hit and doubting life. Zhang Yuan comforted him. Blown doubt about life. Ash tilted his head and looked at Misty Brock, a little confused. Didn't you show off to yourself just now? Why do you suddenly doubt your life? This did not wait for Zhang Yuan to explain 043, and the treasure digger who was watching the lively next to him explained it all at once. That's an African. This is a guy who is learning and working. The guy just dug up a piece of tool fossil after digging for a long time. This is Schadenfreude. There is also a more sincere one. He was only able to dig up those few fossils under the command of the detective who was sitting on the stone next to him. The onlookers talked a lot and cleaned Gary's bottom, leaving Gary with black lines all over his head. Shut up, Gary yelled quickly, or God knows what else they'd say. But this is enough. Seeing Gary's expression, Ash has long been happy. PFF ha ha ha. So Gary, you are so embarrassing. God knows when the last time he saw Gary embarrassed. He was always laughed at by Gary, and this time he finally got a chance to laugh back. At this moment, Gary's image of being young, rich and handsome completely disintegrated in front of him, and replaced by the 3-word African. Quote. Gary was silent, but from his darkened face, he looked more and more like an African. The scene was once very embarrassing. Fortunately, after so many times of Zhang Yuan's verbal stimulation, the small pressure resistance improved not a little bit, and the topic was immediately changed. Ash, do you dare to have a Pokemon battle with me? Gary's mouth raised a smile. Although he was not lucky, he was more than 10 streets behind Ash in his battle ability, and after years of observation and research on the species of hot-blooded idiot, fighting is the most attractive way to socialize them. Okay, Ash, the hot-blooded idiot, answered excitedly. Misty next to him covered his head. Why is Ash so stupid? The other party is obviously changing the subject. If there is a match, let me be the referee. Zhang Yuan watched the good show for a long time, and came out at the right time to show his sense of existence. Zhang Yuan's authority is unquestionable and has been unanimously approved by Ash and Gary. The people who eat melons from all over the world vacated a large open space knowingly. Zhang Yuan looked at the uneven ground with large pits and small pits, and was not satisfied. Beldam, clear the ground. The 4 Beldams rooms were divided into rectangles and 4 corners. At the same time, they used confusion to level the entire field. Ash and Gary were stunned. Never seen it before. What kind of Pokemon is that? With that said, Ash swept the Pokédex to Beldum, but finally came up with an unlisted hint. Idiot, that Beldum of the BIFH Hoenn region, a treasured Pokemon. Gary shouted in disbelief. So it is. There was a sudden sound from around. Ash also seemed to have gained knowledge, but then asked in confusion, where is the Hoenn region? Boom. Countless people fell to the ground. Okay, now the game officially starts. The players on both sides are Ash from Pallet Town and Gary from Pallet Town. Due to time constraint, this battle is a 2v2 game with no rule. One side and 2 Pokemon lose their ability to fight, and the other side will fight. One side wins, and now, the game begins. As Zhang Yuan's voice fell, both sides ran out of the Pokeball at the same time. Gary is out of self-confidence or conceit in his own strength. He believes that he will never lose to Ash, so he does not consider the factor of attribute restraint at all, and Ash. Zhang Yuan took a closer look at his appearance and determined that he was just pure enthusiasm and didn't think too much about it. Pidgeotto vs. Squirtle. Gary's Pidgeotto and Ash Squirtle. From the morphological point of view, Squirtle will suffer and Pidgeotto also has the advantage of a flight department, and from the level point of view, Zhang Yuan threw away the appraisal technique and was surprised to find Ash's Squirtle level not even behind Pidgeotto. Feeling the magic of Master G, Zhang Yuan didn't think too much about it. Haven't there been many wonderful things that happened to Master G these years? He also intends to take a closer look at the battle between the two of them. After all, both of them were ranked in the Court Conference. The current level is also close to the level of the future Court Conference. Their battles still have certain reference value. Well, it's mainly because Zhang Yuan wants to measure what kind of scale he should hold at the Court Conference. If he hits hard and casts a shadow on his opponent, that's a big sin. And he is one Interpol police is beating a contestant to tears, and it's not good to hear it, isn't it? Between thinking, the two sides have already handed over. Pidgeotto, use the column storm. Squirtle, water gun. Pidgeotto rolled up a storm in the sky. Squirtle's little water gun wanted to shoot upward, but when the wind blew it, he didn't know where to go. Due to the use of the water gun, Squirtle didn't have time to fix his body, and was directly thrown to the ground by the column storm, and turned several somersaults. Dividing line The fever subsided a little, but it was still a little low grade. Nothing serious. Chapter 163 Ash vs Gary 2. The battle between Ash and Gary. If Zhang Yuan is to evaluate it objectively, Ash should have a 1% chance of defeating Gary. Ash had been beaten by Gary from the very beginning of the fight. This is not only because Pidgeotto has an advantage because of the flight system, but the bigger factor is that under the pressure of Zhang Yuan, Gary constantly improves his command level, studies various tactics, and keep fighting till the practice. Although he didn't show it when he fought him before, when he met Ash who was weaker than Gary himself, this advantage was magnified countless times and became extremely conspicuous. Pidgeotto, Orberg Wing. Gary commanded Pidgeotto in high spirits in the battle. Ash, who lacked the means to deal with it, could only react in a rush, and ordered Squirtle to dodge pointlessly. Dodge, Squirtle. Ash, come on, Ash. Pikapi. Misty, Brock and Pikachu on the edge of the venue are cheering for Ash. Ash felt their hearts and tried to find Gary's flaws, but to no avail. He could only watch Squirtle's stamina continue to decline. So desperate. Although this kind of negativity doesn't come to Ash often, this time he did develop a feeling of powerlessness. Gary, who received the Pokemon on the same day as him, how could the gap be so obvious? Rarely, Ash began to reflect on himself. There is a flaw. Who is Gary? That was a trainer who lived in Zhang Yuan's shadow and was educated by Zhang Yuan himself. If you can't even see such a serious flaw in Ash's exposure, isn't Zhang Yuan's careful teaching for so long in vain? Pidgeotto, use Twister. Gary gave his order. Twister, a dragon-type move that Pidgeotto can learn early on, is not very powerful but is very popular among trainers due to its wide attack range and elements that disrupt the opponent's attack rhythm. The distracted Ash obviously didn't respond to Gary's move in the first place. Until Pidgeotto's attack was ready, he hurriedly ordered Squirtle to block. Squirtle, withdraw. The best way to deal with Twister is for Dig to go underground so that he can dodge move, and he can also counterattack when he comes. Dig must be too late at this time. Although Ash lacks combat experience, he still knows that Dig's basic trick requires 5 to 10 seconds of preparation time. If Dig had a chance when Gary just gave the order, but now Dig is conceding defeat, it is better to use withdraw. Maybe he can hold on. Pidgeotto, aim for Squirtle and use Twister with all your might. Watching Squirtle retract into the shell, Gary's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly strike while the iron is hot. What can can Ash do when he sees this? He can't order Pidgeotto not to hit. He can only pray silently for Squirtle to endure this round of attack. As for whether he can survive it, he actually doesn't have a clue in his heart. The melon eaters beside them can be considered addicted to their eyes. Although the battle between Ash and Gary is not a top duel, where have they seen such a wonderful duel in their daily life? The little brother in the commemorative hat is in danger. I am afraid that the spiky head will win the game. That's right, the little brother in the commemorative hat was negligent. If it was me, it must be nonsense. As I see it, the spiky-haired little brother has been waiting for him to do this. Once he make this move, he will definitely make it. No one pays attention to the bullying of the melon eaters. Life is so difficult. The people of the Alliance live in the shadow of the horror of Team Rocket, and they are in dire straits. They are bullying and do not break the law, and this is also an entertainment. Brother, who do you think will win? Lilith asked, looking at Squirtle, who was about to be hit by Twister. Lilith is also watching the excitement, but as a student of the Pokemon Academy, plus Zhang Yuan's usual immersion, she is not just watching the excitement. What do you think? Zhang Yuan asked Lilith in turn. Asking for flowers. I think Brother Gary will win. Lilith could see clearly. Well, to be honest, I am indeed more optimistic about Gary. Zhang Yuan straightened Lilith's slightly crooked hat, and it made Lilith show him a sweet, undeserving smile. Zhang Yuan, as a matter of fact, this guy Gary is more than one step higher than Ash in terms of Pokemon level and command level. Ash wanted to defeat Gary, but Zhang Yuan felt that at least before the court conference, there was no hope at all. As for whether they could beat Gary at the court conference, it would depend on how hard the two of them worked. He was talking. The twister lifted by Pidgeotto collided with Squirtle's tortoise shell. Although Squirtle was usually a little heavier, he was suddenly rolled up by Twister. Center of gravity is unstable, and the Squirtle sways from side to side like a real ball in the air, bumping up and down, and its trajectory is particularly scary. Don't say Squirtle, it's going to be the end of any Pokemon that looks at the stand. Come on, Squirtle, Ash shouted, for Squirtle had his hopes on him. Maintain this intensity. Gary was very serious during the battle and showed no mercy at all. Squirtle was so dizzy by Twister that he didn't see Twister stop for a long time. After a while, he couldn't bear the dizziness and fainted completely. Being stunned out of the shell and being thrown out of the shell is completely different from the discomfort of showing up and surrendering, and Squirtle's appearance is obviously the former. The status of the player's Pokemon has been confirmed, and the first battle has come to an end at this time. The winner of the first battle is Gary's Pidgeotto. Ash, please prepare the next Pokemon. Hearing Zhang Yuan's word, a smile appeared on Gary's face. I won this game. It's not over yet, Pikachu. Ash yelled. Just after the fever subsided and my stomach swelled up all night, I was provoking me. Ask for subscription. Ask for collection. Chapter 164 Team Rocket Trio. Pikachu. Hearing Ash shout, Pikachu jumped from the edge of the field into the field. The arc crackled and flashed on the two electrical pockets on his cheek, staring at Pidgeotto in the sky, in a fighting stance. I remember Pikachu as your Earl Dervish Pokemon. Gary recovered from Pidgeotto's victory over Squirtle. This guy Ash had to get a problem Pokemon from his grandfather because he woke up late. He still remembers it. It seems that this guy Ash still has two brushes. At least this Pikachu has been cultivated very well. Gary carefully observed the Pikachu, and secretly said, come on, Pikachu, it's Pidgeotto from the flight department. Brock and Misty cheered on Pikachu in the back. As for Ash, there is no cure for 673 medicine. Pikachu is on all fours with his tail held up high and look powerful. Pidgeotto constantly changes his posture and flight path in the sky, ready to dodge Pikachu's attack at any time. But before Gary could send his next Pokemon, a loud bang echoed throughout Grandpa Canyon. Boom! The huge explosion, the shaking ground, and the falling rocks made the scene completely out of control. At this time, hundreds of people had entered Grandpa Canyon and felt the shaking of the ground. The rumbling sound from their ears made these people panic, and they were running around in Grandpa Canyon like headless flies. What? Zhang Yuan frowned and witnessed what was happening in front of him, and released Beldum to protect Lilith. Zhang Yuan can confirm that there is no place like a quarry next to Grandpa Canyon, nor is it an earthquake-prone area. If I heard correctly, this sound is the sound of an explosion. After all, they are also Interpol. Although they don't have the ability to judge how much explosives are used in the explosion just by listening to the sound. It is still easy to determine whether the sound is caused by the explosion of the explosive. Everyone, run away. The police who have been maintaining order at the scene showed their good qualities at this time. Under the command of Jenny, terrorist attack. Team Rockets again. Or the same sentence. Only Team Rockets can do this kind of thing in the Kanto region, and it can only be Team Rocket. Since you have sincerely asked for advice, I will tell you mercifully. With the opening remarks of hearing the calluses in the ears, the Team Rocket trio appeared again. It turned out to be these three idiots. Zhang Yuan used confusion to control a falling rock to prevent it from crushing flowers and plants while watching the performance of the Team Rocket trio. Luckily, he thought it was someone from the four generals of the Team Rocket. It turned out to be just these three live treasures, but the explosion was a bit interesting. Team Rocket. The Ash trio was on the mend. Pikachu also ignored Pidgeotto in the sky and turned his head to reveal a threatening growl to Team Rocket. Hearing the Ash trio shouting, Jenny, who was beside him, immediately understood the identities of these people in front of him. Raise your hand. Under the leadership of Jenny, except for the police officers who maintained the law and order, the other two police officers pointed their pistols at the Team Rocket trio standing on the cliff. Then this weapon wants us to surrender and treat us like idiots. There was no fear on Jesse James's face. After all these years of Team Rocket, they knew exactly what was in the guns of these cops. In the Alliance, in addition to performing large-scale special tasks, this kind of police gun that can only maintain law and order is filled with rubber bullets. Without hesitation, Jesse directly ordered to attack the police below. Arbok. Acid. With a wave of Jesse, Arbok's throat bulged and his mouth opened, spewing out a large plume of acid that smelled pungently. Wheezing. Poison gas. James was also not to be outdone. Under his command, coughing sprayed purple poisonous gas from the small holes in his body, covering the crowd below. As soon as a large piece of poisonous gas floated over, the people who were barely able to keep calm down below could no longer remain calm. In a rush, the order that had just stabilized was shattered. Everyone keep calm. Jenny tried to stabilize the situation, but under the threat of poison gas, her words seemed very weak. Zhang Yuan watched from the side, not because he was indifferent, but someone had already taken action for him. Pidgeotto, blow the poison gas away with the hurricane. Kadabra, use the light green to block the acid. Gary, direct Pidgeotto and Kadabra to stop acid and gas is wrapped in hurricane and blows back in the direction of Team Rocket. Where's the spiky-headed kid from? The Team Rocket, who thought that the enemy was kid-headed and Zhang Yuan, didn't expect to kill a Gary suddenly, not to mention how annoyed they were. Spiky head. Gary's expression became extremely dangerous when he heard Team Rockets address him. Kadabra, Spirit. Team Rockets, I won't let you out. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Ash's bloody remarks interrupted Gary's order. Saffron color, thick current pierced through the air, flashing in the direction of Team Rockets with a clear direction. This guy. Gary looked at Pikachu, who was releasing Thunderbolt, displeased at Ash's sudden interruption. It's you again, brat, but this time we're well prepared and we won't fail again. Jesse burst into confidence. Of course, even after 5 or 6 entanglements in the 3.2 area in the future, Team Rocket still believe that they can capture Pikachu from Ash's hand, which is enough to see how much confidence they have. Meow. This is the latest discharge safety suit developed by our Team Rocket. Meowth was full of confidence. In fact, the quality of the equipment developed by Team Rockets is really good. Thunderbolt hits the protective clothing, and there is not even a little bit of charred black color. All the electricity is channeled underground by a special design. Ahahaha. Didn't you see the little devil head? This time we will not only take Pikachu, but also all the fossils. Jessie covered her mouth and smiled brightly. Thunderbolt doesn't work. Dividing line Make up for yesterday's update and today's update. Chapter 165 Seek Death. The Team Rocket trio laughed very brightly. The equipment on their body was designed to deal with Zapdos. Although Pikachu is powerful, it is far from looking good compared to Zapdos. Meowth pulled out the bazooka that was hidden somewhere, aimed at Pikachu and pulled the trigger. Bang! A pocket net was shot by the bazooka and directly enveloped Pikachu, and then the net mouth was tightened, and the entire Pikachu was packed inside. Pikachu tried his best to use Thunderbolt, and the rushing current even propped up the net, but it didn't mean the net was damaged at all. Don't waste your effort. Meowth smiled when he saw Pikachu struggling in vain. This is a special net made of precious materials, which can resist Zapdos' million volt. Pikachu is just an electrical mouse, not to mention that the current Pikachu is far from the level of the future skin god, and naturally it is not comparable to Zapdos. Little devil, we will accept Pikachu. Do you think of me as heir? 15 inches. Gary, who has never been so ignored by people outside Zhang Yuan, said he was very angry. Kadabra, psychic. Kadabra. The spoon in Kadabra's hand was slightly bent, and a blue confusion energy gathered in the air, blasting towards the Team Rocket's trio. Gary's Kadabra training is not bad. Zhang Yuan praised. Gary's strength has indeed improved a lot. If I had to make a comparison, Gary's Kadabra is now at least half as strong as Sabrina's Kadabra. Coughing. Sludge bomb. Jane's reaction was not unpleasant when faced with the oncoming attack. Thanks to the recent conflict between the Team Rockets and the Alliance, the Team Rocket trio was also called back to the headquarters for some training. If the former James was 100% psychic, he would be knocked out by psychic without reacting. Boom! The sludge bomb exploded in the air, battering sludge and shock waves that offset the psychic, and the only remaining aftermath was caught by Wheezing and Arbok's body. Jessie! Meowth! James yelled. Jessie and Meowth next to them understood what James meant, took out detonators tied with timing devices, and threw them at Kadabra. Meowth and Jessie's target is not only Gary's Kadabra, but Charmeleon, who has just been released by Ash, is also being taken care of. Rumbling. Rocks cracked and the rubble splashed. No matter how reckless Ash was, he had to temporarily avoid the edge in the face of explosive, the crystallization of human wisdom. The end. I don't know which of Jessie's tendons was wrong, or that her heart swelled after seeing the power of the explosives so powerful, and before retreating, Chao Zhangyuan, who was dying, threw several time bombs. The explosive equipped with the timer smashed towards Zhangyuan along the parabola. While still in midair, the timer with a very short delay had already finished counting down the second. In the sound of chi-chi, the fuse burned and emerged ember. It really, to die, he sighed, and if you don't die, you won't die. Why don't people always understand this truth? He wasn't planning on interfering in Ash's fight, but Team Rockets had to kill him to provoke him. Thinking so in his heart, Zhang Yuan's hands were not slow at all. Before the explosives could get close to his body, the confusion in midair crushed the bomb that was about to detonate. The gunpowder was blown away by the wind, and the attack was dissolved into nothingness. Something's wrong. Meow. Meowth shuddered when he saw this scene, remembering what happened in Pewter City before. Hurry up and retreat. Jessie also felt that she had made a big accident, and ran away, not forgetting to grab the net bag with Pikachu when she ran. Really, Zhang Yuan didn't know what to say when he saw Jessie's movement. Is Pikachu really that attractive? Beldum, who had been around him all the time. Beldum's limbs were like 4 cannonballs under the acceleration of confusion, and turned into 4 black blue lights in the shrill sound of breaking the air, blocking the Team Rocket trio who wanted to board the hot air balloon. Get out of the way. James. Wheezing rushed forward. Maybe it was Wheezing halfway through the flight that he thought that the poison-based Wheezing was restrained by Beldum, and James commanded takedown. Bang! The huge tackle sound. James' Wheezing flew back upside down, and the round body was squeezed into an ellipsoid by the tackle. Wheezing. James was clearly distressed. In stark contrast to Wheezing, Beldum is floating steadily in the air. 4 Beldum form a formation and erect a thick and huge light green in front of it. Wheezing's takedown just now hit the light green. Confusion. Zhang Yuan's order came from a distance. The Beldums understood Zhang Yuan's order, and light blue fluorescence appeared in the eyeballs at the front of the body. In the invisible confusion, James and Wheezing were controlled in the sky. Arbok, go save James. Seeing that James was under control, Jessie didn't want to run away and ordered Arbok to attack Beldum. After all, Beldum doesn't look very strong like that. In fact, what Jessie thought of 157 was correct. Zhang Yuan's Beldum training time was not long. Although the cooperation was very good, it still had a considerable disadvantage in terms of level. But unfortunately, both Wheezing and Arbok are poison-type Pokemon. When facing Psychic Beldum, the disadvantage is not the slightest. Slap. Arbok was also filmed on light green, and Jessie and Arbok followed in the footsteps of James and Coughing. The encounter between Jessie and James saw Meowth, who was about to show his claws and rush up, was sweating coldly, and his step became shrinking. But where would Beldum let it go? With a flash of blue light, Meowth also flew into the sky. Throw them away. Zhang Yuan waved at Beldum. So under the terrified eyes of the Team Rocket, Beldum swung them in a semicircle like a shot put, then threw them into the sky and disappeared. It's so annoying. Meow. Meowth's long voice continued. Seeing Team Rockets being driven away, Ash hurried to Pikachu to help it untie the net. How are you, Pikachu? Are you alright? Separation line Today's update. Chapter 166. Deal with. Of course, Pikachu won't be a big problem. If he is seriously injured every time he is caught by Team Rocket, then even if Pikachu has 10 lives, he will never survive that many episodes. However, some minor abrasions and physical exertion are inevitable. Brother is amazing. Lilith next to him had never seen Zhang Yuan make a shot, but he never expected that his brother would defeat the vicious Team Rockets in 2 strokes. She looked at Zhang Yuan with adoration in her eyes, and most of the people around her who were rescued by Zhang Yuan did the same. Team Rocket got kicked out. Jenny, who was in charge charge of security at Grandpa Canyon, breathed a sigh of relief. While the previous 3 Team Rockets looked weak, their use of explosives has posed a serious threat to the population of Grandpa Canyon. Strictly speaking, this is their dereliction of duty. She was about to come over to thank Zhang Yuan for his help when suddenly, a white light lit up in the field. The dazzling light made many people hide their faces to avoid it, but the trainers were very familiar with this light, and their eyes looked in front of Zhang Yuan. You go to evacuate the crowd first, Zhang Yuan instructed Jenny, and after arranging the matters, he looked back at the white light that lit up for a while. The white light there is gradually dissipating, and 2 slightly huge blue-gray figures are floating in the air. Flat flying saucer-shaped body, 2 claws on the sides of the body, red eyes with bright silver spike in the middle of the eyes. 4 Beldum actually evolved at the same time. 2 combined, and 2 Matangs were born. This Pokemon is Matang, 2. The crowd of onlookers recognized this famous Hoenn region quasi-god Pokemon and acclaimed. Metagross knows that 2 Matangs are sure to evolve into Metagross in the future. How rare is it to see 2 Matangs in the Kanto region? Maybe Beldum's performance was too good before, but no one who can't open his eyes dared to make Matang's idea, and very few even dared to take pictures. Identification tilde. Although he doesn't have Hoenn region's Pokédex in his hand, Zhang Yuan has an appraisal technique, and he can get the detailed information of Matang with a flick of his hand. Matang, a Pokemon created by combining 2 Beldums with evolution, has twice the mental power of Beldum's form, and all cells are magnet. I like minerals that emit magnetic power very much, and will chase Nosepass at a speed of 100 km per hour. Looking at this introduction, Zhang Yuan touched his chin, thinking that he should stay away from magnet Pokemon like Magnemite in the future. Matang doesn't know anything about this. At this time the 2 Matangs are floating in the sky, familiar with their new bodies. You poke me, I poke you, showing great curiosity about each other's body. It looked a bit stupid. Zhang Yuan, this is Matang. Gary also took back Kadabra and Pidgeotto at this time, and ran to Zhang Yuan's side to look at the 2 Matang. He was very curious about Beldum who appeared next to Zhang Yuan before, but he didn't ask about it because he was just about to fight Ash. Now that 4 Beldums have evolved into 2 Matang, he can no longer hold back his curiosity. It was given by someone else, Zhang Yuan said calmly. Quote. Gary wanted to hit someone after hearing that. I haven't asked you where Beldum came from, but I have to say that Zhang Yuan already knew Gary very well, because according to Gary's thought, his next sentence really wanted to ask this. Ash also rushed over. Brother Zhang Yuan, thanks to your help just now, otherwise Pikachu would have been captured. Ash expressed his gratitude to Pikachu for being rescued by Zhang Yuan. Hiccup. Pikachu stood on Ash's shoulders and bowed in thanks, but maybe Pikachu was a little heavy on his shoulders. Ash's body swayed. Pikachu's center of gravity was unstable, and he almost fell. Zhang Yuan used his psychic to help Pikachu, but he didn't let it fall. Haha, I'm not going to sit back and watch Pikachu get caught by Team Rocket. He just offered a small favor, not a big deal. What's next for your battle? The battle is only halfway through. Normally, the battle should continue to be completed, but looking at the venue that was blown up by the explosive, and the injured Pikachu, Zhang Yuan felt that the battle might not go on. HMPH. The rest of the battle will be stored after the gym challenge is over. Let's fight again in Pallet Town, Gary said proudly. Gary Oak has his own pride, and he doesn't care to win the game while Pikachu is injured, so he chooses to hold the game and wait until the 2 have challenged all the gym before the showdown in Pallet Town. Quote. Then wait until we return to Pallet Town to decide the winner. Although Ash was a bit silly, he didn't try to be brave. Pikachu's current state is indeed not suitable for continuing the fight. This kind of thing happened in Grandpa Canyon. I am afraid the Alliance will have to investigate thoroughly. Gary looked at the tragic situation in Grandpa Canyon. Of course, even if it didn't cause too many casualties, the fact that Team Rockets could sneak in with so much explosives is a big problem in itself. As a middle-level and senior official within the Alliance system, Zhang Yuan also has some understanding of the Alliance's process for dealing with this kind of thing. With the explosives used by the Team Rocket trio, an investigator at the level of the Alliance Pokemon prosecutor must come to Grandpa Canyon to investigate. I'm afraid I'll have to write a report again this time. It's so troublesome. Referring to the Union prosecutor, Qian Lihao, Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered the report, a 5,000-word article about such a big incident. The mission report is indispensable. It's really a headache. Is this Interpol police officer really burdened? Zhang Yuan complained. At this time, the crowd has gradually dispersed under the organization of Jenny and her police officers, and the previously lively Grandpa Canyon has become very deserted. So Zhang Yuan, are you going with me? Gary shook his car keys, and looked at Ash as if he didn't forget Tonk when he shook the key. Don't worry. Zhang Yuan shook his head and pointed to the ground in front of him that was blasted by explosive. You wouldn't think that Grandpa Grandpa Canyon only has those fossils. Hearing this, everyone present was startled. Dividing line Ask for collection. Ask for subscription. Chapter 167 Ancient Pokemon, 1/3. Gary, Ash and the others were stunned, listening to Zhang Yuan's meaning. Could it be that Grandpa Canyon still has some secret? But they looked left and right. Grandpa Canyon was a big pit that was blown up by explosives besides the stone. What else could there be? Zhang Yuan didn't explain to them the existence of ancient Pokemon in Grandpa Canyon. He turned his head and shouted to Jenny, who had already cleaned up the scene. Officer Jenny, please help to block Grandpa Canyon, and don't let people break in. Okay, Jenny doesn't know why, but who made Zhang Yuan the chief? Brother, is there anything else here besides fossils? Lilith asked with a pair of flickering big eyes. This confused expression, coupled with the small yellow hard hat, is simply adorable. I'll take you to see some good things later. He patted Lilith's little head, then smiled and watched a group of treasure diggers whose faces were full of curiosity being cleared out by the police. Zhang Yuan clapped his hand. All the policemen keep their post. The guard above Officer Jenny is up to you. Gary, you come with me. Holding Lilith's hand and accepting Jenny's salute, Zhang Yuan walked towards a place in Grandpa Canyon with a group of Gary, Ash. This is. Walking closer, Gary looked around a little speechless. Isn't this a big 590 pit that was blown up by explosive? What there to see? His words resonated with Ash, and the two guys nodded and looked at Zhang Yuan suspiciously. Misty and Brock didn't ask questions like Gary and the others. After all, of course it's not just a big pit. Zhang Yuan smiled and raised his hand. A red light shattered, his wings spread out, and Salaman, who was screaming, stood beside the big pit. Salaman, use the hyper beam and blow the ground away from me here. Zhang Yuan gave an order that seemed ridiculous to Ash and others. Blow away the ground. How? Generally, Pokemon won't respond to such vague instructions. While several people were still looking at each other, there was a loud noise, and Salamence used hyper beam on the ground without hesitation. What a terrifying intimacy. Brock was a little shocked. Salamence can execute such absurd orders without hesitation. This Salamence is definitely raised from childhood to adulthood. Thinking back to the previous gym challenge, Zhang Yuan beat his dad to the BEDC with just one Charmander. I thought Charmander was its main force at the time. Now it seems that at that time, Zhang Yuan definitely had Salamence in his hand. Boom. Brock just finished marveling. Salamence has completed the blasting work. A huge hole appeared on the ground in front of him. It looked very deep, and the edge was melted into cloudy crystals by hyper beam. Hyper beam penetrated nearly 2 meters of rock, piercing the ground. There is such a big cave under the ground. Everyone was shocked. This is a car cave, and it is still under their feet, and the fossils they have dug for a long time on it are not even aware of it. Brother Zhang Yuan, what you want to show us is in this cave. How did you find it? Ash was a little excited. No one who can travel does not like adventure, especially this kind of adventure that is taken care of by a big boss and has no danger. How did you find it? Of course Psychic found it. Zhang Yuan felt more and more that Psychic was omnipotent, and anything he made could be pushed to Psychic. Sure enough, when they heard the word Psychic, everyone was stunned. Among them, Gary and Ash were still envious. They also wanted Psychic or something. Salamence was taken back to the Pokeball by Zhang Yuan and replaced by Metang and Gengar. Now I'm going to go, but besides myself and Lilith, I can only take 2 people. I have Pidgeotto. I can handle it myself. Ash raised his hand, looking eager to try. I can do it myself. Gary also has Pidgeotto. From this point of view, there is an unexpected tacit understanding between 2 people who usually quarrel. So there were only Brock and Misty, who had no flight ability, and Zhang Yuan was responsible for taking them down. Gengar, Metang, Zhang Yuan snapped his fingers. Gengar and Metang carried a Pokemon with confusion, and the group slowly fell into the cave. It's so dark. Misty looked around, and except for the light projected from the entrance of the cave, everything in the cave was dark and invisible. Gengar was overjoyed, as it always did, and it was this expression when it encountered darkness and coldness. Gengar, light up the cave with shiny. Gengar was a little reluctant, but did so, floating in the sky, dazzling white light from both hands that acted as giant moving light bulbs. Under the illumination of shiny, the panorama of the cave is presented in front of everyone. What a beautiful cave. Lilith widened her lovely big eyes. I don't know how many thousands of years ago the huge cave was formed, but after a long time, it once again showed its appearance to people. What is that? Gary wasn't interested in these sights. He first went down and found strange creatures in this cave. It's Omanite, Omastar, Kabuto, and Kabuto. Zhang Yuan also saw the group of ancient Pokemon who were crawling over here with their eyes wide open, and replied, Zhang Yuan, did you bring us here to see these ancient Pokemon? Gary was in a complicated mood. Yes, but I feel that something something is wrong with us. Gary's voice trembled as the ancient Pokemon in the dark approached. Because there are too many ancient Pokemon coming in. This is not like the few Pokemon shown in the animation. The blasting of Team Rockets and the Dragonite and Hyper Beam of Salamence just woke up almost all the ancient Pokemon in the underground cave of Grandpa Canyon. How many ancient Pokemon exist underground in Grandpa Canyon, which covers an area comparable to a dozen football fields? Dividing line Update 1/3. Ahem, the update is a bit sloppy recently. I had a cold and then gastroenteritis. The gastroenteritis has not been easy until now. In short, I am trying to restore the update. I will resume the third shift today, and I apologize. Chapter 168 Chop Melon and Vegetables 2/3. The ancient Pokemon are densely packed and frightening, especially some Omanite and Omastar with strange shapes and tentacles in the ancient Pokemon. Zhang Yuan was actually a little surprised. He didn't expect to wake up so many ancient Pokemon. I feel a little uncomfortable. Misty shivered, and when she saw these Omastars, she thought of bug Pokemon, which made her feel uncomfortable. Even though Omastar was a water plus rock type Pokemon, Pikachu also grabbed Ash's clothes. Although Pikachu does not have intensive phobia, but seeing so many ancient Pokemon, just the fear size are enough to make it stressful. Zhang Yuan, are you sure you didn't bring us here to die? Xiao Mao. In the dark cave, there are so many ancient Pokemon that make the scalp tingling, especially these ancient Pokemon have extremely vicious eyes. Calm down. Zhang Yuan gestured to the few people not to make a fuss. This amount of ancient Pokemon seemed to him to be drizzle. Gary, is your psychological quality worse than Lilith? Zhang Yuan did not exaggerate. Since the appearance of ancient Pokemon, Lilith has not shown any fear. I believe in brother. Lilith words filled Gary with a knife. My guts are not as good as a little girl. Gary looked at Lilith's expression and was shocked. When a few people were talking, the ancient Pokemon had gradually leaned over. Scarlet eyes, irritable expression, growl with a threatening mouth, a vicious look. It seems that these ancient Pokemon are a little angry when they wake up. Zhang Yuan looked cheerful and didn't take the threat of these ancient Pokemon to heart at all. Taking a step forward, he wiped his hand on his waist, and a red light shot into the space between him and the ancient Pokemon. Roar. Salamence's dragon power swept the entire underground cave. Feeling the dragon power of Salamence, these ancient Pokemon did not flinch, but instead let out a low growl one after another, looking even more irritable. Is it because Salamence woke them up before? Few wild Pokemon can maintain such high fighting spirit when facing Salamence. Courage is commendable, then I'll be more serious. Zhang Yuan gestured to Salamence. Wow. Salamence comprehend, and sip Hyper Beam to the horde of ancient Pokemon. The pale Hyper Beam tore through the darkness of the underground cave, and the high energy light swept across the ancient Pokemon group, roasting the ancient Pokemon half-cooked and incapacitated. The Hyper Beam lasted for half a minute, and with a swipe of Hyper Beam, the number of ancient Pokemon in the entire cave was reduced by at least 1/10. He was knocked down by 1/10 in a single encounter. Even with the heads made of the fossils of ancient Pokemon, he could understand that Zhang Yuan was not easy to mess with, but it's not easy to provoke in return, so many companions have been killed, making them even more irritable. Water gun, hydro pump, rock slide, the overwhelming trick, greeted Salamence. Roar. Feeling his majesty being taken by taunt, Salamence looked unhappy. Salamence said that I am not happy, and you should not be happy either. Dragon Rage burst, and more than a dozen yellow Dragon Rage energy beams bombarded the ancient Pokemon group, blasting the ancient Pokemon to pieces. These ancient Pokemon who have just woken up are no match for Salamence, who has accumulated a lot of combat experience. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer companions, the remaining ancient Pokemon finally realized that it was not good, quickly left their companions, and fled back into the darkness without looking back, and disappeared. Salamence didn't bother to chase either, and these ancient Pokemon were just a little bit stronger than the Pokemon from the Team Rockets on the Seafoam Island, so they weren't really an opponent. So in the cave, only Salamence, who was boredly playing Yan, and the ancient Pokemon that fainted everywhere. This is the end. The people behind them were dumbfounded. You have a limit, right? So many ancient Pokemon have been cleaned up just like cutting leaf. How can these newcomer trainers who are still stuck in one-on-one live? Question mark. Asking for flowers. Gary is okay. He was a little mentally prepared before, but Ash, who had never seen Zhang Yuan show his true strength, was really refreshed. For the first time, he knew that a Pokemon trainer could be so strong. Any one of you want ancient Pokemon? If you want, you can take it. Zhang Yuan turned back and said to everyone, the ancient Pokemon have retreated, and the next time is to use power for personal gain. It stands to reason that when encountering such a large ancient Pokemon settlement, the Alliance usually takes takes over and protects it. But who makes Zhang Yuan the biggest here now? Ellipsis. Is this bad? Gary, as the grandson of Professor O, has been in the league since he was a child, and he is very familiar with the regulations of the league, so he hesitated. There's nothing wrong with me. The people from the Ancient Pokemon Protection Bureau can't take care of me. There are so many ancient Pokemon here, so it's fine to catch one or two. Zhang Yuan gave him a reassuring look, thinking of Zhang Yuan's life and death for the Alliance these days, saving Lorelei, defeating the Team Rocket, and saving Blaine from the Team Rocket. His reputation in the Kanto Alliance is now at its peak. Catching a few ancient Pokemon is a trivial matter. Seeing that a few people were still hesitating, Zhang Yuan ignored them and threw a Pokeball by himself first, and caught a Kabuto who looked very qualified. Throw the Pokeball to Lilith. Lilith, didn't you say before that you haven't selected the observation object for your summer observation diary? Then choose Kabuto. Yeah. Lilith nodded obediently. In her eyes her brother was always right. Gary's mouth twitched next to him, but it was a summer observation diary, not a researcher's paper. Is it necessary to use Kabuto as an observation object? What the hell are you doing to the kids watching Caterpie and Pidgey? Separation line Update 2/3 Continue to Code Chapter 3 Chapter 169 Aerodactyl 3/3 Sometimes Gary really doesn't know what Zhang Yuan's mind is thinking, but after being hit by Zhang Yuan for so many years, he learned to look at the world from an optimistic perspective, took a deep breath, and calmed down his fluctuating mood. Zhang Yuan caught Kabuto as a summer observation object for Lilith. It was a bit outrageous, but Gary was sure that Zhang Yuan's previous words were not joking with them. Although it is forbidden by the Alliance to capture ancient Pokemon in private, if Zhang Yuan acquiesced, the Alliance will not pursue it. Gary stretched out his claws, looking at the large group of Kabutos and Omanites incapacitated in the cave. Ash is also eager to try, only Brock and Misty. One is because being the former gym leader is not suitable for doing this kind of thing, and the other is because there is some fear of these ancient Pokemon that look very much like the insect 400, so there is no action. Zhang Yuan didn't care about them. His eyes turned to the depths of the cave. From a normal person's perspective, it was darkness, but in Zhang Yuan's eyes, there was a treasure chest deep in the cave. Treasure chest. This treasure chest was discovered after entering the cave. Could it be that the treasure chest has map restriction, and new treasure chests can only be found after entering a new map? Zhang Yuan noticed this place that he hadn't noticed before. When he was above Grandpa Canyon before, he hadn't seen the existence of a treasure chest underground. There is a treasure chest to open naturally. Just when Zhang Yuan just walked out a short distance, a scream came from the cave. The harsh sound wave made him frown, and even though he had blocked his ears with psychic, the sound wave still made him feel a little irritable. Ash and the others in the back were even more unbearable. They were shrouded in this sound wave, and they swayed one by one, as if they were drunk. It's a noise attack. There are enemies. Brock began. Don't worry, you bide for a while. Matang, Kabuto, use metal sound. Zhang Yuan called out the same noise maker, Matang and Kabuto. The three Pokemon received instructions from Zhang Yuan, and at the same time, they used metal sound, and a huge, harsh and annoying noise spread into the cave. The noise made by Matang and Kabutops was so loud that it was 3-on-1, and all of a sudden the noise in the cave was suppressed. Zhang Yuan stood calmly behind Matang, looking towards the depths of the cave. The noise was introduced into the cave, and after hearing a sharp growl, a gray figure shot out like a lightning bolt and flew towards Zhang Yuan's direction. Waiting for you for a long time. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Salaman, use the dragon's tail. Call. Aiming at the gray figure that was shooting fast, Salaman swung his thick tail, and with one tail, the gray shadow was fanned down from the sky, and Biagi slapped it on the ground. The gray-purple figure dragged a trail of dust on the ground, rolled and hit a stalactite pillar, smashing the stone pillar into pieces. Gah! With a cry of pain, the gray-purple Pokemon on the ground was obviously hurt by Salaman's blow. What Pokemon is this? Ash was attracted by a Pokemon he had never seen before. Out the Pokédex, Aerodactyl, a fossilized Pokemon with saw-shaped teeth that bites off the opponent's throat, is a very ferocious ancient Pokemon. This time, Pokédex gave the answer in a way of saving face, but the answer made Ash a little unhappy. He touched his throat and swallowed it. Finally out. Aerodactyl. Looking at Aerodactyl lying on the ground, Zhang Yuan knew that it would not be so smooth for him to get that treasure chest, and the entire Grandpa Canyon can be regarded as a hindrance to him. Only the Aerodactyl in front of him. Quack. Aerodactyl didn't know whether he didn't want to listen to Zhang Yuan's words or he couldn't understand Zhang Yuan's words. With a roar, he waved his lightly scratched wings and flew again. I leave it to you, Salaman. Don't let your guard down. The opponent is the Pokemon that was once called the King in the Sky. Zhang Yuan warned. turn, but he wasn't too nervous, because his identification technique told him that this Aerodactyl was no match for Salamence. Salamence shook his head, as if to express his dissatisfaction with being underestimated by Zhang Yuan, but his body honestly assumed a fighting stance. Roar! Quack! The two Pokemon roared at each other, and they didn't know what to say. They fluttered their wings violently, and then saw two figures, one gray and one blue, constantly colliding in the air. The underground cave was rumbled by the shock, and the rubble fell from the top of the cave. Matang, take Lilith up. He has psychic, not afraid of gravel, but Lilith has no psychic. And Gary, Ash, you go up too, Zhang Yuan said in an unquestionable tone. Gary and the others were also afraid of being stoned to death and did not dare to stay for long, staring intently at the battle ahead. Aerodactyl's physical strength was quickly exhausted under Salamence's reckless style of play, and the weak body that had just woken up was already crumbling. But even so, Aerodactyl, with its ruthlessness, never fell, and fought back desperately, causing a lot of damage to Salamence, which made Zhang Yuan appreciate it very much. No one hates Pokemon with a backbone. The battle lasted for a full hour. A large number of stalactites in the cave were smashed to the ground in the battle between Salamence and Aerodactyl, and the cave was in a mess. The end. Aerodactyl was sitting on the ground with Salamence's butt, and then was hit in the head by Mega Punch before losing 0.3 to fight and fainted. Put Aerodactyl in the Pokeball, and Zhang Yuan will add another Pokemon. Without Aerodactyl, Zhang Yuan never stopped opening the treasure chest. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to the host for discovering the special treasure chest of Samsung. The treasure chest is opening. Close black lens bracket. The treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special item. Celebi's eyebrows. Clam. Zhang Yuan looked at the emerald green elongated leaf in his hand that seemed to be warm. Come out of the system. Did you tell me this is Celebi's eyebrows? Dividing line The third update. Ask for subscription. Ask for full order. Chapter 170 Union Investigator. It is slender, and it feels smooth and Q-bombing in the hand. Even after confirmation by the system, Zhang Yuan still doubted the authenticity of the eyebrow in his hand. Appraisal technique. Swish. The information about the eyebrow in his hand appeared in front of Zhang Yuan. Celebi's eyebrows. Precious prop. This is an eyebrow from a time Pokemon in a certain timeline, the legendary Pokemon Celebi, and it contains the incredible power of time. Due to the special nature of Celebi, the user who wears this item will have a wonderful connection with the legendary Pokemon Celebi. Note, this eyebrow has the power of time, has the ability to delay the aging of the creature, and at the same time allows the wearer to have a short-term uncontrollable pre-future sight ability. Please use it with caution. Zhang Yuan silently read the information given by the appraisal technique and exhaled. It's really Celebi's eyebrow. He had expected this result. After all, the system wouldn't lie, but Zhang Yuan was still a little speechless when he got a definite answer. I said how good it would be for you to give a whole Celebi directly to the system. Why would you give it in part? Is it possible to get Celebi's arm, neck, shui 14 rabbi's head or something, and finally collect all the parts to make it up? The real Celebi. Twisting the feather with two fingers, Zhang Yuan complained. Of course, the above is just Zhang Yuan's complaint. How can such a strange picture be allowed to appear in this kind of sub-feeding animation? Even children nowadays are scary, but this kind of thing is forbidden. Then he shoved Celebi's eyebrows directly into the inventory. The fact that Celebi's eyebrows are a good thing is undeniable, but not for him right now. He is still young, and now wearing Celebi's eyebrows is not called anti-aging, it is called not growing. As for the ability of the pre-future sight, it is not too late to take it out when it is needed. After conquering Aerodactyl and opening the treasure chest, Zhang Yuan's trip to Grandpa Canyon was a complete success. While thinking about the existence of so many ancient Pokemon in Grandpa Canyon, whether it has anything to do with Celebi, Zhang Yuan left the underground cave. Brother. Seeing that Zhang Yuan finally came up, Lilith, who had been worrying about Zhang Yuan, hurriedly rushed into his arms. Good. Pat Lilith had turned to look at Gary. Okay, I've solved all the following troubles. You guys go first. I have to contact the Alliance to send someone to take over here. Seeing that Zhang Yuan had something to do, Gary and the others also dispersed. Zhang Yuan, remember to wait for me at Pallet Town. I will challenge you again. Zhang Yuan's strength this time did not seem to make Gary lose his fighting spirit. Zhang Yuan can see that after being hit so many times by Zhang Yuan, Gary can already see a bit of indomitable spirit. It seems that medically this is called Stockholm Syndrome. Okay, waved Gary to kill him, so he can pass some time with Gary, can't he? And me, Zhang Yuan, I'll challenge you when I get back to Pallet Town. Ash heard Gary Gary's word, not to be outdone. He had absolutely no idea what that meant. He just felt like he shouldn't be behind Gary's sense of competition in this matter made Zhang Yuan smack his tongue. Is there still a rush to get beaten? Gary can be said to have awakened some strange attribute, but you are a bit irrational. However, with the idea that helping children realize their wishes is to benefit the world, Zhang Yuan agreed and decided to give the two of them a lesson that they would remember for a lifetime when they returned to Pallet Town. Gary drove Ash and the others away, leaving Zhang Yuan, Lilith, and a group of police officers with Jenny in Grandpa Canyon. Contacting the Alliance dispatched a group of people, and soon as a black helicopter with the Alliance logo landed, a team of 5 Alliance superior investigators came to take over the Grandpa Canyon matter. Before they could speak, Zhang Yuan took the lead. Below are the ancient Pokemon, most of which were beaten by me to the point of incapacitating combat. Don't worry, I'm very measured. Those ancient Pokemon will not be life-threatening. As for the lack of arms and legs, I can't guarantee it. After all, I can't take care of it because there are too many, so you'd better adjust one. Get Nurse Joy over here. By the way, I also caught a few. This kind of thing is written in the report so as not to cause trouble in time. Remember to be careful of Team Rocket. People from Team Rocket's attacked here before, and I don't know if they will make a comeback. Please pay attention. Any more questions? Several people shook their heads blankly. Very good. Call me if you have any questions, and I'll leave it to you here. Grandpa Canyon by helicopter. Looking at the direction where the helicopter was going, several people were a little dazed and looked at each other. It was only after a long time that the Alliance prosecutor headed up. As expected of the legendary Lord Zero, he does things swiftly and resolutely, without any hesitation. Zhang Yuan's style made the league prosecutors who were accustomed to the bureaucratic atmosphere of the league a little uncomfortable. However, I like this feeling very much. Every time I have a meeting, it's boring to talk about it. A young female prosecutor said, Master Zero is so considerate. I really want to be a subordinate of Master Zero. Quote, Master Zero patted me on the shoulder. Another prosecutor flushed with excitement. The rest of the young prosecutors also looked adored. Zhang Yuan has become an idol for many young people within the Alliance after so many major events. Don't think so much. Mr. Zero is in Interpol, not the same department as our prosecutor. The leading prosecutor waved his hand to interrupt his subordinate's delusion. Hurry up and get down to business. Yes, everyone was reluctant to be beaten back from fantasy to reality. Officer Jenny, please also notify the nearest Pokemon Center to dispatch a Joy to treat ancient Pokemon. I'm afraid not enough. Jenny looked embarrassed. Quote question mark. I mean, one Joy alone may not be able to heal that many ancient Pokemon. Anyway, let's take a look at the number of ancient Pokemon first. Separation line First change. Continue to code the next chapter. Code words make me happy. Chapter 171 Pre-Future Sight. The number of ancient Pokemon in the underground cave is far beyond the imagination of the Alliance investigators, and this order of magnitude of ancient Pokemon is no longer within the scope of their ability to deal with. Ask the Alliance for support. This is not something we can handle. At least a team of more than 30 prosecutors is required to ensure the safety of Grandpa Canyon. He let out a long sigh, but the shocking color in the eyes of the investigating officer captain still did not dissipate. Officer Jenny, please also be sure to order everyone to keep it secret, and if there is any leak, I will deliver it myself. Also notify all nearby city Pokemon centers and prepare for ambulance. This kind of ferocious ancient Pokemon of this magnitude was solved so easily, as expected of Mr. Zero. There are so many ancient Pokemon here, they have no right to deal with it. All they can do is shout 666 beside them. Of course, these Alliance investigators wouldn't know that these ancient Pokemon were a group of guys who had just woken up, and their strength had not fully recovered. They would only be amazed at the strength of Zhang Yuan's rank. He didn't know that a group of Alliance investigators were admiring his great achievement. Of course, even if he knew, Zhang Yuan probably wouldn't care. The feeling of smugness no longer belongs to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan sat in the helicopter, holding Lilith in one hand, while studying Celebi's eyebrows. Just now he had a whim. Since Team Rockets can use new eyelashes to create a brand new mythical beast Mewtwo, then it makes no sense that he can't use Celebi's eyebrows to create Cheorabi, or Shui Cheobi or something. Of course, he just thought, really let him create a Pokemon with one eyebrow? That's just a joke. Mention whether Celebi and Mew are almost completely different at the genetic level, whether this idea is feasible. Take the human and material resources that Team Rocket put into making Mewtwo. Unless Zhang Yuan condoned Deoxys to rob the bank, he would not be able to afford the money. Let me feel the power of time. In addition to being sure that what is forced foreseen as a major event that will have a huge impact on the world. The completely random pre-future sight. This kind of pre-future sight that relies entirely on luck is even more unstable than Zhejiang Yuan's treasure chest. But I've always been very European. Zhang Yuan is very confident about this. In the next second, Zhang Yuan's world suddenly changed, and he seemed to travel through time and space under the pull of a force. Countless images flashed by, so fast that he couldn't capture them even with psychic. Only two pictures clearly came into Zhang Yuan's eyes: gloomy skies, howling wind, raging wave, and an island in flame. A purple light shuttled through the atmosphere, chasing another pink light. Above is all the prophecy that Zhang Yuan got through Celebi's eyebrow. Two simple pictures, no sound, no special effect, nothing, just two simple pictures. This is just as half understood as the witch's prophecy in other film and television literature work, but this time the witch is Zhang Yuan, a guy who knows the whole plot. Mewtwo, is it finally going to be born? Zhang Yuan could see at a glance the meaning of the two pictures that others could not get the content at all. Mewtwo's birthday is approaching. It's really not easy. Giovanni finally got through. Thinking that Giovanni had danced on the tip of a knife for so long these days, and finally managed to get through Mewtwo, Zhang Yuan felt it was not easy for him. But isn't this the end of it? Because of the arrival of Mewtwo, the next Team Rockets will usher in an unprecedented period of glory. Although it is very short, it is not short enough. Of Mewtwo, as a strong man who does not have to worry about safety issues, he naturally hoped that the world will be as lively as possible. Of course, I think I'll have to find time for a training session with Deoxys recently, so I don't get beaten down by Mewtwo. It's going to be stiff. Usually fighting with Deoxys too little, Zhang Yuan felt that it was necessary for him to break in. The necessary preparations are still needed. God knows what will happen to Mewtwo, the bear child who has been searching for the meaning of life all day. Just as I was thinking, the bracelet rang. Hello, Zero, I'm Keen. I heard it as soon as you opened your mouth. What's the matter? Zhang Yuan said, listening to Keen's constant voice all the year round. The reward for your previous EPUB Islands mission has come down. Is it still a promotion? Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard the quest reward. Of course it's impossible. Keen was no longer able to complain about Zhang Yuan's word. Your position is already under the spotlight. This is already an exceptional promotion. Unless you can solve a crisis like the collapse of the Alliance, you can only wait until you are older if you want to be promoted. Pause. As a reward this time, the Alliance has assigned you a special medical logistic team. There are specially trained personnel in it who are responsible for solving the trivial matters in your daily life, providing you with 24-hour on-call medical services, and a personal customized Pokemon training plan. If you want to borrow a private jet in the future, don't call me, just leave it to them. Good. Dedicated medical logistic team. Is there such an operation? Zhang Yuan clicked his tongue. This sounds like a nanny team. Won't such naked privilege touch the nerves of some people? After all, the Alliance is still very democratic on the surface. Don't make a fuss. This is a team specially set up by the League so that high-level trainers like you don't have to worry about the future. All 4 elites are equipped, and even their logistics team is better than yours after being personally trained by them. After all, the 4 elites are busy with work every day, and the logistics team is responsible for helping with time-consuming chores such as feeding, Pokemon massage, and daily care. Separation line two shift a day, and 2 or 3 shift tomorrow depending on the situation. Chapter 172 Viridian City Subbase. In Zhang Yuan's view, this medical logistic group is not something that is difficult to understand, because when on Earth there are also similar organizations, replacing the Pokemon trainers with sports athlete, racing athlete, etc. The image of this medical logistics team in Zhang Yuan's mind became clearer. They will be waiting for you at the Interpol branch in Viridian City, and after research at the Alliance Interpol headquarters, they have decided to authorize you to set up an Interpol emergency response team. Another team. Emergency response team. Zhang Yuan raised his brows. It was the medical logistic team just now, and here is another emergency response team, and then add another intelligence team to myself. Can I form a simple whitewashed version of Team Rocket? The League really trusts itself. Zhang Yuan didn't feel the slightest fluctuation in his heart about the fact that the Alliance was so assured of him, and even wanted to laugh a little. That's right, you now have the right to recruit your own police officers and enjoy the Alliance's funding every year, which means that from now on you will have to run a department independently. Speaking of this, Keen is a little emotional. Zhang Yuan was the one who watched him join Interpol. He has made such achievements in just half a year, and he is also honored to lead an entire Interpol team as a rookie trainer. As for the specific, I have already instructed Claudia. She will go to 800 150 to explain it to you later. It's a little inconvenient to talk about this on the phone, so Keen didn't say much. Zhang Yuan showed surprise at the right time. After all, at his current age, it is not easy for Interpol headquarters to make such an authorization. I don't know which bureaucrat came up with the idea in a flash, and I'm really not afraid of him making trouble. But since the alliance has been authorized, Zhang Yuan will not make fun of himself and say that if this kind of thing is not good for the alliance, it will do no harm to himself anyway, right? In fact, if Keen didn't talk about it today, Zhang Yuan also planned to build up his own strength after a while to help himself deal with some troublesome little troubles that he couldn't do by himself. But now it is better to have a formal authorization. It feels very comfortable to use the money of the alliance to support his subordinate. I feel better and talk more. This time, Keen, why are you so generous? A bit unlike you. It is to distribute a medical team to himself, and to authorize himself. Keen is so generous today that he can't believe it. Keen is inexplicable. This is the decision of the alliance's Interpol headquarters, and am I usually so stingy? Keen listened to Zhang Yuan's tone, and couldn't help but wonder if his impression in the hearts of his subordinates was really that bad. Zhang Yuan was shocked. Keen, you're petty or stingy. Don't you have a B number in your heart? I haven't received any reward since the Ramperky incident. What do you call me stingy? Ha, this is a unified settlement. Isn't the one-time payment in place today? Keen coughed twice to ease his embarrassment and muddled through the matter. He was a bit busy and confused a while ago, and when Zhang Yuan mentioned it like this, he remembered that there were still a large number of police officers waiting for him to give out bonuses in Interpol. In troubled time. I am really born to work hard. When will I be able to retire? Muttering twice, Keen hung up the phone quickly and went to count the completion of the task during this period. Tis. Zhang Yuan was speechless to Keen. Go to the alliance and say this. Some people want to take your seat. He turned his head and closed the helicopter's window, put the earplugs in Lilith's ears, and touched her head. Take a rest after a tiring day. It will take a long time to get back to Viridian City. The speed of the helicopter was not particularly fast, even much slower than Salaman's, and it didn't reach Viridian City until night. BFEE, in the secret base of Interpol in Viridian City, both Interpol and logisticians in the base are neatly dressed and lined up outside the airport. The heads were densely packed, and hundreds of people in the entire base paid attention to Zhang Yuan, making Zhang Yuan feel a little uncomfortable. Seeing Zhang Yuan approaching, Sir Zero, a group of people saluted in unison, but Zhang Yuan was done. Everyone has worked hard, and it's so late for everyone to come and greet me. Thinking back, he didn't accomplish any major task. Do you need to be so inspiring? It's not hard. Everyone has no complaint. Looking at Zhang Yuan with enthusiasm in their eyes. In fact, Zhang Yuan underestimated his popularity in the league now. He turned the tide on the battlefield several times against Team Rocket, and now he has no less fans in the league than Land Crossing. Is it not a normal thing for an idol to get off the plane and be picked up by a fan? Everyone, go and do your own business. Seeing Zhang Yuan turn his attention to himself, the person in charge of the base hurriedly told everyone to disperse. Zhang Yuan held Lilith in one hand and his pocket in the other. Where is my medical logistic team? They have just arrived and are on standby at the base. Let them come to see me. You should have a training ground here. Let them wait for me at the training ground in half an hour. Yes, one thing, Sir Zero, the head of the base said. Say, the police department Claudia has been waiting for you in the dining room, and she said she would tell you the news if you came. Zhang Yuan did not expect Claudia to come so quickly. I see. The meeting time I said earlier was postponed to tomorrow, and 2 other rooms will be arranged for me. Understood. Seeing Zhang Yuan leave, the person in charge let out a sigh of relief and said to himself, Master Zero is so terrifying. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan, who had just taken 2 steps forward, turned back suddenly, startling the person in charge who was breathing a sigh of relief. He was so frightened that he stuttered. Sir Zero, is there anything else? Where is the direction of the restaurant? The first update is a bit late, so it's a bit late. I don't know if the second update can be coded tonight. If it can't be coded, I will make up for it during the day tomorrow. Chapter 173 New Island Changes. Hearing Zhang Yuan's question, the person in charge of the base was obviously stunned, and it took a few seconds to reflect. Go straight, then turn right. The most conspicuous building is the restaurant. Thank you. Call. Tilde. Walking into the restaurant, the overall atmosphere of the restaurant made Zhang Yuan nodded. Although it is only an ordinary restaurant in the base, the decoration is still very tasteful. Of the restaurant, Claudia, wearing a black leather coat and sunglasses, saw Zhang Yuan walk into the restaurant, got up and waved at him. "You're quite fast." Zhang Yuan pulled out his chair and sat opposite Claudia with Lilith. He reached out and brought the French fries plate in front of Claudia to Lilith, and stood with Lilith to eat the fries with ketchup. "Of course I'm fast. That's my fries." Claudia was very displeased to see her fries being taken away. "I just took your plate of fries. Won't you ask for another?" Zhang Yuan expressed disdain for Claudia's goody look. "Then why don't you go and ask for one?" "Because you have to wait for one." This sentence was said by Zhang Yuan in a righteous and upright manner. If he ignores what he did before, this sentence can be said to be a perfect demonstration of Zhang Yuan's attitude as an Interpol police officer. Quote, quote. Claudia kept reminding herself to bide. She felt that it was fortunate that it was herself, and she was optimistic by nature. Otherwise, if it were someone else, Zhang Yuan would be very angry. Claudia, who was comforting herself, looked away from Zhang Yuan's maddening face and fell on Lilith. "Lilith, do you still remember me?" Lilith swallowed a French fries dipped in ketchup and looked at Claudia with a cowardly look. "I remember." Before Claudia was happy, Zhang Yuan made up for it. "I almost suffocated my Lilith with her chest." He was stabbed by Zhang Yuan, but Claudia turned gloomy. "Don't say this in front of children." Claudia felt very ashamed looking at Lilith, who was blushing. "But it's a fact. It's obviously you who left a bad impression on Lilith in Lamperchi before." Zhang Yuan poured himself a cup of tea. "Also, you want to call me Chief Zero." Zhang Yuan emphasized this point again. Realizing again that there is no point in arguing with Zhang Yuan, Claudia took the initiative to read this article and talk about work. Pulls out a document. This is the official authorization document from Interpol headquarters. Zhang Yuan took it over and glanced at it. The names of more than a dozen people were signed on it. It can be seen that the Interpol headquarters cannot get rid of the bloated institutions brought about by bureaucracy. Actually, I don't have much to say. The specifications, right, and responsibilities of the emergency response team are all written in the power of attorney. Claudia took a sip of coffee. Chief Keen said you are not allowed to make decisions within Interpol. If you want to recruit people, you need to recruit them yourself, and then send them to the Indigo Plateau to pass the induction test before you can officially join your team. It means that people do it by themselves, and don't try to poach people within Interpol. These are all small problems. Zhang Yuan didn't intend to poach people at first, and watched Interpol approve the preparation for himself. According to the authorization letter, he can recruit a team of 14 people, each of whom has the official establishment of Interpol, which means that he can have 14 Interpol subordinates in the future. One more thing. What wrong? Zhang Yuan looked at Claudia, who suddenly became a little restrained. I have been officially reassigned as your deputy to assist you with the formation of the emergency response team. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up, which was an unexpected joy. He was thinking just now that he had never had any leadership experience. What if he turned this emergency response team into a vibrant social group with official authorization? Now it seems that Keen is much more thoughtful than he thought. Then I'll leave everything about the emergency team to you in the future. Zhang Yuan patted Claudia on the shoulder with an expression that I'm very optimistic about you. Claudia's expression was a little subtle. She vaguely remembered where she seemed to have seen this look. That should be when she first joined Interpol, and her then supervisor encouraged her with such an expression. She believed it to be true at the time. And then she worked on the front line for a whole year without a day off. Question mark. As for flowers 0. Think about those dark days. I want a vacation. Claudia said subconsciously. Don't worry, there will be a holiday. Is he Zhang Yuan the kind of black-hearted officer who squeezes his subordinate? Of course it is. Nijima. This is an island with little commercial value. It is located in the southeastern waters of the Kanto Alliance, and it is inconspicuous among the countless islands and reefs. No one would have imagined that such an island would house the important research laboratory of Team Rocket. However, today's new island is a little different from the past. Boom! A screeching siren rang out across the island, and a large number of Team Rockets were either riding Pokemon or dashing towards a laboratory. The shining hyper beam, the deep shadow sneak, the tsunami that set off monstrous wave, and the countless Pokemon that attacked were all annihilated in the blue confusion wave. The 3rd Brigade has been wiped out, and the 1st and 2nd Brigade have lost more than half. Boss Giovanni, we can't hold it anymore. A mid-level Team Rocket cadre came rolling over and knelt down in front of Giovanni to report to him. Giovanni stared straight ahead without the slightest hint of falling on him. Go on. His tone was cold, and he could not tolerate the slightest bit of disobedience. Which middle-level cadre blushed, and thousands of words were combined into one word. Yes, everyone, come with me. After roaring, he took the lead, commanding Electabuzz, who was was covered in constrict with a thick electric current, and rushed up, then annihilated in the blue confusion. Giovanni's expression didn't change, but looked at the center of the chapter with a little eagerness in his eyes. What an intoxicating force. Pokeball hidden in his waist, and stepped forward under the excited eyes of the remaining Team Rocket. Dividing line The plot has been slightly changed, and everyone can understand it is the butterfly effect brought about by the protagonist's participation in this world. Make up, ask for collection, ask for subscription. Chapter 174 Logistic Team. Mewtwo is not so easy to approach. It was just born in a semi-out-of-control state, and its body, which cannot control the powerful force, is always filled with the power of confusion. Team Rocket trainers who wanted to attack Mewtwo fell in this confusion barrier before, and it was an insurmountable gap to approach Mewtwo's confusion barrier. Giovanni approached the confusion barrier, feeling a familiar sense of threat from above. This feeling is very familiar to Giovanni. Just half a year ago, he had felt the same sense of threat from the strange Pokemon in Zhang Yuan's hand. Giovanni raised his hand to release one of his main players, Nidoqueen, without hesitation. Heavy step. Nidoqueen walked in front of Giovanni like an enemy, and with Giovanni almost forcibly squeezed in through the huge confusion screen. 147. No one knows what Giovanni was talking about with the desperately powerful Pokemon on the island. In short, when Giovanni came out, everyone in Team Rocket saw that the arrogant Pokemon followed Giovanni step by step. Golem. The trainers of Team Rockets were full of disbelief. They couldn't believe that the Pokemon they couldn't beat before was just following behind their boss. This group of salted fish can't understand the power of mouth guns and dreams at all. All they will do is shout 666. Boss Giovanni. Awesome. Instant. The dissatisfaction and resentment that the members of Team Rockets had against Giovanni and the alliance for head-to-head these days disappeared, replaced by adoration and fanaticism. It is human nature to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Even the dumbest Team Rockets members know right now that with this guy around, Team Rockets will be heading into its greatest era ever. What happened in the new island is not unknown. The undercover agent of the alliance installed in the Team Rockets had to report the news that a large number of Team Rockets were converging in the direction of the new island to the alliance headquarters, but the purpose of the Team Rockets was not clear for the time being. There has been a long discussion within the alliance on whether to send troops to the new island. Some people say that the alliance has already controlled the situation of the war against Team Rockets and there is no need to take risks. If it is the trap of Team Rocket, they will ruin all their previous advantages. Some people want to take this opportunity to annihilate the vocal force of Team Rockets in one fell swoop and draw the war directly into the final battle to gain military credit. But until all was quiet on the new island, the meeting continued to debate, and no decision was made on whether to take action on the new island. Keen sat in his seat and looked at the high-ranking alliance officials who were constantly wrangling because of various interests. Although the participants are all coalition MPs, the composition is very complex. Some of them received large bribe from Team Rockets and used the money to delay time for Team Rocket. Some of the families behind them were the sponsors of Team Rocket, and they did not want Team Rockets to fall so quickly before the assets of Team Rockets were completely separated. Others are simply being idle and acting as a shitstick to have some fun, and by the way, see if there is a chance to get some benefit from it. Familiar with all this for a long time, watched the ugly state of this group of people with a cold eye. He was really fed up with the days of wrangling with these people. Sure enough, I can't put all my hope on them. Fortunately, Zero has been asked to set up an emergency response team. In the future, the confrontation with Team Rockets should be much smoother. Keen thought so, and Zhang Yuan, who was being talked about by him, was inspecting the medical logistics team that belonged to him. Quote 32, 33. Zhang Yuan's eyes fell on the last person. He has counted the number of people in the entire medical logistic team, and the size of the 33 people is more than double the expected size of a dozen people. Claudia, are you sure you're right? Zhang Yuan looked surprised. Claudia checked the list of personnel. It should be no problem. The bread here contains medical staff, nutritionists, masseuses, strength trainers, Pokemon shapers, data analysts. The total number is 313 is right. Claudia read the list again, and Zhang Yuan also recognized each person one by one. But what the hell is a shaper? It's really difficult to be an excellent Pokemon trainer, Zhang Yuan said with emotion. In fact, becoming a Pokemon trainer has never been an easy task. He has a system and has never had to worry too much about training Pokemon. But normal Pokemon trainers do not have a system. It is a very energy-intensive thing to cultivate Pokemon and keep Pokemon at their peak all the time. Therefore, this kind of team that provides provides logistical services for trainers came into being. This kind of team is very welcome among wealthy Pokemon trainers. After all, not everyone has an Oak Institute behind him to take care of his Pokemon. Zhang Yuan didn't talk much to these people, let them get to know him briefly, and Zhang Yuan dismissed them. It looked very professional. It seems that the alliance has not fooled itself. Zhang Yuan looked at these people and secretly said, he has a system, and the need for such logistic personnel is reduced to the extreme, but Lilith does not have a system. Moreover, there is an alliance that pays him to hire people, and it is not for nothing. In the future, we can use these people as the basis to form the logistics department of the emergency team. Zhang Yuan thought. Thinking of doing it, Zhang Yuan patted Claudia on the shoulder. Claudia, arrange for these people, and integrate them after I complete the recruitment of team members. Claudia hesitated. Is this okay? Some of our Interpol 2.5 missions are confidential. Although she said that, she was also a little moved, because if she did what Zhang Yuan said, she would be able to enjoy this kind of service as a member of the emergency team in the future. It doesn't matter. Do as I said. Go to Interpol to investigate these people first, remove the unstable factors, and let them sign a non-disclosure agreement for the rest. Understood. Claudia nodded. Busy again. Separation line Ask for collection. Ask for subscription. After thinking about it, the update time will be fixed in the future, and the daily update will be placed at noon and night, and it will be more random. Chapter 175 First Class Beef. Because Zhang Yuan was busy setting up an emergency response team, he didn't know what happened in the new island. At this time, he was at the Oak Research Institute, conducting a detailed medical examination of Aerodactyl with some equipment in the hands of Professor O. Record. The third observation. The target muscle and cartilage tissue are petrified to varying degrees, and massage and the preparation of corresponding medicines are needed to activate the petrified muscle. Zhang Yuan kept sweeping around Aerodactyl with the instrument, while Yellow held the scoreboard and took notes beside him. Cell vitality is very strong, about 1.3-1.5 times the vitality of existing Pokemon. Buzz _ The communication wristband on his wrist vibrated. Zhang Yuan glanced at the caller ID, threw the scanner in his hand on the table, and turned off the machine. Okay, Yellow, get here first today. Okay. Yellow nodded, wrote the last stroke on the record board, and handed the observation record to Zhang Yuan. Let's put it with you first, and I'll take a call. The call on his wrist 15 to the video call of the Oak Institute. Keen, what's the matter? Why did you suddenly call me? Cohen in the video looked tired, and at a glance, he knew that something must have happened to the lead. Keen's tone was serious this time. Zero. How much do you know about the experiments Team Rockets was doing before? Hearing Keen's word, Zhang Yuan knew that the Mewtwo incident must have happened, but he was not involved in this incident from the beginning to the end, so he didn't panic when asked by Keen. I probably know a little bit. Team Rocket seems to be making something. Zhang Yuan is also a showman. If you don't know anything about this kind of thing, it's too suspicious, and it doesn't match the professionalism of Interpol's keen sense of smell. But you know everything you want to say, which is too unreasonable, so Zhang Yuan only said he knew a little. This to Zhang Yuan handled it very well, and he in turn wondered, what, did Team Rockets do something? As you can guess, what Team Rockets has done this time is not that serious. We just learned from Blaine that Team Rockets is making a Pokemon codename Mewtwo, and for some reason we didn't can stop Team Rocket. Plan made is made, and it's not a day or two for Team Rocket to develop biochemical technology. The problem is that the site where Team Rockets made Mewtwo is located on the new island in the southeastern waters of the Alliance, and according to the observations of the Alliance Academy of Sciences, there has been a very strong confusion wave on the new island before. How strong? This time, Zhang Yuan wasn't pretending to be stupid. He was really curious about how strong the newly born Mewtwo was. Keen's voice was hoarse. The assessment given by the Alliance Academy of Sciences is the top level of danger and the strength of the first level beast. That is to say, Team Rockets has created a Pokemon with the power of the first level beast. In this era of highly developed technology, only Pokemon at the level of Divine Beast can be considered a threat to the Alliance. The Divine Beasts in the Alliance are further divided into first level Divine Beast, second level Divine Beast, and Phantom Beasts according to the comprehensive level of various factors. The reason why Team Rockets will be exposed this time is that when Mewtwo was born, there was too much noise in the new island, which was observed by the Alliance satellite, which triggered a follow-up investigation, which was discovered by the Alliance. A first-level Divine Beast. Is it so strong from birth? Zhang Yuan slapped his mouth and looked at the bloodshot Keen. Enemy is a first-level mythical beast, and it was made by Team Rocket. It is conceivable how anxious Keen is. Zhang Yuan can feel his his exhaustion through the screen. Just listen to Keen continue. According to the information returned by our intelligence personnel, Team Rockets has obtained Mewtwo. So this time I am here to inform you to temporarily stop all actions against Team Rocket, and the specific mobilization will wait for the unified arrangement of the Alliance. Quote, suspend all actions against Team Rocket. No, the Alliance is admitting counsel. Zhang Yuan raised his brows, which was different from what he thought. According to his judgment, although Mewtwo is strong, with the strength that even Rayquaza in the league can grasp and study, they will not admit defeat without even fighting. It's not a confession, we're just avoiding unnecessary sacrifices. Keen corrected Zhang Yuan's word. The enemy has the power of a first-class beast, and we can't let the living power of the Alliance go to death uselessly. I have reported this matter to the Interpol headquarters, and the Alliance is also actively contacting the forces of the 4 elites and other regions. In short, don't act without authorization, and wait for my news. After Zhang Yuan heard this, he guessed that the Alliance was planning to gather strength and fight Team Rockets for a decisive battle. But they never imagined that the relationship between Giovanni and Mewtwo was so unstable, and before they could act, Mewtwo broke up with Giovanni himself. Understood. I am at the Oak Institute. If you have anything, please contact me directly. The more this is the case, the more it is necessary to show loyalty to the Alliance. Anyway, he doesn't need to do anything, and he doesn't need money to say a few words. Very good. I didn't see the wrong person in 433. Keen was very happy to hear that Zhang Yuan was so decisive, and felt that he really saw the wrong person. Getting a satisfactory answer, Keen interrupted the call, and then he had to contact other trainers within Interpol. Brother Zhang Yuan, what happened? Yellow, who was on the side, stuck out his little head from behind and asked. It's okay. Zhang Yuan touched her head. It's just a little troublesome guy who ran out. No big problem. Oh, Yellow nodded confusedly. Pikachu with a heart-shaped tail from behind him. Brother Zhang Yuan, please help me to see how my Pikachu is growing. I conquered it myself. Pikachu was very dissatisfied with Yellow dragging himself out from behind the table, and turned his head arrogantly, giving Zhang Yuan a completely different sense from Ash's God. Heart-shaped tail. Is this a female Pikachu? Zhang Yuan snapped his fingers, and Pikachu floated in front of him. Pikachu, who flew to the sky for the first time, was a little flustered, kicking his limbs in the air. Separation line As for collection, as for subscription. Chapter 176. Spring Breeze. Team Rocket. Pikachu, who kept kicking in the air, flashed uncontrollably with yellow art, and the hair on his body gradually stood up. If there was one word to describe the current Pikachu, it would be the electric mouse with fried fur. Not wanting to be bathed by Pikachu with Thunderbolt, Zhang Yuan comforted Pikachu, who had frizzy hair. At the same time, in the process of smoothing the hair, he also gave Yellow's Pikachu an identification technique, and got an understanding of the general situation of Pikachu. Your Pikachu is well bred. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up, and he felt that Viridian's power is worthy of a kind of psychic. As far as the information about Pikachu detected by Zhang Yuan's appraisal technique, this Pikachu did not even have the slightest dark wound or physical defect. Really, Yellow was very happy to hear that. On the one hand, he is happy that Zhang Yuan praised himself, and on the other hand, he is happy that his efforts these days have not been in vain. As for why she believed Zhang Yuan's eyesight so much, it was thanks to Professional Oak's usual admiration and publicity for Zhang Yuan. There is nothing to be picky about training, but if you want to become a Pokemon trainer, Pikachu still needs more actual combat to improve Pikachu's level. Only 2 shortcomings of this Pikachu. Yeah, I see. Yellow also knew this, but she didn't have a strong will to become a trainer. The researcher lives happily these days, and she's not strong to be one of the trainers. Zhang Yuan also noticed Yellow's thought, but he didn't care. People always face countless choices in life, and there are always some choices that others can't help to choose. Whether or not to become a Pokemon trainer depends on Yellow's own wishes, and it's not bad to not be a Pokemon trainer. There are enough Pokemon trainers in this world, and a smaller number might make the world less right. Zhang Yuan flashed Pokeball and took Aerodactyl back. Come on, let go to Professor Oak. He has been in the ice house for a long time. I hope he was not frozen into ice cubes by Articuno diaresis. When Zhang Yuan said this, Yellow jumped up in worry. Let go and have a look. Seeing Yellow taking the joke seriously, Zhang Yuan was a little amused. Let go. Pallet Town is peaceful, but the outside world is already turbulent. Although the Alliance blocked the news, there were many people inside the Alliance, and the news that Team Rockets had obtained the beast inevitably spread, and there was a lot of uproar among the various forces in Kanto. The various forces reacted differently to the creation of the first-level Divine Beast by Team Rocket, but generally they either quickly stepped up their cooperation with Team Rocket, or immediately contacted the Alliance to seek shelter. Except for some old Kanto families who are still waiting and reluctant to bet easily, most of the other forces seem to have fallen to Team Rocket, who have a big advantage on the bright side. The power of the first-level beast enters the field, and the morale of Team Rockets is greatly increased. In short, from the current situation, the rise of Team Rocket seems to be unstoppable. Boss Giovanni, the Alliance has withdrawn from Saffron City. Interpol has also terminated the investigation of Sylph, and Saffron City has returned to our grasp. In a spacious laboratory, Athena stood behind Giovanni respectfully reporting, "The Alliance has retreated, which is good news for us." Athena smiled. She had been squeezed by the Alliance step by step to squeeze her living space, but now she is finally proud. Even Athena couldn't help but be overjoyed. Giovanni shook his head. "Don't be too happy. If you think that the League's withdrawal from Saffron City is to admit defeat, then you underestimate the League too." Looking down at the training ground through the glass panels in the wall, where Mewtwo, in his straitjacket, had just tackled a group of demented Tauros. Athena was a little puzzled. Retaking Saffron City was a strategic victory. Why did Boss Giovanni say such dejected words at this time? All they fear is the power of Mewtwo. Giovanni stared at Mewtwo, who had dealt with the two Machamps again, and they feared Mewtwo only because they didn't understand Mewtwo's condition. Giovanni knew the Alliance much better than Athena, and knew how powerful the Alliance was. The power of the first-level mythical beast can only be said to make the Alliance fearful. The reason why the Alliance chose to back down was because it couldn't figure out the current situation of Team Rocket's and Mewtwo's ability. The Alliance grasped the detailed information of Mewtwo and made targeted arrangement. The two sides will surely usher in a final battle. Then we continue to remain the same in Saffron City? Athena asked tentatively. According to Giovanni, wouldn't their Team Rocket continue to shrink? No, Giovanni denied. Since the Alliance threw Saffron City out, wouldn't it appear that we are cowardly if we give up? Go grab Saffron City and squeeze the remnants of the Alliance in Saffron City. I remember that the Alliance's gym in Saffron City was Psychic Gym. Sitting in Giovanni's position, many things are beyond his control. He represents the interests of Team Rockets and the interests of countless funders behind Team Rocket. Even if he wants to stop, these interest groups will continue to urge and even coerce him. Go ahead. That's right. Athena nodded. The gym in Saffron City is Psychic Gym, which has caused us a lot of trouble, money, on weekdays. While sending people to occupy Saffron City, arrange some people to attack Saffron Gym. I want to test the bottom line of the Alliance. Athena smiled and nodded. I will arrange it. Go on down. He reached out and touched Persian's head, showing Giovanni's arrogant. But I don't know if he can continue to maintain this attitude when he knows that Sabrina of Saffron Gym has a relationship with Zhang Yuan. Giovanni looked satisfied as Mewtwo on the training ground again brought down a ferocious Primeape in armor. As long as you have this power, you can have the qualification to challenge the Alliance. Dividing line The second. Ask for collection. Ask for subscription. Chapter 177. Zhang Yuan comes to the door. When Zhang Yuan and Yellow saw Professor Oak was wearing a thick coat and measuring these data around Articuno, who was standing in the center of the cold storage. His eyebrows and hair were covered with frost, and his lips were a little blue, but his face couldn't hide his joy. So it's amazing. He kept saying these words with exclamation in his mouth, and the whole person seemed to be chattering. Professor Oak. Yellow called out to Professor Oak several times behind him before waking him up. Seeing Zhang Yuan and Yellow, Professor Oak scratched his head. Haha, sorry, I was too fascinated by the research just now, and I didn't see you. Articuno opened up a completely different field to Professor Oak. Although he was also a Pokemon expert before, he still had a lot of deficiencies in the research of mythical beasts. It is not surprising that the obsession with research is irresistible. How is Articuno lately? Zhang Yuan asked, looking at Articuno, who was standing there with an elegant posture, combing his feathers from time to time. Articuno is also a divine beast, and researching others has to give them a good experience of being researched. Hearing Zhang Yuan's question, Articuno acted like he was ignoring the answer, and turned his head over 017 and ignored Zhang Yuan. Tis, looks like it going well. By Articuno's appearance, Zhang Yuan walked out of the ice house with Professor Oak and came to the research institute. Let Yellow avoid temporarily, Zhang Yuan said. Professor Oak, I don't know if you have received the news, the recent big move of Team Rocket. What the big move? I've been so busy working on Articuno lately, not paying attention to what's going on inside the league. Considering the the language. 3 days ago, Team Rocket created a magical beast-level Pokemon on New Island. According to the observation of the Alliance Academy of Sciences, it is very likely to be a first-level magical beast-level Pokemon. First-class Divine Beast. Professor Oak was shocked, with a look like you were teasing me. Artificial first-class Divine Beast. This is a first-level mythical beast. You must know that until now, the Kanto League and the Johto League are still arguing about which region the legendary Pokemon Ho-Oh and Lugia belong to, and you suddenly told me that Team Rockets was silent. Have you built a first-level Divine Beast yourself? How do I know the principal? Thinking about it carefully, Zhang Yuan, BFDA, also felt that this matter was indeed terrifying. Zhang Yuan knew exactly what the level of Team Rockets and Blaine were. They created a mythical beast like Mewtwo. If he didn't have the plot in his mind, he would have thought it was impossible. Zhang Yuan Dao. Professor Oak needs to check with the Alliance in person. The reason why I called you out is to bid you farewell. Seeing Professor Oak's puzzled expression, Zhang Yuan explained, I still have some doubts about the information given by the League, so I'm going out this time to verify it myself. Said it was for the sake of the Alliance and personally went to inquire about the news of Team Rocket, but Zhang Yuan just couldn't hold back his spirit of doing things. It dangerous. Professional Oak worried. Although I haven't seen it with my own eyes, Professor Oak has also learned some information about the first-level Divine Beast, such as the Rayquaza of Hoenn region. The power of the first-level Divine Beast is far beyond human power. It's okay, Professor Oak. Have you forgotten Dragonite? Zhang Yuan pulled out the huge Dragonite shield again. Oh, I almost forgot. Professor Oak slapped his head. He almost forgot that Zhang Yuan had such an ace in his hand. If there is a giant Dragonite around, even if you can't fight it, escaping isn't a problem. So I'll ask Professor Oak to take care of Lilith for me, and if anyone calls me from the Institute, please don't reveal my whereabouts. Zhang Yuan finally showed his little fox's tail, and he wanted to let Professional Oak help him cover. Professor Oak didn't know why, and thought that Zhang Yuan was worried about revealing his location and causing Team Rockets to be alert, so he nodded and agreed. Viridian City. Viridian Gym, which has been closed for many years, has finally reopened after a few months. Early in the morning, countless trainers came here, trying to get a badge at the Viridian Gym before the core conference deadline, but the cruel reality ruthlessly destroyed all their hope. In the morning, more than 10 trainers were defeated by the gym leaders of Viridian City, and the methods were extremely cruel, so that several trainers almost lost their confidence in becoming Pokemon trainers. Before they could call their friends to take revenge, Viridian Gym once again put up a sign of closure, which almost aroused public anger. Inside Viridian Gym, Zhang Yuan and Giovanni were seated on both sides of the coffee table. On the table between them were twice the cups of tea, and the mist of the tea was rising. Boss Giovanni's life has been very nourishing recently. Zhang Yuan sipped his tea, looking at Giovanni, who seemed to be several years younger. Since acquiring Mewtwo, all of Team Rocket Action Alliances have adopted an evasive attitude. Giovanni, who has always been self-aware, well a lot. Hehe. Zhang Yuanjin has always been very nourishing. Since the cooperation with Zhang Yuan, Team Rockets has earned and lost, but only Zhang Yuan has made a steady profit and gained a lot of benefit from the cooperation. Giovanni, who has always been a self-proclaimed hero, lose his faith, but it's not good to turn around, because Giovanni still didn't know where Zhang Yuan's name Deoxys came from and how strong it was. My kind of petty play. I can't compare to the joy of Giovanni's leader Quanqing Guangdong. Zhang Yuan looked humble, and it seemed that Giovanni wanted to hit someone. If I had full control of Mewtwo, Giovanni couldn't help thinking. Leader Giovanni, what about the Mewtwo you made? Why didn't you see it? Giovanni, who was muttering in his heart, trembled, and the tea in the cup almost spilled onto his pan. Separation line Slightly Calvin. The update is an hour late. As for collection, as for subscription. Chapter 178 Saffron City Riot. Logically speaking, with Giovanni's temperament, even if he was mentioned face to face in the current focus of Team Rockets and the League confrontation, Mewtwo, it would not be such a gap. However, Giovanni has been busy dealing with the Alliance recently, and at the same time is eager to domesticate Mewtwo, and his nerves are inevitably tight and a little nervous. He quickly stabilized his mind, and Giovanni drank the tea from the cup. Zhang Yuanjin came to me this time for this. He thought that he also had the trump card of Mewtwo now, and he was more confident, and when he spoke, he began to take back the initiative. Giovanni tapped his fingers lightly on the table, trying to exert psychological pressure on Zhang Yuan in this way. Seeing Giovanni's action, Zhang Yuan curled his lip. Come on, save your energy. Your trick won't work for me. As was a powerful psychic. Zhang Yuan is basically immune to this kind of psychological suggestion that has little effect, and the small means of knocking on the table has no effect on him. Seemingly aware that Zhang Yuan was not affected at all, Giovanni also stopped the movement in his hand, and his face, thicker than the city wall, showed no strange color. He repeated the previous question again. Zhang Yuanjin came this time to see Mewtwo. Because of the unpleasantness between the two parties on the Seafoam Islands before, Giovanni did not believe that Zhang Yuan's purpose would be so simple. Apart from Mewtwo, is there anything else here that attracts me? Zhang Yuan asked back. Giovanni was at a loss for words. He still remembers the scene where Viridian Gym was almost swept by Zhang Yuan half a year ago. Thinking about that psychic Pokemon named Deoxys, Viridian Gym had no secret to Zhang Yuan. Just when Giovanni already believed Zhang Yuan's words and was thinking about finding a topic to continue the conversation, he heard Zhang Yuan continue. Of course, I did have some other purposes this time. Almost heartbroken by the big turning point in Zhang Yuan's words, Giovanni felt the malice from the world. Giovanni's tone was low. His words were slurred. He didn't know if it was a heart attack or a heart attack. Don't you want to talk about the future cooperation model? There were cracks in the cooperation between us before. If the rift is left there, it will only make the contradiction bigger and bigger. After all, we have cooperated for half a year. Let's break down the cooperation between us. Zhang Yuan looked very sincere, but after dealing with Zhang Yuan, Giovanni would not be deceived by his appearance. Cooperation. Do you think I need to cooperate after I have Mewtwo? Giovanni said. The rise of Team Rockets is unstoppable. You can't, Interpol can't, and the Alliance can't. Isn't it necessary? Controlling Divine Beast, especially first-level Divine Beast, is not an easy task. Zhang Yuan looked at Giovanni with a smile that was half a smile. Can you, Giovanni, control Mewtwo? Don't you have a bee in your heart? Being poked into the sore spot by Zhang Yuan's words, Giovanni wanted to scold people, but he couldn't get out of his mouth because what Zhang Yuan said was right. No one knows better than himself whether he has complete control over Mewtwo. Black-face silence for a long time. Giovanni spoke again. He was still compromising with the cruel reality. How do you want to cooperate? Since it is seeking cooperation, it proves that Zhang Yuan has no intention of tearing his face. In this case, you might as well listen to what kind of cooperation method Zhang Yuan is going to plan next. No rush. What about Mewtwo? Zhang Yuan is still thinking about Mewtwo. Ever since Mewtwo was born, Zhang Yuan has always wanted to let his Deoxys and Mewtwo compare who is stronger. Mewtwo is not here. It's on its way. You're not afraid of it getting lost. Your heart is really wide. Zhang Yuan said something that made Giovanni face black. Words are completely treating Mewtwo as a child. Saffron City. A group of Team Rocket dressed in black uniforms appeared in groups on the main road of Saffron City, and the underground organization in the dark appeared on the street, which made the largest city in the Kanto region suddenly tense. In an atmosphere of panic. Quick, we are on a tight schedule this time, and we must dare to end the operation before the Saffron City Police Department can react. A team leader of Team Rockets urged his men to run towards Saffron City Gym, which is located in the most prosperous part of Saffron City. Asking for flowers. Who? Psychic man on duty at the gate of the gym responded very quickly. The pokeball around his waist bounced off immediately, and a Kadabra stood in front of him. Fuck off. Victory bell. Use solar beam. With an order, a thick solar beam blasted the gatekeeper Psychic and Kadabra out, and shattered the gate by the way. Naughty egg. Use explosion. Seeing a group of psychic people rushing out from the door, Team Rockets was already prepared. A group of naughty eggs were thrown out, and after a loud bang, the front door of Saffron City Gym was blown to smithereens. However, the overall construction is not a big problem. I saw a middle-aged man walking out of the gym followed by an Alakazam with a weirdly large head. A blue light flashed, and a layer of light green appeared on the surface of the entire gym. It was obvious that the explosion was isolated before. This side light green. Team Rocket, how dare you come to my Saffron Gym to make trouble? Enraged voice. Middle-aged. The team leader of Team Rockets was tense when he saw the middle-aged man, and without thinking about it, he shouted directly. Everyone retreat immediately and return to the base to meet. The Team Rocket escaping skills were first-rate and they ran away, leaving a few coughing. Smoke green plus explosion combo, which blocked the middle-aged man who was about to catch a few Team Rockets and was very upset. Alakazam. Just as he was about to order Alakazam to follow and grab a Team Rockets to ask about the situation, the communicator on his way suddenly rang. Hey, this is Saffron City Gym Leader. What? Super confusion wave detected in Pokemon Wilderness. I got it. I'll be there. The sudden job put an end to his attempt to catch up to revenge. Looking back at the door that was smashed to pieces by the violin, there were also several gym staff members who were injured by the blast. Team Rocket, you're lucky. dividing line Ask for collection. Ask for subscription. Chapter 179 Investigative Action. After a friendly and profound conversation, Zhang Yuan and Giovanni reached an agreement on certain things. For example, Zhang Yuan will provide some experience to get along with Divine Beast, and give Team Rocket some intelligence helping hand in some alliance actions against Team Rockets depending on the situation. As for Team Rocket, it is to cooperate with some actions of Zhang Yuan's emergency minimize team, and provide some merit from time to time. In general, this cooperation is an upgraded version of the previous cooperation, and there are some agreements in terms of specific implementation, which avoids the situation that both parties do not work hard. For Giovanni, although he does not admit it, the most successful part of this cooperation is that he has remaintained the cooperative relationship with Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan had poked his sore spot before, and that was indeed what he was most worried about. Relying on the extremely unstable Mewtwo to barely suppress the alliance, Giovanni, who has steadily developed Team Rocket step by step over the years, has a very bad premonition. 15. Cooperating with Zhang Yuan seems to have lost a large part of the benefit, but in the long run, it actually leaves a way for Team Rockets to challenge the failure of the alliance. The two who reached a consensus suddenly changed from calculating and testing each other to confidants who talked about everything. Cup after cup of tea, they chatted from Kanto to Johto, and from Johto to Hoenn and Sinnoh. Just when the two sides talked about the recent new research on Sinnoh's side, the news about the Raiden evolution type, Zhang Yuan's bracelet suddenly vibrated, interrupting the conversation. He glanced at the caller ID. The call was from the alliance, and he didn't mean to shy away from Giovanni. Zhang Yuan put on his earphones in front of Giovanni generously. Hello, I'm Zero from Interpol. This is a very hilarious scene. The future star of the alliance who calls himself Interpol and the boss of Team Rocket talk about life. This is a very dramatic scene. Sir Zero, I'm the alliance's liaison officer. Don't say anything polite, just say it directly. Zhang Yuan was as resolute as ever. The liaison officer on the phone seemed to know Zhang Yuan's efficient character very well, so he responded quickly and directly reported the purpose of the call to Zhang Yuan. It's like this. There was a psychic Pokemon crime in the Pokemon Wilderness area 3 hours ago. Since the enemy is suspected to be the recent Team Rocket, we specially invite you as a special expert for this investigation to go to the wilderness field to investigate. Just do it yourself to investigate this kind of thing. Do you want me to go out for this kind of thing? How did this sort of thing happen to him? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but wonder if the alliance's scheduling was messed up. Hearing the dissatisfaction in Zhang Yuan's tone, the liaison officer quickly explained, that's right, because this attack is suspected to have involved Divine Beast. So, well, since it's about Mewtwo, I'll go. Zhang Yuan didn't want to go. Giovanni was right in front of him, and this thing still needs to be investigated. Giovanni naturally heard the word Mewtwo next to him. About Mewtwo, Giovanni asked, driving away Persian, who came to rub his hair. Zhang Yuan Dao. That's right, Mewtwo went to attack the wild wilderness area before. The alliance asked me to investigate. This kind of news has no hidden value. Giovanni also admitted it as a bachelor. That's right. I hope that Mewtwo doesn't leave many traces. Don't let the alliance find out your truth. Zhang Yuan had to remind Giovanni a little. Although Mewtwo is a first-level mythical beast, the alliance really wants to make up its mind to use some black technology, and then mobilize a group of ghost-type elites to come over. From Zhang Yuan's point of view, he didn't want the Team Rocket to be defeated so quickly. A Team Rockets eliminated by the alliance was not in Zhang Yuan's interest. You think me too badly. Giovanni waved his hand. Giovanni make that kind of low-level mistake? I hope so. Zhang Yuan was non-committal and got up with a slight smile. Use confusion to cover your face to blur your face and prevent prying eyes. Then, with Giovanni's ugly expression, Deoxys slowly emerged from the air on the side of the coffee table. This is a naked demonstration. Different from the obvious threatening behavior, Zhang Yuan has a smile that has never changed on his face. Giovanni, there will be a future. The tentacles intertwined with red and blue rested on Zhang Yuan's shoulders, and the two disappeared directly from Viridian Gym. With a solemn expression, Giovanni, who was sitting quietly on the edge of the coffee table, muttered to himself as he watched Zhang Yuan disappear. Deoxys, what a Pokemon. Giovanni also did a lot of research during this period, but until the second time he saw Deoxys just now, Giovanni didn't know anything about it except that it was a mythical beast and it was very strong. The information at hand is asymmetric, and Mewtwo is not around. Giovanni can only do glare in the face of Zhang Yuan's demonstration. Riding Salamence to the wild area, Zhang Yuan stood on Salamance's back and felt that the air was not bad today. An obscure blue light flashed away in the sky, and the confusion emanating from the blue light made made Zhang Yuan, who was keenly aware, immediately aware of the difference in this blue light, and he subconsciously activated the bullet time. He turned his head and looked over, and a strange figure in armor flashed quickly. It's Mewtwo. In the scene that was slowed down countless times, Zhang Yuan clearly saw Mewtwo in armor walking through the sky at an extremely fast speed. Zhang Yuan wanted to see what the newly born Mewtwo looked like, but the barrier of the helmet made Zhang Yuan not so real. Forget it. You don't have to watch Mewtwo now. There will be opportunities in the future. Anyway, it won't take long for Mewtwo to leave Team Rocket. When the time comes, the domestic Mewtwo becomes a wild Mewtwo. Don't you want to see how you want? Using the chip on the Phantom Vision glasses, he recorded the confusion fluctuations in the air that had not completely dissipated so that he could find the trace of Mewtwo in the future. Zhang Yuan took Salamence into a red lightning and went straight to the Pokemon Wilderness area. Ask for collection. Ask for subscription. Chapter 180 Disaster-stricken wilderness area. The Pokemon Wilderness area was much more lively than Zhang Yuan had imagined, and the situation in the wilderness area was also much worse than he thought. The ground with deep cracks was scraped off with a thick layer of soil. The hilltop in the distance was cut in half, and the huge tree with the thickness of 3 or 5 people was smashed into 2 pieces by the huge eternal force. The Caesar's cabin, which had been in the Pokemon Wilderness area before, was punched through the middle, and a large hole with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters ran through the entire house. The entire wild wilderness area was messed up and almost turned into ruin. Zhang Yuan stepped on Salamence and landed on the place where the Alliance personnel gathered, and he couldn't help but smack his tongue when he saw the scene in front of him. I said, are you sure this is not a typhoon passing through? Zhang Yuan spit out. Although he knew that this was the damage caused by psychic, Zhang Yuan wouldn't come up and say that he already knew that Mewtwo did it. Before coming, he met Mewtwo on the road. To say this is to tell others that he already knew the inside story, and Zhang Yuan would naturally not do such a stupid thing. Stepping on the soft and warm ground with the soles of his feet, Zhang Yuan found that the ground under his feet had become sandy at some point. Just as Zhang Yuan bent down and picked up a handful of mud that had been twisted into sand by confusion, a familiar voice sounded behind him. Looking back, Sabrina waved to Zhang Yuan in a white Pokemon prosecutor's outfit. Sabrina. Zhang Yuan was a little surprised. After being apart for so long, he still misses Sabrina. The two of them shouted and answered, and suddenly attracted the attention of many people, especially Sabrina's most attractive, tall figure, waving arms, just standing there attract countless eyeballs. Thanks to the fact that people in the Pokemon world are very precocious, Sabrina is already a goddess at this time. Seeing the goddess greeting a man, the first impression of many men present was rage. They turned their heads and looked to see who was so lucky to have a relationship with the goddess. So the knife-like eyes all fell on Zhang Yuan, and the crowd was excited. Facing this kind of battle, Zhang Yuan's eyelids didn't jump. He just glanced at the group of guys with a faint gaze, and then the whole world went quiet. In a few seconds, these murderous guys all turned into cold sweat, and they hurriedly lowered their heads like ostriches, for fear that they would be noticed if they lowered their heads too late. It's actually him. Miss Sabrina is this guy's girlfriend. What a horrible look. Everyone muttered in their heart, bemoaning bad luck, and hoped that the other party would not remember them. The man in front of him is the star of hope of the Alliance, a powerful trainer who defeated the 4 generals of Team Rocket, and conquered the divine beast of Articuno. The terrifying previous characters formed by several names made these low-level prosecutors and police officers in the Alliance full of awe for Zhang Yuan. In the current Kanto League, no one does not know Zero, the strongest young generation of the Kanto League, just like no one does not know Cieli. He actually wanted to grab a girlfriend with such a character. Was he courting death before? Zhang Yuan didn't pay attention to these people at all. All his attention was on Sabrina. Compared with the last time he parted, Sabrina has undergone some subtle changes. Why are you here too? Zhang Yuan patted the dirt on his hands and used confusion to clean up the dust. As far as he knows, Sabrina should still be trained as an official Pokemon prosecutor on the Indigo Plateau. The training ended ahead of schedule, and there is a situation in the wild wilderness area. I need someone who is proficient in psychic, so I will apply to come and have a look. Sabrina smiled. Zhang Yuan felt that since she became the official prosecutor of the Alliance, Sabrina has gained aura, and she is 3 points more beautiful than before. It turned out to be like this. I said why people from the league suddenly came to me. It turned out that someone who was good at psychic was needed, so it was no wonder that Interpol, who is always active in the front line, was invited to participate in the investigation. Must have taken a fancy to his psychic. Zhang Yuan was too lazy to think about all these messes. He came here. Just take a look at it. Anyway, he was very satisfied with the rich rewards of this mission. Reunited after a long absence, there is surprisingly no strangeness between the two, and they chat with each other about their experiences these days. Zhang Yuan's experience between the two was much more interesting and exciting. Most of the time, Zhang Yuan was talking and Sabrina was listening. The two talked while walking, and they came to the center of the explosion after a while. Agatha, who was leaning on crutches, was standing in front of a trace with a serious face, checking it carefully, followed by several middle-level officials of the Alliance. Granny Agatha, is there any progress in the investigation? Zhang Yuan brought Sabrina over. Since he came from Viridian City, he belonged to a relatively late group, so he had to ask Agatha about the situation. Zhang Yuan, is you seeing the person coming? Agatha's frown loosened. She was very impressed with Zhang Yuan, and she had her intentions to transfer Zhang Yuan this time. The Alliance cadres on one side also quickly said hello to Zhang Yuan, hoping to leave some impression on Zhang Yuan. When Zhang Yuan developed, he may be able to help him, but they were destined to be disappointed. Zhang Yuan just nodded politely and ignored them. Zhang Yuan Dao, I took a look at the disaster situation in the wilderness area when I flew over from the sky just now. How are the losses now? After all, half of the wild area was demolished by Mewtwo, and it is estimated that the situation will be miserable. Agatha said, people from the Forest Rangers Association have counted that more than 1/3 of the forest has been damaged to varying degrees. A total of 13 wild Pokemon with more than 500 trees are illegal by Team Rocket capture. In addition, Dragon Valley, a famous scenic spot in the wild wilderness area, was completely razed to the ground. In short, this time, Team Rocket poaching has brought huge losses to the Alliance. More than 500 Team Rockets are really black. Can be caught by Team Rockets will definitely not be Rattata Caterpie, at least Rhyhorn, Nidoran male sign, a very strong Pokemon after evolution. After grabbing more than 500 from the wild wilderness area at once, Zhang Yuan doubted whether there were any valuable Pokemon in the wild wilderness area. Dividing line Ask for collection, ask for subscription, ask for full subscription. Chapter 181 Detective Zhang Yuan. Team Rocket packed up the Pokemon wilderness area. Zhang Yuan complained, there are more than 13 kinds of Pokemon, and more than 500 Pokemon. It is difficult for him to imagine what valuable things are left in the Pokemon wilderness area. Things are not as serious as you think. The Pokemon wilderness area is much bigger than you think. The damage of this Team Rocket's attack is mainly due to the negative impact on the Alliance. Agatha heard Zhang Yuan's pessimistic remark, and in turn comforted Zhang Yuan. Negative effect. Yes, the Pokemon wild wilderness area represents the face of the Alliance to a certain extent. The current situation is that the wilderness area has been attacked and the influence of the Alliance has been damaged. Agatha continued, based on the traces left, there are basically three things that can be determined about this attack. 1. The attacker is the divine beast of Psychic. It used a large-scale Psychic in the wild area. At present, there are still strong confusion fluctuations in the air. 2. The Dragon Valley in the wild wilderness, the place where Dratini was once rumored to have appeared, was attacked, and the water-type Pokemon were seriously injured. 3. The attackers in this attack were not just Mewtwo. There were a large number of off-road vehicles at the scene. According to the 710 Ranger Caesar's dictation, it can be determined that a large number of Team Rocket trainers accompanied the attack. For the time being, I can only summarize these 3 points, because Agatha has not been here for a long time. It is not easy to sum up so many things in such a short period of time. Zhang Yuan glanced at the wild wilderness area and added, not just Psychic but also Hypnosis. Hypnosis, is there any basis? Someone in the crowd who had followed Agatha earlier questioned. Zhang Yuan glanced at him, and a guy dressed as a researcher in a white coat was full of suspicion. This guy looks like an academic guy. According to some internal information about the Alliance, in the Alliance, the academic faction and Zhang Yuan's frontline actual combat faction have not dealt with each other, and disputes have continued. Unexpectedly, this kind of struggle fell on him today, which made Zhang Yuan not know how to describe his mood at this time. Maybe excited. After all, there are not many opportunities for someone to stick their face out and hit him. A smile on the corner of his mouth, Zhang Yuan picked up a sluggish Rattata. Look at this Rattata. The pupils are dilated, the eyeballs are congested, and the heartbeat is nearly 10% faster. These are obvious symptoms after hypnosis. Can you tell from the physical features alone? Someone who deliberately provoked question, hiding in the crowd, trying to use words to attack Zhang Yuan's prestige. Confusion swept away, and he directly locked on the man's position. Zhang Yuan glanced at the man and shuddered, and said, "If you have solid theoretical knowledge, then you should know that this was mentioned in a paper published by Professor Oak in the Alliance Science Journal last August. In conclusion, if you don't trust the authority of Professor Oak, you can walk around to see if other Pokemon are like this, or you can try it yourself and see your symptoms after being hypnotized." "No need." Zhang Yuan gave him a stare, and he remembered that the person in front of him was a ruthless man who defeated the Team Rocket superior unit by himself. He regretted it in his heart. How could he be blinded by jealousy? A few people in the crowd who had failed to show goodwill to Zhang Yuan glanced at each other, and their eyes flashed at the same time. This is a good opportunity to show affection. No matter how these guys figured out how to clean up the idiots who dared to taunt Zhang Yuan ignored these things. He glanced around and saw that no one questioned him anymore. He continued to walk in front of a big tree that was interrupted by the middle, and touched the fracture of the tree with his fingertips and felt it carefully. Zhang Yuan Dao. This should be the effect of the aura sphere, which has aura S power beta residue on it. Aura S power. Aura is not a common ability. Kanto region generally doesn't know much about the power of aura, but Agatha, as a veteran elite, is naturally well informed, and she has some research on it. In the existing record, there are very few Pokemon and humans with the power of aura, which is a very rare supernatural power. Perhaps Team Rockets added some Lucario genes when making Mewtwo. Zhang Yuan said casually. Lucario is the most common Pokemon with the power of aura. Although this explanation is far-fetched, Agatha thinks about it and thinks it should be the most reasonable explanation. In fact, Mewtwo's aura power should come from Mew. Although Team Rockets wanted to create an unprecedented powerful Pokemon when building Mewtwo, they did not add random genes to Mewtwo gene. Zhang Yuan knew this, but he would not point it out. Moving on, everyone followed behind Zhang Yuan, and they were ashamed to see him point out a few things they had overlooked before. Proclaimed psychic expert. They have made so many omissions, and they didn't even see many very obvious places. In my heart, I was not only shocked that Zhang Yuan's theoretical knowledge was so solid that he did not look like a trainer who was active in the front line all the year round, but also shocked by Zhang Yuan's keen sense of smell. This process is roughly that Zhang Yuan went to one place. Zhang Yuan stopped. Zhang Yuan judged the result. The crowd chanted 666. Zhang Yuan continued to walk to the next place. Maybe this is the detective. A melon-eating crowd said done. The others felt the same, nodding in agreement. For Zhang Yuan, the investigation was originally an unchallenging thing. Under Zhang Yuan's appraisal technique, everything that happened in the Pokemon Wilderness area was completely invisible. The investigation, which was originally expected to last several days, was driven by Zhang Yuan's almost ruthless high efficiency, and all tasks were completed in just a few hours, restoring the scene at that time with a high degree of restoration. After doing all this, Zhang Yuan disregarded Agatha's retention, and he had no plans to stay there. First, he came here mainly for the face of the generous bonus. It was all ready for Agatha's face to leave without checking in and punching in. Second, Zhang Yuan still had things to do. Ask for collection. Ask for subscription. Today, I paid for the publication, and I finally had the money to go out to eat a $9 cold noodle with intestines and meat floss, so I was 2 hours late. Chapter 182 Conflict broke out. Ahem, you really don't want to go to Indigo Plateau. Recently, the Alliance is preparing to deal with Mewtwo, and has gathered most of the powerful trainers in Indigo Plateau to discuss the battle plan. Agatha sent an invitation to Zhang Yuan. As a powerful trainer in the Alliance, Zhang Yuan, who has strategic powers such as Super Giant Dragonite and Articuno, is absolutely qualified to be invited to control the situation of the war. Forget about going to Indigo Plateau. I don't have a good opinion of those bureaucrats in the Alliance. Anyway, I belong to Interpol. When it's time to take action, I will definitely take action. Zhang Yuan resolutely refused. He couldn't just come to an agreement with Giovanni and then turn around and deal with others. Although he didn't have much integrity, after all, he didn't lose everything. And according to the league previous statement, he has no hope of promotion recently. Since he can't be promoted, let him work hard. Non-existent. As expected of Mr. Zero. That's how he said that. Hearing Zhang Yuan's word, many middle-level officials of the Alliance slammed their tongue. Zhang Yuan dared to speak out in front of the public about things that these people did not dare to discuss behind their back. I'm afraid this is the boss. Agatha seems to have some feelings for Zhang Yuan's statement about the Alliance bureaucracy, but this time he did not continue to persuade Zhang Yuan to go with her. It was just a pity that Zhang Yuan did not choose to go to Indigo Plateau, which was a big pity for the Alliance. Alliance. With this magical reasoning ability and the powerful ability of the top trainer, if Zhang Yuan went to the Indigo Plateau to participate in the formulation of the Team Rocket's battle plan, the Alliance must have a little more grasp of the Team Rocket. Keen is really lucky to have a subordinate like you. In Agatha's expression of regret, Zhang Yuan and Sabrina left. Aren't you going to visit Pallet Town with me? I'll say hello from the lead. Zhang Yuan stood beside Salamence and asked Sabrina. He wanted to go back to Pallet Town to take care of Lilith, and if he brought Sabrina with him, it would make the house more lively. I'm afraid it won't work this time. I just got the news that Jim was attacked by Team Rocket. My father was ordered to go to the wild wilderness area. I have to go back to Jim and do the aftermath. Sabrina had a helpless expression on her face. She had just received a communication from her father, and she was desperate because it happened so suddenly. Jigglypuff, who was hugged by Sabrina, shook his head, looked at Zhang Yuan and then at Sabrina. His eyes rolled. He suddenly hugged his hands and imitated Sabrina's frown, making a funny expression, destroying the atmosphere of parting. Lean. Finding Jigglypuff funny, Sabrina was angry and funny, pinched its face, and squeezed the round Jigglypuff into an oval shape. Jim can't go away during this time. I'll go to you when I'm done. It's okay. Then wait until Jim is done. Zhang Yuan is considerate. If you encounter any danger, pay attention to your own safety and send me a message immediately. The Alliance is now in chaos. So Zhang Yuan chose to warn Sabrina in advance, and it is inevitable that he will encounter some trouble at that time. It's not that Sabrina doesn't know anything. She probably knows a little about Mewtwo's news, and she nodded earnestly. I see. What should be told has already been told. Zhang Yuan will not stay here too much. Salamence soars into the sky. Time always flies by inadvertently, and in the process of escalating friction between Team Rockets and the Alliance, a full month has passed. The past month, the League's attitude towards Team Rockets has undergone a 180-degree turn from indulgence to tolerance and finally intolerable fire. Conflict inevitably erupted between the overachieving Team Rockets and the unbearable Alliance. The contradictions between the two sides continued to escalate, from the friction between the lower-level personnel to the small-scale conflict between the middle-level cadres, and now there have been several small-scale wars between the four generals of the Team Rockets and the Alliance elite. The main battlefield is centered on Saffron City, Celadon, Rainbow City, and spreads to Fuchsia City, Cerulean City, and Vermilion City. The entire Kanto Alliance was turned upside down, and the atmosphere was chilling. Mount Moon. A team of black-clad Team Rockets shuttled in the shade, with a large number of Pokeballs hanging around their waist, far more than sick, looking very weird. Quick, this mission is the Moonstone Mine of Sucker Punch MT. Moon. Everyone cheers me up. Asking for flowers. Walking in the wood, the Team Rockets were exhausted and out of breath, but the leader of the team kept urging. Captain, it's too fast. Can you give us a break? Said a fat man with a pale face. Yeah, it's too embarrassing for us to run this far all at once. The rest of the Team Rockets said the same. What a bunch of trash. The squad leader cursed with a gloomy face. The following few Team Rockets members didn't care when they heard the word. They rested under the tree one by one, with smiles on their faces. They wouldn't lose a piece of meat even if they were scolded twice, but running like this would really kill people. You said, what did the above send us here this time? The fat man who spoke earlier whispered. Saying that, a pair of small eyes also looked around. Do you think we will be cannon fodder? Probably not. The Pokemon distributed to us are real. The other team members gave me a teasing expression, and patted the Pokeball on the waist. I've never been given so many Pokemons since I joined Team Rocket. A middle-aged man who was estimated to be in his 30s spoke with excitement. That's right, but, Fatty continued, when he suddenly saw the team leader staring at him with a very dangerous look from the corner of his eyes. Gollum. Feeling the dangerous breath, the fat man swallowed and swallowed the words he was about to say. There is indeed a problem with this mission, Fatty exclaimed in his heart, and hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to say more. He said how it was such a good thing that he suddenly received attention from above to carry out a big task. You must know that these people are all famous waste materials in the nearby Team Rocket. Keep going. After the break, the team leader urged again, but before they could all stand up, the sky suddenly turned cloudy, and the wind howled from the sky, knocking a group of weak chickens Team Rocket to the ground. Dividing line There will be an interview tomorrow morning, and the chapter may have pigeons at noon tomorrow, so please take a leave in advance. Chapter 183 Erosion Situation. Being slapped on the ground by the airway, the group of Team Rockets looked at a loss. What is this? This is the first time they have seen each other. Son, it was a little unrealistic, and the Team Rocket squinted their eyes to see what the huge black shadow in front of them was. At the same time, alertness arose in their heart, and their hands slowly easily touch the Pokeball around their waist. Anyone with a bit of brains is very clear. No matter what the dark shadow in front of him is, it must be difficult to deal with anyway. Gengar, hypnotize these people. The faint voice sounded, and the few were startled, and the conditioned reflex wanted to throw the Pokeball to resist. Boom! A huge force suddenly pressed down from the sky, and unexpectedly, the people who had just stood up fell to the ground again. This time, 857 was more ruthless and direct. The teeth were knocked on the ground, making these idiots howling miserably one by one, unable to count how many teeth they lost. Why do you want to violently resist the law? Zhang Yuan's eyes glowed with blue light, and he looked at the Team Rockets below with a playful expression. These days, he's been extremely boring catching Team Rocket cannon fodder. If someone wants to resist and give him some fun, it's also an interesting thing. But his plans were doomed to fail. These were just useless firewood, but all the skills to seek advantage and avoid disadvantages reached their full level. Confusion. This is definitely a psychic. A very powerful psychic. He shouted in his heart, and quickly explained, no, we have no intention of violently resisting the law. Except for the Team Rocket captain. All of them raised their hands above their head. This movement was extremely skilled. You, the squad leader, was stunned. How can you be so disrespectful? And surrender doesn't call me. After being stunned for a while, he hurriedly squatted on the ground with his head up, for fear that Zhang Yuan's confusion would squeeze it into small cakes if he surrendered too late. How much is morality worth at this time? Little life is here. How much is it? Quote. Quote. What else can Zhang Yuan say? This batch of Team Rocket can't be done. They don't dare to resist with so many Pokeballs. It seems that Giovanni is really dealing with weight. Zhang Yuan looked at the group of guys who were not ashamed of surrender, and was very speechless. Okay, tie yourself up and follow me. Zhang Yuan felt that hypnosis was useless to deal with these guys. Zhang Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to them, and after throwing them a bundle of rope, he sat on Salamence's back and closed his eyes. Calm mind. Salamence soared into the sky, and only then did the Team Rockets realize that the psychic master in front of him was actually riding Salamence. These guys glanced at each other, looked at Salamence hovering in the sky, and after estimating the speed gap between themselves and Salamence in their heart, they concluded that even if they were 10 times faster, they would not be able to catch up with Salamence. So they decisively picked up the rope and tied themselves up. To be reasonable, they have also been to the detention center of the Alliance. Going back there is like going home. They can be released in a few months, and there is absolutely no need to resist. If someone misses out and loses his arms and leg, where will he cry? Temporary office of the Interpol Emergency Response Team in Viridian City. Zhang Yuan was sitting in his temporary office, looking at the screen in front of him, while Sabrina was manually grinding the coffee beans he bought silently. The screen displayed the briefings of the Alliance's previous operation, which Zhang Yuan asked for from Keen. The reason for this is that Zhang Yuan is going to summarize the various drawbacks of the current alliance and come to the reason why the alliance is at a disadvantage. Make a detailed analysis of the decision-making of the alliance and the implementation of grassroots forces during this period. Zhang Yuan believes that the internal opinions are not unified and the execution is too poor. These are the two most important factors that lead to the erosion of the alliance's current war situation. The Team Rocket's alliance with Mewtwo cannot be matched by manpower at all, so even if Lance Crossing and Lorelei of the four elites join forces, they can't get the slightest benefit from Team Rocket. Tis. The alliance is a pill. Zhang Yuan clicked his tongue. The system problem is a big problem. I have looked through the minutes of the recent league meeting. Today, the vast majority of people in the alliance are pessimistic about this war, and it is not that no one has made suggestions at the meeting. In the Alliance Council before, there have been many proposals by MPs to involve powerful trainers from other region alliances in the fight against Team Rocket. That in itself is a good piece of advice. However, such a proposal that could save the current corrupt situation of the Kwantong Alliance has been held back by some old-fashioned lawmakers on the grounds that it will damage the image of the Kwantong Alliance, and it is still in the preliminary research stage. Shaking his head, Zhang Yuan took a sip of the coffee Sabrina made for him. These guys really want to die in peace. If things go on like this, Woe and Team Rockets hang up the Kwantong League. The high-level minds of the Kanto Alliance have already lost their mind. If Zhang Yuan hadn't known that Mewtwo had a problem, he would now 100% think that the alliance would lose to Team Rocket. The situation has really reached this point. Sabrina has been helping Zhang Yuan with some prisoners and logistical problems this month. Insight into the situation is lacking in this regard. Zhang Yuan Dao, it's not going to be bad. Unless Team Rockets has the ability to overthrow the alliance forces around the world, the failure of the Kanto Alliance will only be temporary. When the two were talking, the ground suddenly trembled. Then a huge explosion shook the glass and trembled. 1.9. What happened? Sabrina was a little stunned. Zhang Yuan Dao, the sound is more like that of Viridian Gym. Could it be that the gas pipeline of Viridian Jim blew up. Of course things won't be so nonsense. Zhang Yuan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looked in the direction of the explosion. A purple light pierced the sky. Immediately afterward, a huge helicopter with the R logo took off quickly. What happened? Sabrina asked beside Zhang Yuan. Dividing line Ask for collection. Ask for subscription. This chapter is a bit late. The interview today is really tiring, and I will update it as usual tomorrow. Chapter 184 Team Rocket's Route 1. Viridian Gym. Zhang Yuan brought Sabrina here. The Viridian Gym, which originally covered a vast area, was now only a ruin. Violent confusion fluctuations remained in the air. Looks like Viridian Gym was attacked. The ruins in front of her. Sabrina could easily figure out what happened to Viridian Gym. It should be Team Rocket. Didn't the helicopters of Team Rockets take off just now? They should be right. Looking at the ruins, Zhang Yuan, who knew the inside story, gained more information. It seems that Giovanni is still not optimistic about Mewtwo. Zhang Yuan secretly said. To put it simply, Giovanni really is playing off. To be honest, Zhang Yuan has never been optimistic about human manipulation of divine beasts. Regions are in the alliance. There are countless dark organizations trying to control the beast. Team Magma, Team Aqua, Team Galactic, Plasma Core. But which one has a better end? The reason is not their lack of ability. On the contrary, these organizations are all powerful, just like Giovanni Boss 18, who dares to say that Giovanni is weak. But if you accidentally make a mistake in controlling the divine beast, you will have to overturn the car. After all, they are not like Zhang Yuan, who can maintain the loyalty of the divine beast. You see, Giovanni overturned it. Team Rocket. Since it's them, it's very possible. The confusion fluctuations in the air were exactly the same as those experienced in the wild wilderness area before, and Sabrina still had this memory. Anyway, report this to the League first. Zhang Yuan said that he really wanted to help Giovanni a favor and hide this matter, but you, Giovanni, made the matter too big, and you couldn't hide it. Zhang Yuan surveyed the scene here, looking for some clues. Alliance in Viridian City have also gathered here one after another. Such a big explosion has long alerted Officer Jenny of Viridian City. Perhaps it was too late to ride. Officer Jenny rode the huge Arcanine all the way. Jenny, who originally wanted to come over to investigate the explosion, was immediately transferred by Zhang Yuanzheng as soon as he came, and he and the police who came later did the work of pulling the cordon. The investigation went well, because Viridian Gym was left with a few Pokemon crushed by the ruins, with nothing of value except for some fragments of instrument. The wristband on the wrist vibrated again. Keen. Zhang Yuan was not surprised by Keen's call. I already know about Viridian Gym. We just received a real name report from the president of Sylph Company Sylph. Leader Giovanni of Viridian Gym is the leader of Team Rocket. When he spoke, Keen's face was extremely dark, and the leader of Team Rockets was hiding under his nose. He even needed someone else to report it to find out. There is also the attitude of the Sylph Company. As soon as the 4-foot Team Rockets had an accident, you both ran over and surrendered on the back foot. Have you ever put Interpol in your eyes? As Giovanni Gym leader, the leader of Team Rocket, pretending to be completely unclear, Zhang Yuan felt that his acting skills had already exploded. Giovanni in my heart, and everyone pushed the wall down. That old fox Sylph was so shameless. That's right, although we suspected that Viridian Gym leader Giovanni was involved with Team Rockets before, we didn't expect him to be the leader of Team Rocket. It's really hidden deep, and I didn't find it before, Keen said with emotion. He vaguely remembered that when Zero went to Viridian City for the gym challenge, he and Giovanni caught a batch of Team Rockets together, and it was that time that made Giovanni clear of suspicion. Looking back now, being able to come up with this method and do it well with Zero, Giovanni deserves to be the leader of Team Rocket. Yes, Zhang Yuan agreed. At this time, all he has to do is talk less so as not to reveal flaws. Keen was completely unaware of the partnership between Zhang Yuan and Giovanni, and continued. But it's different now, he said to himself. Without Mewtwo, Team Rockets are just meat on a chopping block. In a very short period of time, the Alliance had already investigated the truth of Mewtwo's escape, which surprised Zhang Yuan a little. I hope so. Zhang Yuan smiled. The confidence of Honeyjuice is terrible. This thing is the easiest to set up a flag. Mewtwo ran away, and Giovanni didn't feel disheartened but fled in a helicopter calmly, which meant that he definitely still had the confidence to turn around. If the League really relaxed its vigilance, it might suffer. But he can't say this kind of thing. He can only let the Alliance seek more blessings for itself. League spring is here, and Team Rockets is wailing. Alliance and Team Rockets is at its climax, and at the same time it is coming to an end. The dust has settled on the ending, and the only suspense is how long Team Rockets will last. being suppressed by Team Rocket's using Mewtwo for so long. Many trainers in the Alliance have long been suffocated. At this point the biggest threat was gone, and Team Rockets was suddenly overwhelmed by the trainers of the Fiery Alliance. In fact, 207, if it is only the trainers of the Alliance, Team Rockets will not be defeated across the board. After all, Team Rockets is a dark organization. There are not many other dark organizations, but there are many secret bases. If you look for a place to hide, you can still find them with those trainers. Can't do it. But no matter how many strongholds there are, they can't hold back the wall and push the crowd. Many behind-the-scenes sponsors saw that Team Rockets was dead, and quickly distanced themselves from Team Rocket, and many people did not forget to use Team Rockets to show their sincerity when switching Alliance camp. This led to the uprooting of many of Team Rocket's strongholds. If it wasn't for Giovanni's scheming, many strongholds were only responsible for him, and Team Rockets had to be uprooted at once. Team Rocket's sphere of influence has been set back for at least 5 years. Zhang Yuan sighed while sitting at his desk listening to Claudia's report. Even though Giovanni seems to have set it up, there are some things you can't just set up to be useful. This time, the Alliance's clearing operation was led by the 4 Elite. The behavior pattern was to drop the enemy directly after getting the exact information, which made many of Giovanni's arrangements completely useless. Dividing line The normal update that was promised was not done. It seems that there is only one update today, and I feel a little guilty. Chapter 185 Survive. Giovanni was really miserable. Not only did he lose the territory he had just snatched from the Alliance, but he also lost most of the original power. He even had to temporarily go underground, lurking and waiting for an opportunity. Finally managed to come up with a Mewtwo and defected, but before running, I gave Team Rocket's teammates a confidence that I could beat 10. In the end, the group sent a wave, and all the family wealth that Giovanni had worked so hard to accumulate was included. Zhang Yuan deeply regretted this. He didn't participate in the siege of Team Rocket this time. One was his partnership with Giovanni, and the other was that he was too lazy to do such a troublesome task. The reason for finding it is also valid, and an emergency response team is formed, and the bosses of the Alliance are so happy. Without Zhang Yuan to share the victory, wouldn't they get more? Maybe the Alliance will be able to clear out the Team Rockets after this battle. Zhang Yuan laughed. He deliberately exaggerated the power of the Alliance, wanting to see Claudia's judgment. Although Claudia didn't have the slightest fondness for Team Rocket, who had prevented her from taking a normal vacation for months, she still had normal judgment. No, I don't think Team Rockets is so easy to solve. Claudia's face was solemn. The intelligence from the Alliance said that Team Rockets also used some strongholds to set up a lot of traps, which caused a lot of trouble for our Alliance. I heard that in a previous siege, a Dragonair of Land Crossing was caught in the trap of Team Rocket, was seriously injured by the explosion of the naughty egg who had been in ambush for a long time, and has since withdrawn from the main team. Quote, Zhang Yuan was also surprised when he heard the word. He beat Land Crossing's Dragonair and had to withdraw from the main team. This is really cool. He has experienced Dragonair of Land Crossing. Although it is not as powerful as Dragonite, it is definitely not something that these so-called superior trainers can defeat. Is it correct to say that I didn't participate in this siege? Just relying on trap can make Land Crossing with rich combat experience suffer such a big loss. Giovanni is really good. Single quote. Although he cooperated with Giovanni, but the trap is not long-term. If it is really bomb, he can still go to Giovanni and ask for an explanation. Claudia nodded in agreement. As an Interpol, she knows Team Rocket very well. Combined with this information, she will never think of Team Rocket so weakly. Looks like the Alliance still can't get rid of Team Rockets this time. This has been the best chance to destroy Team Rockets in the past 10 years. Even this has not been able to clean up the roots of Team Rockets in Kanto. This shows how weak the Kanto Alliance is and how powerful Team Rockets are. This is also something that can't be helped. Claudia said as a matter of course. If Team Rockets is so easy to solve, will it still become a confidant of the Kanto League? Now that Team Rockets can be suppressed like this, to be honest, the League leaders are very satisfied. After all, many of them were still pondering that once the situation was irreversible, they would quickly book a flight and go to other alliances for refuge. Zhang Yuan and Claudia guessed for no reason that Giovanni was hiding in a base of Team Rockets at this time, and the situation was not as bad as Zhang Yuan thought. Giovanni boss, the League has gradually slowed down its siege against us. In the black-toned office, Athena reported to Giovanni. The expression on her face was a little relaxed. These days, facing the overwhelming siege by the Alliance and the rebellion of a large number of behind-the-scenes sponsors, as one of the 4 generals of the Team Rocket, the pressure she was under was terrifying. I see. Have our losses been counted these days? Giovanni licked a cat, turned the chair around to look like Athena, and didn't have much frustration over the loss of Mewtwo on his face. It has been calculated. We have lost almost 60% of the territory and manpower in Kanto. Athena spoke with a trembling voice, an in-depth understanding of the Kanto Team Rocket forces, and she knew exactly what the word 60% bit out from her mouth represented. This represents tens of thousands of people, hundreds of bases, and tens of billions of losses. Only 60%. It's much better than I thought. Giovanni looked calm, making Athena below confused about what Giovanni was thinking. That 60% of Team Rocket, turf and manpower, and they've even lost so many sponsors. But since the boss said he didn't care, although Athena was distressed as a subordinate, she couldn't say anything. Everything that follows will continue as originally planned. From today, all Team Rockets in the Kanto region will enter a latent state, and the focus of our Team Rocket work will be gradually shifted to Johto region, a mega-criminal organization that spans the two major regions of Kanto-Johto. Team Rockets has the advantage that even if the Kanto side is out of play, it will not collapse like other criminal organizations. You can still go to Johto's side to continue doing things, but the power of the Johto Alliance's Team Rockets is still at EPUB. As long as Giovanni doesn't go crazy and continue to provoke monsters or something, there will be no problem with Johto Team Rocket. I understand. Then, Boss Giovanni, who will manage the forces in Kanto next? Athena looked eagerly at Giovanni. Since the focus of work has shifted to Johto region, Giovanni's energy is limited, and he will not be able to keep an eye on the Kanto region. Kanto must need a manager, and this is her chance. You don't need to inquire about this matter. I have found a qualified manager for Kanto region Team Rocket. Giovanni ignored Athena's eager gaze. Although Athena is excellent in all aspects, her strength and ability are more than one step behind the Kanto Team Rocket's affairs. I see. Athena was a little disappointed, but there was no mental imbalance. The monies is actually the Zero who lost to Interpol before, and it is reasonable that he was not selected by Giovanni. Giovanni didn't explain anything, and didn't need to. He stood up and opened the curtain, looking through the window at the busy streets and the colorful city below. He never felt that Mewtwo's escape, Team Rocket's being liquidated by the Quantum Union, was a failure, because this incident taught Giovanni a lot. One of them is particularly important, and that is, Zhang Yuan, who can perfectly control the divine beast, is really strong. Waving Athena away, Giovanni silently dialed the phone. Dividing line This is today's update, and I'm in a vicious circle of updates again. After I fight Lazy Cancer for 300 rounds, the update will resume after I come back victorious. Chapter 186 Giovanni's invitation. Zhang Yuan is very strong, so strong that he can't even find his own position. Of ordinary Pokemon, the Salamander, Gengar, and Melodic in his hands are all Pokemon that are comparable to the 4 elite Pokemon of the Kanto League. The rest of the Pokemon are also strong and have a lot of potential. The Pokemon have various attributes and rich combat experience. Zhang Yuan's comprehensive strength is comparable to the old elite like Land Crossing, but considering Deoxys, the giant Dragonite, his own psychic, and bullet time, Zhang Yuan reckoned that maybe he could hit 10 of 4 elite. Of course, these are all conjectures. He hasn't tried whether he can hit 10 or not. Maybe he can take the time to disguise and find Land Crossing and the others to try. I said, Giovanni, you invite me over. You don't just want tea with me. In the still dark office, Zhang Yuan, whose face was covered with a confusion shield, sat opposite Giovanni, drinking tea. Well, worthy of Giovanni. Even though Team Rocket suffered a big defeat, the tea was still so good. You said there are important things. What are the important things? Called here by Giovanni on the phone. The reason Giovanni gave at the time was that there was an important matter to discuss. However, Zhang Yuan and Giovanni had been sitting here for half an hour, and he didn't know what the important thing Giovanni was talking about. He was too lazy to spend it with Giovanni, so 347 took the initiative to open the topic. You must be aware of the Alliance's encirclement and suppression of our Team Rockets these days. Understood. I'm sorry about Mewtwo too. What Zhang Yuan means is that the reason why Team Rockets is in this situation is that you, Giovanni, played it off yourself, and Zhang Yuan doesn't take the blame. But what surprised Zhang Yuan was that Giovanni didn't seem to want to throw the blame at all. Giovanni nodded calmly. Yes, the failure of the Mewtwo project this time was mainly due to my bad decision. Giovanni admitted it so blandly. Then what did you call me for? Since it's not for dumping the blame, what does Giovanni call himself to do? Is it possible to invite him to dinner? Giovanni apparently didn't think so. Zhang Yuanjin, I invited you to come this time because I'm about to leave Kanto for Johto region. region. Giovanni paused after saying this. I hope you can lead Kanto Team Rockets after I leave. This time, Giovanni's honesty left Zhang Yuan speechless. Quote. He looked at Giovanni, BGFH strangely, paused for more than 10 seconds, and then used confusion to confirm that Giovanni was real and had no hypnosis. I said, are you serious? The sphere of influence of Team Rockets includes the 3 regions of Johto, Kanto, and 7 Island. Among them, the most powerful places of Team Rockets are the 2 regions of Kanto and Johto. Now Giovanni is going to give himself the Team Rockets of the Kanto region. Giovanni's brain is not hilarious, isn't it? Let's not talk about such a big foundation and let people hand it over. Just let him, the future star of the Alliance, take charge of Team Rocket. Are you really afraid that he will package and sell Team Rocket to the Alliance? I've thought about it. Giovanni looked calm and took a sip of tea. The corners of his mouth raised lightly, as if he was happy that he finally had the upper hand in the conversation with Zhang Yuan. I think with the state of Kanto Team Rocket, it's the best decision to put it in your hand. In fact, Giovanni is a solid match. Will Giovanni worry that Zhang Yuan, the director of Team Rocket, will sell Team Rockets to the Alliance later? Of course not to worry. Not to mention that his various arrangements in Team Rockets can ensure that the strength of Team Rockets is not lost. Although he has only worked with Zhang Yuan for half a year, Giovanni has already understood part of Zhang Yuan's character. In Giovanni's cognition, Zhang Yuan is an absolute egoist. When Zhang Yuan caught himself back then, he could completely hand himself over to the Alliance, but he secretly reached a cooperative relationship with himself, which is enough to prove that Zhang Yuan is not the kind of stunned youth who yearns for light and justice. Now that the power of the entire Kanto Team Rockets is in front of Zhang Yuan, weighing the pros and cons, he is not at all worried that Zhang Yuan will choose to hand over the Team Rockets to the Alliance. Then you really have confidence in me. For a short time, Zhang Yuan hadn't figured out why Giovanni had such honeyed confidence, and he was confident that he would not package Team Rockets to the Alliance. Captivate, who controls one of the largest evil organizations in the region, he did not lose his temper, but behaved abnormally rationally. In the event of a pie falling from the sky, it is better to be careful so as not to be killed by the pie. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Yuan slowly shook his head. You should find someone else for this kind of thing. I have no interest in Team Rocket. The Team Rockets in the Kanto region are now in a mess, with a 60% battle loss rate. Zhang Yuan can hardly imagine what the current state of the Team Rockets in Kanto is. Taking over this mess might give you huge power all at once, but trouble will follow. Zhang Yuan hates trouble. Giovanni could probably guess what Zhang Yuan was thinking by looking at him. Zhang Yuanjin is worried that the affairs of Team Rockets will involve too much of your energy, Giovanni said. Zhang Yuan spread his hand. Of course, Team Rockets in Kanto is a mess right now. Since Giovanni was so upright, he didn't bother to go around in circles and speak out. Giovanni didn't get annoyed when Zhang Yuan directly mentioned the tragedy of Team Rocket, but smiled. I know this too, so I specially arranged for you to not be bothered by those trivial matters when you take over as the leader of the Kanto region Team Rocket. Quote, you seem to say that I have no reason to refuse. Giovanni smiled. So Zhang Yuanjin doesn't have to worry that these affairs will involve too much of your experience, and I believe that even if you join Team Rocket with your means, it will not affect your status as an Interpol. Team Rocket, who secretly leads the largest dark organization in the Kanto region. Isn't this the black and white take-all of the Pokemon World version? Giovanni would be so kind. Is it Giovanni's style? No. With a flash of light, Zhang Yuan finally figured out something. The reason why Giovanni was so eager to pull himself into Team Rocket, and even promised the position of leader of Kanto region Team Rocket, was probably because he had the magical beast level combat power of Deoxys in his hand. Successfully defeated lazy cancer, no death, and there is another update in the evening. As for collection, chapter 187 Matori. Giovanni is shrewd. Kanto region Team Rockets and Team Rockets for Zhang Yuan and the divine beast level Deoxys he masters, but it is actually a surefire deal. As for why the Team Rockets of the Kanto region are packaged and sent to Zhang Yuan, and the profit is not lost, this is very similar to the companies on the planet that are constantly raising funds for better growth. Zhang Yuan invested in Deoxys technology strength and became the second largest shareholder of Team Rocket. Although he holds a certain share power 4. In Team Rocket, the benefits brought by the alliance between the two parties are not a Kanto region. Can you compare? Giovanni, who once controlled Mewtwo for a short time, has a say in this, and he knows the truth. That is, there are divine beasts who can really do whatever they want. It was these factors that prompted Giovanni to make this decision. Team Rockets in the Kanto region. I should take this position. Zhang Yuan weighed the pros and cons again, and finally agreed. His attitude changed for 3 reasons. First, as a dynamic social group, Team Rockets has been prosperous under the leadership of Giovanni. When other evil organizations are attacking the streets one after another, Team Rockets is still active in various regions of Johto in Kanto, and even continues to expand its sphere of influence. Rockets have enough potential and vitality. Second, the captivate power of Black and White is too great. The addition of the two is not as simple as 1 + 1. The superposition of Interpol's police vision and the identity of the leader of Team Rocket Kanto area is enough to produce a chemical reaction, enough to make Zhang Yuan in the Kanto region and even the world have a voice that cannot be ignored. The end. Giovanni had prepared his subordinates for himself, and it would be inhumane if he refused. Then can you tell me now, who is the person you sent to assist me? Zhang Yuan made a decision, and Zhang Yuan was a lot more casual in front of Giovanni. Agreeing to join Team Rocket, the relationship between Zhang Yuan and Giovanni quickly became closer. After all, they can now be called our own people, and partners in the same trend. Giovanni just smiled at this and called, "Come in, Matori." "Matori, I don't remember, that's your secretary." Zhang Yuan knew a lot about the senior cadres of Team Rocket, but Giovanni was done. Matori's identity should not have been discovered by the Alliance yet. Could it be that the Alliance has mastered her identity? Giovanni was a little suspicious. Could it be that there was something wrong with his intelligence system? No, the spies he planted in the Kanto Alliance were not exposed in this war. There's no such thing. It's just that I got to know your Team Rockets a little bit when I was free. Of course Zhang Yuan wouldn't say that he was familiar with the plot of your Team Rocket, but only said that he secretly investigated Team Rocket. Giovanni's evaluation of Zhang Yuan increased again, but since he was his own, he didn't worry about anything. Click. The door was pushed open, and a woman with short black hair and rimless glasses walked in. Matori, Giovanni's secretary, was highly regarded by Giovanni. From today onward, you will serve as Zhang Yuan's secretary, be directly responsible to him, and assist him in managing all the organization's forces in the Kanto region. Giovanni's tone of voice was unmistakable. Matori was a little surprised when he first heard this order. What happened? Has your boss changed? Leader Giovanni actually handed over the position of the leader of the Kanto region to a stranger. Although she was very shocked, she quickly reacted. What a good subordinate should do, should not question the superior, but obey orders. My subordinate understand. Hearing that Giovanni leaked his identity, Zhang Yuan didn't stop him. Matori being able to stand here means she is absolutely credible. Letting her know a little bit about herself will also help her work on Team Rockets in the future. After a nutritious handover, Giovanni left in a helicopter. The Kanto Alliance has not stopped these days. In addition to clearing the Team Rockets in the Kanto region, he also contacted the Johto Alliance to prepare for Johto's Team Rocket. He had to take someone back to sit in Johto quickly to prevent someone from taking advantage of it. Sitting on Giovanni's plush sofa, looking out the window and enjoying the wonderful feeling of power, who would have thought that the base of Team Rockets would be swaggeringly located on the top floor of the Saffron building in Saffron City? Question mark, 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 question mark. Asking for flowers. The chair turned around and Zhang Yuan was facing the direction where Matori was. Matori, I will leave some of the daily affairs in Team Rockets to you in the future. No problem. Zhang Yuan said. No problem, Chief Zhang Yuan. Just call me boss in front of outsiders in the future. The leader sounds weird. In order to distinguish himself from Giovanni, Zhang Yuan felt that it would be better to change the title. My identity should be kept secret, and I will not disclose it to anyone other than Giovanni. Fourth man. These things must be told in advance so as not to make mistakes. I see, boss. Matori was relieved and looked up at the man in front of her slightly. She was actually a little nervous before, worried that the new chief was an eccentric person, but now it seems that apart from being strong, his new boss doesn't seem to have such a bad temper. It's just that he doesn't know who his new boss is, so he can let the leader of Giovanni hand over the entire Kanto Team Rockets to him. Matori always felt that she had seen the name Zhang Yuan on any intelligence. Since I have officially taken office as the leader of the Kanto Team Rocket, some things have to be dealt with. Zhang Yuan held the handrail. Matori quickly took out the scoreboard. Go and make a list of those families and consortia who have betrayed our Team Rockets before. Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed coldly. I need to let those who betrayed our Team Rockets know the price of betrayal. Hello. Gengar in the shadow gave out a strange laugh at the right time, gloomy, making Zhang Yuan even more terrifying. Matori Mottori sternly said, yes, separation line Two more updates have been restored. Please complete the order in one way. The picture is Mottori. I found one from the internet. Chapter 188 Invasion. Filth Company. Zhang Yuan's orders were implemented under Mottori's extremely high execution. The details of the family and the consortium that betrayed Team Rockets in this war were placed in front of Zhang Yuan. Is this all the information? Zhang Yuan looked around. There were a total of 6 major sponsors of Team Rockets who sold Team Rocket to the League. Mottori said, all the information is here. Zhang Yuan took a closer look, and the information was very detailed. All the properties under the name of each family consortium were recorded. Obviously, even the gold owners, Giovanni was still wary of them. At the top of the list, Sil's name is on the list. Sil Company, just use it for surgery. Zhang Yuan directly determined the target in Mottori's surprised eyes. Now that he has taken over Kanto Team Rocket, Zhang Yuan has to consider the development of Team Rockets in the future sin 907 inches, and if he controls Silph Company, then Team Rockets will have no worries in terms of capital and technology in the future. Mottori was a little shocked by Zhang Yuan's chosen target, Silph Company. What, is there a problem? Although he was a little puzzled about Zhang Yuan picking the most difficult company to deal with, Silph, Mottori shook his head and said, no, there is no problem. Mottori didn't dissuade Zhang Yuan on her own initiative. She believed that with the wisdom of the leader of Giovanni, since Zhang Yuan was recruited to be the leader of Team Rocket Kanto, Zhang Yuan would definitely have the ability to lead Team Rocket to a firm footing. How many flying Pokemon do we control now? Mottori said, the exact number is not counted, but because of Mewtwo's assistance in hunting before, we caught a lot from the wild areas. I'll give you 3 days. I need an elite team of 100 people, each with a flying type Pokemon. You lead the team and wait for my order at any time. Anyway, these Pokemon were easy to get, and they weren't his own, so Zhang Yuan didn't have any psychological burden to use them. Mottori's heart froze. It seems that the boss is not just talking, he is really planning to attack Silph Company. I see. Zhang Yuan looked at the Silph building, which was still brightly lit at night, through the window, with a playful expression. Silph Corp. Time flies, and the 3 days pass quickly. Rumbling, the 3 van hurried along Saffron City, South Central Boulevard amid a chorus of scolding until the Silph Company blocked the gate. Team Rockets in black uniforms swarmed down from above. Zhang Yuan, dressed in black and wearing a full coverage mask, stood at the front and was very eye-catching. Behind him was the elite of Team Rocket Saffron City, 100 Team Rocket superior trainers in black uniform, all of which were superiors from the war with the Alliance. The lead, Zhang Yuan, strode into the Silph building. Pokeballs hanging from their waists at the door, saw a group of people flocking to them and immediately touched the Pokeballs on their waist, striding forward and trying to restrain Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan didn't even lift his eyelid. Confusion moved lightly, and the 2 guards stumbled and fell to the ground. The men behind him threw the Pokeball. The red light flashed, and the 2 Machamps directly pressed the guard to the ground. Machamp dragged the knocked-out guard behind Zhang Yuan, and hundreds of Team Rocket swarmed in from the gate, causing screams in the hall. This feeling is very familiar to Zhang Yuan, but all he heard before were the excited screams after seeing the Interpol. This time it was a panic scream. You can't keep shouting. Psychic Team, clear the field with hypnosis. With an order from Zhang Yuan, the members of Team Rockets with psychic Pokemon threw their Pokemon one after another. Alakazam, Sula, Jing, the psychic Pokemon that were prepared early in the morning had instant hypnosis, making the front desk staff faint in front of the counter before they could press the alarm button. Boss has full control of the first floor of Silph Company. Seeing the psychic Pokemon quickly control the situation, Mottori stood sideways beside Zhang Yuan. Yeah, Zhang Yuan nodded. This kind of efficiency made him very satisfied. He glanced at the Team Rockets who were eager to try, according to the predetermined plan, destroy the cameras. The first team is responsible for cleaning up the rest of the guard. The second team controls the employees of Silph Company. The third team protects the entrances and exits of the building. Mottori, you and I go up. Yes. Team Rockets members rushed to the various floors of the Silph building according to a predetermined schedule. The security force was quickly dismantled, leaving only the researchers Silph Company under the control of Team Rocket. On the top floor of the Silph building, the president of Silph Company was drinking tea and thinking about the company's future development path. He switched from the Team Rockets camp to the Alliance camp, and many things had to be reconsidered. Not good, President. A man dressed as a security guard pushed open the door and scrambled to President Silph's desk. What the matter? In a panic. Seeing the panicked security guard, President Silph frowned. Older people generally like more stable people, and the performance of the security guard in front of them is obviously not stable enough. The intense exercise made it difficult for the security guard to speak. After a few breaths, he stammered, "Team Rocket. Team Rockets are here." Hearing the 3 words Team Rocket, President Sylph, who was as steady as Tarzan just now, shook his hand, and the water in the cup spilled on the table. "Team Rocket here. What going on here? Be careful. At this time, I don't care about being stable or not. Team Rockets is here." He himself knew very well how much information he had leaked to the Alliance for Team Rocket 4.5 these days, and now that someone came to the door, he was in a panic. The surveillance in the lobby on the first floor suddenly lost contact. On the screen before the loss of contact, we saw that Team Rockets defeated the guards at the door, took control of the lobby on the first floor, and are now rushing upstairs. How many people are there? Really, Team Rocket? President Sylph can only hope that not many people come. Probably hundreds of people. Contact the Alliance immediately and ask them to send people to support. Hearing that there were hundreds of people, President Sylph's face turned green. I didn't go to bed until 3:30 last night. Today is chaotic all day. I'll make up my sleep first and adjust my schedule. The next chapter will be updated at noon tomorrow. Chapter 189. President Sylph. Don't waste your time. The entire Sylph building has been cut off from the outside world. As Zhang Yuan spoke, he pushed open the door and walked into the president's office with Matori. Listening to Zhang Yuan's words, President Sylph's heart sank to the bottom, and it really is the style of Team Rocket. But he glanced at the people who entered the door. There were only 2 people he didn't know, a man and a woman. Giovanni didn't come in person. Team Rocket, President Sylph said coldly. What are you doing here at Sylph Company? Never touched Team Rocket. Judging from his appearance, if Zhang Yuan didn't know clearly that Sylph Company had a partnership with Team Rocket, I'm afraid he would have really been fooled by him. Tis, Zhang Yuan mocked to President Sylph. Since we know that we are Team Rocket, why is President Sylph so outspoken? We were still partners before. President Sylph was silent and did not respond to Zhang Yuan's mockery. Selling Team Rockets to the League was not so glamorous after all. Matori, throw the irrelevant people out. 18. I have something to talk to President Sylph about. The guard who had been beside him heard that he was about to be thrown out and couldn't stand. He glanced at President Sylph, who was sitting in the chair, and then looked at Zhang Yuan and Matori. Of course he was unwilling to be thrown out like this, and he said, if you defeat these 2 people and save the president, thoughts of promotion, salary increase, marrying Bai Fumei, etc. flashed in his mind, and his hand was already on the Pokeball around his waist. Go, Arcanine. Pokeball's red light dissipated, and an Arcanine rushed towards Zhang Yuan. The shiny fur and piercing eyes are proof that its owner has raised it well. Arcanine, use the flame car. During the run, the raging flames burned from Arcanine's hoof, wrapped Arcanine into a flaming fireball, and rushed towards Zhang Yuan and the 2 Deoxys. Zhang Yuan snapped his fingers. The air distorted, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Yuan. Defensive form. Arcanine, with all her flames, slammed into Deoxys, crossed arms, smashing herself. Deoxys in defensive form easily blocked Arcanine's flaming car, unscathed. How is it possible? The guard, who was so confident in his Arcanine, was full of disbelief. He is also one of the strongest guards in Sylph Company, and Arcanine is his aide, and his own trump card can't even break the opponent's defense. Nothing is impossible. Deoxys, fix it. Although the Arcanine in front of him has been cultivated very well, its strength, any Pokemon in Zhang Yuan's hand can hang and beat it. Deoxys do it if it wasn't for hiding his identity. The body transforms from a thick defensive form to an attack form in tentacle mode. 2 tentacles wrapped in confusion hit Arcanine like whip, and Arcanine's body was lifted into the air by the huge force on the tentacle's arm. It smashed back like a cannonball, and smashed out of the office together with the security guard. What kind of Pokemon is this? President Sylph didn't pay attention to the guards who were swept away, and stared at Deoxys, who suddenly appeared in the room. It's definitely a brand new kind of Pokemon, since he's never been seen in any literature and on Pokédex. Could it be that Team Rocket Mewtwo plans to create more than just one Mewtwo? President Sylph had a terrible thought in his mind. Sylph, who thought too much, didn't notice that Matori next to Zhang Yuan was also curious. He really wanted to find out what this Pokemon was in front of him, but now that he was helpless, he no longer had the capital to explore the truth. Clearing out irrelevant personnel, Deoxys hides into the air. Don't be nervous. Although you cheated us, I don't have the idea of killing you for the time being. worrying, Zhang Yuan said in a frank tone. Quote. Doesn't that make you more nervous? Especially the word temporarily made President Sil feel on pins and needles. Matori, who was beside her, watched all this without the slightest thought of stopping, and even the corner of her mouth had a smile on her face. The reason why Team Rocket suffered such a serious loss is inseparable from the leak of Sylph Company. As a senior cadre of Team Rocket, it is of course very happy to see the bad luck of the enemy. I want to see Giovanni. President Sylph pretended to be calm. He felt that he preferred to confront Giovanni at the negotiating table rather than the man in black who used violence to solve problems at every turn. Don't be so troublesome, just tell me anything. And now the leader of the Kanto region of Team Rockets is me. Zhang Yuan pulled away the chair opposite President Sylph, sat on it, and put his legs on his desk. President Sylph was taken aback by Zhang Yuan's word, and it took a while to react. Are you the new leader of the Kanto region of Team Rocket? Amid the doubts on his face, although the man in black was wearing a mask, he sounded no more than 30 years old. Will Giovanni let such a young man take over Kanto Team Rocket? What? You don't believe it? Why don't you call Giovanni and ask? Zhang Yuan took the phone on the table and put it in front of President Sylph. President Sylph said that he didn't know what to say when he said something wrong. He said just now that the eternal communication of the whole building has been cut off. Can I make a call? Of course, even if the communication hadn't been cut off, he couldn't make the call. Now he sold a lot of interest to the Alliance side. If he contacted Team Rockets again, wouldn't he hand over the handle to the Alliance and let others be slaughtered? However, since the other party did not directly kill him, it means that there is still more to talk about. What are you coming to Sylph for? What? Zhang Yuan didn't answer, raised his hand and looked at his watch. It's almost time. Soon as the voice fell, there was a booming sound, and the entire Sylph Company building shook 3 times. Dividing line Update. First update. Ask for full order. Chapter 190. Surrounded by. With the violent shaking of the building, a deafening explosion resounded throughout the building. President Sylph was stunned at this time. He didn't expect that Team Rockets would dare to make such a bold move when they were being hunted by the Alliance. He had obviously received news that Team Rockets had entered a latent state, but now it seems that the situation is diametrically opposed to the intelligence. However, Team Rockets made such a big move in Saffron City, which will undoubtedly make the Alliance that has just relaxed a little bit more wary of Team Rocket. Damn. Standing up, President Sylph tried to use the phone to dial the internal line, but all responded to him with a busy tone. Don't waste your effort. Your researchers should all be under control. Zhang Yuan looked at him and said slowly, do you know what your Team Rockets are doing? Aren't you afraid of recruiting the Alliance? President Sylph was furious, and the entire company headquarters was controlled by Team Rocket, which made his inner rage difficult to contain. But President Sylph's performance is far less strong than his word. No matter how hard he hides it, the fear that comes from his heart can't be concealed. In the face of Zhang Yuan's intimidation of force that came to blow up the building, he was already mentally strong enough to maintain his image standing here. Zhang Yuan saw his appearance, and the smile on his face became even wider behind the mask. What do we want to do? Naturally, we want to get what we need. Zhang Yuan played with the elaborate Moltra stone carvings on the table. The stone carvings are well made, and the Moltras are carved with charm. Obviously, they are from the hands of famous people. He can't help but feel that the Sylph Company that controls the high-end manufacturing industry in the entire Kanto region is rich. What exactly do you want? President Sylph gritted his teeth. What would Team Rocket get by blowing up the Sylph Company building? Master Ball, you won't forget what your Sylph Company is developing. Diaresis. Speaking of which, Zhang Yuan visited Master Ball's laboratory when he came to Sylph before. Master Ball, this is one of their most important current research projects at Sylph, a Pokemon that can be used to catch all Pokemon. How could he not remember? Unexpectedly, they were targeted by Team Rockets because of this. President Sylph had a gloomy expression on his face. The last time he directed and acted in the robbery scene a few months ago was still vivid in his mind, but this time he was really robbed by Team Rocket. This count as setting up a flag for yourself. Don't look like that. Didn't Master Ball get robbed once? It's good to get used to this kind of thing. God TM is used to it. President Sylph's heart is bleeding. Can this be the same? That's acting. It's been robbed now. Okay, it's just your interest in turning your back on Team Rocket. Zhang Yuan tapped his fingers on the table with a playful expression. I don't think your Sylph Company's top secret is just a Master Ball, is it? You. President Sylph's face flushed when he heard Zhang Yuan's threat. Zhang Yuan's tone suddenly became low, full of oppression. President Sylph, you must be very clear about what dirty things you have done with us before, and how much information you have betrayed our Team Rockets this time. We will always keep it in mind. Quote. Standing in front of the table, Zhang Yuan put his hands on the table and leaned forward slightly to exert great pressure on the opposite President Sylph. Maybe for some reason Giovanni didn't bother with you about your betrayal of Team Rocket, but I think you need to understand something. Zhang Yuan stared at President Sylph's eyes. I am the one who controls the Kanto region Team Rockets now. I hope you can remember who is the master of the Kanto region's underground world. Saying the last sentence, Zhang Yuan used hypnosis, and under Deoxys' helping hand, the shadow of fear was deeply imprinted in President Sylph's mind. In a cold sweat, President Sylph only felt that Zhang Yuan was more terrifying than the furious Gyarados. In front of Zhang Yuan, he was like a small fishing boat in the turbulent ocean. I hope your Sylph company can have more in-depth cooperation with our Team Rockets in the future, and Team Rockets will also help Sylph company solve secret enemies within a certain limit. This is a win-win, isn't it? The corner of Zhang Yuan's mouth hung up with a smile again. Inner fear, the oppression of force, and not too harsh conditions. President Sylph finally decided to re-establish a cooperative relationship with Team Rocket. The reason for this is mainly that he casts a shadow on Zhang Yuan in his heart, and he cannot refuse Zhang Yuan's request at all. Matori, who was next to him, was stunned. It was just like telling a story to force the president of Sylph company into submission. In fact, the reason why things went so smoothly was largely due to the effect of Deoxys' psychological suggestion. Someone initiates a call request. Zhang Yuan turned on the Bluetooth headset, and the voice in the headset sounded a little panicky. Boss, the people of the Alliance have surrounded the Saffron building. What should we do next? Being surrounded. Zhang Yuan walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows and looked at the scene outside. A large number of police officers and Alliance investigators brought Pokemon to surround the Saffron City building. Land Crossing standing on Dragonite is the most eye-catching. It seems that the explosion of the building just now made too much noise and attracted Land Crossing. Although Land Crossing came, Zhang Yuan didn't panic at all, and gave President Sylph, who seemed to want to go back, a warning look. Matori, take the people and Master Ball's data out first. What about you, the boss? Matori asked with a frown. I'm going to meet Wang Chenjiao to meet them. Zhang Yuan really wanted to see how strong Deoxys was against the fourth elite. Matori hesitated. The Land Crossing of the four elite. The mechanics for the four elites were developed. Almost no one in Team Rockets except Giovanni was a match for Land Crossing. Even the four generals are half a step behind. They didn't bring any gear for Dragon Pokemon today, and there were so many Alliance trainers out there. Don't ask too much. I will solve them. Deoxys resurfaced on Zhang Yuan's side again, and had already transformed into a balanced form. Matori silently looked at the reappearing Deoxys. Is this the boss support? What kind of Pokemon is it? Dividing line Update. Second update. Please collect. Chapter 191. Confused Investigator. Sylph Mansion was surrounded by the Ready Alliance forces. They get word that a large number of elite Team Rockets have attacked the Sylph building. Land Crossing is on a mission to take down the Team Rockets and keep Sylph's property as safe as possible. However, the current appearance of the Sylph building, a hole was blown open on the side, and black smoke was still coming out. The exposed steel bars in the hole were twisted and deformed, and the concrete was broken into pieces. The second mission Land Crossing felt was probably a failure. Land Crossing Elite, are we going to rush in? A prosecutor asked nervously, staring at the door of the Sylph building. Land Crossing pondered. He was lost in thought. It is not a problem to be surrounded like this. As an international metropolis in the Kanto region, Saffron City represents the face of the Kanto Alliance to a large extent. If they and Team Rockets are at a standoff here at the Sylph building, where's the face of the Alliance? About rushing in and fighting Team Rocket. Last time I fell into a trap and damaged Dragonair was still fresh in my mind. Who knows what kind of traps these mad Team Rockets will prepare for them in the Sylph building. Seeing that there were more and more onlookers around, Land Crossing knew that he couldn't drag on any longer, and his heart sank. Notice, let the assault team get ready. 100 will start attacking in a while. Although Land Crossing knew that his order was suspected of letting his subordinate find his way, he still issued this order for the safety of his Pokemon. About Land Crossing's order, as they were their job. Not to mention that the Alliance had surrounded Sylph Company for so long before deciding to attack the building. Team Rockets had already swept away Sylph Company. Boss, all the valuables have been packed, and our people have gathered. What should we do next? Matori reported to Zhang Yuanwei via wireless communication. Sylph's head was dizzy when she said, everything of value has been packed. God knows how much stuff Team Rockets has taken from the company. You go to the top floor and stand by. After I fight Land Crossing, you can leave immediately. Leave the rest to me. Zhang Yuan sat on a luxurious sofa, commanding Motori's actions remotely. Through his communication with Deoxys, he had already sensed that Lance Crossing and a group of Alliance investigators were about to rush in. In fact, he had the intention to let his Team Rocket's elite play against the Alliance, and he was curious about the strength of his subordinate. But now Team Rockets has lost a lot of manpower. For sustainable development, at least until the prisoned batch of Team Rocket Superior comes out, or he recruits a new batch of personnel, he thinks it is better to preserve the strength as much as possible. Understood, Motori said. Zhang Yuan hummed and hung up the call. He was more and more satisfied with the secretary that Giovanni had left for him. There is no harm without comparison. As a secretary, Motori is simply much stronger than Claudia. At least Motori doesn't have to make her a list of what to do today before asking her to do anything like Claudia. President Sylph sat on Zhang Yuan's side, looking nervous. Next to him is the current leader of the Kanto region of Team Rocket, and the one who is about to enter his land, the leader of the 4 elites of the Kanto Alliance. Neither of them is a role he can afford, and he is panicking now. Zhang Yuan smiled at him. President Sylph should remember what I told you. Remember, the target of Team Rocket attack on Sylph Company this time is the Master Ball that has been developed. I resisted with all my strength, but I was still robbed of the Master Ball, and then taken hostage by the leader of the Kanto region of Team Rocket. Very good, Zhang Yuan applauded. President Sylph has a good memory, but I personally hope you don't forget the cooperation agreement between us. BIDC, I won't forget. President Sylph, who had a shadow of fear on Zhang Yuan, hurriedly replied. Fear is enough to turn heroes into cowards, not to mention Sylph, an old fox who is afraid of death. Zhang Yuan nodded. He believed President Sylph's answer. Of course, it's out of trust in Deoxys' invincible hypnosis. Here they come. Zhang Yuan did not continue to drink and chat with President Sylph. He threw the Master Ball that his subordinate fetched from Sylph Company, and stared at the gate with burning eyes. The voice just fell. Whoa! The glass door was smashed to pieces by the huge body, and the Union prosecutors, led by Raiden, rushed into the Sylph building. Quick, quick! Defend against enemy attack. Investigate the enemy's situation and report the enemy's situation. More than a dozen Alliance investigators rushed in with various Pokemon. They were well trained, with clear division of labor, neat and standardized movement, and the Pokemon who followed them were also very powerful. But these were of no use, because they were very nervous and thought they would be besieged by Team Rockets and found out. Why are there only 2 people in the hall? No, if you count the people who fainted, were tied up and left in the corner, there were about a dozen. This situation greatly exceeded their expectations, and several of their plans had no way to deal with this situation, so many Union prosecutors were stunned there. What about the enemy? Even in the face of 10 times the siege of the enemy, they have never been so confused. Lance Crossing Elite, if you can, I hope you can come and take a look. The commander of the assault team froze for a while, and shouted behind him with a strange expression. Afterward, he looked at Zhang Yuan, who kept throwing Master Ball up to catch him, and shouted with a solemn expression. Trainer in front, put down your Pokeball. You're surrounded. Identify yourself now. Snap! Master Ball that fell from the sky was caught firmly by Zhang Yuan. Then everyone, including President Sylph, only felt that the atmosphere at the scene changed. He looked at the Union prosecutor who was questioning him. You just said, let me put down the Pokeball in my hand. In a low, creepy voice, Zhang Yuan asked slowly. Separation line the first one. There will be a chapter in a while. Ask for a full order. Chapter 192 First encounter with Land Crossing. Shinichi felt his own body tremble. As a senior Alliance prosecutor with 3 years of frontline combat experience, he has faced countless criminals and arrested countless criminals. There has never been a person who can make him feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Maybe the man in the mask with the Pokeball in front of him didn't do anything threatening, and didn't use words to threaten them. However, today he experienced a trembling from the depths of his soul, a fear from biological instinct. Superiors who almost lost their ability to act because of fear. Zhang Yuan touched his chin. Have you ever played with fire a little? Zhang Yuan didn't expect Deoxys' oppressive characteristics combined with hypnosis' psychological cues to have such a terrifying effect, which is the reason why he underestimated the power of Divine Beast. Mewtwo can control Joy to do things for him, and Deoxys uses hypnosis to briefly control the mobility of a few people. I'm afraid I'm the only one in this world who uses Divine Beast to intimidate others. The bodies of the Alliance superiors in the room were instantly taken over by Deoxys without the slightest hindrance. Zhang Yuan said to Deoxys, knock them and their Pokemon unconscious. Not to mention how Deoxys solved these troubles. Zhang Yuan continued to focus on the door. Elites of the Kanto Alliance, the famous girl idol battle. Dragon Knight Lance is stepping through the gate. Lance, one of the 4 elite. The Alliance sent you here. I'm a little flattered. After putting on the mask, Zhang Yuan seemed to have a bad personality. In the present, he could not see the shadow of the future star of the Alliance, the Interpol police officer. Did you make them look like this? Lance Crossing didn't respond to Zhang Yuan's mockery, but opened his mouth to ask about the situation of his subordinate. Don't you believe me if I say it? Don't ask me about such obvious things. Although his personality has changed, the degree of his vicious tongue has not changed at all. Zhang Yuan threw up his master ball again. Unlike before, Deoxys quietly appeared behind him this time. Is this the Pokemon you used to control my subordinate? Lance Crossing looked at Deoxys with a faint blue glow on his body, and frowned subconsciously. Who are you? Lance Crossing had an ominous premonition that just one Pokemon used confusion to control more than 10 times the number of enemies and enemy Pokemon. Not just because of intuition, but because he had seen the power of Mewtwo. The weird Pokemon behind the man in front of him didn't seem simple. Who are you asking me? Zhang Yuan crossed his leg. You can call me King. I am the current leader of the Kanto Region Team Rocket. Leader of the Kanto Region Team Rocket. Lance Crossing glanced at the subdued subordinate, and then looked at Zhang Yuan, who was blazing. He didn't believe Zhang Yuan's word. He didn't believe that Giovanni would hand over the Kanto Region Team Rockets to others without solid evidence. Let's play a game. Let me see what Lance Crossing Elite is capable of. Lance Crossing sitting here. There are countless ways to simply hold Lance Crossing, and he doesn't need to do it himself. Come and have a fight with me, and stake yours and all self-employee. Zhang Yuan's words made Lance Crossing look ugly. The guy who claimed to be the leader of the Kanto Team Rockets even threatened him with a hostage. Lance Crossing Elite. A large number of Team Rockets escaped from the top floor with flying Pokemon. Just as the two were fighting, the Alliance trainer who had been guarding outside delivered bad news to Lance Crossing. No wonder I didn't see the team of Team Rocket. It turned out to be all evacuated from the sky. However, his subordinates retreated first, leaving the boss behind and seeing him for the first time. But no matter what, this has confirmed Zhang Yuan's identity as Team Rocket. As for the leader of Team Rockets that Zhang Yuan himself said, Lance Crossing doesn't care. He just wants to solve Zhang Yuan and rescue the hostages. Charizard. Use flamethrower. Lance Crossing chooses to strike first, and he wants to regain the initiative he just lost in the battle. The orange Charizard flapped his wings and controlled his body to a height of 1 meter above the ground. Flames were blazing on his thick tail. His eyes were fierce. He opened his mouth and spit, and a swift flamethrower attacked Zhang Yuan. Asking for flowers. As a dragon trainer, sending a fire plus flying Pokemon is a bit inconsistent, but Charizard is not a dragon. Well, not really. There are not many dragon-type Pokemon in the Kanto region, and we can't be too strict with Lance Crossing. Deoxys, stop it. Zhang Yuan, as a disciplined leader of the Team Rocket, sit back and watch his partner, Silk Company, be attacked and dismantled by Lance Crossing. A teleport flashed in front of Zhang Yuan. Deoxys changed his form quickly. Charizard's flamethrower smashed onto Deoxys' thick body. Not even a tiny bit of oily skin was scratched. Flamethrower has no effect. Tis tis, you're in such a hurry. Do you want to have a fight with me in Sylph's company? Battle location was changed from the Sylph building to the street outside the building. If anyone was the happiest, it was our poor President Sylph. Battlefield moved out of the Sylph building, and he finally didn't have to worry about the battle between the two destroying the Sylph building. Clear. Lance Crossing shouted. The man in front of him is holding an unknown Pokemon, and his strength is definitely not weak, and there must be a fierce battle next. In order not to accidentally injure the civilians, Lance Crossing ordered their dispersal. As his voice fell, the Alliance trainers who had been maintaining order immediately dispersed the onlookers. Damn it. Why are you driving us away? I'm going to stay here and watch the Lance Crossing Elite fight. The onlookers who were dispersed were naturally very annoyed. Who did they provoke as a melon eater? How come there are people watching the fun? In fact, you don't have to do this at all. Zhang Yuan watched Deoxys float in the sky under the influence of confusion. The battle will end soon. Dividing line In the second update, Philo couldn't get on the backstage last night, so it was updated after waking up. Chapter 193 Sneak Attack. Zhang Yuan's words were nothing to Lance Crossing, because he could vaguely sense that the man named King was not weak. But in the ears of the Alliance trainer who surrounded the Sylph building, Zhang Yuan's words turned into proper arrogance. There are many people on your side, and there is only one enemy. How dare you be arrogant? The Alliance trainers looked at Zhang Yuan with bad eyes. Zhang Yuan ignored them. Alliance superiors like them were all over the battlefield on the Indigo Plateau before Team Rockets and the Kanto Alliance. Although it sounds cruel, in fat superior is just a slightly stronger cannon fodder. Lancrossing also didn't care about the attitude of his subordinate. All his energy was now focused on Zhang Yuan. I have some doubt. As you said before, 117 inches. You should be the current leader of the Kanto region of Team Rocket. With Team Rocket still struggling, why did you appear here? From Lancrossing's point of view, Team Rockets can be said to be lingering in the Kanto region now. Why does the newly appointed Team Rockets leader jump out and die? I just took over this position from Giovanni. If I don't make some achievement, I'm afraid I won't be able to convince the public. Zhang Yuan smiled lightly, not angry at Lancrossing for belittling Team Rocket, but calmly expounding his attitude in a bystander manner. You think you can fight the alliance alone? Lancrossing asked, as if he was testing something. The words Lancrossing are not meant to be sarcastic. The fact is that the four elites of the alliance are ready to go, and Team Rockets is said to have withdrawn from the Kanto alliance and returned to Johto a few days ago. Lancrossing's point of view, this guy named King is trying to die, and he can rely on his king. Lancrossing turned his attention to Deoxys in the sky. Zhang Yuan did not hide it, and waved his hand generously. This is my confidant. Lancrossing's eyes moved with Zhang Yuan's hand, and then he noticed that the Deoxys Zhang Yuan was referring to moved. The red and blue body is instantly surrounded by yellow arcs and blue confusion. Deoxys attack. Thunderbolt continued to boost his spirit, and the stacking of the two moves dealt a critical hit to Charizard. Overwhelming lightning strikes and invisible confusion. Thunderbolt's electrical systems restraint on flying, and mental boosting, as Deoxys' exclusive skill, is a super powerful move with a power of up to 140. Charizard was caught off guard and only had time to block it with his wing, and was struck down by lightning, and then smashed to the ground with a mental boost. Charizard. Lancrossing didn't even have time to react. Charizard was already blackened and unable to fight. The power of the beast is unobstructed. Make Lancrossing a little frustrated is that Zhang Yuan, despite his strength, still uses the means of sneak attack. Despicable. Damn Team Rocket. Rage in their hearts when they saw the scene in front of them, and they threw out their own Pokemon to besiege this Team Rocket's guy to prove themselves to Lancrossing. In this regard, Zhang Yuan only said one sentence. Deoxys, clear the field. Boom. Confusion swept across, and countless Pokemon were knocked off the ground and fell into a coma, and no one was Deoxys' enemy of unity. Person present who can threaten Deoxys is Lancrossing in front of Zhang Yuan. Come back, Charizard. I won't let your sacrifice go in vain. Dragonite. After Zhang Yuan killed Charizard, Lancrossing's face was cold after seeing so many men being swept away. Charizard used himself to prove the terrifying strength of the guy named King on the opposite side. Naturally, Lancrossing would not continue to test, and directly dispatched his main force. Hopefully not another Mewtwo. Lancrossing felt a little heavy. Zhang Yuan stared at the orange-skinned Dragonite in front of him. Is it an illusion? I always feel fatter. All know, Dragonite has a nickname of fat due to its wide body and fat body, and its cute appearance. Before the Dragonite of Lancrossing, Zhang Yuan commanded Salamence to fight it, but compared to before, the current Dragonite seems to be more appropriate to the title of hypertrophy. Dragonite, Dragon Claw. Lancrossing didn't care, and ordered. Front of Deoxys at a speed that trampled on Newton's law. Claws wrapped in yellow light ripped through the air and slashed at Deoxys. Zhang Yuan is actually a little curious. Dragonite's claws are obviously full of meat. What makes it make such a sound of tearing the air? Deoxys, switch the attack form. Zhang Yuan commanded while thinking about going back to study his own tuba. Zhang Yuan did not continue to choose the defensive form. Lancrossing is obviously in full swing now. Blindly defending will only make himself passive in rhythm, so he chooses to attack. Deoxys was instructed to quickly switch from a normal form with 4 tentacles twisted together to an attacking form with 4 independent sharp tentacles. The body became sharp everywhere, the knees had bite, and the head became streamlined and stretched back. The sudden transformation of Deoxys gave the unsuspecting Dragonite a lot of astonish, making him wonder if his opponent was Ditto. After all, there are very few people who can deform the body so much in battle. Tile cutting. Dragonite from 4 angles. Air tearing overshadows the Dragon Claw. Sound. Inspired by the characteristics of the Deoki 0.0 his. The sense of oppression that cannot be reflected by the data in the game brought a lot of trouble to Dragonite. The sense of oppression from Deoxys made Dragonite feel that even a little twist of his body would have great resistance. 1 tentacle resist Dragonite's Dragon Claw, and 3 tentacles counterattack. Even though Dragonite still has 1 hand, at this time it perfectly deduces what it means to be invincible with 2 fists and 4 hands. It's a new month, and the subscription has been a bit sluggish recently because of updates, so I'll try my best this month. I hope you can support me. P.S. I will try my best to code the next chapter, and I should be able to write it. There will be a retake exam tomorrow, which is very hard. Chapter 194 Speed Type. Dragon Claw that was caught was easily blocked by Deoxys, who used the tile cutting, and the other three tentacles were not blocked at all, and slashed directly on Dragonite's body. Ow! Dragonite flying in the air was almost swept away by Deoxys with a spinning top. This is a very funny picture. The Dragonite, the size of 3 or 4 Deoxys, was hit back like a ball in the head-to-head, and it felt like a baseball, although the baseball was a bit big. Dragonite, are you alright? Lance Crossing is false to say that he is not nervous at this time. The main force of his main force was hit like a ball when he made a move, and Charizard, who was beaten by seconds before, was a man who had experienced countless battles and experience rich, and my heart is a little unbearable. Ow! Approximately 14. Dragonite opened his throat and shouted to indicate that he was fine, flapping his little wing, turning around several times to remove all the strength, and then stabilized his figure in the air. Stomach, thigh, tail. The 3 places where Deoxys had slashed with tiles were red and swollen and looked painful. The tentacles on Dragonite's head trembled rapidly, and the usually cute eyes showed a serious look, showing that it was extremely restless in his heart now. Fat is angry. Angry hypertrophy is very terrifying. As the main Pokemon of Land Crossing and the quasi-god of Kanto region, Dragonite strength is beyond doubt. Dragonite, hovering in midair, opened its mouth, and the hyper beam full of its rage aimed at Deoxys and spewed out. Perhaps because of Land Crossing's commanding style, Dragonite made moves very fast, and in a split second, hyper beam was in front of Deoxys. Without Zhang Yuan's command, Deoxys instantly switched to speed form, and a red shadow flashed, easily avoiding Dragonite's hyper beam. Another new form. What kind of Pokemon is this? Lance Crossing felt that he had been the 4 elite all these years in vain. He didn't even know anything about this kind of Pokemon with obvious characteristics. This kind of Pokemon is amazing. Pokemon were swept away by Deoxys. The trainers of the Alliance saw Deoxys in the transformed form, and they were amazed one by one. Zhang Yuan was speechless about this, but he didn't pay too much attention to these melon eaters. All his attention was on the battle between Deoxys and Dragonite on the field. Hyper beam was dodged. Dragonite didn't panic at all, flapping its wings. Several twisters rolled up around its body and swept across the field. But will Twister Deoxys be afraid? Spiritual cut. The mental power that turned into a sharp blade pierced straight into the twister, and split several twisters apart. The next stage is to fight in turn. Dragonite throws out countless long-range big moves. Deoxys doesn't look like a beast at all. Under Zhang Yuan's command, he can avoid attacks if he can, or switch to defensive forms to block them if he can. It's getting faster and faster. Deoxys in the speed form is suitable for fast movement, and now it is even more so when Deoxys takes the initiative to open agility. At the beginning of the acceleration, I could barely see the shadow, but by then Deoxys had disappeared from everyone's sight. Only the faint cracking sound in the air could prove that Deoxys still hadn't left in this battlefield. Want to find Deoxys? Let's move 2 speed cameras first. Agility. Deoxys in speed form are hard to capture, and Dragonite isn't much better than humans at this point. Even though Dragonite's dynamic vision was excellent, it couldn't catch Deoxys' shadow. A touch of panic gradually replaced rage in Dragonite's heart. Dragonite, pay attention to defend. Lance Crossing was keenly aware of Dragonite's subtle changes and reminded after having been together for more than 10 years. Deoxys disappeared for more than 10 seconds, and Lance Crossing didn't think the dominant opponent would give up the opportunity to expand the victory. Deoxys, use with. As soon as Zhang Yuan finished speaking, a large yellow energy star suddenly appeared in the air beside Dragonite. Swift rained down 353 on Dragonite. Even though Dragonite was prepared with a Lance Crossing reminder, such a high-intensity attack smackdown hit Dragonite with scars all over his body, making his flying a little unstable. I'm going to lose. Lance Crossing clenched his fists and looked at the wounded Dragonite in front of him. Lance Crossing knew that he was about to lose this one-on-one match. Dragonite's eyes is too bad. Even if he has done targeted training for the huge Dragonite, he has no chance of winning against the speed-type Deoxys. Losing is not terrible. Even Lance Crossing dare not say that he has never lost since becoming an elite, but this kind of crushing loss is still difficult for Lance Crossing to accept. Separation line For the second update, I finally got out. I have to get up early tomorrow morning, so the number of words is a little less, and I will make up for it after the exam tomorrow. Finally, ask for a subscription. If the subscription this month can exceed 2,000, currently 1,800, the 3-shift mode will be turned on. Chapter 195 Fierce Confrontation. His mentality was a little out of balance, but he also served as Kanto elite for such a long time, and Lance Crossing quickly adjusted his mentality. Dragonite, move, don't let the opponent aim at you. With astonishing insight, Lance Crossing immediately chooses the best way to fight at the moment. When there is no trace of the enemy at all, it is a stupid tactic to stand in place and wait for the enemy to attack before defending. Let Dragonite also move, although still unable to capture the enemy's figure, but maintain a little initiative when moving. Deoxys' speed is very fast, but Lance Crossing is keenly aware of the opponent's shortcoming that is not a shortcoming. Because of the speed, even Deoxys himself couldn't use his trick to hit the Dragonite with precision. Why Deoxys use with large scale, wide coverage, but not very powerful moves to attack Dragonite just now? Really keen insight, Zhang Yuan said with sincere admiration. Zhang Yuan has to admit that Lance Crossing's Dragonite is not comparable to his own Deoxys, but as a trainer Lance Crossing has a lot of things worth learning by himself, and it also gave him a lot of inspiration so that he understands how to continue on his path as a trainer in the future. But unfortunately, Lance Crossing's operation level is high, but the hypertrophy and development are too poor to turn the tide. Deoxys, extreme speed. Zhang Yuan waved his hand and ordered Deoxys, who kept using Swift to attack Dragonite, continue to increase the speed. When the onlookers of the Alliance trainers heard Zhang Yuan's instructions, their hearts were full of life. At present, the speed of Deoxys is far beyond the range that the human eye can capture. Do you want to continue to increase the speed? Do you want to break through the constraints of the Earth gravity and go to the sky? Deoxys carried out Zhang Yuan's instructions earnestly, and with extreme speed, Deoxys' speed soared again. Higher speed, more erratic trajectory, more swift attack. As a cosmic Pokemon, Deoxys didn't have to worry that his body would not be able to withstand the speed, and he shuttled around Dragonite recklessly. For the first time in the world, Deoxys showed his full strength, albeit in the form of speed. Psychic diaresis. Quote, confusion opened the way, and because the body was wrapped in confusion, the force area became larger, and the ground was torn apart by the high-speed blessing of confusion. The gas explosion shattered the glass of buildings hundreds of meters around, and Dragonite subconsciously covered his ears. Flaw. Deoxys accurately caught this flaw in Dragonite, and cut a 90-degree right angle in the air to change direction and shoot at Dragonite. The reaction was a bit slow, and Dragonite didn't have time to dodge, and was wiped on the tail by the high-speed shuttle Deoxys. A scream, Dragonite flapped its wings and rushed out to land in front of Lance Crossing, holding his hot tail. The poor fat was so painful that tears came out. The tail was swollen all over. It's amazing. Although they don't want to praise the enemy, the trainers of the Alliance watched the battle between the man named King and Lance Crossing elite, and intuitively felt the horror of this man King. Dragonite's stamina is about to run out. Lance Crossing was a little irritable. Although there is no intuitive health bar and data, Lance Crossing can no longer be familiar with what he is familiar with from Dragonite. After a short period of high-speed, high-intensity combat and the damage caused by the previous hit by Brick Break and Swift, Dragonite's physical strength has fallen below the warning line, and now the opponent's Pokemon named Deoxys didn't even take any damage. Dragonite, shouted Lance Crossing, who wasn't one to give up easily. Looking at Lance Crossing, who was about to give orders to Dragonite, Zhang Yuan smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. Grass knot. With psychic communication, messages travel much faster than sound travels through the air. Sometimes the outcome of the battle depends on the time difference of a few tenths of a second. A strangely shaped vine suddenly grew under the cracked asphalt, and Dragonite heard Lance Crossing's instructions, and subconsciously stepped forward and moved closer to Deoxys' direction. Just walked without paying attention to the Dragonite under my feet, and I didn't find anything more under my feet. One foot stepped on it, and the body suddenly became unbalanced. Biologically speaking, the tail plays an important role in torso mosquitoes, transmitting messages, and maintaining body balance. In fact, under normal circumstances, Dragonite would be fine even if it was tripped, but Deoxys' attack just now had a perfect connection with Grass Knot. But Deoxys did a lot of damage to Dragonite's tail before. Pain made it difficult for Dragonite to control the tail, and the swollen tail made it even more inconvenient to move, which made it impossible for Dragonite to adjust in a short time. Dragonite couldn't stabilize his body at all in this case. Since then, the scene of male silence and female tears appeared. Flap. The stumbled fat man was shot straight on the asphalt road, smashing a deep hole, and the whole street trembled 3 times. 100,000. Lance Crossing's command was only halfway through, and seeing the scene in front of him had to hold back the second half of the command. Embarrassing, embarrassing, very embarrassing. All of the league trainers witnessed this. They looked at the plump that fell, and then at Lance Crossing, the corners of their mouth twitching. Lance Crossing looked sluggish, looking at the plump expression on the ground with his tail cocked up. With his years of experience as a Kanto elite, he couldn't organize any words to describe the rich emotions in his heart at this time. He also imagined what the Dragonite would look like when it was defeated, but he never imagined that the battle would end in this way. Silently pull out the Pokeball and take the Dragonite back to the Pokeball. Zhang Yuan used a clever way to let Deoxys win the battle unscathed. The next 2 games in a row, Deoxys only lost a tiny amount of energy. The Pokemon is not terrible, but the Pokemon is strong and the trainer is at a very high level at the same time. Separation line The first update continued to code the second chapter. The number of words has exceeded 400,000, which is gratifying. Ask for a subscription. Ask for a full subscription. Chapter 196 1-4. It's not good news for the league. With Lance Crossing, Zhang Yuan's crushing attitude was heart-pounding. As the highest combat power of the Kanto Alliance, Lance Crossing lost 2 games in a row at an unbelievable speed at the opponent's hand. The amount of information contained in it is too much big. How strong is this man named King, who can crush Lance Crossing? What exactly is that mysterious Pokemon? Is it a beast? Did Team Rockets capture another mythical beast after Mewtwo? All kinds of doubt constrict were in their mind, and these were problems that could not be solved. These are the thoughts of the Onlookers Alliance trainers, and they can only guess randomly if they are unable to intervene in the battle. Lance Crossing took a deep breath and put his hand on the Pokeball around his waist. Although this is unfair, since it is a war, then the remaining 4 Pokeballs were thrown together by Lance Crossing, and after 4 red lights, 4 Pokemon appeared in front of Lance Crossing. Gyarados, Kingdra, Aerodactyl. What the hell is Altaria? The first 3 are quite normal. They are all Pokemons from the Kanto region, but after the last 270, how to look at the style of painting is not very right. What kind of Pokemon is that? Alliance trainers also noticed this Pokemon with a distinctly different style. Should be Altaria, a trainer said uncertainly. Yes, I have seen Altaria. Someone next to him added. But how can Lance Crossing Elite use Pokemon from other regions? Altaria has a very wide range of habitats. At present, the regions where Altaria are found include Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, and Kalos region. The range of activities does not include the Kanto region. The league has an unwritten rule, which is the default rule for everyone. That is, to become an elite of a certain region, its main Pokemon must be a local Pokemon, because elite is not only a symbol of strength but also the face of a region alliance. Lance Crossing suddenly mixed an Altaria in the main force today. Although it did not violate the relevant regulations of the alliance, it would also become a reason for some people to attack him. Of course, Lance Crossing has a solid position in the Kanto region, so they won't care about it. It seems that Dragonair's serious injury has a considerable impact on Lance Crossing. Zhang Yuan remembered the news he had received before, and probably understood why a cool-looking Altaria was mixed into the Lance Crossing team. There are not many Dragon-type Pokemon, and Lance Crossing even had to mix in the non-Dragon-type Pokemon such as Gyarados, Charizard, and Aerodactyl in order to gather the 6 main players. One of the main players withdrew from the main team. In order to make up for the main Pokemon, Lance Crossing had to add Altaria to the main Pokemon. I lost the duel between us, but as the 4 elites of the Kanto League, I can't let you go, Lance Crossing said with solemn eye. The haze of the previous 2-game losing streak was swept away, and 4 Pokemon faintly surrounded Deoxys. I suddenly discovered that we are a kind of people, Lance Crossing. Zhang Yuan didn't panic at all, but played with his taste. You and I are both the kind of people who only look at the results and not the process, but you are bound by a lot more rules than me. Lance Crossing did not answer. It doesn't make sense. Tis why. Since Lance Crossing is reluctant to say more, he has no intention of chatting awkwardly by himself. However, if you play 4, the tactics just now won't work. Zhang Yuan snapped his fingers. Deoxys switched from speed mode to battle mode. Kill them, Deoxys. Psychic swept the audience, and the power of Psychic Beast was fully displayed in front of everyone. In the Psychic Gym on the other side of Saffron City, the middle-aged man kneeling in front of the coffee table felt this wave of fluctuations, and Psychic had a stress response and a burst of heart palpitations. Such a strong confusion wave. Who is it? Mewtwo or Mew? Zhang Yuan didn't know that the psychic fluctuations he made Deoxys burst out with all his strength made Sabrina's father feel the sensation. instant. Gyarados and Aerodactyl hit Deoxys in front of Deoxys. Light green in front of him greatly weakened the Hyper Beam shooting at Deoxys. The remaining Hyper Beam fell on Deoxys, who had transformed into a defensive form, with minimal effect. Switching to speed form to avoid Dragon Rage and Twister, Deoxys flashed behind Kingdra, the weakest of the 4 Pokémon. The form switches, and the 4 tentacles gather in front of him in battle form. Zap Cannon. Kingdra on land is inconvenient to move and is the best target. The currents converge at the core of the chest and along the arms to the tips of the tentacle. Less than a second, Deoxys finished charging, and Zap Cannon slammed on Kingdra, knocking the small Kingdra into the air. Although the damage was not enough, the paralyzed state triggered by 100% made Kingdra temporarily disqualified from intervening in this battle. Zhang Yuan raised a finger and eliminated one person. One hit. Deoxys quickly dodged away. The moment it evaded, a gray shadow passed by, and the wings with metallic luster cut across from where Deoxys was just now, cutting a 20-meter-long crack in the asphalt. Boiling water spewed out of Gyarados' mouth following Deoxys' figure. Shadow Sneak. 4 Shadow Sneak slammed into the direction where Scald came from. The beast-level Shadow Sneak instantly shattered Scald into a mist of water. Shadow Sneak wiped Gyarados' body and slammed into the ground, blasting 4 large pits. Instead of joining the siege, Altaria used the Dragon Dance, constantly making strange moves to charge up in the sky. Gah! A shrill sound rang out. Aerodactyl, which Deoxys had dodged just now, went back and forth, and a piercing sound wave came out of its mouth and enveloped Deoxys, trying to disrupt Deoxys' attack rhythm with metal sound. Deoxys is completely unaffected, transforming into speed form and dodging back against Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl steer clear. Land Crossing shouted. Separation line Second, codewords make me happy. Ask for full order. Chapter 197 Fierce Battle. Deoxys has shown his tyrannical strength in previous battles with Dragonite, so even if he sent 4 Pokémon to besiege Deoxys, he just took turns to attack and didn't dare to confront Deoxys. Land Crossing doesn't think Aerodactyl, which is slightly weaker than Dragonite, can go head-to-head with Deoxys. In fact, without Land Crossing speaking, Aerodactyl's ancient sense of perception sensed the opponent's terror as soon as he came out. Aerodactyl, who has been vigilant, fluttered his wings and turned into a gray lightning and flew in the direction of Gyarados. Can you avoid it? Zhang Yuan's face under the mask remained the same, still smiling. Speed of Deoxys in speed form comparable to Aerodactyl. _can. So, Aerodactyl was caught up by Deoxys. Thunder Punch plus Ice Punch plus Fire Punch plus Brute Force. Focusing on 4 uses, Deoxys unleashes 4 moves simultaneously. Colorful. The tips of the 4 tentacles flashed yellow representing lightning, blue representing freezing, red representing flame, and brute force representing ultimate power. Aerodactyl saw this scene out of the corner of his eye and was scared to death. At his current speed, it would cost him half his life if he hit any move, let alone Deoxys using 4 moves at once. The fleshy wings trembled slightly. Aerodactyl's light trajectory was fine-tuned, and it drew a graceful arc in the air, trying to avoid the fierce god Deoxys. Swift, slow it down with an attack. Land Crossing commanded from the side. Land Crossing can intervene in such a fast-paced battle that relies entirely on speed, and even Gyarados next to him does not dare to shoot Helping Hand Aerodactyl for fear of accidentally hitting his own. Hearing Land Crossing's order, Aerodactyl immediately turned around and spewed a large swath of Swift in an attempt to hinder Deoxys. Aerodactyl, which can fly with 2 wings, be as agile as Deoxys, which fly on its own power. Hold on, just rush over. Deoxys couldn't bear the damage. Deoxys didn't dodge or evade when he heard the command, and the 4 tentacles hit Aerodactyl with the damage caused by the blockbuster Swift. Boom, Thunder Shock, Freeze, Fire, Brute Force. Thunder Punch and Brute Force hit Aerodactyl's body. Ice Punch and Fire Punch hit Aerodactyl's wing. One wing was in burn, and the other was frozen in ice. Slammed to the ground with Brute Force, and Thunder Punch paralyzed Aerodactyl's entire body. This is not a game, and there is no setting where a Pokémon can only fall into a negative state. Aerodactyl's body is large enough to accommodate all 3 negative states. Rumbling. Aerodactyl, which fell to the ground, rolled for hundreds of meters on the ground and hit a big tree on the side of the road before it stopped. Zhang Yuan raised his second finger. It was less than a minute before he raised his first finger. Deoxys was slightly injured. Roar. The 2 companions were defeated one after another, and their own attacks had not been able to hit Deoxys. As a very easy-to-rage Pokémon, Gyarados went into a frenzy. The jet of deathlight poured out without any money and swept everything, scaring the Alliance trainers to flee quickly for fear of being swept away by Hyper Beam and losing their lives. Gyarados with red eyes and frantically twisting his body. Deoxys looked very very calm, not at all the fear that a normal Pokemon would have when encountering Gyarados. The Intimidate feature has no effect at all. Spiritual Booster. Killed Charizard had already recovered, so Zhang Yuan decisively asked Deoxys to use this move again. Gyarados. Take to the sky with a high-pressure hydro pump. Land Crossing makes the most correct response. The raging Gyarados hear his orders. Mental pressure. Gyarados held on. Deoxys with enough mental boost to kill him. It's about to vent rage. Gyarados resisted. Gyarados broke through. Gyarados A went up. Flying Dragon riding fate. Gyarados played GG. Although Facade made Gyarados survive the mental boost, it only left him with an extremely meager amount of physical strength, which couldn't even support Deoxys. Confusion. Question mark. Asking for flowers. And aside. Altaria is still dancing. Quote. At Altaria, who was still using Dragon Dance, and silently stretched out his third finger. Quote. Land Crossing are all full of black line. All three of your teammates are thrown into the street. Are you still in Dragon Dance? MDZZ. In fact, to a large extent, this was an embarrassing scene caused by a lack of cooperation. After all, Altaria had just joined the main team, and Land Crossing hadn't had time to let them cooperate in combat training. Deoxys. Zhang Yuan gave an order to let Deoxys get rid of this Altaria, whose brain was a little useless. But Land Crossing went a step faster and took all four Pokemon including Altaria back to the Pokeball. He had no chance of winning in this battle, and it would be pointless to send Altaria to the street again, and he would also lose his only self-protection power. The winner has been decided. It seems that I won this battle. Zhang Yuan retracted his three-fingered palm and stated a fact. Is this a divine beast? The corners of Land Crossing's mouth were bitter. He really lost, and he had no power to resist. Had been taught a lesson by Giovanni with Mewtwo before, and when he saw that the situation was not good, he fled back, and now he was severely crushed by King in front of him with Deoxys. Don't you have the answer in your heart? Zhang Yuan chuckled. The effect of not explaining at this time was better than explaining. Pretend to have implicit pretend, and now this situation is too obvious and it's not good. Quote. Land Crossing was silent. In fact, he knew very well in his heart that his 5 main Pokemon had been eliminated one after another, and only divine beasts in this world could do this, and they had to be first level divine beasts. Dividing line The first one, there will be a chapter in a while. Ask for collection, ask for subscription, ask for full subscription. Chapter 198. Back to Pallet Town. It's not a shame to lose to the beast, but he has some colleagues who don't know how to face the Alliance when he goes back. Is he going to go back and tell them that Team Rockets just ran off a Mewtwo, and now they've got a level 1 beast? Land Crossing felt it was more uncomfortable for him than failure. In the end, Zhang Yuan didn't do anything particularly excessive to the trainers of the Alliance. In fact, Deoxys had already grasped the strength when he shot. If you really want to let Deoxys go all out, refer to the previous scene when Deoxys and the giant Dragonite fought. I'm afraid not to mention the few Pokemon of Land Crossing. Whether Saffron City still exists or not is a matter of two to say. Of course, he also left a little memory for the trainers of the League. Deoxys unleashed a very light and light 860 micro-psychic on these Alliance trainers. He estimated that after this wave of psychic, Union Hospital would at most have dozens of mild concussion patients. As for how mild this mild concussion is, judging from some clinical data, within 2 months, at least before the end of the core conference, Zhang Yuan should not see them again. This takes the pressure off Team Rockets and gives these trainers a long vacation after months of work. I think I'm really a good person. Zhang Yuan praised his wit, completely ignoring the feelings of the hapless trainers who were concussions by him. After changing his outfit several times, Zhang Yuan returned to the base without disturbing anything. Boss, you're back. Seeing Zhang Yuan come back, Midori let out a long breath, and finally let go of the heart that had been hanging. She had been worrying about whether Zhang Yuan had failed just now. He dealt with nearly 100 Alliance trainers in Elite Land Crossing alone. Even Giovanni and the 4th General would not dare to face such a luxurious lineup alone. And now Zhang Yuan is not only back, he looked very calm. Seeing Midori's appearance, Zhang Yuan smiled slightly. The Alliance should not pursue our Team Rockets in the future. Prepare yourself and give me a development plan of Team Rockets in the future. Zhang Yuan is still very satisfied with today's harvest. Getting the Master Ball, I got the Sylph Company, played a game with Land Crossing, and worked out the cooperation between me and Deoxys, and finally released the signal to the alliance that the leader of Team Rocket Kanto region should be replaced. All of a sudden, the next thing to do is done in one go, saving him a lot of effort. Zhang Yuan, who had nothing to do next, decided to give himself a vacation. I'll leave the base to you to take care of it. It's the same sentence. Contact me if you have anything. Understood. By the way, give me a copy of Mewtwo's information. Next is the story of Mewtwo. Zhang Yuan will definitely go to New Island to meet Mewtwo for a while. Mewtwo is not an easy guy to deal with, so he must do his homework in advance. Matori nodded. Yes, Mewtwo's information is confidential within Team Rocket, but obviously it will not be kept secret from Zhang Yuan. Also, give me 30 million for the event fund. Zhang Yuan said casually. I recently set up an emergency response team, and the money is almost spent. It will take some days for the alliance's funds to arrive. Quote. Matori opened his mouth, not knowing where to start complaining. Zhang Yuan returned to Pallet Town again. Pallet Town is still so peaceful, unaffected by the previous Team Rockets and Alliance wars, as if everything in the outside world has nothing to do with Pallet Town. Professor Oak had let Articuno go as agreed, and Yellow is still working as an intern at the Oak Institute. However, Pallet Town is still a little different from before. For example, 2 rookie trainers who had just finished a gym challenge came back and were having a Pokemon battle in an open space. Boom! The yellow hyper beam flashed past, blasting a crater out of the clearing, sending rubble flying. Pikachu is incapacitated, and I declare that the winner of this battle is Gary from the Oak Institute. Brock, the referee, swung his arm down, bringing the fight to an end. I lost. Ash hugged Pikachu with a decadent look on his face. He clearly felt that he was much stronger after challenging 8 gyms. Why did he still lose to Gary? Haha, sure enough, this young master is the strongest rookie trainer. Gary brushed his hair with his hand, sassy and authentic. His movements caused screams from his girlfriends behind him. Having beaten Ash, he is now proud. Gary is the strongest. Gary is the strongest. Huh. A voice suddenly interjected, so clear even in the cheers. I heard that you are the strongest rookie trainer. Of course this young master is. Halfway through speaking, Gary, who was turning his head, froze. Zhang Yuan. Shouting out Zhang Yuan's name, Gary almost jumped up in fright. Zhang Yuan, when did you come back? Gary was so flustered. The strongest trainer in the league he boasted just now fell into Zhang Yuan's ears. Zhang Yuan won't take care of him. Afraid of what to do, Zhang Yuan chuckled. I heard you say you are the strongest rookie trainer in the league just now. Zhang Yuan looked at Gary up and down with a playful expression, making him horrified. No, I didn't. I wasn't. Gary immediately denied it, shaking his head with an afterimage. Tis, I haven't seen you for a while. Why are you so cowardly? Zhang Yuan felt bored. Gary didn't pretend to be forceful. How could he run against him? Life is missing a lot of fun. Hee. Gary is not a fool. He has been run on by Zhang Yuan so many times. No matter how stupid he is, he should have some experience. Okay, don't talk about it. When did you come back? Why didn't you inform me? Zhang Yuan turned to look at Ash, who was holding Pikachu in front of Yellow, and asked Yellow to heal Pikachu. Brother Zhang Yuan, I only came back yesterday, and I haven't had time to inform you. Ash scratched his head, and said a little embarrassedly, but Gary came back long ago. I heard from Professor Oak that he has been in the research institute these days. Ash God made up the knife. Dividing line P.S. I have subscribed to 1951, and it will almost reach 2000 tomorrow. From tomorrow onward, there will be 3 updates, and at the same time, the manuscript will be saved to ensure the stability of future updates. Thank you for your support. Ask for a subscription. Ask for a full subscription. Chapter 199 Challenge. Gary is green. Of course not hat green. Gary never wears hat. He is green face. Ash stabbed the knife directly into his chest, and when he saw Zhang Yuan's sudden subtle expression, Gary had the urge to strangle Ash. Ash was puzzled for a while, feeling the atmosphere that was gradually becoming weird, and his face was confused. Did I say something wrong? Za's emotional intelligence has always been a negative number. Gary, looks like you don't consider me a friend anymore. Zhang Yuan showed a dangerous smile. What's wrong? Gary hurriedly denied. I'm just too busy recently, so I lost my head, and I didn't think about it for a while. Really? If he believed it. Gary patted his chest. Of course it's true. Zhang Yuan, you said that we have been friends for so many years. Will I lie to you? Forget it to be true. As for whether he is busy, if picking up girls and having a party at home can also be considered busy, then he is indeed quite busy. But Gary didn't want to be educated by Zhang Yuan in the future, so he resolutely lied. Gary has been educated by Zhang Yuan many times. The weak can only be beaten. This is the sadness of lack of strength. He silently swore in his heart that when he became the Kanto region elite, he would definitely hit this guy Zhang Yuan on the ground, and he would be ashamed. Elite elite lance in Kanto would be crushed under Zhang Yuan's hand. Tis, looking at you like this, I'll let you go. He doesn't know this guy Gary yet. 9 times out of 10, it's too much fun with your girlfriends to forget. Zhang Yuan is just joking. To liven up the atmosphere, is he Zhang Yuan such a small belly? Gary let out a breath and burst into tears. I see you guys fought just now. Gary, you won. Hearing Zhang Yuan mention this, Ash immediately lowered his head decadently. Gary instantly forgot the oath he just swore and raised his head, as if I was very powerful. But in the next second he was done. Very well. I also promised you at Grandpa Canyon that I would accept your challenge when you return to Pallet Town. Since the two of you will decide the winner first, it will save me a lot of work. Come on, Gary, let's play a game. Quote, Zhang Yuan stepped forward and stood opposite Gary. I think I should wait a bit. I think my current strength is still a bit lacking. Gary was a little embarrassed when he spoke. Grandpa Canyon before was just because he was hot-blooded at the time. After calming down for a month, he has long wanted to understand that he is not Zhang Yuan's opponent at all, and to challenge Zhang Yuan with his current strength is not to send food to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan made a questioning voice in a nasal voice. So you were teasing me before? Tease you? You are teasing me. Who dares to tease you? Gary complained wildly in his heart, and couldn't help but recall the fear of being dominated by Zhang Yuan. But since it has reached this point, isn't it a battle? How could he? Gary, oh, back down. Come on. Gary pulled out a pokeball and stood across from him with a generous expression on his face. Brock continued to referee. Let me see if you've improved lately. Zhang Yuan sent Matang. After all, it would be too bullying to use Salamence in a friendly match against Gary. Go, Pidgeot. After careful consideration, Gary chose Pidgeot. Originally, he wanted to use Arcanine, who was more restrained from Matang. Unfortunately, during the battle with Ash just now, Arcanine was stunned by Pikachu and lost his ability to fight. Pidgeot, Hurricane, then use the Steel Wing. Take the lead. This is what Gary learned from fighting Zhang Yuan before. Looks like you've learned a lot. Zhang Yuan waved his hand, and a gray light flashed across Matang's body, with 2 arms interlaced in front of him. The body stands still in the Hurricane. Steel Wing vs Iron Defense. Orberg collided. Metallic clangs shrilly. Metal Claw. When the two sides were deadlocked, Matang grabbed Pidgeot's head with a backhand. Gary was startled. Matang's claws were strong enough to crack rock if caught. Pidgeot, use agility to avoid. Whoa. Pidgeot let out a high-pitched cry, dodged, and dragged his long feathers sideways to avoid Matang's claws. Then headbutt. Zhang Yuan ordered with a slight smile. Such a close distance. The thought headbutt is the first choice, and Matang's spiky head will definitely hit his soul with Zen headbutt. Pidgeot, air cut it back. Gary in distress. Pidgeot flicked his wings and threw out 2 air blades, aiming at Matang's eyes and hitting him. Because Matang's level is not high, the two sides fought back and forth. Ash, who had been getting badges from Gift, was taken aback for a moment. So strong. Is this Zhang Yuan's strength? No, you think too much. This is just the power of the Pokemon that they just got. Misty denied Ash's knife. The most powerful Salamence has not made 513 moves. The Ash sang. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yuan smiled and stood at the other end of the field, opposite Gary, who looked like he was unlovable. Pidgeot is incapacitated, and the winner of this battle is Zhang Yuan. Daily quest. Teach Gary, 1/1 completed. Not bad. A big improvement from before. Gary's improvement extreme speed. If Gary's command level was the level of the Alliance superior trainer before, he can now fight against the Alliance inspector. Seeing the suspicious eyes cast by Ash and others, Zhang Yuan explained a little. Gary has made great progress. If nothing else, with Gary's current strength, he can at least make it to the top 16 at the Quartz Conference. Well, as long as you don't run into the death group in the group stage. Haha, isn't it? I'm really good. Hearing Zhang Yuan's praise, Gary immediately revived with blood. Surrounded by cheerleaders, he was so excited that Zhang Yuan covered his head. This Gary couldn't help but boast at all. The first update, 1/3. Please collect, subscribe, and fully subscribe. Chapter 200 Invitation. Quote ellipsis quote. Brother Zhang Yuan, are you going to leave this time? Ash asked suddenly, not knowing what he thought of. It's nothing for now. Can Brother Zhang Yuan coach my practice? Ash was very happy to hear that Zhang Yuan was free. Zhang Yuan didn't calm down for a while. Why did you suddenly think of letting me coach you? I'm also a rookie trainer. Gary, Misty, and Brock complained wildly in their heart. In what way do you look like a rookie trainer? Gary had a faint sadness in his heart. As a trainer, he was in the same phase as Zhang Yuan, and he was destined to not get champion at this war conference. I think brother Zhang Yuan is amazing. Ash looked up with admiration. Seeing Ash's appearance, Zhang Yuan felt very comfortable. To make Ash, a nerdy guy, feel that he is very powerful, it seems that he must have a legendary master style. Okay, I'll be at the Oak Institute for a while now. If you have any questions, you can come to me. Zhang Yuan thought for a while and agreed. I personally recommend that you do more actual combat. After all, only practice can really help you improve your trainer level, and you can go to Gary for that. Quote, hey Zhang Yuan, you bastard. Gary became anxious when he heard Zhang Yuan's words. He was going on dates with his girlfriend, who would want to train with Ash, a single dog. Zhang Yuan patted Gary on the shoulder. The arduous task of coaching Ash is left to you. I believe in you. The two of you can also play a role in promoting. Let's make progress together. Zhang Yuan said to Gary with a smile, learning how Keen assigned him a task. Dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist. Zhang Yuan himself will never fight Ash every 3 days. The feeling of being entangled by Ash is terrifying. Well, that's fine. You're defaulting if you don't say anything. Quote. Quote. Gary's body is stiff. UTM, let me talk. Can you put Gengar away and not let him lick it with his tongue? Make friends accidentally. Gary burst into tears. Well, Pikachu's attack is powerful, but pay attention to the enemy's dynamics when running. Gary, your Alakazam Psychic is not strong enough. There is a 0.3 second delay when using Psychic. Be careful during the battle. Pidgeot's right wing is not well balanced, and it is easy to reveal flaws. You should pay attention to this in training. In the backyard of the Oak Institute, Gary and Ash are having a 3v3 fight. Zhang Yuan was lying on the reclining chair while drinking the orange juice that Yellow handed over, and commented casually while watching the fight between the two. This scene has been going on for 3 whole days. Beginning of the period, Gary was very dissatisfied with Zhang Yuan's watchful guidance. He felt that Zhang Yuan was just taking the opportunity to make fun of him. However, after Zhang Yuan accurately pointed out some problems with Ash and his command, or Pokemon training, Zhang Yuan's precise eyesight and rich experience swept away Gary's dissatisfaction. Gary felt that his level was gradually improving, and his inner dissatisfaction all turned into motivation for training. Just 3 days, Gary completed the mentality transition from being arrogant to trembling with a 180-degree turn. Every morning, he came to Zhang Yuan to coach them for training. As for Ash, this guy has no other feeling at all except that Zhang Yuan is very powerful. Oh, it's such a boring day. Zhang Yuan drank all the juice in the cup, looked up at the sky and said, when will Mewtwo come out to do something? My Deoxys is already thirsty. While muttering, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. Zhang Yuan blinked, only to be sure that he was not mistaken. The huge figure covered the backyard of the Oak Institute with a shadow, and it slowly descended. Dragonite, Yellow next to him exclaimed. Hearing Yellow calling it, Dragonite lowered his head, brought his big head close, and moved his tentacles out. Smile on his face. Dragonite seemed to feel the comfortable breath on Yellow, and let out a happy cry. How did Dragonite appear here? Gary is very surprised. Dragonite is a very precious Pokemon in the Alliance. How could it appear here? Zhang Yuan was lying on the reclining chair, squinting at the Dragonite. His eyes flashed with light. He knew the origin of this Dragonite very well, but he would not say. It's not wild, it seemed. Misty pointed to the shoulder bag on Dragonite and wondered, what is it for? Several people guessed, and the Dragonite, who was in the limelight, tilted its head, used its inflexible claws to rummage in the satchel for a while, and pulled out 3 envelopes from the satchel. Zhang Yuan, Gary, and Ash each take one. Quote. Using Dragonite as a postman. Gary's mouth twitched, which was too extravagant. Ash didn't have this concept at all. He was immersed in Misty's sentence. This errand is not wild just now. Ash Canyon said, I really want to capture a Dragonite. Dragonite is a Pokemon that countless trainers in Kanto have dreamed of, and Ash certainly had this fantasy. It seems that fantasy and reality are still very far away before. It's like Ash dreams of becoming a Pokemon master in the future, but he didn't even get a champion. After the envelope was delivered, Dragonite let out a high-pitched cry, rubbed Yellow with its head, and flapped its wings into the sky. All that was left was the messy backyard, and 3 envelopes that I didn't know what they contained. Zhang Yuan, what do you think is inside? Gary leaned in front of Zhang Yuan and asked in a low voice, could it be something like a bomb sent by Team Rocket? As soon as he finished speaking, before Zhang Yuan could answer, Ash suddenly shouted, Gary, brother Zhang Yuan, look at you. Ash raised the black invitation card in his hand. This is an invitation card. I heard from the video above that we were invited to a trainer gathering. I heard that only top trainers can be invited. Although I don't know who the organizer is, I really have a vision, Gary said narcissistically.